On the vast continent where the heroes of this story lived, the power of the empire that ruled there was divided into four armies. The noble house, called the Golden Lion, represented martial arts and fencing, and its students were skilled warriors. The Protestant Union was a body of subjects and priests who worshipped a myriad of gods whose temples were located throughout the continent. The Inspectorate Bureau was engaged in collecting information, thereby protecting the imperial family from spies. And the fourth structure was called the Magic Tower. Its army had ruled the world of magic for more than 1,000 years. The authoritative magical family that fueled this very tower and the entire world of magic in general bore the surname Melvinger. It was from this noble family that the main character of this story came. 30 years ago, a war with demons broke out, and the Melvingers took on the responsibility of leading it. They managed to defeat the otherworldly monsters. However, wars do not pass without victims. The family sacrificed many, and when the main character was 8, his father, suffering from the effects of the war, and his mother, who taught magic, died. This left the Melvinger family down to just 2 people, a little boy and his older sister, who were trying to cope with the loss of their closest loved ones. But troubles did not cease to haunt these children. The vassals who served their family turned out to be traitors. Seeing all this, a small but very brave boy made a promise to himself to become a great magician and revive his family, which had fallen into decline. The young heir's plan was clear, but he had no idea how difficult his path would be and how much bullying and hardship he would have to face. He had a rare blocking disease that prevented him from using magic, so he forgot about reviving his family and became a laughing stock for the whole world. But despite everything, he fought. The boy worked himself to death to overcome his illness, but was never able to find a way to master magical abilities. When he was completely in despair, then a miracle happened, which can only be explained by the fact that the young man's desire reached the heavens. The dragon, he met a real dragon who came down to earth and appeared before him. Looking at this huge and great monster, our hero saw the only chance he had to revive his family. She was right before his eyes. He just had to take advantage of the opportunity and use it wisely. But not only did the dragon descend to the ground, some creature appeared behind him, which pierced the monster's skull and made him scream loudly. As the boy looked in fear at the one who had been growling angrily just a second ago and had now fallen dead, and could not believe that his chance had been missed, he was distracted only by the approaching stranger. With a nasty grin, the horned, half-human, half-demon said that before him stood the one who would free him from the tiresome seal and become his new vessel. He began to approach and persistently repeat that the guy needed to merge with him into one. This creature did not even hide the fact that it intended to take over this entire world. At that time, the still young and frightened youth did not know what to do and how to get out of this trouble while saving his life. His inner voice screamed at him to run as the ancient evil began to move towards him at a tremendous speed. Dark energy enveloped him and his entire insides froze. Not allowing him to move, he felt like something terrible was creeping into his very bones and merging with him. He tried to resist, but the force was so strong that it all seemed useless. If the young man had known back then that this was a test from the Demon King, he would never have sought out the dragon. Now it was too late to regret or change anything, because the ancient power had been absorbed into him. But he was Elric Melvinger, and that meant the boy wouldn't let his freedom and identity be taken away. The heir of a family that defeated a horde of demons would never allow himself to be devoured in such a way. The boy was special, born into a family of magicians. He was very different from those who brought him into this world. One day he found out that he had a blocking disease. Unlike normal people, his mana could not circulate freely throughout his body. He was informed about this at the Magical Royal Hospital, where he also learned that all treatment methods had been tried and nothing more could help him. Unfortunately, Elric was told that he could not use magic. The news hit him hard. This is exactly what the boy was thinking about when he stood next to his sister at the Uston Academy and did not listen at all to what she was telling him. He communicated with her through a device that allowed him to speak at a distance. The girl asked how his visit to the doctor had gone. Elric, sensing the tense tone in his sister's voice, reminded her that he was no longer a child and would deal with his illness, so she shouldn't worry. After that, he quickly ended the conversation and realized that he could not tell her the truth about his condition. Perhaps he would not be able to return home again. There were problems not only with health, but also with education, because the grades were not at all what I would have liked. The students, excited with excitement and interest, stood near the progress chart and loudly discussed what they saw there. Elric closed his eyes to keep the treacherous tears from shining in his sad eyes, because he was once again at the very bottom of the rankings. It so happened that he had already failed these subjects for the 4th time, and referring to the rules of the academy, such a series of failures could mean only one thing. And this was an expulsion from the educational institution. If he was kicked out like this, then it would no longer be possible to bring glory to the family. The young man studied diligently in order to remain at the Euston Academy. He devoted all his time to absorbing new knowledge. As a result, he could fully understand any circuit that the academy required him to know, and of course, the theoretical exams were not difficult for him. Besides, although Elric didn't like to say it, he always considered himself special compared to others. Besides his keen mind, there was something else that set the boy apart from everyone else in Usden. Young Melvinger's ability to detect and understand mana was significantly higher than everyone else's. For a magician, these were wonderful abilities, but this was not all that was required of the students. In one of the classes, they were asked to absorb the mana that was in the air. This was the so-called circle. In this case, it didn't matter whether you had the talent that everyone dreams of or not. It wouldn't help you accomplish what the teacher said. When Elric tried to do it again, he heard people making noise around him and asking why he was still working in his first year and couldn't make even the most basic circle. The teachers who saw the boy's efforts asked why he didn't give up magic and become a scientist, and even offered to put in a good word for him with the director. These thoughts increasingly visited the head of the young Melvinger himself, but he understood that he would not be able to return the former glory to the family with such an ordinary profession. He thought about this as he stood next to the monument to his grandfather, who was a hero of the Great War with the demons. This man did such fundamental things that he forever entered the history of the continent as its great hero. A famous technique that helped fight otherworldly creatures was called star magic and was created by Usden Melvinger. And now his heir stood next to the stone statue of his grandfather and was determined to be the one to remind this world of their family name. The best national academy was named after that same Usden Melvinger, and if his heir was driven out of it, then it meant that he would destroy the dignity of the family with his own hands. Even now, Elric could hear the students whispering behind his back, not believing that the grandson of the first headmaster of the academy was standing in front of them. The evil tongues of cruel students called him the disgrace of the Melvinger family and reminded him of how low a magical royal family could fall. At one point, the guy got so tired of listening to this that he approached the first-year students of the Faculty of Physical Magic, who were wagging their tongues. He asked if they knew an assistant professor named Sean who was a close friend of an influential person. Enjoying how abruptly all the bold conversations of these guys were interrupted, Elric asked what the names of these first years were. The students recoiled as the boy came closer to see their names written on the weight cards. They didn't think they could stand Sean breathing down their necks. Just the sight of the former director's grandson made these guys decide to retreat and watch their tongues more carefully in the future. Their reaction was strange, to put it mildly, because Elric had never been feared before, much less feared. Turning back to the statue of his grandfather, the boy thought that it was he who sent him his power. His head was filled with thoughts that everything would have been different if his father had lived. But then he pushed these thoughts away, because they brought nothing but grief, and it was not the time to give in to weakness. He urgently needed to deal with his body, which did not want to master magical abilities, and completely denied them. After classes, Elric decided to go to a cafe, but even there he did not allow himself to fully rest, without thinking about anything. His interest in a way to cure the disease led him to now review the first report of the academy, but there was not a word about the blocking disease there either. Some kind of sharp noise distracted the young man from reading. He raised his eyes with displeasure and became a witness to something extremely disturbing. Some madman decided to make some noise right in the middle of a public place. He was not at all embarrassed by the people who were present in the establishment. Of course, the visitors were, to put it mildly, not very happy with the unfolding events. An irritated Elric shouted, asking what was going on here and why some man decided to cause chaos. It was the third son of the Nemester family, named Sean, who was very interested in why young Melvinger was again using his name to his advantage. The boy laughed awkwardly, while his interlocutor reminded him that he had already warned him not to use his name to intimidate the younger ones. Elmer said that he hadn't planned to do that, and then offered Sean something to drink, who growled angrily that he would never drink with Melvinger. These words made the young man very angry, because they were so full of arrogance and haughtiness. After the fall of the Melvinger family, the magical tower was divided between the 6 royal families of the hexagram. Sean was a member of one of them, and after his early graduation from the academy, he became a professor, which helped him become a member of the inner circle of the elite. But despite the fact that Nemester went in the exact opposite direction to Elmer, he was one of the few who was on his side. Looking at the boy's strange, smiling face, Sean rolled his eyes and asked what was happening to him. When Elmer's attention was again drawn to his interlocutor, he handed him some strange papers. After examining them, the young man asked what they were and why it was necessary to bring them here so urgently. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the notes on the paper were a research plan for the Diamond Dragon. Sipping his cocktail from his glass, Elmer asked without much interest why his friend had brought him these materials. Young Nemester explained that although it was an ancient species, it had been recently explored, meaning that a dragon's nest had been found, and the boy wanted Melvinger to join the expedition. This news made the young man reread the research plan again, because he could not believe that the ancient dragon species still existed. Even if these creatures were extinct, their nests were the source of all magic, so the boy was extremely interested. Nemester intrigued him even more when he said that if he managed to find the artifact, the Academy would be able to overlook his expulsion and keep his place. This adventure became more and more attractive because young Melvinger hoped that the nest could cure his illness. But then he instantly became disappointed, because he realized that even if he found something useful, the director would take it away anyway. To Sean's surprise, the boy slammed his hand on the table and said that heaven itself had given him this chance, and no matter what, he couldn't miss it. All these thoughts were spinning around in his head so fast that the guy couldn't stand the pressure and laughed madly. Looking at this unpleasant picture, one of the heirs of the Nemester family thought that he was sitting next to a psychopath. Having unfolded the map on the table, the boy suddenly pointed at it with his finger and told his interlocutor that there was no nest in that place. These words made Sean very angry. He began to look around, wanting to understand if anyone else heard this fiery speech. Fortunately, no one was listening to them, and the conversation still remained confidential. But it was worth reminding young Melvinger to watch his words, since many people were interested in this matter. His interlocutor did not seem to attach much importance to all these phrases, but perhaps it was all just for show. Whatever the case, this behavior made Sean want to hit his interlocutor even more. Trying to remain reasonable, the boy offered to listen to Elmer's details of the case. Using magic, he activated some kind of shining sphere, which approached the map lying on the table. It glowed even brighter as it reached the spot where the dragon's nest was supposed to be. The next moment, the guys were transported to a place where the whole story was being shown, which was told by a mysterious voice from the magic ball. They saw a crack that formed from 2 colliding layers. It was clear that a huge amount of mana was flowing out of her. Elmer noted in his mind that this much must have accumulated over at least several millennia. Now it was clear why it was there, according to rumors, that the dragon's nest was located. But he still wondered if the 3-mana stream rule worked in this case. An irritated Sean turned to him and asked if he was being made fun of. Of course, the professor's assistant knew such basic things. Mana was directed from above to below. In an instant, she moved from wide to narrow, and also from hot to cold, and all this did not disrupt the next flow, but worked together as a single mechanism. Elmer nodded and said that it was because of this rule that everyone believed that the dragon's nest was in that particular place. However, in his opinion, since very hot magma flowed through the rift, mana did not collect there, which meant that dragons could not live there. The words made sense, which is why they hit Sean so hard. He said they couldn't all be wrong. But then he remembered that one very important factor had not been taken into account during the planning, namely the Akron volcano. Nodding his head, young Melvinger confirmed this, saying that the magma from this volcano flowed directly under the continent. Sean waved his hands and said that they had detected waves of dragon mana near that area, so the nest simply had to be there. Looking his interlocutor in the eye, Elmer clearly stated that he was not claiming that the nest was not there. Seeing the confusion on Sean's face, the boy smiled wider and said that what they were looking for was definitely in that area. After that, he pointed to a point on the map and concluded that the nest was right there in the Karagul cave. This place was ancient and very gloomy, and strangely enough, the entrance to the cave was decorated with a golden image of a dragon. According to Elmer, the nest was right there in a place where centuries of knowledge and secrets were kept. All these words seemed true and could help in planning the expedition, but Sean needed to somehow tell the higher-ups about this. Standing in front of the dean's door, the guy thought about whether he should pretend to be a fool because if he angered the authorities, they might just kick him out. The internal conflict had gone so far that Sean began wandering aimlessly through the corridors to decide what was the right thing to do. When he heard the strange sound, he immediately realized that someone was in the training room, but he never expected to see Elric there. The young man exhausted himself with training, hoping that he would be able to use magic and thereby raise his family from its knees. Smiling at the stubbornness of the one who everyone was telling to quit training, Sean realized that the guy would be able to cure his illness. And since he considered him his friend, he decided that he should make an effort and help him in this matter. Finally, the moment came when the head of the academy deigned to receive Nemester and review his report. The dean of Usden Academy, named Barrack, asked if the assistant professor really believed that the search report was wrong. So as not to anger the proud man, Sean said that it was not so. He just wanted to know what the dean thought about this possibility. The man swung his leg languidly and said he had no idea how the boy had come to such conclusions, but he would not be able to convince him that he was right. The dean chuckled and said that even the Nemester name didn't help, which sent Sean into a fit of rage as he wanted to achieve everything through his own efforts, not through his noble birth. Barrack didn't care who stood in front of him. He angrily promised that he would not leave such impudence unpunished. At that moment, Sean felt for the first time how overwhelming the mana of the man sitting in front of him was. It was the power of a seventh circle mage. When it was no longer possible to stand due to this energy, the door suddenly swung open, and in the passage stood none other than Elric. He walked brazenly into the office and did not answer his friend's quiet question about what he was doing there. Having bowed to the dean, the guy greeted him respectfully and apologized for such an unexpected visit. This impudent behavior made Barrack more and more angry, but he decided to listen to this ill-mannered boy. Then he suddenly recognized the student as the heir to the Melvinger family and asked if he had helped the professor's assistant come to such absurd thoughts. He answered in the affirmative. It was clear that the student was not at all embarrassed, which made him even more irritating in the eyes of the director. The dean praised the ordinary student for his analysis and insight, but suggested that such a conclusion had no basis in fact. To which Elric mockingly replied that he had merely shared with his friend the truth that even a 3-year-old child knew. In his opinion, it was strange that the dean had asked for proof. This phrase caused a tense and long silence, which was accompanied by angry looks that Barrack sent to the student. Looking at all this, Sean could only think that his friend had gone crazy since he decided to mock the dean. It seemed that he had decided to kill them both. The man lowered his head, cleared his throat, and said a phrase about a simple truth. It was clear that he didn't like it at all. Then he raised his head and laughed loudly, saying that he couldn't even find the right words. In his opinion, it was unlikely that a loser like Elric could give good advice. Then young Melvinger looked up and asked the gentleman if he really thought his guess was wrong. He nodded his head without further ado, saying that few people are lucky enough to draw the right conclusions the first time. Then he added that trash like the blonde guy shouldn't open his mouth because he needs to know his place. But as a professor, Barrack couldn't ignore his student's thought, so he began to think about how to get out of this situation. He challenged the guy to a bet, and the sinister expression on his face didn't bode well. Elric tensed and asked what kind of argument the man was referring to. He replied that he would give the student everything necessary for the research team. He could request absolutely anything he needed. But if he fails, he will have to give up something that was incredibly valuable both for the guy and for the entire continent. The dean wanted to bet on a family heirloom left behind by the first headmaster, Uston. The situation was resolved, and now the two friends were riding in an expensive carriage through the streets of the town. Sean kept pestering Elric with questions about whether he was really happy with everything, and he buried his face in his book and said that his ears were about to fall off. Realizing that Sean wouldn't leave him alone, the boy smiled wearily and muttered that everything was fine because he had been promised that they wouldn't stop him if he found the nest. This frivolity annoyed Sean so much that he snatched the book from his friend's hands and looked at him sternly. He reminded him that if the nest could not be found and all these assumptions were wrong, then the Melvinger family heirloom would be taken away. Then Elric's gaze fell on the pendant that had been hanging around his neck all this time. This relic was passed down only to the head of the Melvinger family and was very valuable. The heir of the Nemester family said that the dean had always wanted to possess this medallion, so he would not give up trying to take it. But this did not change the good mood of young Melvinger. Smiling, he said that despite all this, his friend was on the same side with him. Sean ran his hand over his face in irritation and asked if Elric realized that if they didn't find the nest, it would end his career too. The young man then turned and looked seriously at Sean and asked him if he really thought he would accept the bet if he was not sure he was right. The friend looked up at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding why he was so self-confident. He chuckled and replied that if the dean dared to want his family heirloom, he should put at stake no less than his life. Hearing this, goosebumps ran down Sean's spine, and behind his friend's cute appearance, he completely forgot that this guy had two nicknames. The first reflected his unhappy nature and sounded like a disgrace to the Melvinger family. The second was used very rarely, but it still existed and spoke of the young man as the worst of his family. And now Sean understood that in front of him sat not some loser, but a crazy strategist who had decided to win this argument. He remembered a story that happened to them at the beginning of the semester, when they were freshmen. It was 7 years ago. In that lesson, they created the Mana Circle, and everyone wanted to show their abilities as best as possible. Elric was only 15 years old, but even then he understood that magic was not easy for him, so he sat alone on the sidelines. The more successful students would approach him and demonstrate their abilities, asking if it was really a representative of the legendary family in front of them. They mockingly talked about how the boy had simply been picked up off the street and taken in by kind, rich people. These words hit the teenager's psyche very hard, especially considering that the wound from his parents' death still hurt unbearably. He felt so bad that all this pent-up anger gave him strength. Then he decided to deal with his offenders and show them once and for all that he was not a weakling. The lack of magic did not stop him from using physical force. He hit hard the guy who bullied him the most. This bold action shocked his classmates, because they never expected this outsider to have any courage. Holding in his hands the bloody ball with which he had hit the offender, the guy suddenly realized that such people only understand the language of force. After this incident, Eric had to go through the disciplinary committee, where he reported that the Viscount's child dared to insult him, the head of the ducal family. That is why he punished him according to the laws of the Empire, after which he looked at the judges and boldly asked if there were any other problems. The teachers started whispering because they didn't know what to charge the boy with. According to the law, he did everything correctly. The way Elric managed to turn the situation in his favor made Sean Nemester respect him. But the young duke was still removed, since the rules of the academy stated that all students were equal. But after that day, no one dared to touch him, because they finally realized that it was better not to mess with this guy, since he could fight back. And now, remembering all this, Sean realized that the young duke would not allow anything serious to happen to him. Despite all the events of the past, the friend continued to be angry with Elric because he behaved as if they were not going towards mortal danger. Then he finally looked at the book he had taken from his friend. It was forbidden and talked about the effects of different physical enchantment factors. Smiling sheepishly, Melvinger said that if he was seen with her, he would most likely be burned at the stake. Throwing the book back, Sean said that he had the misfortune of becoming friends with a real madman. He was interested in what his friend was going to do when he studied the body-strengthening artifacts of the Monster King. He replied that he was simply curious as to whether it could be used to treat his illness. Elric recalled that when the King of the Beasts invaded the Empire with his army of beastmen, The inhabitants of the continent had terrible difficulties. The problems were mostly due to body-strengthening artifacts that could not enhance physical abilities. Eventually, the artifacts were lost when the Empire drove out the King of Beasts and Beastmen and built the wall. Yes, this story was well known to Sean. He added that even scientists were unable to restore the lost items. Elvic then said that he had managed to restore them, but he had no idea how to apply them to his body. Shocked, Nemester was already tired of being surprised, but the fact that the boy managed to restore them was simply unthinkable. The rest of the trip continued without any tense conversations, Sean deciding that if he heard any more news, his brain would refuse to function. After some time, the carriage stopped, and the guys got out to see what was going on because they clearly had not yet reached their destination. A group of students walked towards them and said in a feignedly friendly voice that they hadn't seen their classmates for a long time. Elric clearly didn't expect to meet these guys, and to be honest, he didn't want to at all. There were 3 guys standing in front of them. In the middle was Rivern, a senior researcher at Barak's Institute, and also the same boy he had beaten up in his first year. When Sean saw them, he growled in anger, because the dean had sent them people with whom they definitely wouldn't work together. Rivern ordered him to calm down because they were sent here to work, and not for more arguments and childish scandals. Elric was also very unhappy with all this. He hoped that after he said that he did not need help, the headmaster of Uston would not send anyone. Coming closer to his friend, Nemester whispered to him if he felt how their colleagues were hiding their mana, this was in the spirit of Barak. But young Melvinger had prepared for the unexpected, saying that he had brought with him the breath of the hyena and the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky. The dean only found out that Elric had taken these items after the student's carriage had departed. He was clearly displeased, but his people kept their promise to help the student in any way they could. Namely, they gave the guy a bottle containing hellfire and armor with the strongest resistance to any kind of attack. Barak couldn't believe that his subordinates had given the student a star magic equipment that could turn the entire city into dust. When the employee realized what he had done, he tried to leave the boss's office as quickly as possible. Barak knew that if the other candidates found out about it, there would be a big fuss, so it was necessary to hide this information. Then a sudden thought struck the man's head. He realized that if the guy was really going to find the dragon's nest, then he just needed to skillfully hinder him. It was decided to replace the stupid research team that calls itself scientists, but misses elementary things that even a student knows. But then he realized that thanks to these people, he would be able to get hold of the magic pendant that he desired so much. After all, as soon as he was in his hands, Barak could count on a promotion and finally change the dean's chair to the director's. The man realized that even if his student won the argument, the guy would only win if he stayed alive. As Elric leafed through the pages of the forbidden book, he tried to ignore his new companions. They looked at him with curiosity because they didn't like it at all that they were considered a nobody. Sean stepped forward, activating his magical abilities and using a skill that helped find hidden mana. The energy spread further and further until a huge pillar of fire was discovered, which was very close. Then Nemester finally became convinced that his crazy friend was indeed right. Even the team sent by the dean stared in shock at the pillar of fire and whispered about whether it had been here before. Only Elric was not at all surprised because he knew perfectly well that in the end he would be right, despite all the doubts of the others. He turned to the research team and ordered them to start moving before the light pillar disappeared. But his friend decided to act ahead and not wait for the rest of the team, so he grabbed Elric and flew with him to where he pointed. Rivern and the rest of the gang could only watch in amazement as their leaders quickly walked away. They didn't know what to do in this case, so they stood with their mouths open and waited for their problems to solve themselves. There was nothing to do, so Rivern and his friends set off on foot, and when they arrived, they were incredibly tired. Looking around, they did not notice anything that they expected. The boys did not believe that the nest would be located in such an open area. Of course, they decided that Melvinger, as usual, had brought them bad results. So Rivern said that right now they could go forward and punch the loser's skull. Suddenly, Elric screamed, telling his friend that some kind of energy had been detected near them. The guy suggested that Sean open a huge hole right where the mana accumulation was felt. He said that he would do whatever was needed. Activating his energy, Sean directed his inner fire to the will, and it illuminated the entire space around him, filling it with unbearable heat. The flash was so strong that the guy himself seemed to have turned into a flame that was blazing madly. There was a powerful explosion, which made the earth shake, and one could hear it crack. Stones were flying in all directions, and the heat was so strong that the boys thought they would burn along with the earth. But then everything stopped as suddenly as it had begun, and now the boys stood and looked at a large crack in the ground that had formed as a result of the explosion. Rivern and his team couldn't believe that one man was capable of creating such chaos. Looking at the hole that had formed, one of the guys said that Sean had only opened up what was already there, and only a dragon could have created such a funnel. Mana began to emanate from this crack, and it was so strong that it was difficult to even stand next to it. The boys held on with all their might, but the unbridled force became more and more destructive. Then Elric stepped forward and said that they should not give in under any circumstances, as it was simply pent-up mana that was released when they made the hole. In his opinion, now was the best moment to enter the resulting funnel. After that, without warning, he jumped there, listening to worried voices that he needed to follow him. They found themselves in a cave. It was damp and very cold. Some of the guys tried to use spells, but it didn't get warmer. Elric suddenly stopped and stared ahead, as if he saw something important. But there was only emptiness ahead, so the guys asked what the guy saw. Young Melvinger said it was nothing. He just felt a chill down his spine. Sean replied that it was no surprise. It was freezing cold out there. The research team continued to move forward, unaware of the monsters lurking right next to them. An ancient evil lurked in these dungeons, and at any moment it was ready to jump out and attack. But since it had waited too long, it was ready to take its time because finally the prey was so close. The team stopped and looked at something amazing, something they had only read about in books before. They stood in front of a huge door with a golden dragon sign on it. One of the men told the strongest to come to him. Rivern added that they should try to break down the door. One of the team members claimed that they would not open the door with magic. Then suddenly an urgent order was heard for everyone to stop immediately. Rolling his eyes, Elric said that the door was sealed with a dragon seal and it wouldn't be that easy to open. Moreover, they did not know what could happen if they somehow damaged the seal. Rivern immediately said that he had noticed this moment immediately and was going to take it into account when opening the door. But it was clear to anyone that he was simply lying. While Melvinger was giving orders, Rivern noticed something strange near the door. There was a small bulge a little to the side. The guy crouched down to take a closer look at it and understand what was in front of him. After examining the team, Elric asked everyone not to take any independent actions from now on because they could not predict the consequences. But these phrases were not heard by Rivern, who began to run his finger along that very bulge on the door. When Melvinger saw this, he screamed in fear for the boy not to touch anything, but it was too late. This thick-headed brunette managed to grab the hemisphere on the door and was now squeezing it tightly with his hand. That's when the problem started. He activated the defense mechanism, and a fire broke out in the cave. Yes, now they would definitely warm up. The flames spread so quickly that the guy didn't have time to jump away from the place of destruction and ended up in the hottest spot. One could only guess what exactly Rivern had activated and what the consequences would be for them all. As the drawing on the door disappeared and the symbols lit up, the team members began to wonder what was going on. Clearly nothing good. Elric realized that a trap had been activated and they were all in mortal danger. Flashes of fire began to appear in random places and, unfortunately, hit some of the team members. The rest looked at their comrades but could do nothing to help. They could only listen to their dying cries. The explosions were happening one after another, and it was clear that a way had to be found to end this nightmare. Sean asked his friend fearfully what they should do now, hoping that he knew the answer. Melvinger was very smart, so he immediately guessed that he first needed to try to decipher the text written on the door. The guy tried to abstract himself from all the screams and concentrate on his thoughts, which was not easy in this chaos. He told himself to forget that his life was at stake and pretend that this was just a test assignment. If we look at the situation from this perspective, the guy was confident that, as always, he would be able to find an answer. Taking out a clean sheet of parchment and a piece of charcoal, he began to make notes that would help him piece together the text. It was hard to ignore the new explosions and the screams of people burning alive. Gritting his teeth, the boy knew that if he didn't concentrate, many more of the team would die, if not all of them. At this time, Sean tried to contain the fire by creating a protective barrier. It helped a little, but the flames still leaked out and managed to injure people. At that time, Elric was busy making notes in his notebook, knowing that the lives of each of them depended on it. Putting his hand on the hemisphere on the door, he realized that there was just a little bit left, because up until this moment he had not done anything wrong. Closing his eyes, the boy prayed to the higher powers to help him save his comrades and survive himself. Yes, he managed to stop this apocalypse. The next moment, everything stopped, and the fire disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. Finally, Sean was able to catch his breath. The guy fell onto the stone floor of the cave and realized that just a couple of seconds ago he was on the verge of death. Having dealt with all this, Elric immediately rushed to his friend to find out how he was feeling. Laughing, young Nemester said that he survived only thanks to his crazy comrade. Everyone around was bustling about and trying to help the wounded. But the boy could not stop admiring what Elric had done, who, with the help of his knowledge and ingenuity, prevented the deaths of many of the team. Young Melvinger saw nothing special in his actions, so he said that it was in his brain that his strength lay. But the guys relaxed too early because the problems were not over yet. They were just beginning. A bright light illuminated the entire cave and filled it with an ominous energy that literally screamed about the approach of danger. Suddenly, a shot was heard, followed by something resembling a projectile flying towards one of the team members, which wounded him with incredible speed. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening, as his hand was burned by severe pain and blood splashed onto everyone standing nearby. Looking around, Elric tried to understand what had happened and from which direction to expect the next attack. It turned out that these were huge, sharp ice flows that could pierce through anyone they hit. There were so many of them that Elric realized that new injuries would not be long in coming. Luckily, Sean arrived in time, activated a magical shield, and protected his friend from the fate of being pierced by an ice weapon. His example was followed by other members of the team. One after another, they activated their shields, thus saving themselves from the sharp ice flows. Realizing that this problem could be solved in the same way as the previous one, Elric reached for the parchment to solve the next puzzle. He carefully translated the mysterious symbols on the door, hoping that this catastrophe would also stop. His trembling hands carefully depicted each symbol, which had a specific meaning. It was becoming increasingly difficult to contain the onslaught, so Sean began to hurry his friend, because he felt that his energy might soon run out. Reading the symbols over and over again, the boy finally realized what they were dealing with. It was the source of magic, and the symbols were written in the dragon language, which was considered the true language of magic. Now it was clear what needed to be done. Elric turned to Sean and asked him to hold on a little longer. He nodded but told him to hurry. The guy realized that he had only a few seconds to get to the door and do what he had planned. Sean saw that his friend was trying to save them all, but he was having the most difficult time holding the shield. Young Melvinger understood this perfectly well, so he tried to do everything as quickly as possible. To prevent the ice arrow from entering his body, he activated one of the items he took from the academy. Seeing what exactly was in the boy's arsenal, Rivern and his company couldn't believe that he had been entrusted with the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky. And it was activated just in time, because it was at that moment that Sean's shield fell and one of the ice flows hit the guy's body. It was the armor that prevented Elric from being pierced through and through because it was incredibly strong. Finally reaching the next hemisphere on the door, Melvinger touched it. He closed his eyes because he was very worried, but despite this, he was almost completely sure that he was doing everything right. The team members' shields began to collapse one after another, and the ice flows were dangerously close to the boys' bodies. One was too close to Sean, another couple of centimeters, and it could have bitten into the guy's neck. Looking at this, Elric could not believe that he had made a mistake, and now his best friend would pay for it with his life. When he was about to scream in despair, everything changed in an instant. The ice flows began to disintegrate right before his eyes, without having time to cause any harm. The trap disappeared just as quickly and suddenly as the previous one, but it was not worth relaxing, because there could still be danger ahead. This time, even Elric seriously thought that he would die. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, but his favorite clothes were torn. He caught Sean's eye and saw his friends smile, realizing that they had still gotten off easy. The rest of the team was tired and very gloomy, They were clearly not enthusiastic about entering the closed room of the cave. The door just started to open. At first, only a small crack was visible, but it became larger and larger, and a bright light poured out from there. The radiance was so blinding that Elric and everyone else could not see anything at all. The young man's eyes lit up. He was already anticipating finding what he came here for, but he shouldn't forget about the wounded, so he ordered to take care of them and then move forward. The expedition members went inside and discovered countless amounts of gold and jewels, and were so surprised they were speechless. But the main value was in the knowledge that was buried underground and hidden in this cave. The team discovered many magical tools and ancient artifacts there, and even found armor made from dragon scales. Elric was most interested in the books that had been preserved here since almost the beginning of time. The boy understood that everyone who was around him considered gold to be the real value, not knowledge. To the surprise of young Melvinger, one of Rivern's friends approached him and said that he had done an absolutely amazing job. Usually Elric saw this guy as being as arrogant as his friend Rivern, but now he showed his other side, the one in which not all was lost. He was distracted from these thoughts by Sean, who put his arm around his friend's shoulders and asked what he had done a little earlier. He said that it was not for nothing that he studied so much, so he imagined that he had another test in front of him and simply solved the problem in geometric perspective, and then used elementary theory. When Elric said this, he suddenly froze with an unexpected feeling of anxiety. The guy felt as if he already had practice questions before the exam. But when Sean asked what he was thinking about, Elric chose not to answer. Then Nemister patted him on the shoulder and said that on such a fine day his comrade should smile. After all, in his opinion, from this moment on, no one would be able to ignore either young Melvinger or his respected family. These words caused confusion and surprise in Elric, because before that he had not even thought about what large-scale events were happening, and this was what worried him. Sean didn't want to let his friend get bored and immerse himself in sad thoughts, so he asked him to just enjoy his triumph. The whole team scattered to different corners of the cave, and some of them found very interesting specimens. One of the boys was holding a glowing magic ball in his hands, from which powerful energy emanated. Elric was then named leader, and called to take a look at the discovered laboratory that was within these walls. Sean was glad that his friend had grown up enough to deserve such a nickname. He also had to follow him, but Rivern called out to him and said that behind the mountain of treasures lay the corpse of a dragon. This was much more interesting than touring the lab, so he invited Elric to come along. But Rivern didn't like this. He grabbed the guy by the hand and said that their leader would come a little later. The look of his unpleasant companion was tense and did not bode well. He didn't lie. The huge skeleton of the dragon was indeed hidden behind a mountain of gold. Its scale was both amazing and terrifying at the same time. It was easy to guess that a creature of this size was of the rank of the Dragon King. Rivern added that he had been here for over 4,000 years. While Sean was distracted, Elric was in big trouble, and they decided to teach him a lesson, envious of his achievements. The scoundrels from Rivern's company took advantage of the opportunity, and the whole crowd began to beat up young Melvinger. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that he shouldn't have let his guard down and neglected his defense, thinking that those he saved wouldn't attack so vilely. The one who just a few minutes ago called his work amazing was one of those who threw punches, saying that it was not all out of malice. This hypocrite even added that they liked Melvinger, but the work came before personal preferences. At this time, an unsuspecting Sean was looking at the dragon's skeleton with interest. He looked at it so long and so intently that at one point it even seemed to him that the ancient bones were moving. The only bones that actually moved were poor Elric, who was threatened with having his limbs broken, wondering where everyone else was, those who could help him. They were all busy with their own research and paid no attention to the outside noise. No one heard the quiet plea for help, so the whole crowd continued to beat the guy. At that moment, Elric realized that if he were suddenly beaten to death here, then no one would even know where his body was actually buried. It became so obvious that no one could be trusted that the boy began to scold himself for his stupidity. One of the men who had been engaged in the massacre activated his power, and Elric realized that nothing could save him from the fire. But he was wrong. Circumstances were on his side and chance became his salvation. Although this very accident could have led to his death in the future, at least it saved him from vile traitors. He witnessed his attacker's hand being separated from the rest of his arm and falling to the floor. Then Elric finally dared to turn his head and look at the one who was the cause of all this new chaos. At first he noticed a crowd of running people who were shouting in fear something about a dragon and that they urgently needed to escape. Then the guy noticed the culprit of this fuss. The huge skeleton of a dragon was moving as if it was still alive, and blue flames were bursting out of its mouth. All the previous problems seemed so insignificant to him that it even became funny, because now they had to overcome the dragon. The creature emanated such powerful energy that everything around it collapsed. Stones flew in different directions, and the cave itself shook. The creature was approaching very quickly, despite the fact that it was made entirely of ancient bones. But Elric wasn't going to run away in horror. He ordered himself to pull himself together and began to think through his actions, imagining that he was solving another problem on the exam. He tuned out all the screaming people and focused on his own thoughts, knowing that he could only save the team if he found the nest. To survive, he had to avoid the dragon, but that didn't mean the boy was going to escape the cave. But the dragon suddenly stopped, and the guy couldn't understand what it meant and how bad his affairs were. Hundreds of thoughts were spinning in the boy's head about how the dragons were amazing, that the magic of their language was just magic, and that the creature itself was the source of the spell's cancellation. He suddenly realized that he needed to use his breathing consistently and buy himself some time to prepare. Turning to the members of the expedition, the leader said authoritatively that they must gather together and form a defensive line. Despite the recent troubles and conflicts, everyone obediently followed the instructions and did everything necessary for protection. Soon, only dozens of shields were visible, arranged in such a way that it would be difficult even for a dragon to get close to the people. But still, when the creature began to move and inexorably approach, Elric felt an animal fear inside him. Anyone in his place would have felt the same way, because only a fool would not be afraid of a huge monster that you could read about in all the horror stories. The shields clashed with the flames of the ancient creature, and it became clear that they would not last long. Looking at all this, Elric realized that they could only be saved if they managed to block the attack within 20 seconds. Sean was no less determined. Despite his own fatigue, he ordered everyone to hold on to the end. For a few minutes, the team actually managed to hold back the dragon's onslaught, but then their shields began to weaken and let the fire through. At this time, Melvinger was calculating the escape route in his head. It would take 17 seconds to reach the door. If they closed the doors in 3 seconds, they would survive. But it was at that moment that the shield gave way, and the flames engulfed the people who were no longer protected. Of those who were hit, only decayed bones remained, which could not even be identified. The whole team was completely confused due to fear of the monster. As the one called the leader, Elric took charge and ordered the frightened boys to act right away. Everyone started running because the boys' call reminded them that if they did not hurry, they would remain in this cave forever. Keeping up with the rest of the team, Melvinger thought that if they continued in the same spirit, they might be able to escape in time. But all these positive thoughts dissipated as soon as the corpse of a team member running next to him fell in front of the guy. As the man's blood spattered Elric's face, the realization came to him that his rescue plan would not be so easy to implement. Then another person suffered, and his death was even more cruel and terrible than that of his predecessor. I didn't want to believe at all that all this was happening in reality. It would have been better if it had all been a nightmare. After all, the living dead definitely looked more like a living nightmare than like the current reality from which there was no escape. Before Elric were legendary beings who were commanded to protect the dragon, called the Spartans. Until that moment, the boy thought they were fiction, part of a terrifying mythology that had no place in real life. But no, they were quite real, and by the way, they burned quite well in the magical fire. The Spartan guy was saved from the attack by Sean, who shouted at him to pull himself together and not get distracted. Nemester masterfully dealt with these monsters and did not pay attention to the fact that they were literally living legends. It became clear that it was simply unrealistic to kill all the Spartans, so it was necessary to come up with an alternative solution, and only Elric could do this. He knew that every problem had a solution, and he was determined to find it, no matter what. As if to confirm his intention, the ancient Melvinger family medallion began to flash. After that, a sharp headache made the boy hiss and close his eyes. He thought ironically that this was all he needed now. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the world around him now looked a little different. Everything turned pale green, and one could see lines that vaguely resembled a web. Elric understood that Sean was trying to tell him something, but he couldn't hear a single word. After a couple of seconds, the guy realized that all this time his friend had been shouting at him to dodge. Turning his head, it became clear that this was not just a warning, but literally a plea, because one Sparta was too close to Elric. It was necessary to urgently come up with some kind of plan, because everything could end too badly. The bloodthirsty monster was ready to bite into the soft flesh of its victim, but everything went wrong. Somehow Melvinger managed to dodge so quickly that he himself did not understand how it happened. Then he repeated this trick and finally began to guess what was happening to him. It was not a fantasy. The young man actually saw where Sparta would go and how he needed to dodge the attack. And also, the vision that painted the world in green colors allowed the guy to see where his opponent was going to hit. Based on this, he quickly realized that he would be safe if he hit the points he saw on the bodies of his opponents. It was too easy, so Elric began to suspect that this was another trap. But then he saw how hard his team was fighting, and how soon they would not be able to resist, and he realized that he had no choice. There was no extra time to think, because if everything continued like this, they would all lay down their lives in this dungeon. Running away from the Spartans to a safe distance, the guy decided to buy some time for the next maneuver. He knew that if he didn't take action, they would all die in vain, so he shouted to his comrades to follow him. Sean, of course, supported his friend and ordered all team members to hurry up. Rivern fell a little behind the crowd, so he began to whine like a child and asked to wait for him. Without turning his head, Elric told everyone to follow him closely. And he moved, trusting his eyes, which saw what was hidden from the eyes of others. The guy managed to anticipate every new step of the Spartans, which helped him lead his team to the exit without losses. He gave orders, and they were followed without question. When Elric ordered Sean to shoot a fireball at the enemy's left leg, he realized that they had a true leader in front of them. Finally, the boys managed to get to the door, the hope of salvation shining in their hearts ever brighter. They ran as fast as they could, hoping that they would never have to face such horrors again. But the work was not yet finished, because in order to survive, they had to close this huge door, which looked unliftable. But not everyone could move towards freedom. Some of the guys needed help. This was the kind of person Rivern was. Unable to move quickly and begging for salvation, Elric immediately recognized his voice. Melvinger knew that if he wanted to close the door, he had to dump him because the guy was a pain in the ass. But on the other hand, he felt that he had to help him, despite all the troubles he had brought. His confidence was boosted when he turned around and saw a Spartan approaching Rivern about to strike him. At that moment, Elmer realized that he could not let this man die. He did as his conscience dictated, so Rivern and Elric barely managed to escape from Sparta and run out the door. Sean asked irritably why they were getting there so slowly, and his friend explained that their mutual friend had very weak legs. In any case, the Spartans could not leave the dungeon. Some invisible force held them at the threshold. This indicated that some kind of spell had been cast on the entrance to the cave. In a calmer environment, Elric remembered that there were signs of destruction above the dragon's lair, indicating that there were other uninvited guests besides them. But the troubles were not over yet. They continued to rain down on the children's heads. A dragon appeared from the doorway, confidently moving towards them. Everything around them began to collapse, turning into a real madness that threatened to kill them right now. Rivern then shouted, warning that the Spartans were also approaching, which was impossible since, as mentioned earlier, there was a restriction spell. When everything around was turning into a complete apocalypse, only Elric remained calm and did not move from his place. Sean couldn't help but notice this because it seemed like his friend had simply gone crazy. When they all ran a decent distance away from the entrance to the cave, the guy remained standing right at the entrance and had no plans to move at all. Then Nemester cried out, asking his friend what he was doing, since his inaction could lead to death. To which Elric laughed carefreely and told everyone else to go ahead and not wait for him. These words were extremely inappropriate and stupid, so Sean rushed to his comrade, hoping to manage to pull him out of the cave. But the door slammed in his face just as he approached to take the crazy boy away. The guy angrily pounded on the locked door and shouted that life had linked him with a crazy idiot who, by the will of fate, had become his close friend. He closed his eyes and realized that he might never see Elric again, since the chance of escaping from that chaos was zero. He immediately remembered the first time he had met this cute blonde man, 7 years ago, just after Melvinger had been suspended from school after beating up Rivern. When Sean asked him to become friends, he was met with only an indifferent look from cold green eyes. After looking at him carefully, young Melvinger told the boy to leave him alone, which shocked Nemester because he was not used to such treatment. But the guy didn't give up trying to make friends with Elmer. He approached him several more times, but the answer was the same: cold, back off. Subsequent attempts to make friends felt like stalking, but time after time Sean received the same response. One day they had an evening training session. In order to participate in it, the guys had to have good endurance and the desire to become a real magician. The teacher said that they would be awarded points depending on the number of participants who reached the finish line, but they couldn't use magic. Fearing that they would be disqualified, the students began to work on the assignments in an effort to get everything right. But the fastest of them all was Sean, who took the lead from the start and was in the lead among all the others. When he was already halfway up the mountain, he suddenly remembered Elric and wondered if he should take this guy with him. Turning back, he got distracted and did not notice the obstacle in his path, which is why he tripped and fell. This caused Sean to roll down the slope and was unable to stop his fall. He finally stopped only when he managed to grab hold of a protruding rock, but there was one catch. The guy was hanging over the abyss and had absolutely no idea how he could get up onto a solid surface and get out of this trap. Wounded and covered in blood, Sean barely found the strength to utter a plea for help. He doubted that anyone would hear his weak voice. But still, someone approached him, and hope suddenly flared up in his soul until he realized who exactly he was dealing with. Standing in front of him was Rivern, who arrogantly asked if the heir of the Nemester family couldn't just use magic to get out. Sean knew this guy was a jerk even during his conflict with Elric, but he never thought people could be that rotten. The boy didn't know how long he hung in that position, but he felt that he couldn't hold out any longer. Realizing that he could die this way, he wondered for the first time whether it was worth using magic even if he was disqualified. Tears started flowing from his eyes because he was a principled guy and did not want to break the rules even to save his own life. His hand shook as he thought about being expelled and not even being able to look his father in the eye. Eventually, the weakened fingers gave way and Sean stopped hanging from the cliff. Just when he was starting to feel like he was in free fall and his breath was catching, the guy suddenly felt someone grab his hands. It was Elric who was doing his best to pull Sean to the surface and keep him from crashing into the rocks. Gritting his teeth, young Melvinger asked Nemester to hold on tighter, as that would make it easier for him to pull him out. The two boys ended up sitting across from each other, breathless, and Sean's heart was filled with a gratitude that was hard to put into words. Having caught his breath a little, Nemester told his savior to go ahead, because he might be late because of him. The guy looked at Sean silently for a few seconds, wondering what he should do next. His gaze fell on his classmate's bruised leg. It was clear that in such a state, he would hardly be able to reach the finish line. Then Elmer did what he thought was right. He helped Sean up, threw his arm over himself, and they began to move together. When Nemester began to be indignant, his savior suddenly remembered that he wanted to make friends, and then all conversations died down. Sean couldn't believe that such kind people existed. His new friend grinned and said that he owed him a couple of artifacts. Elmer laughed and added that he had lowered the price even more because they were friends now, and it would have been impolite to ask for more. Picking up on the joke, Sean said that Elmer only befriended him for the benefit of the situation and wanted to trick him into giving him artifacts, which caused both boys to burst into uncontrollable laughter. Now, standing in front of the closed door, Sean didn't understand who his friend, who didn't have magical powers, was trying to save. When he heard cries for help through the thick door, he clenched his teeth to keep from screaming in grief. He shouted back for Elric to just wait a bit. He promised to call the elders of the house or eventually his father. Begging his friend to hold on a little longer and not die, the boy rushed to look for help. Elric did this on purpose so that his comrade would go to a safe distance, because he could not afford to drag him into danger. Now he was left alone with a horde of Spartans and a huge dragon that was rushing straight at him. This fight was accepted without further thought. The guy rushed into the thick of things without feeling any fear. He knew what he needed to find, and it seemed he had finally seen what could stop this whole nightmare. Moving at incredible speed, Elric hoped that he would have enough time to reach the right place. When he was close enough, he jumped and prayed that his conclusions were correct, otherwise they would all die. Having reached the right place, the guy stopped seeing anything because of the bright light that illuminated everything around. Then a strange object appeared in his hands, which became his weapon against this entire army of evil. It was obvious that this thing was not just an artifact, because waves of powerful energy emanated from it. The boy's eyes lit up and he turned to his enemies, asking if they wanted to feel the power of this item on their own skin. A flame flared up around him. It engulfed his entire body but did not burn, but gently enveloped the skin, causing no harm. Elric knew that such things could only be used if you had mana, but despite this, he unlocked the artifact. They decided that instead of mana, his personal life force would be used, which would help activate the magical item. The fire was so strong that nothing remained of the already decayed bodies of the Spartans, only charred bones. Young Melvinger realized that this was all a test for the dragon. He believed that if that was indeed the case, the answer lay within this test. And that meant it was worth dealing with the dragon and understanding what exactly he wanted from the guy. A memory suddenly came into his head. In front of him was the corpse of an ancient dragon, with a spear piercing its skull. A similar spear was found in the cave, and it seemed to Eric to be the key, the answer to the most important exam questions. But if he was wrong, and this was all just someone's game, then he will meet his death in this very place. However, he could not retreat because the blood of the Melvingers' legendary demon fighters flowed in his veins. So he grabbed the spear, even though the Spartans surrounded him and were ready to tear him apart with their sharp claws. When the boy's hand touched the ill-fated spear, everything around him began to glow with a blue light that even the Spartans avoided. Opening his eyes, the young man realized that the cave had changed and was no longer like the previous dungeon he had been in. He was afraid to even blink, his brain frantically trying to understand what had happened. A huge dragon was flying in the sky above him, completely unlike the decayed remains he had seen. And on the edge of the cliff stood a creature from which waves of ancient and very dark energy emanated. The dragon became more and more furious, his body filled with power that was about to burst out. The creature standing near the cliff watched the monster with some kind of sick love, after which he turned and finally looked at the guy, his mouth stretched into a crazy smile, and his eyes sparkled with hellish flames. When Elric realized that the half-human, half-demon was looking at him, goosebumps ran across his skin. But the terrible things did not stop, because the dragon flapped his wings strongly and roared loudly so that the earth trembled. After this, the creature began to move. It was slowly approaching, holding some strange sparkling ball in its hands. A similar sphere was in the dragon's mouth, and this strange similarity caused an animal fear inside Melvinger. The sphere in the half-demon's hands turned into a spear, and he began to move forward quickly. His path lay straight towards the dragon. It was clear that he was planning to do something terrible. The half-demon's evil smile confirmed these alarming guesses. Well, it was stupid to hope for something good. Jumping up, the villain headed towards the monster's mouth. He carefully avoided the sharp teeth and pierced the sphere that was in the monster's mouth with his spear. There was such a huge amount of mana coming from him that the guy decided that the sage of the 8th circle was standing in front of him, but he was still dealing with someone else. This was indicated by the ease with which the creature dealt with a powerful dragon, whose killing was considered a virtually impossible task. Elric watched all this and could not believe that the picture in front of him was real. He felt that he was in a mad dream. The main character of which was a creature that was strong enough to kill a real dragon. The fact that a monster of this level had just been killed single-handedly was hard to wrap my head around. And all this seriously scared the guy, who until that moment considered such actions unrealistic. Then the half-demon turned to Elric with a strange smile and, calling him his new vessel, said that he was destined to remove the seal from him. After this, the creature's body dispersed and turned into a black haze, from which came calls to merge with it. After all, this will help the evil creature finally take over this entire world. There was just one thing that could interfere with these plans, the dragon, who was still not dead and was intent on chaining the demon. Heavy magical shackles wrapped around the body of the evil demon king named Mephistopheles. The ancient dragon spoke up and addressed the demon, saying that he would be buried here with him. The fact that such monsters could speak was a real revelation for Elric. He stood in place and could not even move from fear. Mephistopheles turned to the monster named Shinaik and said that although he had been sealed with him for 1,000 years, now everything had changed. After all, for the first time in all this time, a great vessel appeared to the demon, which would help him realize his plans. After all these words, the black smoke began to approach Elric and seep into his body, causing unbearable pain. Now the guy suddenly realized that all this was not a test of the dragon. He fell into the trap of the Demon King. There was no way out of it, so all that was left was to accept that young Melvinger would die here. Mephistopheles laughed madly, saying that Shinaika's mana made his vessel's body even stronger. But Elric could hardly hear anything anymore. He felt blood flowing from his mouth, nose, and eyes. He was in so much pain that he just wanted to die. The boy found it unbearable that almost all of his loved ones had sacrificed their lives to drive out the monsters in the Great Demon War, and now all of their efforts could be destroyed. No one cared about justice. Even the Imperial family, the Magic Tower, and the Melvinger subjects showed their disgusting desires for power. Even the man Elric trusted most betrayed him and acted like a complete bastard. He did not hesitate to rob orphans and take what rightfully belonged to the young Melvingers. These memories washed over the guy in a painful stream that threatened to drown him in all this madness. But his brain kept throwing up new painful moments from the past. Especially painful was how he and his sister were abandoned by their own uncle. Even then, little Elric understood that he wanted to bring all traitors to justice. But for now, this was impossible. She and her sister were against the world, remaining on the ruins of their own mansion. Now Elric felt the same helplessness as in childhood, because despite his attempts to cure his blocking disease and take revenge on all his offenders, nothing worked. But the guy couldn't just give up without even starting to fulfill his destiny. He was Melvinger, and that meant that no demon would consume him. His eyes glowed with a bright light that contrasted sharply with the darkness that was trying to engulf his insides. The black haze began to dissipate under the influence of a stronger one, which had a greenish tint, identical to the color of Elric's eyes. Mephistopheles roared as he felt a powerful energy. He couldn't understand where this power came from. Young Melvinger rose from his knees and looked at his enemy, then said that the agreement was that the first demon would be consumed. After these words, he raised his hand, and a bright light began to disperse the remnants of the dark haze even faster. Gritting his teeth in anger, the Demon King couldn't believe that such a strong human descendant was standing in front of him. Before Mephistopheles could do anything, everything disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. An image of an ancient creature appeared on the young man's hand, and this was a sign that his life would never be the same again. Opening his eyes, Elric looked at his translucent hands and realized that he had not yet returned to the real world. He saw some kind of spirit standing against the backdrop of a picturesque area. Melvinger tried to find out who was standing in front of him. What was even more confusing was that the spirit looked too familiar, and there was some kind of familial connection about it. A familiar voice spoke up and began to tell them that they were once just a group of scientists chasing after perfect magic. But the problem was that each of them was hungry for more power. This resulted in all these people being defeated by demons and causing great harm to the world. Over time, they realized their mistakes and took steps to make things right and repent of their past sins. The spirit came closer and said that they had created a family in this world. Only the members of this family possessed enough power to defeat not only the Demon King, but also the Overlord himself. The disembodied being said that the eradication and complete destruction of demons was the duty of these people. However, demons would never stop appearing, so it was necessary to always monitor their actions. These dark entities had to be absorbed again and again until they were all finally exterminated. And then, in the distant future, the descendants of the family will be able to inherit the noble desire to live in a world without demons. But first, a huge amount of work will need to be done to eradicate these otherworldly creatures. As the spirit's story came to an end, Elric noticed a huge hand approaching him, wanting to grab the narrator. The guy wanted to warn him, but when he screamed, he suddenly woke up and this time found himself in the real world. He realized this when his hands finally looked less translucent and the atmosphere was not at all otherworldly. Elric sat up in bed and began to look around. It was clear that he was in some room. He immediately became interested in how he got here. His friend Sean stood by the window, his body tense and his shoulders shaking as if he was mourning someone. The guy who came to his senses asked if his friend was really crying, but he waved it off and said that he wouldn't do that. Sean felt very embarrassed to be caught in a moment of weakness. Continuing to embarrass his friend, Elric reminded him that in the dragon's nest he also shed a stingy tear. These words made him very angry. When Nemester looked angrily at his comrade, he fell silent and apologized, because he was the one who was the cause of all the worries. Moreover, Sean kept his promise and brought a rescue team to save the guy. He modestly reminded him of this, to which his friend replied that he could have used his magic to rid him of the bruises. He didn't really appreciate the joke and said that if Elric did something so dangerous again, he would cause him real problems. After this, he suddenly rose from his seat and told the victim to silently get out of bed. Yes, it wasn't Nemester's imagination. The boy really did grow a few centimeters taller, and overall he looked stronger. This observation seemed strange to Elric himself, so he went to the mirror and realized that he now looked a little different. Replaying in his head what happened to him in the cave, the boy realized that he must have changed after all those events with the Demon King. Watching his surprised comrade, Sean finally asked what happened in the nest and what was the fate of that dragon. Elric couldn't tell everything that happened yet, so he said briefly that he would share the details as soon as the time came. Sighing, his friend placed his strong hand on his shoulder and said that he was sure that the young man knew what he was doing. But still, he was quite offended by the fact that his comrade did not want to share absolutely everything with him. In turn, Elric asked what happened to the nest because he did not remember anything that happened after his visions. Nemester said his family was watching the site. Melvinger suggested they must be excavating. But his friend objected, saying that the nest was simply being guarded from people who might want to enter it. When a surprised Elric asked why they hadn't done anything, his interlocutor said that the nest belonged to the one who found it. According to the law, this was exactly the case, but it was normal for strong scientists to acquire a share of the nest when receiving excavation rights. Sean said that the Magic Tower and the Academy were already going crazy with how much they wanted to get their hands on the contents of the dungeon. This whole story didn't make the owner of the dungeon nervous. On the contrary, he looked at his friend with a soft smile. When he asked what he was looking at, the guy simply said thank you, because his friend had been protecting what was rightfully his all this time. Obviously, the Nemester family wanted the rights too, but they were holding them back for Elric. The sweet moment of male friendship came to an end, and the guys once again exchanged barbs in order not to lose their masculine image in each other's eyes. But the fun faded away after unpleasant thoughts began to enter the young man's head. Now was not the time to think about it, but old Barrack was most likely trying to pull every possible string to get the rights to the dungeon. He may have been instrumental in the attack on Elric, hoping to kill him and take the treasures that were in the dragon's nest. Seeing this crazy smile on his friend's face, Sean was scared, because he knew that it was a harbinger of something very bad. Melvinger came closer and his smile grew even wider, hinting that the guy was right. All that was left was to hope that nothing destructive would happen. But trouble began to breathe down Nemester's neck when the blonde source of the troubles said he had one request. It consisted of Sean spreading a rumor that the Melvinger family heir had been seriously injured in the nest. The news spread quickly enough that the magical Imperial Hospital was soon full of visitors. One of them was Dean Barrack, who still couldn't believe what he was hearing. They politely repeated to him that Cadet Elric Melvinger was in a coma due to the serious wounds he had received in the dragon's nest, and so the gentleman was urgently asked to leave the area. The man was outraged that he had come such a long way and was ultimately told to get lost. The others were also angry that no one discussed the issue of transferring rights to the nest, and there were a lot of people who wanted to buy them. So a whole crowd of disgruntled citizens were indignant because the Nemester family was blocking the hospital and not letting anyone in. Elric watched this entire concert closely. Looking out the window at these scoundrels, he could hardly contain his disgust because they behaved like vultures. A representative of the Nemester family, named Karl Dunitz, entered the room, brought the boy lunch, and said that he needed more rest. The young man did not answer. making it clear that he wanted to be alone. Finally, the door closed and he was left completely alone. He sighed, turned to the void, and said that it was time for his new friend to stop staring and start talking, because this boring game couldn't go on for long. Mephisto was extremely unhappy that the Demon King was not being treated with due respect and was being treated so casually. He reminded that before Elric stood the one who plunged the world into danger and chaos, the great Mephistopheles, whose name they were afraid to even pronounce. The boy scratched his nose dismissively and said that in that case he would call the demon spirit Feles. These words made Mephisto even more angry. If he could harm Elric, he certainly would have done so. But now it was just a disembodied evil spirit, and even a cotton ball would do more harm than him. Continuing to wander the corridors of the hospital, the guy was deep in thought. Putting his hand to his body, he realized that there really was a huge power hidden inside him. All this was not a figment of his imagination or a fabrication. Some new energy had actually settled inside him. It was called the Dragon's Heart and was the source of the authority of ancient beings. The boy knew for sure that the dragon died after the Demon King struck it with a spear. He assumed that it was at that moment that the creature's heart entered him. This story was very close to the truth, but still, Elric could not shake the feeling that he carried something else inside him. But the guy couldn't understand what exactly his new part was, because he didn't remember anything from the moment the Demon King tried to take his body. So he wanted to beat answers out of his new companion, who only stared at him and said nothing useful. Elric knew that in ancient times, when the gods ruled the world, the demon lord, who personified darkness itself, had 4 servants. The first was called the End, a demon who could end any form of life. The second was known by the name of Madness. He could drive even the wisest person crazy and make him do the most terrible things. The name of the third was Adultery, a monster that could deprive even the most trustworthy person of fidelity and lead him down a sinful path. And the fourth was the original Demon King, Original Sin, often referred to as Mephistopheles. He was considered the strongest of the unholy 4. It was Mephisto who became attached to Elric, and now the boy had to get used to his annoying presence. The spirit was malevolent and very annoying, and his constant promises of a terrible death were very tiresome to young Melvinger. He had already asked his new companion more than once to shut his mouth for at least a second, but he did not listen to him at all. But Mephisto just couldn't calm down because he waited locked up for a whole 1,000 years, and in the end his mana was stolen by this human spawn. The ancient demon believed that the entire world should bow its knees before him, but this boy couldn't even get out of bed when he talked to him. The expectation of a revival of his former glory became the meaning of his existence in prison, but now this meaning has been cruelly taken away. And it was all because the ancient dragon Shanaik stood in his way and ruined all his plans. This ancient just creature promised Mephistopheles that he would be buried with him, and he kept his word. Because of Shanaik's actions, the Demon King was locked up for 1,000 years, waiting and waiting for someone to help him get out. Suddenly, a group of guys burst into the centuries-old dungeon, not even suspecting where they were going. Among them was the one who could become a vessel for the demon, which would free him from the restraining seal. This guy was perfect for this role because he passed all the tests that were intended for a demon. Mephistopheles almost succeeded in taking the soul of this little man, but his plans went awry again. After all, the boy was not as simple as he initially seemed, and his soul turned out to be too tough even for the Demon King. So now, all that Mephisto has left is bits of his demonic energy and existence. He still couldn't understand what kind of force it was that was able to absorb him. All these tragic thoughts were interrupted by Elric's laughter, who told the demon not to act so arrogantly and powerfully. These words caused a torrent of indignation from his horned companion, who continued to hurl insults at him. The boy didn't pay attention to them. He looked at the family heirloom and kept thinking about the words of the spirit with the familiar voice. The phrase that one day in the future their voices would reach their descendants kept playing over and over in his head. The voice seemed so familiar that Elric couldn't help but wonder if it was his grandfather speaking to him. Then he suddenly remembered the last sentence, which said that right here, according to the agreement, the first demon would be absorbed. Then a thought struck the young man, because it was logical that if absorption meant that he had absorbed the demon's power. Looking at the family artifact, Elric guessed that the magical pendant was the very item that helped carry out the absorption. Now it suddenly became clear why Dean Barrick was so desperately chasing this item, because the pendant could absorb demons. Young Melvinger wondered if he could absorb other demons like his new horned companion in this manner. Suddenly, it became completely obvious that if the first demon was caught, then it was possible to enslave the rest. All that was left was to find them in this or other worlds. A mad laugh burst out of Elric, for now the kings were future dead. Sensing the approach of something terrible, Mephisto felt a chill on his ghostly body. But before the future demon hunt, the boy decided to take his new friend on a short walk, the meaning of which was unclear to Mephistopheles. Unable to withstand the annoying questions, the guy said that while he had not yet figured out how to use the pendant correctly, he had to make sure of something. Closing his eyes, he tried to concentrate on his new power, to feel and understand its mysterious nature. When the young man's eyes opened, the world around him began to look completely different. It seemed that absolutely everything had changed. Everything became much brighter and clearer. Elric could see even the smallest details on the wings of insects that were several meters away from him. Even at the level of sensations, everything seemed different. All senses were heightened to the limit. Elric could hear the flapping of a ladybug's wings, feel the slightest breeze on his skin, and his sense of smell could detect the scent of every flower. He could know absolutely everything. He just had to listen. It seems his guesses about strength were correct. It seemed that his vision was now able to see the very fabric of the universe, and he could easily touch it. The boy wanted to draw strength from the earth itself, so he extended his hand and concentrated. He managed to reach out to an inner power that was something greater than the heart of a dead dragon. It only took one snap of his fingers to draw this power from the depths of his being and turn it into a spark. This spark was able to ignite a raging fire that burned and did not even intend to go out, threatening to burn everything in its path. Mephisto watched all this carefully and could not believe what he saw because it seemed simply impossible. But his vision couldn't deceive him. In front of him was indeed the man who had just used dragon magic. The demon understood that even for the Melvingers, this was too much. Such powerful ancient magic could not be controlled with a snap of the fingers. Just as simply as he had summoned it, the boy made the fire disappear, leaving behind only the smell of burning and smoldering coals. Pressing his lips into a hard line, Elric tried to calm his emotions because now he too could use magic. Finally, his blocking disease was cured. All the humiliation he had gone through because he didn't have magical abilities was now in the past. He had finally become a full-fledged member of his family. Now it's time for payback for all those who betrayed the Melvinger family and ignored Elric and his sister when they needed help. The guy was determined to make each of these vile people regret what they had done. At that time, there was real chaos outside the gates of the hospital where the boy was lying. False rumors reached journalists, and now they were trying to find out more information. They were interested in everything from the condition of the student who was supposedly in a coma to what would happen to the rights to excavate the dragon's nest. But the representative of the Nemester family, Karl Donitz, laconically replied that all statements would be made in the magic tower. Having finished with the journalists, Karl came to the young gentleman and asked him not to force him to deal with things of this kind anymore. When Sean turned to the representative, he added that he would soon die from all the trouble he and Elric were causing. Karl wondered whether his master would be able to cope with the consequences that would certainly follow if their deception was discovered by the magic tower and the imperial family. Noticing that the poor man was covered in cold sweat, Sean handed him a handkerchief and said that he trusted his friend, and he said that he would sort everything out. Melvinger himself believed that the higher the stakes, the greater the reward, so the game was worth the candle. But Nemester did not share his enthusiasm. He wondered if Elric noticed how difficult it was for him with all these antics. Karl's next question distracted him from his sad thoughts. He was very interested in where the culprit of all this confusion had gone. Sean himself asked himself this question. A friend left him a note that he would be away for a while, but where would he go with such a weak body? While sorting through the papers, Karl suddenly froze, after which he slowly approached the young gentleman and said that they had another problem. When the guy asked what the representative meant, he silently handed him the letter. The seal on it was so familiar that it made Sean feel uneasy. Suddenly, the closed door was torn off its hinges, and the person the guy least expected to see now entered the room. The sister asked her little brother if he was planning anything fun without her. Sean could barely ask what she was doing there. The one they called the Firebird Witch, in other words, Tasha Nemester, walked into the room with a swagger. She was very interested in why her brother was so surprised by this visit, because it was acceptable for normal people to visit their relatives. The Magic Tower, the Imperial family, and the Protestant Alliance have always produced the greatest geniuses in one generation. They raised 3 candidates who would lead the Empire in the future. They were nicknamed the 3 New Stars. One of these stars approached Carl and asked if he hadn't given her brother the letter. He began to make excuses, saying that he had been too absent-minded. Tasha Nemester was the youngest person in history to achieve the title of Grand Mage, and it was no coincidence that she was one of the top 3. A tense Sean asked what the real purpose of her visit was, as he didn't believe his sister's motives were selfless. She shared that she heard a rumor about Elric's illness and couldn't sit idly by because she had a certificate in magic. The guy realized that they would have huge problems if Tasha decided to enter the room, where, of course, Elric was not. His sister was a quick learner and could quickly expose them, so Sean tried to say that his friend was in no condition to talk to anyone. These words did not discourage the girl from entering the room. On the contrary, they seemed to excite her. Sean kept trying to convince her that she shouldn't bother the doctors, and that for now the best solution would be to leave the hospital. These words caused a fiery anger to flare up in Tasha, which reminded the boy why she was called the Firebird Witch. His sister hated being ordered around. Clutching her brother's hand tightly, she asked what had happened to the rights to excavate the nest, a difficult question. Especially considering the fact that Tara was just crazy about dragons, Sean completely forgot about this moment. Looking seriously at the guy, the witch assumed that no one had managed to take away the license yet. The sister's power put more and more pressure on the boy. He could barely utter that only Elric would decide this issue. Tara looked at her brother as if he were prey. She assessed his every word and even the intonation that was used. Her strength filled the room. Sean knew he had to endure it because she wouldn't back down that easily. But then, when the girl realized that her brother had inherited not only the surname, but also the family's stubbornness, she let go of his hand. After that, she turned around and simply left, leaving a last word for Sean to contact her as soon as Elric woke up. Rubbing his numb arm, the boy was surprised that his sister had finally given in and decided not to enter the room. But the Firebird Witch didn't forget to say one last taunt and say that if she wasn't the first one her brother contacted, he would be in for a beating. So she strongly advised him to hurry up and do something so that Elric would finally come to his senses after his coma. When Tasha finally left the hospital, Carl, barely alive from fear, asked if the whole nightmare was finally over. Meanwhile, there was real chaos in the city created by journalists. Each of them wanted to be the first to sell a newspaper with the news that the heir of a noble magical family was in a coma. They tried to predict who would get the right to the nest. Wrapped in his cloak, Elric carefully examined the newspaper stands. He realized that his friend was doing a good job of his task. His attention was drawn to one of the newspapers, on the cover of which Dean Barrick was featured. The guy thought with a grin that the man was all photogenic. But all these disputes about the nest were relevant until the truth about Elric was revealed, and this will happen quite soon. And the Dean will be very disappointed when he realizes that his next wish is slipping through his fingers like sand. Rivern decided to visit the one he tried to serve like a faithful dog. He wanted to bring good news that now the man could get what he wanted. But Barrick reminded that the elections had not even begun yet, so it was too early to rejoice. The boy continued his praise speech, saying that he had not noticed before how the gentleman wanted to protect the future of the academy and the students. The man was very flattered by these words, and he also liked that Rivern called him director, although this was not yet true. Then he asked his informant what condition Elric was in, and he said that there were rumors that the young heir was fighting for his life every day. Barack laughed and said, completely insincerely, that he was very sorry that this had happened. Rivern noted that it would be very problematic for them if he did wake up, so he suggested hiring some mercenaries to help solve the problem. But the director cut him off, ordering him to shut up because the guy had started to put too much pressure on himself. The dean didn't like some student telling him what to do, so he decided to activate his suppressive aura and remind the puppy where his place was. The force was so strong and pressed so hard on Rivern's body that he barely found the strength to mutter an apology. After that, the magical pressure disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Calmly putting the cup on the table, the dean said that after the elections, there would be one free professor's position. Rivern was barely able to think straight due to the lack of oxygen in his body, so he didn't immediately understand what Barrack was hinting at. Not wanting to speak directly, the man reminded the boy that while he was just a dean who didn't know what was going on outside the walls of the academy, everything could change. Rivern finally understood this hint, so he promised that he would not let him down and would help Barrack become director. The man was extremely pleased to have found such a docile student who carried out all his whims and instructions. Night fell and the city finally sank into peace. Only a few individuals wandered secretly through the dark alleys. Among these mysterious individuals was Elric, who decided that it was high time to take care of his urgent matters. He stood near one of the buildings and wondered whether he should start acting now. Now that the boy had special vision, he could see another side of the world hidden from everyone else. If he can find the hidden place, it will be much easier for him to carry out his plan. This will allow Elric to infuse mana through the dragon's heart directly into that spot. So he activated his special gaze and began to peer into every little detail he could discern. When he noticed something that interested him, he literally flew to his destination with the help of his new power. Taking his first step after landing, Elric realized that it felt so good to be able to use magic without any complicated spells or complicated manipulations. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and calmly get to work, without being distracted by worries about the lack of magical power. Young Melvinger was at the starting line to unseat Barrack and announce to the world his family's rebirth. All that was required to implement this plan was to become stronger before the elections took place. But Mephistopheles found this demonstration of strength extremely flawed, because the guy controlled his energy, and it was capable of more than a simple jump. This time Elric agreed with him, because he himself understood that he needed to become even stronger and faster than he was now. The demon found it extremely disrespectful that the guy didn't even turn his head when talking to him, because before, even dragons and evil spirits trembled with fear when around him. Young Melvinger paid no attention to Mephisto, for he was absorbed in his thoughts that among the dragon's magical language there was something called soul speech. It allowed one to create a picture and express it in words, and then transform it into something else. All this helped to activate the magic that allowed the dragon energy to be released. All these attempts were closely observed by Mephisto, who was simply disgusted by everything Elric did. The guy focused on the power within himself and tried to lift his body into the air to make not just a jump, but a long flight. The evil demon could not believe what he saw, because it was not possible for a simple person to adapt so quickly to such powerful magic. But Elric succeeded. The power of the dragon flowed harmoniously in his veins and allowed him to do even such incredible things as flying. It seemed to young Melvinger that he was no longer his former self, because the energy that filled his body was completely new and unfamiliar. Flying over the city at night was something incredible. The guy felt like a real magician who was capable of the most desperate madness. He was so carried away by the beautiful views and his own capabilities that he did not notice at all that he had risen too high. When he realized this, his body shook with a sudden flash of fear. At this rate, it was easy to lose control. But still, Elric managed to pull himself together and continued flying. Controlling the force seemed so simple and organic to him that he never ceased to be amazed by it. Melvinger was invariably followed by his companion Mephisto, who watched him so closely that he seemed capable of burning a hole in his cloak. The demon still couldn't understand how a child who had just mastered magic managed to use dragon's speech and double spell. Although this was expected, since the Melvingers have always been the true and most sworn enemies of the demons. But no matter how much Mephistopheles strained his memory, he could not remember anyone with such talent even among the offspring of this family. Then the demon finally remembered that in the Melvinger family there was another person who possessed the same power. This was the predecessor of Elric and his family, the one with whom the history of this family began. In any case, the Demon King had no intention of allowing the boy to grow into something more. He wanted to take over his body and trample any ambitions. Elric flew over the night city and did not even think about what his companion was thinking about. Soul speech was an amazing power, but it was quite difficult to master it alone. He understood perfectly well that in order to become stronger, he had to understand dragon magic, and to do this, he needed to find a teacher who could keep his secret. It was useless to look for such a person in the academy, because Barrack completely controlled it, and there were not enough skilled candidates there. The teacher had to have reached at least the Castellan rank of hexagram, but the boy was not sure that such masters would take him for training. Elric kept thinking about what would have happened if his grandfather had been there with him and helped him learn the secrets of magic. He suddenly felt so sad because there was no one close to him. No one could guide him and help him understand his own strength. While Mephisto was thinking about the best way to trample the hated boy, an unexpected thought suddenly ripened in Elric's head. He looked at the demon and realized that his idea could actually work. So without further thought or fear, he asked Mephistopheles if he could teach him magic. Now that the boy said it out loud, it seemed to him that there was no better teacher than the ancient, powerful demon, but he considered Elric crazy. Mephisto wanted to refuse, but then his mouth stretched into a smile, and he thought that he could get some benefit. So he turned to Melvinger and asked what benefit he could gain by agreeing to train him. Then the young man surprised him once again when he said that he would use alchemy to make a new vessel for the demon. He looked at his interlocutor skeptically and said that it would not be easy for a person to create something like that, the guy retorted, saying that the demon could help him become strong enough for this. These arguments were not enough for Mephistopheles, but Elric reminded him that if he remained weak, the demon would not be able to do anything anyway. The answer to this was a long silence. The young man could not stand it and said that his companion could always offer other conditions. But even this did not suit the quarrelsome evil spirits, who simply could not understand why such knowledge should be shared. It was another matter if Melvinger became his comrade. Hearing this, the boy became extremely nervous, which pleased his interlocutor, who loved to knock the ground out from under people's feet. A cunning plan began to form in Mephisto's head. Since he was still too weak to absorb a person, it was possible to hide a little dark magic in training. These lessons will cause Elric to become stronger, and his soul will be influenced by black magic. That's when the ancient monster would be able to devour him, but now it wanted to watch as they begged him on their knees to take up teaching. While he was making these insidious plans, Elric got tired of waiting and told Mephisto to forget about this offer. He was simply shocked by this turn of events. Seeing the demon's angry gaze, Melvinger explained that there was a limit to everything and that bargaining would not last forever. The guy explained quite clearly that if his forced companion played hard to get, they would not be able to cooperate even minimally. Such a reasonable and rational approach greatly surprised Mephisto, who saw in the young man a weak child from a high-born family. But now it was clear that he was something much more, that within him lurked a cunning and a sharp mind that could rival the demonic. All this seriously angered the demon, who was ready to burn with napalm the impudent boy who decided to dictate some conditions. Elric was not at all afraid of anger. He allowed himself even more when he ordered the ancient evil spirit to shut its mouth. At the guy's command, something resembling Scotch tape appeared on the spirit's face. Now that grumpy creature would at least be quiet for a little while. Laughing, Melvinger noted that this method worked even better than he expected. But the evil spirits did not stop making noise, so Elric realized that the problems with their cooperation would not end anytime soon. Despite his closed mouth, Mephisto was able to say that the young mage would not be able to subjugate him with just soul speech. Then the guy ordered him to be nicer, but he didn't expect that this sight would look even more nauseating than the evil look of the demon. Yes, seeing this once can make you feel bad for the rest of your life. Elric instantly regretted ordering Mephisto to change his style a little, because he felt that if he looked at him again, the contents of his stomach would spill out. It was decided to involve diplomacy. Melvinger said that if the demon suddenly changed his mind and changed his opinion, he could lay out a full explanation of the soul speech in a notebook. The spirit looked at the notebook skeptically and asked if he really looked like the type to submit. He had endured a long imprisonment and could wait a little longer. Then the boy said that this time could be spent on training. Mephisto muttered that he would be magnanimous and forgive the boy if he admitted that he was wrong. Of course, Elric wasn't going to dance to the demon's tune, so it was already the second day of his independent training, because he wasn't going to ask for help again. Another day passed, and Mephisto began to feel downright exhausted because the human boy was not lying at his feet. After many days, the demon finally wondered if he should just pretend to obey, since he was going to train Elric anyway. He might lose one battle, but he wasn't going to lose the war, so he picked up a notebook and began writing down the basics of soul speech magic. Melvinger watched this with a curious smile, and he simply radiated triumph. But the spirit decided to clarify that he was the king of evil spirits, which meant that he did not submit to anyone, but did everything of his own free will. Nodding in agreement, the guy took his notebook and began to carefully read what was written. He decided to experiment with strength and made the demon behave like a dog. Despite his peculiar entertainment, Elric understood perfectly well that he had in his hands ancient knowledge that could not be found in any book. Having reversed the effects of the previous spells, Melvinger asked his companion if he shouldn't cooperate with him. Without waiting for an answer, he pointed to one of the pictures that Mephisto had drawn and asked him to describe it in more detail. Perhaps then he could let him speak. Such impudent behavior made the demon incredibly angry. He would gladly send the guy straight to the underworld, but he couldn't do it yet. After several days had passed, Elric could only get a couple of new lines from his companion, and with each passing day he gave less and less information. He suggested that he write something new several times a day. Then he could study more and quickly fulfill the terms of the deal to create the vessel. Elric enjoyed teasing the demon, so he teased him by saying that his handwriting was illegible and that the information itself was less interesting than he expected. But Mephisto knew that retribution would come to the guy, because in these texts there was hidden dark magic that would completely tear his disrespectful body and soul apart. While Melvinger had no idea of the danger, he was glad that he had only studied the introduction, but even with this knowledge he gained a huge amount of power. Watching the young man's progress, the demon still could not understand why there were no signs of dark magic in his energy. Noticing Mephisto's strange face, the boy asked why the evil spirit had such an expression, as if his body should have changed, but nothing happened. Trying to convince the annoying boy, the demon said that he did not understand what was being discussed. Of course, Elric didn't believe a word the creature said. He said he would never learn what Mephistopheles gave him without first viewing it. Then the demon finally realized that his vessel had initially figured out the insidious plans and had not fallen into the trap. The training was going so well that Melvinger literally couldn't tear himself away from his notebook. He was finding new details and studying them. But the guy was annoyed that the demon no longer gave any new information, so he threatened to shut him up again. The king of the undead grimaced in irritation and muttered that he could teach Elric nothing but true speech. These words were very surprising because they indicated that he was referring to the highest rank of the soul's speech, excluding the voice of God. Demo added that his interlocutor was at a level where it was difficult to understand such knowledge, and even if he tried, he would go crazy. Mephisto's manner of speech indicated that his words were true, and he also added that magic could only be perfected on the battlefield. Elric was amazed when the spirit added that this was exactly what the Melvingers had always done, hardening themselves in battle. This was indeed the principle of the family that shouldered the responsibility of protecting the continent from demons. Elric and his sister were taught this by their father, who conducted similar lessons in the territory that was destroyed by demons. Although the man, who was suffering greatly from the consequences of the war, did not tell the children much, they understood some things without words. It was quite obvious that he missed his days as a mage on the battlefield side by side with his grandfather. This was indicated by his sad gaze, which very often looked into the distance and transported Melvinger to a distant heroic past. Little Elric kept asking his dad when he would be able to go into battle and use the same cool magic as his grandfather. This question always caused a strange reaction in the man, until one day he asked his son something important. He wondered if his mother had ever told him what he needed to do to become a magician, and his son's questioning look was the answer. Then he decided not to hit the child with the unpleasant truth and said that he needed to study and train a lot. After all, Elric couldn't have incredibly strong magical power, which meant that it was worth taking an example from his grandfather, who was first a great scientist before becoming the strongest magician. The boy's mother didn't like such conversations at all. She was always unhappy that the head of the family had such conversations. She didn't want the children to be taken to the ruins just so their father could show off. Then the father would always lower his voice and tell his little son in a conspiratorial tone that magic could only be improved in battle. This man passed away many years ago, but his instructions remained forever in the memory of his child. The mother was a rather strict but loving woman who always cared about her son's education and forced him to read a lot of books. She trusted Hayes, Elric's older sister, who was just a copy of her mother, to ensure that her instructions were carried out. The parents' opinions differed slightly on certain issues. The father believed that studying was good, but their children had to take on the responsibilities of their family. Mom said that the kids were spoiled too much and could develop bad habits due to lack of discipline. This is how women fooled both the younger and older Melvinger. The memory of that terrible rainy night was forever imprinted on Elric's mind. The father's illness became worse and worse. Then the mother, who took care of them, suddenly fell ill. The head of the family shared with her the rest of his life force, and together they passed away to another world. Before his death, the man could not hold back his sobs because he felt so sorry for his beloved wife, who always shone brighter than anyone else. He believed that it was all his fault. But his wife did not agree with him even on her deathbed. She lovingly said that after meeting him and having children, she was the happiest on the planet. They faced death holding hands and thanking each other for the priceless moments, and if their bodies died, their love lived on. Realizing that the life was draining from her body, her mother called Hayes to give her final instructions. The woman thanked her daughter for all her help and asked her to continue to take care of her brother. Turning to his son, the father finally decided to tell him that the blocking disease was his fault, for which he asked the boy for forgiveness. But Elric at that moment was not at all interested in his powers. He was just a child who did not want to lose his beloved mom and dad. Tears streamed from the boy's eyes. He was incredibly scared that his parents would simply cease to exist. The child did not understand how he and his sister would survive alone, without the care and attention of their mother and father. When his father gently stroked his son's cheek with a weakened hand, Elric froze, knowing that this could be his last touch. Every word hit the boy harder than any weapon, because the man said that looking back on the days spent on the battlefield, the time when he became his dad was the happiest. After this, the head of the family declared that his son did not need to be a magician to be loved because he and his sister were already the most beloved children. The father simply hoped that his boys would live happily and receive as much love and respect as they deserved. These words became the last in the life of a father, husband, and warrior, whose hand fell powerlessly and was never raised again. Elric kept looking at the still, warm palm that had been gently stroking his cheek just a second ago, but now looked like a wax figure. The parents' hands were tightly clasped together. The couple even faced death together, showing that nothing can separate true love. At the moment when the hearts of his loved ones stopped beating, Elric realized that his happy childhood was over and cruel trials awaited him ahead. Now the little boy had grown into a strong young man who understood that his father was wrong when he said that he did not need to be a magician. After all, the weak were simply thrown to the side of life. So Elric decided that he would become so strong that he simply could not be ignored. There was a clear narrative in his head that magic could only be perfected on the battlefield, and now he definitely needed combat experience. Elric began to think about where he should go. One of the options was the Phantom Crimson Forest, where many monsters lived, but this place was too dangerous. Another option was the Goblin Cave, but it was also not suitable because there were a lot of people there. Then he remembered his father's words about how the so-called shelters, where their ancestors lived, were scattered all over the continent. Realizing that such places really existed, the boy wanted to find one of them and ordered Mephisto to follow him. When the demon asked angrily where they were headed, Elric explained that their plans were to visit the Yeti's habitat. These creatures were extremely dangerous, so it was necessary to gather all your strength to survive in their abode. The next day came, and it was very warm and sunny. Considering the weather, not taking a swim in the picturesque lake would have been a crime, which Elric, of course, did not do. As the water flowed down his body, the boy suddenly realized that he needed to wash away his identity too, because if he was discovered, there would be big problems. So he activated his magic power to change his appearance and not worry about anyone recognizing him. Everything had to be changed, from his facial features to his hairstyle, so that no one would suspect that the heir of the Melvinger family was standing before them. The boy's hair flew in all directions as the magical force cut it off. Now the world will see a new Elric, who was stronger and more courageous than the previous one. Only the bright green eyes remained from the previous appearance. Having looked at his reflection in the lake with satisfaction, the guy decided that it was now time to set out on his journey to meet new challenges. The long journey brought the young man to a snow-covered white city located at the foot of the mountains. First of all, Elric visited the guild building, where he managed to join one of the groups. The worker said that no one had been to Yeti Highlands these days, so he was surprised that they had managed to gather so many people and form a group. A crowd was just approaching the door, and the guild member assumed that they were people wanting to go on an adventure. First, a small local child entered the building and noticed that a newcomer had arrived. First of all, Elric examined those with whom he would have to share this difficult path. Among these brave souls were 4 herbalists who most likely wanted to replenish their stock of medicinal plants. There were 3 monster hunters present, looking for the thrill and profit that only battling monsters could provide. The other 5 people were a mystery to be solved because they hid their energy. The first to introduce himself was a small local boy named Manhwa, who talked too much and claimed that as long as he was with the group, they were in no danger. Mephistopheles immediately began to get irritated by this chatterbox, while Elric asked if he could buy a crystal communication sphere somewhere nearby. But unfortunately, he said that there were no such things in their village. He suggested the guy to use more ancient methods of communication, such as pigeons or letters. The boy wanted to start telling some funny story about pigeons, but no one would listen to him, and he offered to share the details along the way. The lack of communication was very upsetting to Elric because he knew that his sister Hayes would be worried if he didn't contact her as soon as possible. He could only hope that Sean would sort everything out. All the way to the Yeti Highlands, Mingmi's mouth did not close. He did not care that no one listened to him. The boy continued to tell stupid stories. Suddenly, Mephisto said that the place seemed familiar to him. Elric wondered if the demon had ever been to the Yeti's abode. He told that these scum once dared to admire people like him. The guy suggested that Yetis were also demons. But his interlocutor went absolutely crazy when he heard this. Elric always thought that these creatures were just monsters. But now it turned out that they had a connection with demons. Mephisto mentioned that the previous Yeti King was useful, which is why he received the Demon Lord's favor, although his fate was still not bright. It was a revelation to the guy that in the past, this species also had a ruler. It turns out he didn't know much information. He was especially surprised when the demon specified that the grave of this ruler should be somewhere here. Elric was amazed that his companion knew the location of the burial, but he explained that he had no idea where exactly it was, especially since it had most likely been robbed. Now it was important for young Melvinger to find this place, because if the Yetis really were demons, then their grave should have a connection with the family refuge. Now finding such a place was a priority for the young man. His father also told him that the shelters were a refuge for ancestors, built to protect the family heritage. Then the man gave his son an instruction. He wanted that when Elric grew up and became the head of the family, the first thing he would do would be to go to the Yeti Highlands. At that place, he was supposed to affirm his heritage and pay tribute to his ancestors. This is exactly what Melvinger was planning to do. He was curious about what legacy he would find in the shelter, and whether he would be able to learn more about his magical pendant. At this time, Manhwa was telling an ancient story about how the world's first Yeti was abandoned by its husband on this plateau, and the woman died. Mephisto could hardly contain his irritation when he heard that after the revenge, this Yeti met a spirit in the form of a beautiful but deadly woman, and that's where the story began. He screamed, asking Elric why he couldn't just shut the boy up, but the boy wasn't going to do anything about it. The young man was much more interested in why the Yetis, about whom there had been so much talk, had not yet shown up. These thoughts, like everything else before, were interrupted by Manhwa, who suggested having a little snack, because from now on the road would become more difficult. One after another, fires were lit. The air was filled with the smell of burning, but now it was possible to warm up a little. A man approached the fire near which Elric was sitting, wanting to borrow some fire. Something about this man made the guy wary, and he decided to take a closer look at him. After analyzing his energy, it became clear that the stranger could almost match the strength of a noble knight. After receiving the fire, the man returned to his company. Elric realized that they were keeping very separate. Perhaps they had some kind of secret mission. The stranger in a deep hood that hid his face seemed to be their leader, but he didn't seem too strong. When the man took off his hood to thank those who helped him start the fire, everyone was very surprised. Even Melvinger found what he saw strange. In front of them stood a young and very pretty girl who was sincerely grateful for the help she received to warm up. This caused quite a stir among men because it is rare to see such beauties in the snowy mountains. They started making inappropriate compliments and saying that such a cute face shouldn't have been hidden. They behaved so terribly that Elric wanted these people to die first. The vile laughter and disrespectful comments towards the girl made one of the scoundrels a target for reprisal. And some of the group wanted to call him to account for such terrible behavior towards the lady. The scoundrel closed his mouth only at the moment when the blade of the sword was already barely touching his throat. A stranger in the girl's company said that the man had committed an unforgivable sin when he spoke to Milady like that, and now he had to pay for it with his life. But the girl herself was not going to allow unnecessary bloodshed, so she ordered this knight, named Chen, to lower his sword. Elric guessed that such a reaction could only happen if this young lady, with whom they dared to flirt, was a noble lady. It seemed that similar thoughts were wandering in Mephistopheles' head because he and the guy exchanged glances and clearly came to similar conclusions. They were sitting by the fire alone. The rest saw a lonely guy who didn't trust anyone. But he wasn't just sitting in a remote place. Melvinger was keeping a close eye on everyone who was going with him on this hike. And now a truly interesting picture unfolded before him. A man who imagined himself a knight wanted to defend the honor of his mistress. But she was against it, and ordered him to lower his weapon and retreat from those who were giving her unfortunate compliments. At first it seemed that he listened to the order and lowered his weapon, but everything was not so clear. Elric was the first to realize that something was wrong, so he shouted at the men to run away immediately. Everyone, including the failed knight, was surprised and did not understand why they had to do this. When one of the men finally realized what kind of trouble they were in, he only had time to fall to his knees and cover himself with his sword. This did not save them much from the abundance of arrows that fell on the heads of the team of travelers. All members of the expedition were shocked and did not understand what they had to face. This confusion played into the hands of the enemy. After all, while the boys couldn't come to their senses, there was a great opportunity to cause some of them irreparable harm. The self-proclaimed knight's first impulse was to protect his lady, and that is what he ordered everyone in their small company to do. Drawing their swords from their sheaths, the boys surrounded the young lady, intending to keep her from leaving the safe space they had created. Looking at all this, Elric realized that the situation was too reminiscent of what had happened in the nest just recently. But since he managed it that time, he could manage it this time too, and with such thoughts the guy rushed into battle. But when he saw the number of arrows flying at him, only one question arose in his head. Why were there so many of them? Thousands of sharp tips rushed straight into the body of the guy, who could not figure out how to hide from them. Magic came to the rescue, which could help block this deadly flow, so that it would be a threat to every member of the expedition. The shield worked, but its size allowed it to protect only Elric. The rest continued to be in the epicenter of danger. Arrows flew at these people and they were defenseless against them because there was simply nowhere to run. This led to the first victims appearing, whose blood managed to sprinkle this harsh, snowy land. They wanted to save themselves, but they saw no way out of this vile trap they had fallen into on this highland. Elric himself did not understand how he could save people, because the attacks were too intense, and there was little time. Mephisto watched the boy calmly and wanted to know how he would act in such crisis situations. After all, strength was demonstrated in battle, and it was now that young Melvinger had to demonstrate his abilities, which he had received only recently. The demon noted that they were dealing with the stupid Red-Eye tribe. These creatures were very cunning and dangerous. But this did not frighten Elric or discourage him from fighting these creatures that had so cruelly attacked his team. He had heard information that Yetis usually moved in groups of 10 individuals. But what the guy saw did not correspond to his expectations at all. There were more creatures than one might think, and their size exceeded all described norms. Elric's initial courage began to fade, as this was his first time dealing with such creatures, and it was clear that he was now feeling confused. The young lady's protector, named Chen, ordered the destruction of these creatures because they threatened both the girl's safety and everyone's safety. But doing this was much more difficult than the guys could have imagined because they were faced with very powerful and strong opponents. The expedition members realized this as soon as they encountered the Yeti in combat. The monsters, despite their size, were unusually agile and strong. Watching the battle with pleasure, Mephisto told Elric that the first fight in his life promised to be extremely difficult. But the guy wasn't going to stand there and tremble with fear. He closed the demon's mouth and said that now was not the time for empty talk. While he was in no hurry to rush into battle, but watched the enemies and accidentally noticed Chen, Elric now knew how knights used their aura and how powerful it was. He wanted to watch this longer, but there was no time at all because the unexpected attack of the Yeti was the beginning of all the problems. Activating his special vision, the boy realized that another pack of monsters was approaching them, waiting for the moment to set up an ambush. If they made even one wrong move, they would be in even more danger. But if Elric attacked first, it would be a completely different story. Therefore, he decided to activate skills such as Transformation Cancel and Armament. Looking at his enemies, Melvinger realized that he had done the right thing when he decided to memorize the basics of strengthening magic, because now it was very useful. The only question was whether all this would help with such a huge number of approaching Yetis. The creatures were enraged and unlikely to retreat, so they would have to work hard if the team wanted to defeat them. What irritated Elric the most was that he was completely unsure whether his attacks would work on these monsters. The guy didn't like it when his effectiveness was in question. So to avoid these questions, he decided to try his hand at battle rather than sit and wonder how he could help, so the first Yeti ended up getting hit hard by Melvinger. All the other monsters that saw the attack growled angrily when they realized that they were no longer the ones taking the initiative in the fight. Elric realized that if killing these creatures was too difficult, he could at least try to slow them down. So he decided to start doing at least something that could bring their victory over the deadly Yeti closer. His magic caused a powerful explosion that stunned all the creatures that were near the site of the impact. When the smoke began to clear a little, the guy began to look closely at where his power had hit to see if he had managed to confuse his opponents. But it didn't have much of an effect, so now the even more enraged Yetis focused all their attention on Elric and wanted to eat him alive. Of course, Melvinger had foreseen this turn of events, so another explosion awaited his enemies. He hoped that now the fire would not leave a speck of dust from their bodies. These were not all the surprises the guy had with which he wanted to surprise Yeti. By concentrating his power within himself, he created a huge number of ice arrows that were aimed straight at the bodies of his opponents. They watched in fear as the same weapon they had used to attack the people approached them. After waiting just a few seconds for the monsters to feel the animal fear of death, the guy aimed the ice arrows to pierce the Yeti. He felt this flow of energy. It seemed to him that he felt each ice flow and gave it a direction. It was inexplicable and amazing at the same time. As several of the creatures fell to the ground dead after the attack, Elric realized that he only had 2 monsters left to deal with. Of course, he was not going to let them go. For the fact that they had wounded the people who had climbed the slope with him, he was ready to pass a cruel sentence on them. With a sly grin, the boy used his power to tie up these Yetis, which would help him bring the second part of his plan to life. The bound monster fell and Elric scrambled up onto it, whispering that now was the time to talk about some important matters. After this, he began to call Mephistopheles, and only when he did not give a voice did he remember that he had closed his mouth. When he unlocked his voice, he regretted it for a second, because the demo simply exploded with anger and irritation, releasing the most unpleasant words. But as soon as Melvinger ordered him to be silent, he immediately obeyed, because he was afraid that he would be deprived of the opportunity to speak again. There wasn't much time for explanations, so the guy briefly told Mephisto that he had to become his translator for a very important conversation with a demonic creature. Elric wanted the demon to translate to the surviving Yeti that if he told where his settlement was, he could save his life. The monster proudly asked why he should trust his captors. The serious spirit said that now was a time when negotiations were a more effective method, not intimidation. The guy watched as Mephisto expressed his thoughts to Yeti, and something in his expression made the guy tense. And not in vain. because when he used his own translation skill, he realized that the demon wanted to create a conspiracy against him, teaming up with the hairy monster. At that moment, the Yeti decided to make another attempt to attack, so he roared and rushed towards the guy. He did not allow him to harm himself. Using the same sharp ice arrows, Elric pacified the obstinate enemy. When the danger had passed, Melvinger suddenly realized how close he had come to failure, and in general, his life could end right that very second. Seeing the guy's furious look, the demon even regretted a little that he decided to kill him, because now the trust, which was almost non-existent, was completely gone. The sinister smile on Elric's face was a warning sign, especially when he asked the Yeti if they should talk some more. Now the entire Highland could witness the screams of the monster, who finally decided to talk. On his way to the monster settlement, Melvinger told the barely alive Yeti that his stubbornness was the reason for the death of the rest of his kind. Mephisto wanted to remind him that it was Elric who killed them, but he could not speak. On the way, the boy thought about the nature of his new power, and how he could learn to better control it. After all, the dragon's heart was currently filled with the mana of the dragon and the demon king, meaning that only 3% of the full mana potential was available to him. If he recklessly tried to use more, his body would simply not be able to withstand such a load and would explode. As he approached the gates, which were made of pure ice, Elric realized that if he continued fighting at his previous level, it would be too dangerous. But he could not retreat in any way, because he had gone too far in his desire to gain power, so he could no longer retreat. Elric walked forward confidently, knowing that he could not give up and betray his own expectations. He didn't want to disappoint that little Melvinger who sincerely believed in the revival of the great family. For some reason, all these thoughts led the guy to the fact that now he was interested in whether that noble lady from the team was okay. There was chaos and panic at the battle site. All the snow was stained with scarlet blood that flowed from the bodies of the guys who fought the Yeti. The young lady was fine, but she was very worried that one of her team members was missing. Chen looked around and realized that, indeed, there was one comrade missing from them. He assumed that he could have died while running away, or he managed to hide well. But he told the noble lady that he was sure that their friend must have escaped and was now safe. Miss looked around anxiously and said in a sad voice that she hoped Chen's words were true. But her eyes were so sad that it was clear that she had little hope for an optimistic outcome. The girl understood that the missing person was the green-eyed, blonde man whom she had noticed by the fire. She hoped that he had somehow miraculously managed to survive. Yes, he managed not only to survive, but also to find new problems for his curious head, which could be bitten off at any moment by one of the Yetis. Elric stood in front of the monsters and told them that unnecessary bloodshed could only be avoided if he was allowed to see the head of the tribe. The creatures were not inclined to trust this stranger, who had previously killed their relatives, so they were skeptical about the offer. Suddenly, the ice gate swung open, and a powerful voice, which made the earth tremble, ordered everyone to disperse. The monsters obediently jumped back, clearing the way. When Elric realized what kind of creature he had to face, the blood froze in his veins, and fear prevented him from thinking rationally. A huge monster stood right in front of him, and looked as if it was going to crush the guy right now. It was clear that this was the very leader of the Yeti tribe. But the young man did not show that he was scared to death, and taking the remnants of courage from the depths of his insides, he said that he had something to talk about with the leader. He was surprised by the impudence and courage of this man, who, without further ado, expressed his desire to ask some important question. With the ice arrow hidden in his hands, Elric could only hope that there would be no need to use it. If the negotiations failed, the leader would have to be killed, and Melvinger didn't want to take another Yeti's life. Noticing the boy's bright green eyes, the leader asked the name of the man standing in front of him. Elric was amazed by the creature's attentiveness and prudence, so he immediately gave his first and last name. Hearing this information, the monster froze for a second, as if weighing each of his words. Then he ordered the boy to follow him. The monster led the human boy along steep, snowy slopes. For a while, Elric was sure that his neck would be broken in these places, but this did not happen. After some time of silence, Yeti revealed that in their tribe, one legend is passed down from generation to generation. The boy was surprised when he heard that a long time ago, in these parts there was a king who ruled the snowy mountain. The young man turned around and looked at Mephistopheles, but he only folded his hands in displeasure, which spoke of the truth of the legend. Also, in an ancient legend, it was said that the king had only one person whom he recognized as a friend. This man had green eyes and bore the surname Melvinger. This news amazed Elric, because he had never heard anything like this before. It was hard for him to believe that one of his ancestors was a friend of the Yeti king. The chief told him that the head of the tribe had made a promise to the king to rule the human home. There was no doubt that this was the very shelter that his father had told him about, so the boy demanded to know where this place was. At first, the head of the tribe silently looked at his interlocutor, deciding what to do. Then the internal conflict gradually exhausted itself. The monster led Elric to the cliff and said that the refuge was at the very bottom, where a man who was weak in spirit would never get to. For a second, young Melvinger froze. Then he realized that before him was a new test, an exam that he absolutely had to pass successfully. It was hard to believe that there really could be a house under this rock, but the only way to check this was to go down there. Although the guy had thoughts that the Yeti simply wanted to lure him into a trap and kill him. To check if there really was some kind of structure behind the rock, Elric activated his special view and actually saw something. All this mystery made the guy nervous and even a little scared, but he wasn't going to leave empty-handed. There was just one more thing that really scared Melvinger, the updraft, which was a serious problem during the descent. The Yeti leader said that even for the stream he makes no exceptions, and they can only bring it down once a year when he is not there. Smiling evilly, Mephisto told the young man that with ordinary magic he would not be able to protect himself from freezing. It remained to understand what to do because according to the demon, with Elric's current level, the descent was simply impossible. The guy agreed that he didn't have the strength for some things, but he also knew that if he retreated now, he wouldn't be able to take another step forward. Then a crazy thought came into his head. He decided that if the ancestors wanted to see the capabilities of their descendants, they would let him through the stream. Elric confidently took a step forward. Approaching the edge of the abyss, he threw himself down without thinking, hoping that his theory was correct and he would not die, hitting the sharp ledges of the rocks. There was a smile on the young man's face because he understood that right now he would demonstrate to his ancestors what he was capable of. Mephisto, who was watching this action, was simply amazed by this courage, and he also really did not want to go down after the man to whom he was attached. Listening to the demonic screams, the guy laughed, because now he was even more sure that he was doing everything right. But the descent was much more difficult than Elric thought. The wind whipped him so hard that it seemed to him that his skin was about to crack. Mephisto, flying nearby, ordered the young man to concentrate because if he did not, he risked dying. For the first time in a long time, Melvinger listened to the spirit and did as it said, and after a while the descent actually became a little easier. He already saw the snow-covered house, which he was inexorably approaching. When his feet finally stepped onto a solid surface, the boy suddenly felt an ancient but very familiar energy. It was so strong that it flared up with every new step that brought the Melvinger air closer to their ancestral refuge. At one moment the earth shook, welcoming the one who had been awaited in these places for so long. Yes, the true heir to this place was finally here, and now the Melvinger family business lived on. Elric fell back onto the cold ground. He was almost certain that he would actually die today. Realizing what madness he had decided to commit, the boy laughed with such a mad laugh that even Mephisto said that the man in front of him was crazy. After looking around the simple wooden hut that was called the family shelter, Elric realized that this place was too simple. But something valuable doesn't always look the same, so it was decided to go inside and inspect the house. But the door was sealed with ancient and very powerful magic, which did not let anyone in. Elric didn't think it would be difficult for the heir to cope with this task, so he began to think about a solution. Mephisto suggested that it was possible to translate the mana drawing into words. Touching the seal with his hand, the boy immediately heard words in his head about the Melvingers being a highly respected family that had fought demons for centuries. The phrases became increasingly incomprehensible, and the young man decided that what was in front of him was not a mana drawing, but something like a castle. If there was a lock in front of him, then that meant there had to be a key somewhere. And then the puzzle came together in Elric's head. He glanced at the family heirloom he carried with him all the time, and decided it was worth trying to apply it to the door. As soon as the decoration touched the seal, it began to spin, and the magical power seemed to rejoice at the arrival of an old friend. Elric felt his hand being sucked straight into the seal, but the force was gentle, not forceful. Finally, the door opened, and when the guy saw nothing behind it except darkness, he thought that he had wasted his time. But when he entered inside, he realized how wrong he was. In front of him was a huge hall with many ancient books that hid secret knowledge. The guy was impatient to look at everything. Touching the first book, he wanted to see what it was about. And what he saw plunged him into a real shock, which pleasantly shook his brain. Before him was a veritable source of knowledge that could reveal to him the basic doctrine of magic, the magic of fairies and beastmen. There were even entire volumes of black magic. Running from shelf to shelf, Elric could barely hear Mephistopheles suggest that the Winter Sage lived here. Without looking up from the spines of the books, Melvinger realized that the demon knew both his ancestors and the Yeti King, which meant that he had some kind of history. In his hands was an ancient and very beautiful book, the title of which stated that it contained the history of the Melvinger family. Looking through the time-darkened, worn pages, the young man realized that destroying demons was his family's only duty. He remembered that this was exactly what he had heard in that strange dream he had seen after visiting the nest. The next words of the book told something about a vessel that one of the Melvingers could become if certain conditions were met. It was said that the debt given to their family by the heavens could be fulfilled, and a new combination of magic could be formed if the absorbed demons were properly assimilated. Everything in the book literally screamed that demons needed to be destroyed, consumed, and drunk. These words awakened something wild in Elric, something that had always lived inside him but was deeply hidden. He felt that he wanted to fill himself with the power of demons. His instincts told him that the very same family heirloom could help him with this. It is she who can become the instrument that will accompany the new era of magic. All these words from the book seemed to awaken in Elric his true purpose, his destiny, which had been hidden in the shadows for so long. He knew that his ancestors were looking at their descendant, who was able to pass the first test and appropriate the pendant, as well as absorb the first demon. This was his start. Opening his eyes, the young man found himself not in a white hall, but in a beautiful meadow. He was lying among fragrant grasses, and the bright sun was shining into his eyes. A voice was heard that said that a descendant must have come here who had inherited the family destiny. Elric hadn't seen it yet, but he already felt that there was someone standing behind him. The energy of this person seemed very familiar. Turning around, he realized who was standing in front of him, because he had been told a little about this man. The man gave his name as Otto Hahn Melvinger. He was the one who guided and tested the future heirs of the family with tasks and performed the work of a guide. Several centuries ago, there were those who created the Melvinger family's system of magic. Otto was one of the 5 revered ancestors in the history of the heads of the house. Smiling, the ancestor noted that the guy knew perfectly well who he was dealing with. Elric asked if this was the Winter Sage. Otto frowned and said that no one was supposed to know that nickname. Embarrassed, the young man told about what he heard from Mephisto, who mentioned it in passing. Now it was Otto's turn to be embarrassed. He asked if the boy really meant the demonic king of original sin. Hearing this, the ancestor laughed and patted his descendant on the shoulder, approvingly saying that it was surprising that the first demon Elric absorbed was Mephistopheles himself. Otto decided that the family had a wonderful heir, and even began to think about increasing the difficulty of the tasks. During this time, the Demon King was left all alone and spent his time threatening his enemies, who did not hear him, that he would cut off their limbs. Elric didn't think about him at all, because now he was interested in what kind of tasks these were and what his ancestor would initiate him into. The man patted the boy on the head and suggested that he had a lot of questions. He said that they didn't just make things complicated for no reason. Of course, they could have just left notes about everything in the world. But then the knowledge would have become too accessible. Otto's gesture was a little awkward, so Elric barely restrained himself from pushing his ancient relative's hand away. Suddenly, a mysterious sign appeared in the guide's hand, indicating that the tests were something akin to a wheel. And if this wheel starts spinning, eventually it will be impossible to stop it, which is why it was necessary to first test the candidates before entrusting them with knowledge. Now that Elric had passed the test, The choice of his future was entirely up to him. So it was necessary to accept this wheel and understand what role young Melvinger would play in the history of the family. It was necessary to decide whether to spin the wheel or to make it stop forever. The guy didn't know everything that his family had experienced and faced. But he clearly understood that if he took a frivolous step, his whole life would be turned inside out. All this indicated that Elric had one last chance to revive his family. Otto Melvinger respected the choice of his descendant. The desire to revive the family was extremely noble. The man also understood that the boy wanted to fulfill the dreams of his grandfather and other ancestors, the great heroes of their family. He also, of course, wanted to carve his name into the canvas of history as a powerful magician of these lands. It was not surprising that Elric dreamed of becoming as outstanding as his famous ancestors. He had been dreaming about all this so fervently all this time, while he was trying to cure himself of the blocking disease that deprived him of the ability to use magic. By throwing the wheel, he finally made the most important decision of his life. Such determination aroused Otto's sincere admiration because the choice was made without hesitation. He joyfully patted his descendant on the shoulder and said that such courage was befitting a true heir of the Melvingers. Now that the choice has been made and the wheel of fate has turned, Elric can be tested once more. So the living and dead members of the family found themselves on a snowy slope that only vaguely resembled the Yeti Highlands. Looking around restlessly, the boy asked where they were. Otto said that it was a test area where the young man would receive his first assignment. Trying to suppress the trembling that wouldn't subside due to the intense cold, the boy thought bitterly about why he had to take the test in such a place. The only thing that made him happy was that he had the opportunity to become even stronger than before. Noticing the young man's smile, the guide said that he was in a great mood for the upcoming test. Pointing into the distance, the man asked Elric to look closely at the area. Activating his keen vision, young Melvinger tried to look deeper to discern even the smallest details. Eventually, some kind of creature began to appear in the darkness. It was truly creepy, and the first impulse was to move away. His eyes glowed with a red, otherworldly fire, horns could be seen on his head, and his body itself was incredibly large. Otto said that before them was the king of the Ice Mountains. He was the first and last ruler who managed to unite all the Yetis and rule these mountains. He longed for his subjects to be returned to their status as demons. But eventually, he became consumed by his own ambitions and turned into a corrupted demon. Now Elric realized that this mountain king was the second demon he was meant to devour. He indignantly asked if Otto had really ordered him to kill this creature, and he calmly replied that the guy should devour it. The forefather then explained that from now on, the heir to the family business would need to absorb demons and take away their seals, the sources of their life energy. Otto also said that from primitive essential emotions such as fear, regret, and despondency, an ego with evil thoughts and goals is formed, and this was the essence of demons. Each demon had its own intentions, so they differed in character, rank, and emblem, and the source where evil thoughts were contained was called the seal. For example, the seal of original sin was the embodiment of Mephistopheles himself, and the symbol that was depicted on Elric's hand symbolized the seal of the king of the icy mountains. From that moment on, young Melvinger had to take on the burden of hunting demons. He had to take away the seals that were the sources of their life energy. But the most interesting thing that Otto told was the information that once the demon is absorbed, all of its abilities will pass to the one who defeated it. Elric suddenly realized that unlimited possibilities were open to him. He could increase his strength more and more with each creature he killed. He couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become if he managed to absorb such a strong being as the Ice Mountain King. What was the point of thinking I had to test my theory and fight the monster? Having activated his power, the guy began to think about how best to attack such a strong opponent. Also, it was worth considering that he should not crush the enemy, but reach his seal and absorb his life energy. But it was unclear how exactly to do this. He couldn't sink his teeth into the monster's body and try to get to the insides in the literal sense of the word. When Elric came a little closer to the monster, he felt some strange mana. Something inside him recognized the creature. It wasn't he who found out, but the absorbed part of Mephistopheles, who was now asking the king of the Ice Mountains to show what he could do. Otto watched all this carefully. He also wanted to check what the young man was capable of. Everything inside Melvinger screamed that this was his natural enemy, whom he had to destroy. It seemed to him that he was inside an old, dilapidated hut, the walls of which were pressing on him and literally screaming that he needed to kill the Yeti King. Standing firmly on his feet, Elric felt himself filled with the power of this place, the power of the ancestors that had always lived within him. When he was about to attack, he saw that the path to the enemy was blocked by warriors who were protecting their king. There were so many of them, and they obviously possessed more strength than the Yeti. This was especially the impression he had about the king. Melvinger doubted that his current skills were enough to defeat all this rabble. The boy understood that if he could only activate the seal of original sin, he would be able to deal with all of them, including their ruler. But he didn't know how to use it, so such power was just a dream. As if sensing the mood of his enemy, the king laughed loudly, showing his contempt for the heir of a great family. As he watched the horde of enemies approach, Elric thought that if he could use the Demon King's power in the very first trial, everything would be too easy. So he concentrated the power in his hands and decided it was time to make a small explosion. The small explosion threatened to engulf everyone in the affected area in a fiery volley. It was so powerful. But because of the flames, Elric did not notice at all that the danger had not passed him by either. It was getting closer and closer and was ready to kill him in the next second. The guy couldn't even imagine that the end could approach so quickly and unnoticed. Everything inside him froze from fear for his life. The burst of icy force was so sharp that it took Melvinger's breath away. When he wanted to breathe in air, only a weak sob escaped from his lungs. The enemy's dark energy entered into it. But despite the enemy's strength, the young man was able to come to his senses and take control into his own hands. He managed to make a maneuver that turned the enemy's power against him, so that now the monsters had to dodge the ice attacks. Not everyone was able to do this, so the territory was cleared of several representatives of not the most pleasant creatures at once. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw that they were beginning to fear him, and with a mocking smile he asked if those in front of him were really those who had been rejected by the demonic society. Continuing to mock, Elric expressed his suspicion that if the monsters showed weakness, they would be disowned again. These words made the defenders of the Ice Mountain King very angry, because they were very proud warriors. As he examined each monster, the Melvinger heir clearly understood that no matter what, he had to become stronger and emerge victorious from the battle. And if such tests would help him in this, then he was ready to fight with a wide variety of creatures. If fighting demons guaranteed him new abilities, then he would do what was necessary. The power was overflowing his body, so Elric decided to give it free rein and release it. So as not to lose control, he concentrated it in his hands. Those who were hit first were literally blown away, and nothing remained of their bodies except dust. But soon, the young man met serious resistance. Ice magic stopped the flow of his energy and interrupted this brilliant attack. When the magic reached the human body, it hit him hard, causing him to cough up blood. At that moment, it became clear that the battle would not be easy. This became especially obvious at the moment when the boy's body fell back helplessly, allowing the enemy to deliver more accurate blows. The Ice Mountain King couldn't help but take advantage of this golden opportunity to deal with the impudent boy, so he used his sword without hesitation. Trying to get up from the ground, Elric saw that his opponent was very close and was clearly going to finish him off, so at this rate he could very well lose. Some kind of bluish smoke was flowing out of the guy's mouth. Apparently, it somehow influenced the young man's thinking because he stood up abruptly and told himself that he would not fall at the first test. He fought with his own body, which was not very willing to obey him and go into battle. Eventually, he managed to get back on his feet and get ready to continue what he started and finish this fight by defeating the monster. The powerful being looked at this boy and saw in him only an annoying bug that could be crushed with one movement. But this very bug believed that if he could extract more mana, then victory would be in his pocket. Apparently, this threat sobered his opponent up a bit, because now the monster looked at him with apprehension. However, this did not stop the king from attacking. Apparently, he decided that the problem needed to be nipped in the bud. Seeing all this, Elric decided that he needed to extract as much power as possible from the demonic heart he had absorbed when he defeated Mephistopheles. Having run around the enemy so that it would be convenient to carry out the attack, the guy began to carry out his plan until the monster revealed his plans. Everything went as Melvinger planned. The Ice Mountain King literally exploded from the cold energy that enveloped his body. At that moment, some kind of black smoke began to come out of the guy's mouth, which was somewhere deep inside him. Everything around was collapsing and shaking, but Elric didn't pay attention to it. He just needed to catch his breath and come to his senses a little. When he finally opened his eyes, he tried to rethink everything that had just happened. Looking around the battlefield, it was hard to believe that all this was the aftermath of the very first test, because the picture was quite merciless. The young man's heart was beating so fast that it felt like it would explode, but that wasn't the end. The guards began to appear again. It seemed as if their souls were being transformed into something even darker than they had been before. The black smoke began to move towards Elric, and he put his hand forward to somehow protect himself, because he did not know how to save himself from an already dead enemy. But then really strange things started to happen. This haze started to suck in the image of the wolf on the guy's hand. After this, he felt himself being filled with new strength, and this led him to think that he had managed to reach the king's seal. Yes, it was certainly a new seal, although it was weaker than the first, but somehow it helped stabilize the Dragonheart's Ayana. At this time, Otto approached the guy and told him that demons call the seals by their true names. So in order to use the demon's power, one must know its name. Elric anxiously asked how he could find out this information, which they obviously would not kindly share. Apparently, Otto loved to speak in riddles because all he said was that the necessary information would be revealed in due time. Taking a deep breath to avoid flaring up in irritation, the boy decided that he would not get anything more out of his ancestor. So he went deep within himself, into the depths of his own power, and listened, his very guts telling him that Yeti's true name was cruelty. Looking at the falling snowflakes, the young man tried to explain to himself where this information came from in his head, but he couldn't. Deep down, he just knew how to use this seal. It was intuitive, as well as information about what the true names of the monsters he killed were. It seemed that this was exactly what Otto was talking about. The information was revealed as soon as the time came. The cold power of the heartless and cruel monsters filled Elric and intertwined with the power that was already inside him. After these intense sensations stopped overwhelming him, the boy felt tired because the mana consumption was too great. But despite his fatigue, he was glad that he was finally able to experience for himself what this seal power was. He wasn't even upset by the fact that the monsters he had dealt with just a few minutes ago were once again approaching him. Now, overcoming them did not seem like something scary, because the force that was seething inside Melvinger was asking to come out and sort everything out. But his plans were ruined the moment he felt a sharp pain and felt warm blood running down his lips. The gaze stopped focusing on one thing and consciousness slowly slipped away. In the head, there was only one question. Why did this happen? As soon as his eyes opened again, the guy suddenly stood up and began to breathe convulsively. There was no blood. The pain was no longer felt. What was especially strange was that he returned to the shelter and lay on the cold floor surrounded by scattered books. Elric's eyes widened in horror, and he asked loudly what it was without addressing anyone in particular. Mephisto immediately flew up to him, and he simply couldn't help but notice that his companion had to face a difficult test because he looked terrible. The spirit assumed that the task would activate, since the Melvinger pendant began to go crazy as soon as the guy passed out. Now Elric clearly understood that all this was just a task, and he did not die because of the blow to the stomach. Stroking the place where the seal was located, the young man realized that he had trusted its power too much, and as a result, his consciousness had passed out the moment his mana reserves were exhausted. But the power he now possessed exceeded all his expectations, because it was difficult to even imagine something like this. Since this seal was so powerful, it was scary to imagine what the power of the original sin could do if it were completely unlocked. Looking at the evil spirit, one could only guess what his real name was, because cruelty very well personified his strength. Unaware of the young man's thoughts, Mephisto mused out loud that the Snow Sage had come up with a very interesting plan. Elric finally decided not to beat around the bush and ask the demon directly how to use his seal. He corrected his interlocutor, saying that he wanted to know his real name. The spirit grinned evilly and asked if anyone could have thought that he would reveal such a secret. Mephisto made it clear that no matter what humiliation he was forced to go through, he would not utter a word. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that he thought he could do without unnecessary secrets, but as always, he was out of luck. Even though Elric hoped for an answer, he was well aware that the seals were too important to the demons to be spoken of so easily. Moreover, if Mephisto entrusts him with his seal, then nothing will remain of him. The guy decided to retreat for now. Besides, it was the seal of the Demon King, and young Melvinger couldn't even withstand the power of the Yeti yet, so it was probably better to wait. So Elric decided to ask the next question, because he was interested in whether Mephistopheles knew the king of the Ice Mountains. He immediately noticed the change of topic, so he asked why the guy suddenly became interested in this. He explained that he needed to be able to defeat the former leader of the Yeti. When the demon heard this, he decided that Otto Melvinger was truly mad because he allowed such a brat to hunt an entity that even he recognized. Looking at the expression on his interlocutor's face, the boy asked if he had any ideas. He answered without hesitation that he didn't know how to help the guy. Elric began to persuade him, saying that now he wasn't even part of the demonic race. But these words only angered Mephisto even more, who began to speak about how disclosing the secret of the seal was the weakness of the entire race, and he would not lose his honor as the Demon King by revealing it. Young Melvinger did not give up, offering the spirit a 3-day release, although it was tempting, but he refused. Then the guy offered 5 whole days of release, and that sounded much more impressive. Such manipulations made the spirit incredibly angry, considering such behavior a sign of disrespect. Despite his bad temper, this time Mephistopheles still decided to condescend to the level of a mere mortal and help him in this matter. Smiling, Elric promised his constant companion that he would give him 5 days of rest. The demon ordered to listen to him carefully, after which he threatened that with the seal that the guy now had, he could forget about the purpose of the test because he would not even be able to approach the Mountain King. Seeing the confusion in the young man's eyes, Mephisto added that there were, after all, several ways to do this. So now Elric stood in the middle of a snowy slope and thought that he would freeze to death before he even met the enemy. But despite all this sad situation, he now had a clue that the evil spirit shared. He told him that he needed to increase his achievements because seals were divided into simple, advanced, precious, unique, and mythical ranks based on their rarity. The seal of cruelty, which was new in the guy's arsenal, was considered precious. It could not be called low-ranking, but the guy's level barely reached 1 star. But the Ice Mountain King's stats exceeded all 10 stars, making him an incredibly strong opponent. So Elric had no choice but to raise his level to 10 stars or raise the rank of the unique one. Melvinger was incredibly frustrated with his low level, but it didn't stop him from wanting to keep fighting and trying to achieve more. So when he saw the place where the black smoke was thickening, he realized that he would finally meet the real king of the icy mountains, and not the one who was in his vision. He knew very well that no matter how many enemies he killed, his level would be stuck at 2 stars. In other words, he needed to meet the king in person to advance further. But now, the monster standing before him was not the one from the visions. This Ice King was radiating such devastating demonic energy that his entire body froze at the sight of him. Looking at all this, the guy wondered how strong this creature was in life that it could reach such a level. He had little faith in Otto's words that he would not die in this fight. After all, right now his whole being was screaming that he should run down the mountainside, just so he wouldn't run into this monster. But still, he remained in place and did not intend to avoid the battle, telling himself that he had to try to win. It was obvious that Elric would have an incredibly difficult time, but he couldn't stop because he had already accepted his family's destiny. This means that it is written in his destiny that he will win, and it simply could not be otherwise. Such determination surprised even Mephistopheles. He could not understand where his companion got this unquenchable optimism from. But everything was not as rosy as Elric imagined. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was no longer on a snowy slope. Yes, he did not die, but he did not manage to win either, since he was again in his family's shelter, lying on the floor among scattered books. After such a huge amount of effort and long battles with the Ice King's guards, the guy died without even having time to lift a finger. Now he seriously wondered if he would ever be able to defeat such a strong opponent. The evil demon only smirked. Elric shared that he didn't expect the Ice King to be a woman. The demon listened attentively to this thought. Without saying anything, the guy continued to look at the spirit, waiting for his reaction. The Mephistopheles face suggested that Melvinger was 100% right and he didn't like it. So the evil demon showed his irritable side again and asked why the guy was staring at him like that. This behavior suggested to the young man that there was some history between the spirit and the Mountain Queen, which he did not really want to remember. He would have to spend time to figure it out. But now it was much more important to absorb her powers so that it would be possible to use the seal to its full potential. Although Elric did not yet know how to defeat his opponent, he was confident that if he succeeded, he would have the opportunity to get to the truth. Endless attempts to pass the tests began, and sometimes the young heir of the family was very close to victory. At other times, he was defeated so quickly that he didn't even have time to blink. And there were times when the Mountain Queen tortured him thoroughly before returning him to reality. Each time he went through incredible pain and suffering, but he did not stop, because he understood that no one would help him cope with these difficulties. But still, despite the complexity of the situation, little by little he approached the queen, and one day he was even able to see her face. I wouldn't say it was very friendly, but it was nice to know the appearance of your opponent. It created a certain closeness. Also, the boy finally understood how the Mountain Queen's cruelty seal worked, but it was difficult for him to compare it with the creature that possessed this power to perfection. Yes, it will be very difficult, but Melvinger decided that he will make every effort to surpass the queen. This desire was evidenced by his new attempts to go into battle, even though he was killed after a few minutes of the duel. But this also had its advantages, because the young man was able to ideally learn the habits, movements, methods, and theory of using the queen's power. Enemies recognized each other the way one killer might be interested in another. Elric eagerly absorbed all the knowledge he could glean from the battle with the Yeti leader, and he was not ashamed if he stole some maneuvers from her. The battle always ended with massive destruction on the mountain. If it were real, people would start making up terrifying legends about it. This chaos was observed by the spirits of the ancestors who wanted to know whether their descendant would be able to jump above his head. Otto Melvinger always believed that if a person tries to do something for a long time, but in the end he fails, then his ego can break. But his descendant Elric, for some reason, always died with a smile on his face and never stopped trying to defeat the queen. Then the man realized that this boy had not only natural talent, but also an unbending spirit. There were no such people in their family yet. The guy was truly crazy, because after several dozen unsuccessful attempts to win, he stopped paying attention even to his lost limbs. After all, he knew perfectly well that he would wake up in reality, make sure that everything was okay with his body, catch his breath, and start his fight again. During all these battles, he managed to reach the level of the 3rd star, which could not but please him. But basically, all his joy ended the moment the queen pointed her weapon straight at his face. This creature was so fast and agile that it did not give the boy even a second's rest. All he had left was to fight back or not fight back, which would lead to a return to reality, and then everything would start over again. When the queen once again ran to attack, Elric decided not to avoid the attack, but to use the shield. Nothing good came out of it, because the magical protection shattered into small pieces, leaving the guy completely defenseless. He thought with disappointment that he had already reached his limit, and even the tricks he had learned from the Ice Queen no longer helped him. A sudden thought shone in the guy's head like a bright light bulb. He thought that in order to defeat his opponent, he should first tame her. Then Elric decided that this was not enough either, because in order to defeat an enemy, one must literally become him. As soon as he said these words out loud, his tattoo began to flash with a bright light, which blinded him for a second. His body began to feel very strange, so the young man thought that he had died again. But still, something was different. The next moment, Mephistopheles appeared before his eyes in all his power and strength. The Demon King looked at someone with arrogance and ordered them to prove that they were truly worthy of being a member of his race. It was that same Lord of the Mountains who sincerely wanted to return her people's belonging to the demons. The queen bowed her head and was about to prove that she was worthy of what she so fiercely desired. Elric passed out again, and when he opened his eyes, he could barely make out another Yeti looming over him. Not understanding what was going on, Melvinger listened to the cries that the Lord of all demons had sent an oracle to Yeti. The creatures rejoiced and called their queen the Lord of the Highlands, before whom they bowed their knees. When Elric realized who all these Yetis were addressing, he was surprised, because in the arms of one of the representatives of this race sat a very tiny cub. The baby was brought to the cliff, and they said in front of everyone that now the mountain range would belong only to the Yeti. It seemed Melvinger had seen the queen's memories of being born a lord destined to rule the icy mountains. However, this story had a sad ending. Being the first in history who managed to unite all the tribes, the queen could not be satisfied with power over just one mountain range. The ruler wanted to return the former glory to her people, and this meant that she had to resort to the most insane actions. She repeatedly reminded her subjects that their race was once part of the great demonic army. The queen promised that she would return them to their rightful place among the higher beings. The success of the ruler could not be denied, because her army was able to bring countless people and demons to their knees. After a long time and a lot of effort, the Yeti were finally recognized as part of the demonic race again. Moreover, the queen even intended to go even higher and become the ruler of all demons, that is, to take the place of Mephistopheles. However, the Demon King had a good reason for holding his position, as he showed her that she wasn't that powerful. Mephistopheles became an insurmountable wall for the ruler, and she had no choice but to accept defeat and disgrace. However, the Yeti leader never stopped trying to perfect her true name and strengthen her seal. So she continued to take steps towards her goal. She knew that with just a little more effort, she would be able to achieve Mephistopheles' recognition. But she had to stop, because there were some obstacles in front of her that she wanted to kill even now. Her path was blocked by an even greater, far more terrifying wall of power. And one of the sources of this power was Otto Melvinger, who thwarted all the plans of the head of the Yeti. Despite the obvious danger, the Yetis accepted the fight and fought it quite successfully. But they were destroyed just as effectively as they were, so that soon the victims on their side numbered in the hundreds of dead. The queen could not believe that her subjects were dying with such intensity, because before this they had fought much more successfully. The events on the Yeti Highlands were a real catastrophe for the population of this race, as many individuals died then. Once strong warriors with demonic blood, they now screamed in pain and tearfully said that they did not want to die. Fighting for her relatives, the leader spared no one because she knew that if they lost, they would be exterminated as a species. She never tired of reminding her people that they were a great demonic race for whom nothing was impossible. By ordering that the enemies who blocked her path be shown how terrible their wrath was, the queen only condemned her people to even greater bloodshed. It slowly dawned on her that there might be nothing left of her subjects if things continued like this. There was blood everywhere, so much blood that it took an effort to see the survivors. Then Otto von Melvinger decided that this was enough, and it was worth stopping these deaths, so he extended a hand to his enemies. The Yetis lost the war with the humans led by Otto and were driven back to the icy mountains. The queen could not come to terms with the loss. She asked herself over and over again why everything turned out this way. It seemed unfair to her that people already had everything they could ever dream of, but still they prevented the Yeti from getting even a fraction of what he wanted. Elric watched the leader's despair, and he could not say that he felt sorry for the woman, since she had decided to put her ambitions above her people. But despite this, he realized that it was not only the thirst for power that drove the queen. She carried out her duty, which was placed on her shoulders since childhood. Despite great despair, the queen was able to endure the countless hardships that beset her people. Elric could understand this responsibility because from childhood he knew what it was like to be a representative of a noble family that needed to be revived. So the queen believed that she had to return to her people the former glory that they deserved by right of birth. They were not so different. Melvinger wanted to return the family's loud, noble name, and the Yeti leader wanted to remind everyone of the former glory of her race. Only they could understand each other, as well as the bitterness and all the complexity of the destiny that fell on their shoulders from a young age. After the queen's defeat, Otto settled in the icy mountains to keep an eye on her. After a huge number of fights, they developed respect for each other and began to spend a lot of time together. But even then, the woman was haunted by the thought that she must restore the pride of her race. Ultimately, she was unable to escape the captivity of her temptations and became a monster. This led to the leader meeting her death at the hands of the one who had become her friend over all this time. The voice of the woman that was in Elric's head suggested that he was the very descendant of her killer. She also mentioned that Otto had spoken of his coming and she was waiting for her new opponent. Appearing before his eyes, the woman noted that he had managed to burn away most of her mana and cut off her arm, so Otto's words were not just bragging. Elric frowned and moved closer, then said that he felt sorry for the queen's hand. The boy listened attentively to the speech about how, although the queen met a miserable end, she continued to be a warrior. And this meant that it was unacceptable for her to accept pity from her enemy. Now she believed that this fight would soon come to an end, and she should apologize to her subjects for sacrificing themselves. The boy's hand clenched into a fist as he realized that his opponent had realized that she had been too obsessed with the idea of being part of the demon army. She finally came to the realization that she could simply live a happy life with the people she loved. All these sad memories filled the warrior with demonic energy, and Elric realized that something bad was coming. He began to think about what he should do, because he couldn't defeat the queen even in her normal state, let alone when she was engulfed in a more powerful and dark energy. The only thing left for Melvinger to do was to pull himself together and start acting, because he was facing a very serious enemy. The ruler herself, who was able to unite the uncontrollable mountain race, the greatest warrior of the Yeti, who claimed to take a place in the army of demons. And this incredibly powerful opponent had to be absorbed by Elric, who had no idea how to do it. Not only will the guy fail to defeat her if he tries to hold back his powers, but he will also show disrespect to her. So he had to try and make every effort to show what he was capable of. With his power, he will show the queen the great duty she has erected. All these choices and desires brought both participants of the duel to the place where they were now. So Elric and the Queen of the Mountains had to figure out what the end of their story would be. The blood of one flowed in a stormy stream and splashed in different directions, mixing with the blood of the other, so that it was impossible to distinguish it. The weapons came together and began a crazy dance because none of the participants in the duel were going to back down. Elric knew that to win, he would have to become his enemy, not just adopt the fighting tactics. This was exactly what he intended to do, and the queen was very afraid that the young Melvinger heir would succeed. But the guy's head was filled with thoughts that weren't about winning. It was strange to him that his life was at stake, but that didn't scare him at all. Moreover, he noticed that such danger even amused him, which did not fit into the framework of normal behavior. Apparently, the Queen of the Mountains herself sensed this mood because she behaved more cautiously. This didn't help her much because you shouldn't run away from madmen, and you shouldn't even approach them. Otherwise, some troubles may happen, which mostly led to death. Elric looked into the woman's eyes and could feel her emotions, sensed the longing for days that were filled with happiness. She clearly missed the days she spent with Otto and was bitter that he was the one who became her killer. But regrets about the past didn't matter now, because another Melvinger was about to strike her down. The battle was not easy, and the queen fought in such a way that the guy thought every time that he would die the next moment and fail the test. The whole mountain shook from the aftermath of the battle, but the winner had not yet been declared. Both Elric and his opponent had already reached their limits and their strength was slowly being exhausted. They both knew that the outcome of the battle would be decided in this final push. Therefore, in order to make the circumstances work in Elric's favor, he decided to use the skill that brought countless races to their knees, the secret technique of the Ice Mountain Queen. When this happened, the surrounding world exploded due to the powerful energy of the two opponents. After some time, the effects of the explosion began to dissipate, and two figures could be seen continuing their fight. Only one of them was pretty battered and could hardly inflict as much damage on the enemy as before. It was hard not to notice, so Elric didn't know whether to be happy or sorry about the fate of the great warrior. For now her mana was dissipating, and the life force that kept the spirit in this world was fading. The queen herself understood that she had only a few seconds left to exist, so she decided to say something before she left. Elric knew he was almost victorious, but he still couldn't help but tremble as he heard the powerful woman's voice, now fading. He was ready to hear anything, curses, abuse towards his distant relative, but not a sincere thank you. Looking at the queen, the guy saw in front of him not a monster, but a crying woman who had strong-willed but very pretty features. Falling to her knees, she did not give up, but freed herself from the burden she had carried for a long time. Even the snowfall stopped, revealing to the mistress a view of the beautiful sun. The mountain itself was glad that it had finally returned to its true appearance. There was a faint smile on the woman's face as her body dissipated. After a few moments, there was no trace left of that smile. All this time, Elric did not take his eyes off her for a second. He wanted to give the great warrior his last honor. When it completely disappeared, the guy's hand began to tingle and he felt that the tattoo was filled with new energy. In the place where the queen stood just a second ago, a beautiful flower has now grown. Delicate, but at the same time strong, since it was able to grow in the wild land. This was the end of Elric's first test, as he turned around to see Otto standing in front of him, admiring the fact that he had actually been able to absorb the mistress. Looking up at the man with a displeased look, the boy asked if the test they had given him was too difficult for his first time. But his ancestor said that if he wanted to be called Melvinger, he had to be prepared to overcome even impossible missions. However, Otto did not forget to say that he was surprised that his descendant managed to complete the task. He had expected it to take between 1 and 3 years. Elric was amazed when the guide added that it had taken him a month to do it, when it felt like no more than a couple of days had passed. The confused guy began to count. Before coming here, he studied magic for a month, spent the same amount of time within the walls of the shelter, which means he started 2 months ago. Otto laughed at this and said that the joke was very funny, just in the pompous style of the Melvingers. But this was not a joke at all, and when the man realized it, he proudly added that he had a keen eye for spotting young talent. Rejoicing in his own triumph and the victory of his descendant, Otto hugged the boy tightly. When all this happy talk was over, Elric and Otto stood and silently looked at the snowy slope. Then the man sadly asked what the queen's last moments were like. Knowing what she meant to his distant relative, the guy was pleased to tell him that she had gone to the next world with a smile. It was a real relief for Otto, because now he knew that her soul had finally found true peace. Bowing, the young man thanked the guide for his help, who nodded and wished him good luck on his way back. Young Melvinger said that unfortunately, he would not be able to visit his ancestor often, so their next meeting was postponed indefinitely. He smiled and said that he understood perfectly well that the position of head of the family was very responsible. So it was time to say goodbye. Elric turned around and began to walk forward through the flowering meadow. Only a moment later, he turned around because he had no idea how to get out of this place. These words made Otto laugh. He reminded the boy that he had left here countless times and had to remember how to do it. After these words, the man shot some kind of magical sphere at Elric, which began to disperse him into space. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and realized that he was on the familiar floor, among scattered books. Mephisto immediately flew up to him, and with a sly grin suggested that old Melvinger had finished off his descendant without warning. But the demon decided to put jokes aside, because he was very interested in whether Elric had really managed to absorb the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Showing off his tattoo, which now has a new design added to it, the boy said that he got it done just a couple of minutes ago. Laughing loudly, the demon lord said that he was only able to pull this off thanks to the invaluable advice he gave. But inside, Mephisto understood that he had suggested to the guy a mere trifle that would not have changed the course of the battle, which meant that a real genius stood before him. Elric interrupted these thoughts by asking why Mephisto did not allow the queen to become a demon, since it was obvious that they had a special relationship. The demon lord was clearly not ready for such a question, so he became quite nervous, but the guy pressed on, saying that he had seen the woman's memories. With a cruel tone to his voice, the spirit growled that she was just a scum among the demonic race, and he was simply bored, so he gave her hope. One day he learned that someone in the icy mountains claimed that he could become a demon, so Mephistopheles decided to look there. It was then that he met the queen. She was far from the demonic nobles, but her will and skills were good. He chuckled and said that the woman was lucky to meet him, because if Azazel or Lilith had heard the call, they would have torn her into small pieces. In the end, he ordered her to become stronger and only then find him again, after which the demon left her. Elric asked in surprise if that was the end of the story and they never saw each other again. Mephisto asked irritably why they would do that. However, Something in the demon's voice suggested that there was something else between them, especially when Otto Melvinger was mentioned. The face of the King of the Unholy spoke of an old pain that still tormented his soul if there was one. And then Elric suddenly realized that his interlocutor was behaving just like little boys who bully girls for whom they have unrequited feelings. Apparently, the guy hit the nail on the head because Mephisto just went berserk, saying that it was all wrong. However, of course, Melvinger did not believe this. It became clear to him why, even after 1,000 years, this spirit had not found a new passion. These words infuriated the Demon King so much that he began to shout throughout the entire shelter. Elric's every word and action could be observed by his distant relative, who was convinced that the current head of the family was a very interesting boy. Turning his head to someone on the side, the man asked if his interlocutor thought the same. He didn't receive an answer, because the one he was talking to was busy mourning the little Yeti, who literally died in her arms. The Queen of the Ice Mountains held in her arms a small creature that had died by her own hands. Otto, watching this, felt very bitter that he could not help in any way. In his head, he replayed over and over again the moment when the broken queen tearfully begged him to help her. All she asked was that he kill her so that this suffering would finally end. When he had done what he had to do, he felt empty, but inside him there was the queen's voice thanking him for this action. Otto asked the woman to leave her regrets and goals for the child in her arms and to rest in peace. He hoped that they would find each other in the next life. And then their story will be even more beautiful than before. At this time, Elric was busy turning the library upside down, trying to find something. Mephistopheles circled calmly around until he noticed an ice crystal in the boy's hand. This item from his ancestor, who told him to find the god of Camellia, who was to become his next instructor. The boy guessed that another test awaited him, and Otto himself confirmed this. Looking at the crystal, the guy could only guess how much time he would spend on completing the task. At this rate, he would grow old. His ancestor was no consolation when he said that all this would continue until Elric reached the level of the progenitor. Seeing hundreds of questions in the guy's eyes, the man said that he would find all the answers in time. He had his whole life to figure it out. All that is now required of the young man is to diligently follow the paved path. When the heir nodded his head obediently, his ancestor said that he was sorry that all the difficulties fell on the shoulders of one man. But according to Otto, this path was destined to be taken only by Elric, and only he can handle it. Only this heir of the Melvinger family was able to strengthen the winter. So now the boy was looking at the stone and telling his eternal companion that he needed to bring this item to the god Camellia. For some reason, these words caused Mephisto to burst into laughter. He assumed that Otto was planning to recreate winter, whatever this phrase meant. Elric asked what he meant. He replied that he was talking about those same 4 seasons, but the guy still didn't understand anything. Then the demon reluctantly told that the so-called seasons hunted creatures like him. Now the young man was interested in even the smallest details of this story. He asked Mephistopheles to tell him everything, but he saw no point in doing so. Elric tried to offer him 5 days of freedom, but the demon could not be bought with such a small amount. Then the evil youth made a promise that he would no longer deprive his companion of the opportunity to speak. This deal pleased the king of the wicked much more than the previous one, so he bought it and ordered them to listen to him very carefully. From him, the boy learned that there were 4 forces that helped his ancestors in strengthening the Melvinger clan. These were spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Since the characters of the representatives suited each season, the demons nicknamed them that way. Among them was Otto Kahn, who corresponded to winter. All this made Mephisto assume that if whoever was behind this whole organization of tests gave Elric such a task, it could mean one thing. He intends to pass on to the boy the power that he once possessed himself. Thinking about it, Elric decided that if this test was completed, then he would be able to go for the next one from representatives of other seasons. If he absorbed the power of all 4 seasons, it meant that he would be on the same level as the progenitor they were supporting back then. And the absorption of new seals that matched the strength of the seal of cruelty would make the revival of the family not such an impossible task. But he couldn't understand what was so important about the ice crystal. If the god of Camellia himself needed it, obviously the demon knew something about it. Mephisto shared that before them was the core of winter itself, which is formed in the deep bowels of the icy mountains. In other words, it was the egg of the spirit. And since camellia is a flower that grows in winter, there is no better pot for it than a crystal like this. Also, if you believe the demon's words, then in order to meet the god of camellia, you had to go north to where the flower temple is located. The existence of this place was a real shock for Elric because he had only heard about it from fairy tales and did not think that the temple really existed. Taking the word of the most cunning creature on the planet was stupid, so the guy decided that he could only be sure after looking at the records in the Imperial Library. It was also very strange that Mephistopheles seemed too accommodating. This could indicate that he had something in mind. Another worrying point was that the demonic spirit's spiritual form became slightly brighter, as if it was gaining strength. Mephistopheles himself only recently realized that the test had affected his energy, and he didn't care at all that Elric had discovered that a piece of demonic power had returned to him. The boy had no choice but to become stronger by passing the trials, even if it made the demonic beast king stronger. He himself understood that he could do nothing about the fact that Mephi was becoming stronger along with him. It is quite possible that Elric was now contributing to the revival of the Dark Lord, and this could lead to real chaos throughout the world. The frightened expression on the young man's face greatly amused the spirit, who laughed at his doomed position. Of course, Mephisto himself was not happy with the fact that Melvinger was also getting stronger, but he prioritized his own recovery. It was only when a mad smile appeared on Elric's face that even the inhabitant of the underworld tensed up. All because the guy realized that he could take even more energy from the demon, because in order for him to be able to return his powers and get out of the body, he must become even stronger. This was the reason for such open gloating, which seriously irritated Mephisto. When all the preparations were completed, Melvinger and his companions set out on their journey. Just a month ago, such a journey could have been frightening, but now it seemed quite simple. Since Elric needed a guide through unfamiliar lands, he decided that it would be a good idea to visit the Crimson Eye tribe. He couldn't say for sure whether he wanted to see this tribe so much because he had fought the Yeti for a long time, or because he had absorbed the seal of the Mountain Queen. But when they reached their destination, they were very surprised at what they found there. The entire village was covered in blood, and not a single resident was visible anywhere, indicating that something terrible had happened. Amidst all this chaos and confusion, one could see the dead bodies of the Yetis themselves, who had died trying to protect their home. After carefully examining the scene, Mephisto concluded that the death of the inhabitants was painful, and whoever killed them clearly enjoyed the process. Even the wicked lord found it disgusting to look at this, for the nature of the killers was far more terrible than that of most demons. Looking at all this, young Melvinger felt very unwell. It was difficult to be there where death and cruelty reigned. He understood that the Yeti were a race of monsters that could be killed at any moment, and he had to deal with them too. But Elric never treated them like toys. He couldn't understand where this nasty feeling inside him came from. Perhaps the seal was to blame. Exhaling, the guy decided that he needed to calm down because he was not a Yeti, and feeling empathy towards them was a bad decision. Plucking up his courage, he decided to look around, so he walked deeper into the village. On his path lay some strange snowdrift of an unnatural shape, which immediately attracted attention. Without further ado, Elric began to dig through the snow to figure out what was in front of him. Finally, he got to something soft. At first, the guy thought that the body of a small Yeti was lying in front of him, but then he realized what was in front of him. This realization became so painful that the young man could not hold back a desperate cry inside himself. After all, in front of him was the dead body of little Mingma, a resident of a village nearby, and they had all set out on a campaign to the Yeti Highlands. This boy was so happy and smiling, but the world will never see his smile again. The state Elric was in now worried even Mephistopheles, who didn't know what to expect from him. But that was not all the horrors. The rest of the expedition members were also dead, and their bodies were inhumanely abused. It seemed that the guy guessed who was the culprit of all this nightmare, and the demon confirmed his guesses, so revenge was just around the corner. Some members of the group managed to survive this terrible massacre. Now they were running away in fear, trying not to die from their wounds. Among them was the young lady whom his companions so fiercely guarded. She insisted that she was fine, since they didn't know when the killers would show up again, and suggested that they concentrate on finding the grave. When she was offered to take a little rest first, The girl proudly said that she was the daughter of the Blue Lion, and it was not fitting for her to be a burden to her team. These words did not please the men who accompanied her. They were frightened by the whole situation. The girl understood that many people had died at the hands of the killers who were pursuing her. She could not allow them all to die in vain. As she looked at the map, the lady kept telling herself that a whole month had already passed since they had been trying to find the grave, but all had been in vain. She was beginning to feel desperate because she couldn't imagine where the burial place they had all been looking for so long was. Looking at the dark skies, the girl mentally turned to her father to grant her wisdom and strength to endure all these trials. In the ancestral estate of the Great Blue Lion family, the Weil family, there were often rumors that the only daughter of the head of the family could not even swing a sword with dignity. The nobles constantly wanted to remind them of the rule that lions follow only the strong, but they were afraid that their master would hear these conversations. But they didn't even try to hide their whispers from the young lady, who was incredibly offended by such speeches. She trained tirelessly, no matter how difficult fencing and sword-fighting skills were for her. The training field was never empty. The girl devoted a lot of time and effort to training, but still could not achieve the desired result. This injustice made her want to scream. She didn't want to believe that she was so untalented because she couldn't even master basic sword skills. Isabel didn't know how she could call herself a child of the Blue Lion until one day her father approached her after training. Herman Weil was a very strong and respected man, a worthy representative of his family. Despite his busy schedule, he found time to sit with her on the floor after practice and tell her that he didn't want to put such a burden on his daughter. But the girl believed that the reason for everything was that she was not good enough. The father reminded that his child should not follow in his footsteps. After all, Isabel was not a Blue Lion in the first place, but a respectable daughter of the Weil family. These words made a tiny tear roll down the cheek of the young lady. Moreover, Herman reminded with a smile that he was still in simply excellent shape, and to prove his words he invited his daughter to touch his steel muscles. Of course, these were all jokes, but the man really believed that there was no reason to worry about the Blue Lion yet. But the girl knew that despite all these words, she would still pursue her dream of becoming the best swordsman on the entire continent. Her father didn't need to know about this, so Isabel smiled broadly and pretended that nothing was bothering her anymore. Morning came, but the corridors remained empty because father still had not woken up. Lying in his bed, the man listened to the doctor tell him that he had symptoms similar to the disease of obstruction. Herman's mana flow was out of order because he had used his aura recklessly. At this rate, his muscles would atrophy. Isabel learned that the problem would only be solved if the mana flow could be restored, but that was nearly impossible because it was too powerful. She understood that in this situation there was only one way out, to rely on magical items. Then the brave daughter decided that she must make every effort to save her father and return the Blue Lion to service. Ordinary objects would have no effect on Herman Weil, so the lady asked the magic tower for help. But even the magical things they had turned out to be completely useless. All of Isabel's searches were in vain. It seemed to her that there was no longer a single clue. On one of her travels, she heard a conversation about the tomb of the Ice Mountain King, who ruled the Yeti in the highlands. The men in the tavern argued that there must have been treasures at the burial site, and, of course, various magical items. This interested Isabel, but she was a little scared by the fact that she could become dinner for the Yeti. But now the girl had a straw, grabbing hold of which she began research and learned that the grave really existed, and she managed to find out its exact location. But a new problem arose. Information about the search for the lady reached the ears of her uncle, who was plotting something bad. Then he too decided to take action and remove the useless heiress, clearing his way to the title of head of the house and the title of Blue Lion. Paul Weil was a man who was willing to step over heads to increase his status, so he did not hesitate to send hired killers to his niece. Now Abel was running away from them along the snowy mountain and could only imagine how inhumane one could be to take such a step. Her loyal guards protected her and ordered her to hide, but she could not run all the time because she had a business for which she could sacrifice her own life. It seems that the escape really is over, because the vile killers caught up with them and now everything could end very tragically. The young lady's defender stepped forward, hoping that while he distracted the enemies, she would be hidden. Before them was the 6th Squad of Blue Wolves, an elite unit of knights secretly raised by Paul Weil. The leader of the squad was sure that if the young lady's main guard was in front of him, then she herself was somewhere nearby. Rushing into the attack, the defender said that the scoundrel, named Hanul, would pay for taking the lives of their warriors. Isabel was forced to run without looking back, but she couldn't just leave Chen to be torn apart by those who wanted her dead. The other defenders convinced her that Chen had decided to sacrifice his life to buy them time to escape, and now they needed to make sure his sacrifice was not in vain. The lady could not find any counter-arguments to this, so she simply looked silently at the one who was ready to die for her. Hanul shouted, calling on the heiress to come out of the shadows because her faithful servant could die at any moment and her surrender could prevent it. These words were a blatant lie, because his sword had already pierced the unfortunate Chen, who had sprinkled his blood on the frozen ground. The man chuckled and said that the lady was very cruel, because she left her glorious knight to die alone. So he decided that the young heiress fully deserved to lose her head. But she was braver than he thought, because despite the protests of the guards, she came out of her hiding place and ordered the scoundrels to stop the bloodshed. With tears in her eyes, Isabel reminded them that she was their target, so the squad could kill her, but they had to let everyone else go. The girl could not believe that people could be so cruel, because she was told with a smile on her face that the demand would not be fulfilled. To her, that an order had been received to kill everyone who was in any way connected with this whole story. Hanul said that if she had not run for so long, perhaps the casualties among innocent people could have been avoided. At one point, the realization hit Isabel that because of her, all the people she had dared to even speak to had died. These were all the people who had gone with her on her journey to the mountain, all those she had met during her stops. She realized that she couldn't live with such a burden. She couldn't know that innocent people were continuing to die because of her. This had to end. Just as Hanul was about to raise his sword and cut off the heiress's head, a branch cracked. Someone was approaching them and could disrupt all the plans that were about to come to fruition. The killer was extremely irritated because he had already decided that he would complete the task and calmly return to his master. But no, some guy decided to ruin everything because he decided that he could win a fight with his squad. Elric looked at his opponent. Back in the village, he promised himself that he would avenge the murdered people. Now that moment had come. Deciding to play the role of a hero who saves the lady in distress, the guy intervened in the course of events. After all, in his opinion, garbage that does not value human life does not deserve to walk on the same earth with him. Hanul couldn't believe that everything had turned out this way, and now he had to deal with someone who wielded magic. After quickly examining the girl and her retinue, Elric asked if everything was okay with them. They nodded in shock. They didn't expect anyone to help them. The guy's appearance was accompanied by a fall into a snowdrift, so his enemies did not take it very seriously and began to mock him. It was all about the slippery snow, and otherwise the appearance of young Melvinger would have been much more spectacular. It was only now that Isabel realized that the man standing in front of her was the one she and Chen had thought missing. She couldn't let him get involved in all this story, so to prevent another death, she started screaming for the young man to run away. But Hanul decided to remind her that, as he had said before, not a single witness should have survived. Therefore, he gave orders to his minions that this mysterious assistant must be destroyed immediately. Elric had similar thoughts in his head. He also dreamed of destruction, because the time had come to teach a lesson to the monsters that had exterminated an entire village. When the Blue Wolves squad rushed into battle, the guy decided not to wait for a special occasion, but to immediately use magical power, causing a strong gust of wind. Power filled the young man's veins and began to flow through them along with his blood, which he used successfully. He had the power to turn this battle into chaos, and it would be foolish to ignore that opportunity. Isabel and her warriors couldn't believe that they had been walking next to such a powerful magician all this time. Even the emotionless Hanul was impressed by what his opponent had done and could not ignore the danger that was coming from him. Therefore, he shouted even louder to the Blue Wolves so that they would not stand there like idols, but immediately kill the enemy without giving them time to start using magic again. But Elric had no intention of giving his opponents a head start. He rushed towards them and intercepted the blow, taking the initiative in the battle. The battle was like a deadly dance, with Elric weaving between his opponents and always looking for a new angle to attack. He had to be extremely careful and focused because he was alone and the Blue Wolves attacked in a crowd. This was no obstacle for a true warrior who enjoyed a good shake-up. After some time of battle, the proud Hanul, who was confident in his strength, now shouted pleas for help. The shouts were unnecessary and completely inappropriate because they could not protect the scoundrel from retribution. The squad leader was doomed to stand and watch his men die. Hankel could not understand where this strong stranger had come from. This guy clearly didn't care who stood in front of him, because he didn't hesitate to mock a unit like the Blue Wolves. This caused even more anger within the commander. He hissed that he would personally finish off the insolent fellow. Isabel, who was watching all this, still could not understand how one person managed to defeat her uncle's experienced, high-ranking fighters with such ease. But now there was no need to think about it. It was necessary to figure out how to defeat Hanul, but approaching him and the magician was extremely dangerous. After all, they started such a heated duel that even the snow-covered mountain no longer seemed so cold. While Elric was thinking up various maneuvers, he realized that his opponent did not intend to lose, and if he was inferior in strength, he intended to take him with him to the next world. Isabel noticed this too, because she shouted a warning to him about not getting too close to Hanul. It seemed inevitable, since the warrior himself was in a hurry to strike first, and Melvinger could only hope that he would be able to parry his blow. He didn't lose his head, but put his hand forward in time and activated his magical power. An ice wall appeared out of nowhere and threw Hanul away from him, creating a solid barrier between them. The enraged man shouted a warning that he would not be stopped by such magic, and that he would still kill his hated enemy. Elric was focused not on words but on actions, and they indicated that the enemy was not in the most advantageous position. And this theory was proven by the fact that the commander was unable to break the next shield that Melvinger put in front of him. The man himself did not understand why he could not break ordinary ice. But it was not this that he needed to worry about, but whether he would be buried in the ground the next moment. Hanul began to understand that he had found himself in very difficult circumstances, and that in order to get out alive, he had to sweat. After all, before him was not just a powerful magician, but a real monster in human form who was determined to destroy everything that stood in his way. And he did it, punished the evil that was doing real horrors to innocent people who did not deserve such a cruel fate. The young lady's guards and the girl herself could not comprehend that this guy had single-handedly destroyed the Blue Wolves and their leader. It was simply incredible, especially considering the fact that he and Isabel were approximately the same age. The girl did not understand how one could be so strong. She even assumed that the young man was comparable in strength to Tasha Nemester. It seemed strange to her that this stranger had not yet been talked about from every corner. The battle exhausted Elric so much that he could not stand it any longer and fell into the snow, not thinking about what those around him would think of him. Before his eyes were all those who were brutally killed just because they somehow came into contact with the young lady. The boy was overcome with a wave of grief, and all he could wish for the deceased was for them to find peace in the next world. He was torn from these thoughts by Mephisto, who reminded Elric that the young lady was waiting for some words, because even he was uncomfortable with her intent gaze. It seemed to the demon that his companion heard nothing at all, but the young man simply did not know what to say. It seems that Isabel had a similar problem, because there were such incomprehensible emotions in her head that she simply did not know how to express them. Elric couldn't think of anything better to do than smile and say that quite a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. There was also something joyful about today. Chen's wound was not fatal, and he was next to his mistress in order to protect her from all troubles. The warrior understood that even though the stranger had helped them, he could have ulterior motives, and this made him no less dangerous than the Blue Wolves. Isabel managed to surprise everyone again when she knelt before Elric and thanked him for saving her life and the soldiers who were nearby. Seeing this, Elric didn't know how to react, because the lady shouldn't have done such things, and her warriors didn't know how to feel about it either. But then Chen and Ed followed the girl and knelt down and began to thank for saving them, because if the young man had not intervened, they would all have gone to the next world. Even more embarrassed, the guy began to say that anyone in his place would have done the same thing. Mephisto noted with pleasure that the nobleman was not alien to the feeling of gratitude. After that, she rose from her knees and said that she had one request, no matter how impudent and rude it sounded. Then Isabel clarified that it was not so much a request as a sincere desire to hire a magician to join the ranks of her guards. These words surprised Elric very much, but he saw an opportunity in this, so he did not refuse right away, because it was possible to get a certain benefit. Dark night fell, but even it could not erase the dark memories of the battle. The sound of the cart was the only one among all this gloomy silence. The carriage contained the boys who had managed to persuade Elric to join them, and now they sat in tense silence. But only Mephistopheles noticed that the corners of the guy's mouth stretched into a semblance of a smile, which said that everything was going according to plan. And so it was. Melvinger was pleased with the development of events, especially since he was given something very significant. Mistress Isabel Weil had given him more than just gold. He now had the blue lion symbol in his hands. At that moment, the guy finally realized what kind of lady was standing in front of him, and he was very surprised that she hadn't told him about her origins earlier. Although he himself could guess that in front of him was a representative of noble blood, because her graceful facial features simply screamed about it. In front of him was the one called the Lifeless Flower. Her beauty was enough to take the role of the crown princess herself. But she was rejected because she was not considered promising and strong enough, since she was not gifted with talent at birth. The nobility was sure that if a lion did not have sharp fangs and strong paws, then its importance dropped to zero. Elric heard that the girl had a hard time coping with the breakup of her marriage, and after that became a recluse in her own estate. And even now she was clearly depressed and did not have much desire to live her best life. Before getting into the lady's carriage, the guy introduced himself as Rick and said that he was very pleased to meet the heiress of a noble family. Isabel did not understand why anyone considered her majestic, to which the young man replied that she needed to be more confident in herself, because he saw in her the tenacity of a true blue lioness. Of course, the girl thanked him for the kind words, but for now she considered them nothing more than the usual flattery that she encountered too often. Then Elric decided to move on to the topic of hiring, since she mentioned that she wanted to see him among the escorts to the imperial capital. Chen was not very happy about the fact that a stranger would be traveling with them, so he tried to gently dissuade his lady. But she gently told him that she had no intention of ruining their lives because of her own greed, so the issue had to be resolved with her uncle. Now Elric understood why the attackers seemed to him to be soldiers of the Weil family. It seemed that there were real internecine wars in the family. After searching through his memory, he recalled information that the leader of the Blue Lions was suffering from an illness whose symptoms resembled the blockage. In all this, the young man saw a wonderful opportunity to take advantage of his chance and make the head of their family his debtor. But beyond that, a reborn Melvinger house could become an ally of the Blue Lions. The guy had already seen those headlines in the newspapers. While he was thinking about his future plans, Isabel mentioned that she would definitely pay well for the services rendered. The young man remained silent for so long that the lady had time to think that she would be refused, and that she would again become a target for her uncle's warriors. Elric, who gave his name as Rick, took the young lady by the hand and said that he promised to accompany her and protect her throughout her journey. The dark night brings about philosophical reflections, and Mephisto wondered why his companion needed these pennies if tons of treasures were waiting for them in the temple. Melvinger surprised him again when he said that she had a very interesting plan. The guy thought that the spirit was complaining in vain, because unlike him, it did not experience cold and hunger, so this journey was just an excursion for him. Moreover, right now Elric had no money at all, and he, like all people, needed warmth and food. Only now did he realize that he had used a new skill that allowed him to communicate with Mephisto without making a sound. The sound transmission worked just fine. Laughing, the demon told the boy not to delude himself, because it was he who taught him this, so as not to get bored because of the tense silence. Elric decided to play along with his horned friend, and muttered that he now understood why he got so angry when he was forced to keep quiet. Isabel, who had no idea how to behave and felt extremely awkward, was watching the guy closely. That's because Rick looked like he was not happy at all that she had hired him, since he hadn't said a word the entire ride. But she was ready to put up with this, because she really needed his help and protection. After all, if Uncle sends an even larger detachment of his so-called wolves, then they won't have a chance of winning. At this time, the castle where Paul Weil lived did not sleep, because the strict ruler could not calm down. The moonlight illuminated his throne, which looked extremely ominous in the semi-darkness. A subject sat kneeling before it. When the master learned that the 6th squad had been destroyed, his hand tightly gripped the handrail of the throne, on which a wolf was depicted. The warrior who brought this news was shaking with fear. He knew perfectly well that all the anger could be directed at him, and then only a miracle would save him. Paul slowly rose from his seat and began to circle around the messenger like a predator. He said that if he really felt sorry, then he should have acted more wisely. Then he wouldn't have to do something he didn't really want to do. These words were followed by the swing of the sword and the sound of it entering flesh. Ignoring the blood beneath his feet, the cruel lord asked a warrior named Hilton where he thought Isabel was headed. Holding the body of his decapitated comrade, the man reported that information had been confirmed that the girl had left the territory of the Icy Mountains. New military men approached and added that the heiress would most likely return to the imperial capital. The leader of the first squad of Blue Wolves, Hilton, assumed that most likely the girl would want to contact her uncle. Paul chuckled as he reflected that his niece had been so stupid as to seriously think that she could hope to negotiate with him. Turning his head to Hilton, he said that he was giving him only one chance, and he should not miss it. Meanwhile, the Lord's carriage moved towards the capital. The pleasant morning dispelled the gloomy memories a little. The group finally reached La Senta and was treated to a wonderful view of the city. All the muscles in the girl's body were stiff, because they had been traveling nonstop for 2 whole days, which is why they got there in the shortest possible time. Even Mephistopheles complained that his bones hurt. Elric kindly reminded him that spirits have no bones, and in principle, there is nothing for them to hurt. The guy also suggested to his companion that next time there is no need to float upside down all the time, then the trip will be much more pleasant. But this instructive conversation did not last long, because the crew stopped and it was necessary to go outside to go through security at the entrance to the city. Sticking his head out to look around, the guy realized with horror that among the guards there were people in all too familiar blue cloaks. He was not mistaken, because the day before, Paul Weil ordered a second detachment of Blue Wolves to be sent there. His men did not think it advisable to assemble their strongest force for such a minor matter, since the return of the young lady could be considered a raising of the white flag. But the master decided not to listen, but simply removed the dissenting member of the army, ordering the pack to act as a single whole. Without even daring to wipe his comrade's blood from his cheek, one of the warriors said that the lady would certainly pass through La Senta. Yes, Paul understood this very well, so he ordered his people to make this place a grave for his niece. Noticing the many warriors, Isabel said she didn't think they would have any trouble getting in. Chen asked if they should turn back. But even despite the obvious danger in the form of her uncle's warriors, she said a firm no. The lady understood perfectly well that those scoundrels had already noticed them, and if they turned back, they would only bring even greater trouble upon themselves. She suggested getting out of the carriage and trying to find another way, but Rick suddenly interrupted her and said that there was no need for such machinations. After these words, he smiled mysteriously and used his skill called transfiguration. When the carriage passed by the warriors, they looked at it carefully, but it was as if they saw nothing. A shiver ran down Chen's spine, but all his worst fears were not confirmed. Isabel looked at her uncle's warriors with horror. She even exchanged glances with some of them, but nothing else happened. They passed through the city gates without any trouble, and no one touched them. Now the boys were in the city, where they were in no danger as long as they didn't attract too much attention. When the carriage finally stopped, the lady jumped out into the street and immediately asked what Rick had done. He replied that he had simply used an illusion that had disguised them. Once again, the young lady was grateful to the guy because they entered the city only thanks to him, saying that they needed to stay overnight in the nearest building. She left to close some issues. As Elric wandered through the city, he listened to Mephisto grumble about how he could have finished off the enemies instead of just hiding the carriage, but the boy did not know the number of enemies, so he did not want to engage in battle. Then the spirit reminded that Melvinger had a seal and he was just trying to justify his laziness. Although in any case, Elric was still in a hurry to get to the academy, but before that he wanted to find out something. He really wanted to know how things were going with Dean Barrack. Mephisto didn't know what kind of person he was, but he didn't envy him if the guy was targeting him. Watching the children, the demon wondered why they emitted something like mana. The young man explained that it was an aura chain. It seemed that the spirit did not witness its appearance. He didn't understand what he was talking about, so Melvinger explained that originally, mana was only given to mages, but over time, a method was invented that allowed everyone to absorb mana into their body. While the mages used magic circles in their hearts, the martial artists strengthened their bodies by wrapping chains around their Dantean energy accumulation points. There were also differences in classification, since magicians were defined by circles and warriors by links. There were 5 links in total, but there was a man who went beyond the last link. The demon was very interested in who among the people could be so strong. Elric said that this man was the Golden Lion, which was considered the strongest creature in the entire continent. Mephisto thought the nickname was too arrogant, but Melvinger said that he was comparable in strength to his grandfather. Now the interest of the Lord of the Wicked grew even stronger, and he really wanted to meet this Golden Lion. It was clear that the spirit was planning something bad, but now was not the time to think about it. It was time to find out what had been happening in the world during the time Elric had fallen out of reality, so he decided to buy all the newspapers for the last month. Not only the young man was interested in the news, but also the person he wanted to learn about from the newspapers. The dean was unhappy that the issue with the nest still could not be closed. Rivern, sitting on his knees in front of him, reported that the Nemesters were guarding the infirmary like an impregnable fortress. But since information leaked to the press that it was Barrack who found the nest, he was the leader among other candidates for the transfer of rights. But he was not satisfied with simple formalities. He wanted to achieve a stunning victory, and Rivern promised to help with this. Such loyalty pleased Barrack, and he ordered the boy to continue to put pressure on the Nemesters. Although where to press harder, Sean already didn't know where to go, because his friend was a master at creating trouble. The young gentleman's assistant, Carl, came to him and said that the nest issue was under great tension, since he had not transferred the rights to his senior colleague. Hearing this, young Nemester laughed hysterically. It got on his nerves so much that it seemed like a nervous breakdown was approaching. Sean was depressed because his sister Tara came to him every day and demanded that he hand over his rights, but Elric never showed up. But despite this, he firmly decided for himself that he would try to do everything possible before his friend returned. Elric himself carefully studied the newspapers. It was no news to him that Barrack was as slippery as before. In this story, the one he felt most sorry for was Sean, who clearly had a hard time. Melvinger understood that the older the fox, the more cunning his tricks, and this was proven by the dean, who skillfully manipulated the press. The young man slammed his fist on the table and decided that the more this man exalted himself, the more spectacular his personal debut would be. The only thing that embarrassed Elric was the situation he had forced Sean into, and he was very ashamed of it. While reading, he didn't even notice that the sky outside the window was turning scarlet. Turning his head, the guy expected to see a beautiful sunset, but instead the room was shaken by a powerful explosion, after which he saw a spreading fire. Neither he nor Mephistopheles could figure out what had happened. It was clearly not just a fire. People on the street began to fuss and shout in panic that water needed to be brought. When Elric heard the children's screams, he decided that he needed to run to help, because innocent people could get hurt. Opening the doors, he found himself in a real nightmare. All the streets were on fire. Smoke quickly filled his lungs, so that breathing became incredibly difficult. A little earlier, in the building near which Mrs. Wiles' carriage stopped, a conversation took place. Chen asked if the young lady really trusted this Rick. She replied that they owed him their lives, but the guard suggested that the guy might be working for the enemy. Of course, Isabel understood what the guard was trying to convey to her, but he had become too chewy because of what had happened in the icy mountains. In order not to offend the warrior and also friend, she decided to say that Chen was right, but she just wanted to remind him of something. To doubt Rick was to doubt her own decisions, which meant the guard didn't trust her. These harsh words surprised everyone present, who, of course, did not doubt their mistress and did not want to anger her. Isabel believed Rick, because in her opinion such a face could only belong to a sincere person. Perhaps the truth would disappoint her a little. But Chen didn't calm down, saying that right now this guy was just a mercenary who was hungry for reward. Smiling, the girl confidently said that it was all just a show. After all, he decided to help them from the very beginning without any self-interest. The young man did not intend to squeeze money out of them for saving him, although he could have. She also remembered that as soon as he realized that the person in front of him was the heiress of the Weil family, his face changed. This could indicate that he took into account the fact that her family's reputation was shaken, and so he deliberately belittled his own status. Now the warriors understood what the lady meant. The guy did not want to make them look bad. Isabel was glad that finally her people were on her side and understood the point she was trying to make. Before the girl could even blink, everything around turned crimson and a scorching fire filled the space. The whole of La Senta was engulfed in flames, which spread so quickly that it was difficult to escape. The leaders of the second squad and the third squad of the Blue Wolf, Beskov and Simon, watched all this and discussed how the scroll called the Burning Onslaught was worth all its money. Simon didn't like that Beskov was silent and showed no emotion, so he reminded his colleague that he supported his idea. He considered the commander of the third squad a scoundrel, but he did not have time to think of anything, and given Isabel's character, she would rush to help the wounded people and most likely get hurt. When asked what to do next, Beskov recalled that, according to Hilton, they were dealing with at least 3 enemies, including a magician. But his colleague replied that he was worrying too much, since the 6th detachment suffered solely because of its weakness. Simon licked his lips like a vile animal thirsting for blood and said that he would like to fight someone truly strong. After thinking for a bit, Beskov said that there was no need to wait any longer and ordered his subordinates to find the girl. The soldiers had already headed to the city, but the commander had one more order for them. They had to destroy all the inhabitants of the town. Only the heiress of the Weil family should survive. Luckily, while Isabel was alive, as soon as she got over the initial shock, she immediately started calling out to Chen and Ed to see if they were okay. There were plaintive cries and pleas for help everywhere, so the girl realized that she couldn't just sit still. People were running, stumbling, falling, screaming, dying, and all this was happening in the very center of the city, where just a couple of minutes ago there had been a calm and peaceful life. The guards, who were coming to their senses, shouted at Isabel not to go into the thick of things, but to stay away from the panicking people. One of her people was crushed under the rubble of a house that had been destroyed by fire, and he begged them not to think of helping him. A grin appeared on the girl's face, and she began to look around in search of a weapon. Grabbing the first sword she came across, Isabel found herself filled with rage at her own powerlessness. She wanted to fight back the enemies and save all these people, but this task was beyond her. The girl knew perfectly well what she was capable of, and she lacked either the power or the talent to do anything significant. Biting her lip, the lady decided that she would not run away. Because she was disgusted by such a miserable existence, she would not abandon her people, but would rather die with them. She remembered Rick's words about her perseverance, and now it was time to show it for real. The lady wanted to become at least a little like this hero. After all, she was a member of the great Weil family, protectors of the Empire and legendary warriors. Even in the face of death, they were not afraid, so Isabel decided to meet her end with her head held high. The young lady wanted to fight to the end, and was determined to do so despite the fear that raged alongside the fire that was devouring the city. The explosions became more frequent and powerful, and the flames left nothing living behind. Isabel couldn't hold back her tears as she watched this. She thought she would die from the explosion, but for some reason it didn't happen. Looking around, she found the reason why she was still alive. It was Rick again. This time he protected her from the fire with an ice wall. His powers were able to protect the girl from the fire, but not the rest of the city, which gradually turned to ashes. But only a fool would think that the ice shield was all Melvinger could do. The guy expanded the boundaries of power and put out the fire, freezing the town. Shocked, Isabel couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen such a powerful magician before. Tears appeared in her eyes because the guy literally made her dreams come true. He did what she wanted so much but could not do. Thanks to him, the fire retreated, and the city's inhabitants could hope to live as they had lived before all this chaos. Looking at the guy, the lady understood one thing. She wanted to stand side by side with him in battle, no matter how much time and effort it took to train. But the main question remained why the knights came to Lacenta and started killing civilians. Mephisto, who knew the Melvinger temperament, knew that it was difficult to anger them, but if a spark of anger flared up, the raging fire would be unstoppable. The demon could tell from personal experience that the members of this family did not make mistakes when they lost their minds, but became much more cold-blooded, precise, and ruthless. Looking at the guy, the spirit asked if he really thought he could defeat such a huge number of professional warriors. After examining the unfortunate residents, Elric said that it would not be easy for him, because it was unclear how long his mana would last, and he needed to be careful not to hurt the townspeople. Now Mephisto had even more questions, the main one being why the guy didn't save himself. But he replied that there was a saying in his family that those who have power must be responsible for it. That's why he felt an obligation within himself to stand up for the civilians and protect them from the cruel knights of Paul Weil, because in every war the Melvingers were the tip of the spear. Now this very spear could be seen by those who so fiercely wanted to kill defenseless people. The Blue Wolf squad leaders couldn't figure out why the fire went out, and who the guy was hovering above them was, because if he was from the magic tower, they could be in serious trouble. Beskov knew every follower of the tower, but he saw this stranger for the first time. But in any case, he had to be careful. After all they needed was to get rid of the young lady and retreat, but the magician could easily ruin all their plans. Deep in the city, Isabel was ambushed by several warriors, and instead of running, she simply couldn't move. Her legs refused to obey, and everything inside her froze, waiting for the blow. Here her personal savior, a knight who appeared at the most necessary moment and more than once saved her from death, arrived in time. Rick came just in time this time, too. After examining the girl, he realized that physically she was in perfect order, which could not be said about her psychological state. On the one hand, Isabel's eyes showed determination and courage, but on the other hand, there was so much self-flagellation and guilt that it became scary. The Blue Wolves' squads realized that their target was running away, so they decided that they had to catch up with the lady at any cost. As Elric carried her away in his arms, he realized that they were being chased by over 40 opponents, a small army against him alone. An idea flashed through his mind to gather them in one place where there were no people, and then he could deal with them all at once. One of the warriors of the Blue Wolves squad took out some strange whistle and whistled into it. After this action, Elric and Isabel's body burst into flames, which quickly engulfed them completely. But burning alive was not in the plans of young Melvinger, so he and his beautiful companion immediately fled from the danger zone. On the way, he even managed to attack a couple of scoundrels, so that they flew straight into the fire. The guy didn't spare such scoundrels, so he was determined to destroy each of their gang. There were so many Blue Wolves that it was, of course, quite difficult to believe that one mage could deal with them. Just don't underestimate a guy like Elric Melvinger. He could surprise anyone. Simon was guilty of thinking that he was stronger than everyone else, and so he looked forward to a successful hunt for the young magician. The warriors surrounded the guy. They asked him where he had put the girl, but he was not at all afraid of the situation he found himself in and was not going to answer the question posed. He even dared to remind the commanders that they were chasing him like a pack of stupid mongrels. These words made Simon so angry that he ordered his men to bring Elric's head immediately, as he realized that he had spent a lot of mana putting out the fire and was weakened. Fortunately, after absorbing the seal, the mana supply in the dragon's heart increased, but the body might not be able to withstand it if it was pushed to the limit. The times he fought the Ice Mountain Queen, he had the opportunity to start all over again, but now, if he made even one mistake, he would die completely. There were 40 men in front of him who, according to Isabel, all acted together when fighting against one enemy. This tactic suggested that the leader had to be destroyed first, so to speak, to behead the monster. So Elric didn't wait, but immediately rushed into battle, choosing his first target. But there was one problem. His body no longer moved with the same ease as during the battle with the Yeti leader. Now it was less obedient. Mephisto mocked him, asking if he really thought reality would be like the game Otto had prepared for him. Dispersing his subordinates, Simon decided to join the battle, believing that the magician was a real fool for daring to engage in close combat with them. Enraged, Elric wanted to show the villain his strength, so he used Slash, hoping that it would pacify his opponent. But his power didn't impress the commander too much because he smiled madly and demanded that the guy try harder. Oh, Melvinger really wanted to do it, but he felt his mana weakening with each passing second, and his body was not as agile as he would have liked. All this made Simon laugh madly because he once again confirmed that he could defeat anyone. Elric wasn't going to give up and throw victory right into the Blue Wolf's mouth. He knew that the young lady was in his care, so he had no right to make a mistake. The explosion of energy was powerful, but whether it was enough to defeat 40 warriors remained a question. When the smoke cleared, Simon could be seen to have emerged unharmed, and he was quite willing to say that it was all a result of the boy's trotting. Now everything led to the fact that Elric fell into a mousetrap that could snap shut at any moment. The warrior said that he would put an end to all this, but he did not expect what would happen next, and then there was a powerful explosion. Everything was going according to plan, and now Melvinger could enjoy the amazed look of his enemies, who clearly did not understand what was happening. A frightened Simon turned around and tried to figure out what this flash was and how the magician managed to create it if he was busy fighting his people. The answer was Elric's ominous voice, which said that he had finally managed to gather all his enemies in one place, which meant that he could move on to the second part of the plan. The essence of the next part was that it was necessary to activate the magic circle, inside which those same 40 people found themselves. Simon began to realize that things were taking an unexpected turn, so he immediately told the enemy to stop using all sorts of tricks. But the young man's crazy look indicated that the most interesting tricks were just beginning. His enemies recoiled in horror. They did not understand how a person could have such a look. They simply could not understand how the dragon's heart affected the guy. The warriors of the Blue Wolves squad understood that they had to manage to neutralize the magician before he could activate his spells. The leader of the third squad happily took on the role of executioner, dreaming of feeling his sword decapitate this boy. But Elric found it funny when he heard such a threat, because thanks to the magic circle, the victim was not him at all. Before engaging the Blue Wolves, he ordered Isabel to ensure that all residents were evacuated from the square, after which she was to use the signal scroll. He was going to destroy these bastards using the freezing skill, so he wanted to avoid civilian casualties. The power of the dragon's heart helped him gather the required amount of mana, so the plan went without a hitch. Thanks to the fact that the magic circle helped accumulate power, the guy managed to destroy everyone who was in the square. Simon, trapped in a block of ice, still couldn't believe that he had lost. Elric asked him how such a high-ranking commander couldn't notice the magic circle. The man wanted to move away from the magician's hand, but unfortunately he couldn't do it, so all he could do was look at his killer with trembling. Elric felt no mercy for the man who had slaughtered the entire village and now wanted to burn the city. He growled that Simon could not even dream of a quick death. Feeling his triumph, the guy did not notice at all that another source of danger was approaching him, which he could not even think about. It turns out that the ice magic, for some reason, spared Beskov, who was now determined to cut off Melvinger's flow of luck. This turn of events came as a great surprise to the young man, who thought he had finished off all the warriors that Paul Weil had sent. It became clear that Formation B, another elite unit led by a smart commander, was waiting in ambush. Beskov immediately realized that the magician had gathered them all together in order to sweep them away in one fell swoop with the help of a magic circle. But one thing was strange to the man. While having found himself in an ambush, the guy continued to smile, as if he had calculated what was about to happen. It seemed impossible, because if he had sensed their presence in advance, he would not have used the circle so hastily. Deciding to play ahead, Beskov said that if the boy gave them the heiress, they would spare his life. The answer shocked the warrior, because the young man had frivolously said that they could plan anything, but he was not going to leave them alive. Feeling goosebumps run down his spine, Beskov gave the order to eliminate the magician by any means necessary. Elric found the commander's gaze and said that they had made a huge mistake, because knights who abandoned the code of honor did not deserve mercy. These words caused some kind of panic inside the man, so he ordered his men to strengthen their bodies with mana and not to break formation under any circumstances. To prevent the warriors from acting in a coordinated and effective manner, Melvinger used dullness, which was intended to affect the soldiers' movements. At first, one could notice how the clear jerks and movements of one of the blue wolves were disrupted, but this only seemed so at first glance. Then it became clear that the curse had not worked and everyone moved exactly the same as before. Enraged, Elric began to use another more powerful magic and activated a skill called Dash. But to his great surprise, he discovered that this spell had also become much weaker and did not harm the enemy in any way. There was a suggestion that this was due to the Seal of Cruelty, since it was the magic that did not belong to the ice attribute that was noticeably weakened. It seemed Melvinger would have to collect other seals to use the spells to their full potential, but he wondered if the Seal of Cruelty might be easier to use. No, it was much more difficult, especially considering that he was not in the highlands where the icy energy was gushing out. In the middle of the city, it was impossible to fully unleash the seal's potential. Despite all this, Elric knew perfectly well that he would be able to find a way out of this situation, if not with the help of magic, then with the help of physical strength. However, there was still hope for magic, so he decided to try using Slash to weaken his opponents. Realizing that a wave of powerful energy was about to hit them, one of the commanders ordered that this attack be blocked. This didn't work out very well because the power literally exploded around the boy. Beskov was determined to finish off the insolent man at any cost, so despite the danger, he rushed into battle. Elric's cut had severely injured his hands, making it difficult to hold the weapon. The man's eyes lit up with anger, and he decided that he would personally finish off this vile, unknown magician. This desire could be read without much difficulty in Beskov's eyes, but Melvinger only grinned because he had to get to him first. The commander of the 2nd Unit of Blue Wolves said that these games must be stopped immediately because he did not want to waste another minute on them. But when he turned his head, he saw that there was no one left to give orders. All his subordinates had turned into ice statues. Elric kindly explained that they had miscalculated when they decided to block his blow instead of dodging, since the ice potion worked even with the slightest contact. Beskov had never heard of such a curse before, so this outcome came as a surprise to him. That wasn't all the surprises. Elric added his ice magic to the curse, so its effect increased several times. Now the commander finally realized that their master had made a mistake when he decided to send them to this city. He realized that the person standing before him was simply an incredible magician, but Beskov was sure that very soon the boy would regret getting involved in this matter. Starting to chatter nervously, he blurted out the information that this whole event was being controlled by the leader of the first squad named Hilton. Melvinger waved his sword and cut off the flow of these words, for he had already heard everything that could interest him, especially since the culprit of this chaos had become known. Beskov was wounded, frozen, and quite possibly halfway to hell where he belonged. It was a very pleasant sight to watch such a vile man die, so Elric enjoyed the spectacle for a few seconds and then promised that Hilton would follow him very soon. While the city was experiencing explosions of fire and then an ice wave, the outskirts were also in turmoil. The Blue Wolf warriors, who had only managed to escape thanks to Beskov buying them time, were running around with the last scroll of the fire bridle. After all, Paul Weil's own soldiers couldn't just up and leave like beaten mongrels. One of the chief warriors ordered all the others to run until their feet bled and to set fire to everything, and if that was not enough, they should set their own bodies on fire. The madmen didn't care whether Madame Isabel survived or not. They had one goal: to lay down their lives to leave only ashes from the city. Both Mephisto and Elric knew perfectly well that they should expect some unpleasant surprises, but they didn't even suspect the scale of it. The demon warned about this, referring to personal experience, which said that the only race that surpassed the inhabitants of the underworld in madness were humans. Looking at what these scoundrels were doing, it was hard to argue with this statement. After all, most often people masterfully hid their sophisticated, cruel nature, but in moments like this, it made itself known. The fire spread throughout the city, and Elric desperately tried to find those who held its source, a scroll that could burn everything to the ground. Just one mistake could cause the destruction of an entire city and turn it into ashes. Melvinger's enemies were very interested in whether his ice magic would help this time. To be honest, the guy himself didn't know how to deal with the new problem, because his strength was running out, but he still tried to come up with something. He didn't believe it was too late, didn't believe that this was the end for Lacenta. The magic might fail, but the good old sword always worked as it should, so the blue wolves watched in horror as their limbs flew off in different directions. The mana might have been spent, but the physical strength resource was still in order, so he could safely use it against the scoundrels. Only the severed limbs had nothing to do with Elric. The one who did this was a truly fearless woman. This was done by Isabel, who used the escape spell a little inappropriately and sped herself up the moment her sword touched the flesh of her enemies. Praise from such a strong fighter as Rick was pleasant to the girl, but now she was focused on finding all the blue wolves that managed to escape. One of the last soldiers was in a desperate situation, but still raised his sword to throw it at the heiress. But he didn't have time to do this because Elric used freeze and the blue wolf's body stopped obeying him. When the guy came closer and told his opponent that it was time to finish him, he laughed and muttered that all this was just the beginning. Rick looked questioningly at his frozen interlocutor, and then he slyly said that there were still 2 of his comrades left. And it was these scoundrels who were in the very center of the city, which was a mortal danger for all the inhabitants of Lacenta. After all, while the young man was busy dealing with these scoundrels, the rest of the gang members were already completing their preparations. And even though they were defeated, the Blue Wolves still had no intention of disappointing their master. So the dying warrior growled that the magician had miscalculated and that soon this city would be mired in heartbreaking human screams. In response to this, Elric only smiled even wider and interrupted this angry tirade, saying that he had already dealt with those minions a long time ago. The Blue Wolf was completely twisted with anger when he heard this, because he hoped that their team would be able to, if not defeat, then at least seriously harm the guy. But now it turned out that even the soldier's last trump card did not save him, and he will die knowing about his shame. It all seemed like some kind of bad joke to him, but he still decided not to take any risks and began to beg the young lady to have mercy on him, and he in turn would put in a good word for her with his uncle. He began to put pressure on the girl, saying that initially they were only supposed to scare her and bring her to Paul. Isabel listened to this whole pathetic tirade and in a merciless voice ordered him to stop disgracing the name of the Weil family. These words were the last thing the warrior who served the man who so wanted to start a civil war heard. Considering the murder impulsive, Isabel apologized and explained her behavior as a loss of control. Rick chuckled and said that he would have left the scoundrel with her anyway. Noticing the trembling that shook the girl's body, he said with understanding that the state of shock was to blame for everything and that everything would soon return to normal. The lady wasn't too worried about it. Most of all, she wanted Rick to fulfill her request, which was to leave one of the wolves alive. Looking back, the heiress could say with certainty that the knights had always kept their distance from her. They honored her only because of her father. They felt no respect or any affection for her. As for the Blue Wolves who obeyed Paul Weil, some showed more respect to Isabel, others much less. But everyone, as one, looked at her with a chilling gaze. Each time, this caused anxiety in the lady, because she saw contempt in the eyes of these men. As she requested, Elric left one of the soldiers alive, so that he could convey a message from his niece to Paul. The heiress proudly declared that the title of Blue Lion would never pass to her uncle. She saw fear in the man's eyes. Yes, now these bastards were afraid of her. They were probably more afraid of Rick, but since they were on the same side, they would start to take Isabel more seriously, too. This new attitude was already beginning to manifest itself when the warrior began to run away from them without looking back, fearing that they would change their minds and kill him. At the moment, Isabel's greatest wish was to have the same strength as her new friend, so that no one would dare to belittle her. She clenched her hands and stopped these thoughts because she couldn't continue to self-flagellate endlessly. The girl understood that if she wanted to gain power, she had to change her attitude towards it. After examining the lady, Elric asked where she planned to go next. She said that she would go to Carnoy, to her father, in order to develop a further plan. Isabel decided to enlist the support of her father's old friends. It was a wise decision. Her interlocutor also believed that it was worth strengthening his position. This was true, but the lady understood that if her father did not come to his senses, the battle would be very difficult. But if Rick was nearby, the chances would immediately increase. But the Blue Lions cannot deal with magicians. She didn't want to part ways with this mysterious young man like this, but she couldn't ask him for more because she already owed him so much. As they parted, Rick handed her a stack of papers. When she asked what it was, she learned that she was holding a dissertation in her hands. It turned out that the guy had heard that the Blue Lion's symptoms were similar to the disease of congestion. Of course, one could never be sure, but he had reason to think that Isabel's father could be cured. This conversation continued when Elric and the young lady reunited with her guards, at which point the girl asked for a clearer explanation. But for now, he was in no hurry to answer and decided to focus on healing the wounded warriors. At first, he wanted to apologize for hiding his identity, but upon hearing this, everyone who was around him was, to put it mildly, surprised. As all eyes turned to him, the boy sighed and admitted that his real name was Elric Melvinger. Isabel was shocked when she realized that standing before her was the current head of the Melvinger House, legendary demon fighters. This guy was popularly known as the Duke of the Shining Star, and when he returned to his true form, she understood the meaning of this nickname. The title of Shining Star was bestowed upon Ustin Melvinger, a star mage, immediately after he won a fierce war with demons. The name itself had a direct reference to his radiance on the battlefield. The title had no practical force, but carried incredible value. After recovering from the initial shock, the lady remembered that, according to the news, the heir should be lying in a coma in the Imperial Magic Hospital. There was no specific explanation. The young man only said that there were certain circumstances. But what was much more interesting was that he suffered from the same disease as the Blue Lion. He explained that now in the girl's hands was a method of treatment that he had developed himself after he had recovered, and he could help Herman Weil. To the lady's surprise, this brave guy also turned out to be merciful, because he believed that it would be unfair if the Blue Lion did not see how his daughter punished the family's enemies. Tears began to flow down the lady's cheeks, because for the first time in a very long time, hope began to arise inside her. When she asked how she could thank Elric, he stroked her head and said that there was no need to worry, because life itself would put everything in its place. He was pleased to see that the girl was sincerely grateful. This was very rare among the nobility. And she, in turn, admired how easily one heir of the family could help another. In their circles, you don't often see that either. After some thought, the lady decided that the moment had come for her to serve Sir Elric in order to thank him for such kindness. A brilliant idea came to her mind, so Isabel asked if Mr. Melvinger wanted her to make him a hero. Meanwhile, the city was coping with the aftermath of the night's horror, with much destruction and casualties. As Elric walked the streets, he had to listen to Mephistopheles' tirade about how he shouldn't have revealed his identity so easily. Walking between the crowds of townspeople, he mentally answered the demon that Paul Weil would try to get to him in any case, because he had killed many wolves, and this man would not accept defeat. And besides, because of his unusual magic, everything would be revealed anyway as soon as he returned to the academy. Mephisto guessed that all this was supposed to prepare the ground for future actions. The residents waved to him, because the rumor had already spread that it was Melvinger who had helped the city. He waved back and told the demon that he wanted to help the Blue Lion's family. The Lord of the Unholy was pleasantly surprised, if before he considered Elric talented only in magic, now he realized that he had a certain talent in strategy as well. The townspeople approached Elric one after another, thanking him and telling him to stay in Lacenta longer, but he had his own plans, so he politely declined. A woman holding a small child said that if it weren't for Melvinger, they would all have died long ago. One of Isabel's guards was listening to this conversation. He did not know how best to express his gratitude and felt extremely awkward. It was a little strange to Elric that whenever he saw this man, he always stood there with a guilty expression on his face. Chen looked down and said that he was a knight of the Weil family, and after everything that happened, he would never forget the kindness that the head of the Melvinger family showed. Elric had heard these phrases so often in the last few hours that he was about to start feeling nauseous. Wanting to quickly change the subject, the boy asked what the knight would do next, and he replied that although this tragedy was Paul's fault, the responsibility still lay with their entire family. This meant that he would stay here and help the locals on behalf of the Weil family. Then Chen would head to Karnoi for his mistress. Mephisto saw a certain benefit in this for Isabel, because in this way she would provoke the people and spread bad rumors about her uncle. It was very cunning. But Elric did not agree with the demon, because the lady understood that high-ranking people had a responsibility, and she was one of the few who were ready to bear it. The demon could not be persuaded because he stood his ground, saying that everything in this world was decided by personal gain. Walking towards the setting sun, the guy suddenly realized that the time had come for his return, and also for the long-awaited meeting with the dean. They were waiting for him at the Imperial Hospital, so it was worth visiting there now. The dean's office was rarely empty because subordinates came there all the time to report on important matters, and now Rivern was standing there, not forgetting to bow respectfully. But he didn't bring the news that Barrack wanted to hear. He was infuriated that this boy still hadn't been able to get the rights to excavate the dragon's nest. The man was incredibly angry that Sean Nemester stood in his way, showing no respect for his mentor. Now he was not worthy of even simply crossing the threshold of the academy. Gritting his teeth, the dean ordered Rivern to find any way to obtain these ill-fated rights, even if it meant involving the press or bribing the authorities. He intimidated his subordinates so much that he flew out of the office as if scalded, trying to carry out the order as quickly as possible. Reviewing the press reports on Melvinger's condition, Barrack angrily burned them. There were only 3 days left before the election of the Academy's director, and he was seriously worried. After that, he finally turned his head towards the strange man who was sitting in his office and asked him to repeat what he had said earlier. This stranger sprawled on the sofa and with a predatory smile asked if the dean had finally decided to cooperate with them. Meanwhile, Elric finally arrived in the Imperial capital, but unexpected troubles awaited him there too. So his fight for a place in this world was just beginning, because his enemies decided to raise their heads. There was an interesting conversation going on in Barrack's office. The man was asking a man named Lazuri if he would make him director, and it was also interesting how he intended to obtain the rights to excavate. The mysterious Lazuri said that all preparations had been completed, and all that was required from his interlocutor was an agreement to cooperate. But the man wanted a detailed answer as to how they were going to do what his people had failed to do. Lazuri smiled and said that if their strength was in doubt, then there was no point in entering into an agreement. Moreover, Barrack was not the only candidate for the post of director, so he could simply refuse the offer. Realizing that he had no real choice, the dean decided to trust this man with an incredibly dark aura. He asked what was required of him. At first glance, Lazuri didn't demand anything special. He just wanted the man to support their organization. This was a mere trifle compared to getting the position of director. Barrack himself found such a small demand suspicious, so he decided to clarify whether this was really all that was wanted from him. A demonic smile appeared on his interlocutor's face, after which he declared that the demands expressed would be quite sufficient. The imperial capital was a very beautiful city, which was located on the banks of the river. Rumors of what had happened in Lacenta were spreading through the streets of the city, and they all pointed to internal strife within a wealthy family. They talked about a large amount of destruction and casualties, and also about how an unknown wizard came to the rescue and saved everyone. These conversations were overheard by Elric, who learned that he had been dubbed the hero of Lacenta. Sighing, a dissatisfied Mephisto complained that he was already tired of listening to these odes of love for young Melvinger. But the guy had nothing to do with it because he just came to eat, and besides, he asked Isabel to hush up all the rumors about him. But the lady didn't really want to keep silent about what had happened, because in her opinion, a heroic story is the best method of winning the hearts of ordinary citizens. She was sure that this would benefit the young head of the family, especially when he wanted to declare himself to the world. In turn, Isabel was eager to create a solid foundation by putting pressure on Paul Weil. At the time, he thought the young lady was right, but now he found it difficult to see any benefit she had mentioned. The story of the hero turned into a romantic drama, but it still laid a certain foundation that will help to make Elric talked about. Isabel's talent and foresight helped the guy greatly in reviving the family. He was about to leave the tavern when suddenly something made him freeze in place. The man who entered the tavern could well have caused a real hurricane. And he became one, because he was ready to strangle Elric with his own hands for forcing him to strangle him. The frightened visitors did not understand what was happening, but judging by the sound, they decided that some kind of bomb had exploded. Panic began. Some assumed that Paul Wile's men had already reached the capital to cause the same kind of chaos as in Lacenta. And Elric himself did not know what to think, because he felt safe in the imperial capital, but it did not turn out that way. But then he smelled the familiar scent of mana and realized who was standing in front of him and whose blows he was trying to dodge. Melvinger chuckled and said he was very glad to meet them, but the joke had gone on a bit too long and he should stop causing trouble. His interlocutor asked in a threatening tone if the guy realized what kind of troubles he had to go through because of him, so that now he deserved to take a few blows. Sean Nemister was eager to take on the role of Elric's punisher, as he was incredibly angry at his ignoble friend who left him alone with his problems. Trying to somehow resolve this unpleasant situation, which could have turned into a fight right on the street, Melvinger began to talk about how amazing his friend was. Having calmed down a bit, Sean sat down at the table and said irritably that sorting out Elric's problems was a real pain. Mephisto immediately said that he liked this guy. Having ordered a drink, Nemister asked how their sweet relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter was going. His friend didn't know what to answer, because there was practically nothing to tell. Melvinger felt a little awkward, because he knew that his comrade had immediately sensed the strange smell of his mana. This thought made him smile because Sean was in no hurry to ask anything, but waited for his friend to tell him everything himself. The silence was irritating, so the heir of the Nemesters told his friend to make his face simpler and get busy with his dinner, Mephisto clearly approving of his every word. The guys clinked their glasses and started joking about the whole situation, but Sean reminded them that he still wanted to give his friend a good punch. Sipping the contents of his glass, Elric listened as preparations for his presentation proceeded according to the instructions in the letter. Despite his worries that the deal would fail, Sean believed Elric's words that his main task now was to settle scores with Barrack and restore the glorious name of his family. Nemister was not averse to making sure that these 2 points were fulfilled, but they could have serious problems if the rumors reached his sister, the Firebird Witch. The brother knew that Tasha was a fan of dragons, which meant that there was a chance that she might just go crazy, and then their whole plan could fall apart into tiny pieces. House slippers with cute dragons on them broke the silence of the night, their owner shouting that Dean Barrack had been given the rights to excavate the nest. Tasha Nemister couldn't believe it, so she decided to go straight to the hospital to figure everything out. She just needed to change clothes, because pajamas with dragons were not suitable for visiting. All this seemed strange, because just yesterday all the news was bombarding the dean with unflattering articles, and now suddenly they began to write about the opposite. Her assistant, Hanabi, began reading out headlines about Barrack regaining excavation rights, the Academy director's election being postponed, and the Nemester family abandoning the nest. But this was all nonsense. Tasha knew that even if their family was under pressure, her father would not allow this, but she was not sure about Sean. Hanabi only added to her suspicions by saying that the young master had not yet given a definitive answer. Enraged to the limit, Tasha remembered that a little earlier, her little brother had been constantly talking about his friendship with Melvinger, but now he had suddenly gone quiet. So the Fire Witch decided to use her power and change her dragon outfit, because now they were changing their destination. The rights to the excavation did not belong to her family, much less the Academy, so Tasha decided to spoil the evening for some individuals. Her plans were very similar to what Elric had decided to do, and he was very eager to see the cunning bastards who were trying to take what was his. The evening at Usden Academy was extremely interesting. At first glance, the role of the director of a place where magic is taught might seem unremarkable, but it contained symbolic meaning and power. This position was not only similar in influence to the title of Marquis, but also carried power in both political and academic circles. Along with the director's chair, there was also the title of Star Mage, an honorary position as the heir to the great Usden Melvinger. Today, the election of the new head of the Academy was supposed to take place, and of course everyone was in anticipation. Taking to the microphone, Barrack began to explain that the opening of the Dragon's Nest is an event that happens very rarely, and he is happy to present this historical moment. He called for voting specifically for him because then there would be many more such discoveries. This man already considered the academy his own because he began his speech without waiting for the other candidates. Sean watched this one-man show with displeasure and wondered how Elric planned to deal with this bastard, since he was the most likely contender for victory. He told his friend about this the day before, noting that the lion's share of the representatives had been bribed. In response to this, Melvinger only laughed and said that tomorrow they could all do whatever they wanted. When Barrack finally finished chatting, a man approached him and remarked with a sly smile that the speech was simply wonderful. The dean was flattered that this man had already called him director, so he intended to continue collaborating with Siesta. These words suited Lazuri, but now was not the time for conversations, because it was necessary to give up the chair to other candidates. But the dean had no intention of doing anything for this organization, since his only goal was to become director by any means necessary. He already dreamed that he would soon stand on par with the heads of high-ranking families, so there was no point in supporting Siesta. But it couldn't be said that Lazuri didn't understand what kind of bastard they were dealing with, so he wasn't the victim at all. When all 7 candidates for the post of head of the academy had finished their speeches, the start of voting was announced, and everyone was asked to take their seats. Sean began to get nervous because Elric still hadn't appeared in the hall. But someone else appeared, whom young Nemester did not expect to see here at all. For some reason, his sister came to the elections, and she was purposefully going to the place where the highest-ranking family of the hexagram was sitting. The elderly nobleman was indignant, saying that the young lady did not understand where she was, since only other members of the family were allowed into this place. But Tasha calmly said that she understood everything perfectly well, since today she would be acting as the head of the family. Hearing this, Sean began to guess that his sister had seen him and suspected something. It seemed that the troubles were just beginning. These thoughts were interrupted as a voice from the stage called on all voting participants to concentrate their attention. The Firebird Witch sat down in her place, which caused disapproval among the men who were nearby. Sean understood that if she had come here, it meant she wouldn't leave until she got her way. All that was left was to understand her intentions. Each person who took part in the voting was given a magic ball, with the help of which it was possible to see information about the candidate. Rivern stood at the lectern and announced that this ball could also be used to cast a vote, and the result would be known as soon as everyone had made their choice. Barrack had waited so long for this day. The promise he made in his speech was supposed to allow him to work with the Magic Tower and even with the Imperial family. Moreover, he had already managed to make a deal with most of the representatives who were in the room. All that was left was to wait for the long-awaited results to be announced, although the dean was already confident that the position would be secured for him. Rivern spoke again, this time having to name the winner. Yes, this was the moment Barrack had been waiting for so long. He could already imagine his name being announced, and him walking up to the podium to give a speech of gratitude. Rivern's nasty little voice had already begun to pronounce the first letters of Barrack's name, but he was abruptly interrupted. All plans fell through as soon as an unexpected guest burst into the hall, completely turning the course of events upside down. All those present turned around in displeasure to see who dared to interrupt such a significant moment. Tasha smiled because she liked such intrigues, and she watched with joy the distorted faces of the nobility. Her brother had a similar expression on his face, because he knew that with the arrival of his friend, the real fun would finally begin. Seeing the Melvinger family medallion on display, everyone immediately realized that the young heir of this family stood before them. The dean was scared because the guy came here as the Duke of the Shining Star and a legitimate participant in the elections. And Elric came here with the sincere intention of taking advantage of that right, and he was clearly going to ruin everything the dean had spent so long building. The crowd began to buzz, saying that before them stood the very scum of the fallen family of demon fighters. Rivern was shocked by this turn of events because he was absolutely sure that the guy was now in a coma, but the reality was somewhat different from what they had dreamed up with the dean, and now their plans were falling apart at the seams. Elric walked into the hall with a beaming smile as if everyone was waiting for him with open arms. Barrack wasn't just unhappy, he was shocked to say the least that Melvinger was standing on his feet instead of lying in a hospital bed. People couldn't understand how an ordinary student could allow himself to cause such a disturbance at the election ceremony of the new principal. But right now in front of them was not an ordinary intern, but the Duke of the Empire and the legal representative of his family. The empty central chair belonged to the Melvingers and was reserved for the head of the family out of respect for the founder of the academy. Trying to get out of the situation, Barrack said that he was glad to see the guy in good health, but did not understand his motives, since the voting had come to an end. The dean and future director reminded that the choice had already been made, and all that remained was to announce the results. But the guy quoted an article of the election law at Uzden Academy, which stated that if a candidate aroused any suspicion, the result could be changed. A repeat vote was possible as long as the majority of voters saw the need for it. At that very moment, Barrack felt that all the work he had done to get the position might have been in vain. He patted Rivern on the shoulder, hinting that he wanted to take his place at the podium, since he had information he wanted to share. These new details made everyone standing in the room where the voting took place nervous. Of course, few would have the courage to say that Barrack was not qualified enough to be the director of the academy due to suspicions of forgery of personal documents. But the biggest surprise for the dean was that this boy dared to accuse him of attempting to take his own life. The presumption of innocence had not been abolished, so Barrack said in an unctuous voice that the boy must not understand what he was saying, since there was no evidence to support his words. The man also emphasized that since Elric decided to participate in the elections as a representative of a prestigious family of magicians, he must follow all the rules that he himself spoke about. So the old manipulator decided to ask the nobility if they supported the head of the Melvinger family in his baseless accusations. The dean knew that the guy was not stupid, and if he was making such statements, it meant that he had an ace up his sleeve, but nothing could change the results of the vote. Looking at the confused nobles, the dean became even more angry. He decided that he would show Elric what real politics was. Breaking the silence, Barrack growled that the boy's words would obviously be listened to, but right now he was interested in the next step of the disturber of the peace. Enjoying the moment, Melvinger suggested listening to him until the end and only then making a decision about the election of a new head of the academy. After this, the dean's voice was heard, but not the real one, but as if it were a recording, talking about the dragon's nest. The magic ball reproduced Barrack's voice, saying that there was no choice but to get rid of Elric and take his family amulet. There could be no mistake. The recording was not fabricated because the image of the dean could be seen in the ball. In turn, Melvinger added that, contrary to what was announced, the dean did not in any way facilitate the opening of the university with Sean. On the contrary, he tried to eliminate him and steal the relic. Hearing this, the man suddenly fell silent and did not even know what to say in his defense. For a while, he was thrown off track. Noticing this, the guy decided to press even harder, asking in front of everyone whether Barrack considered his accusations groundless. Having come to his senses, the candidate for the position of director shouted that it was all a lie, but Elric noted that he simply could not deceive high-ranking magicians. Everyone present understood that it would be impossible to deceive the Archmage, especially considering that in front of them was a person with a blockage disease. This meant that the dean had indeed tried to kill the Duke of the Shining Star. Analyzing the situation, Barrack realized that Elric had a magic ball in his hands, which he gave to Rivern when he ordered to kill the guy in the nest, but how it ended up in the victim's hands was unclear. Looking at Rivern, the man wanted to kill him with his own hands for failing to complete the task. Stuttering, the frightened servant of Barrack said that due to new circumstances, the commission needed some details, so the announcement of the results was postponed. The day before, at dinner, Sean told them that they had recently caught a strange man who had been hanging around the hospital all the time. It turned out to be Rivern, who it seemed had been given some kind of task. But to Elric's surprise, this assumption turned out to be wrong, because their enemy wished him a speedy recovery and expressed a desire to pass on something. Whatever it may seem, Rivern also had a hard time because Barrack was already starting to go completely crazy. He ordered the guy to find someone to get the rights to the nest, told him to use the press, bribe his superiors, but do what was necessary. Looking at all this, Rivern regretted 1,000 times that he had contacted the dean and gotten so close to him. This anger towards Barrack made him keep the magic ball with the recording of the conversation and use it properly. Of course, Elric's evidence would have been enough to destroy the Dean, but what the boy provided him carried even more weight. But until now, it was still unclear why Rivern had recorded this conversation at all. Did he really not trust his boss so much that he decided to play it safe? Melvinger decided to discredit Barrack completely when he revealed that he had appropriated the nest's ownership rights without his consent. Therefore, the Dean could be accused not only of attempting to assassinate the Duke of the Shining Star, but also of stealing the Melvinger family heirloom and misappropriating the right to excavate. So now the Duke insisted that the man be disqualified from standing as a candidate and that investigations be launched into all the alleged crimes. High-ranking officials raised an uproar. Now that the right to excavate did not belong to Barrack, they saw no value in it. One of the oldest members of the noble family noticed that he felt strong mana from Elric. He asked if the guy had managed to cure his illness. All heads turned towards the representative of the Nemester family, demanding that she explain what was going on. But Tasha said with a smile that she would like to know all the answers, but only her brother communicated with Elric. In turn, Barrack continued to insist that the magic ball was a fake, and therefore demanded that an examination be carried out to verify its authenticity. All these words were an attempt to avoid responsibility, because at this rate the Dean could lose not only his position, but also his head. Then the man turned his head and noticed a strange picture. His ally Lazuri, who promised mountains of gold, for some reason stood next to Sean Nemester, and they both smiled slyly. Then the puzzle came together in his head. It wasn't he who was using the representative of the Siesta organization, but he was being used like a naive child. Lazuri was not a do-gooder who wanted to help Barrack get what he wanted. When the magic around him dissipated, then one could recognize Carl Dönitz, Sean's assistant, in him. The guys came up with all this when they were thinking about their plans over a cup of coffee one day, and at that moment it occurred to them to name the non-existent organization Siesta. Now the Dean realized that this game against him had been planned from the very beginning. Yes, he had really been outplayed by some boy. Stepping forward, Elric beamed at the committee members and invited them to begin the re-election of the Academy's director. A more worthy person was chosen for this one, who did not engage in such dirty intrigues. Mephistopheles hovered near his companion and could not believe that he had pulled off such an adventure. He grinned and said that it was high time for him to come out of his academic leave. Looking at Barrack, who wanted to run away with his tail between his legs, the demon asked if Elric would really let him just run away like that. The Dean couldn't help but turn around when he heard the boy call him a balding old man. He immediately chuckled and said that he didn't plan on speaking his thoughts out loud. Continuing to joke, Melvinger said that he was still a powerful magician, but his hair was really getting thinner every year. Silently listening to all this humiliation, Barrack thought about how exactly he wanted to kill the former student of the academy. At one point, the entire space around Elric flared with a purple glow. The force was so powerful that it pinned the guy to the chair, completely immobilizing him. He was determined to teach a lesson to the impudent fellow who decided that he could play games with him and then mock him. Those present were outraged by the Dean's behavior, but when they realized that he was not joking, they began to panic and run away instead of helping. Smiling broadly, the scoundrel growled that now the one who had ruined all his plans would die. In those couple of months, Elric had experienced events far worse than an angry man whose ego had been hurt, so he wasn't the least bit scared. A simple verbal altercation turned into a real explosion of force. Melvinger wasn't about to stand by and watch as they tried to grind him into dust, so he activated his magic as well. Two powerful energies intertwined to see who will prevail. The nobles watching this did not try to stop the chaos and disorder. They simply watched in shock and did nothing. They only came out of their stupor when they saw the white blizzard of the fifth magic circle, a spell that required enormous power. Barrack didn't pay any attention to this. He was so consumed by his own hatred that he saw only his enemy and attempted to destroy him. So far, Elric had successfully managed to fend off all of the man's attacks and was even able to counterattack him several times. Of all the crowd, only one old man paid attention and noticed that the magic that the young man controlled was the same as that of the hero of La Senta about whom everyone was talking. Then the others began to notice that the guy was able to reflect the lightning strike of the sixth circle, and only very strong wizards could do this. They couldn't understand how the disgrace of a prestigious family of mages, a man with a blocking disease, could use such power. Melvinger was confident that he could handle the old man himself, but still he was a 7th-level mage, so reflecting his spells was quite energy-consuming. But it seems the dean forgot where exactly they were, and this became a fatal mistake for him. After all, it was enough for one of those present to snap his fingers, and suddenly the battle changed its course. In addition to the purple and ice flashes, there were now also fire flashes, which were no less powerful. There was a flapping of wings, followed by a voice that said that if the old man continued to be a problem, then even the younger students would not be afraid to put him in his place. The flame parted, and in the midst of it one could see the Firebird Witch, who also wanted to put the scoundrel in his place. Elric quickly realized that the one standing in front of him was the youngest mage of the 7th Circle, the one who had tamed the phoenix on her own. Yes, Tasha really was a unique sorceress whose power was already legendary. Following her, other representatives of noble families also woke up and told the dean that any further action on his part would be perceived as an act of terror, which would be followed by punishment. Now the guy had all the election representatives on his side, and when it came to combat power, they were no less powerful than Barrack. So if the man continues to create difficulties, the commission will consider this disrespectful and suppress him by force. An inner voice urged the would-be director and asked if he really intended to stop halfway. Looking at Elric, he told himself that just a few moments ago he had been acting as if he held the whole world in the palm of his hand, and now he had his tail between his legs. And when young Melvinger said that the man wouldn't even be able to hurt him anyway, he went crazy and struck. His mind was completely clouded. Anger blinded him so much that no more thoughts came to his mind. Chaos and destruction filled the once calm place where only verbal battles took place, and now there was a real war here. Sean and his assistant watched calmly as the events unfolded, knowing that the people who were there would not allow anything critical to happen. But after the blow, cries arose among the nobility because they attacked the head of the Melvinger family, which was the highest measure of disrespect. And only Mephisto understood what was happening. He realized with a grin that in front of him was a real intriguer who knew how to put on a good show. Looking at the lying Elric, he said that the boy could have become a great demon king if he had been born as one of them. These words made the young man smile because in fact he provoked this attack, realizing that it would only play into his hands. This action allowed all members of the nobility to see Barrack's true colors, and now he will never be able to restore his reputation and run for high positions. After what happened, the entire imperial capital was buzzing about what happened at Uzdan Academy. Everyone and their dog was discussing what Elric Melvinger had done, and he should have been in a coma, but now people finally realized that he was not a disgrace to his family. Every self-respecting person discussed the theory over dinner that the young man was the very hero who saved Lacenta. As for Dean Barrack, he was expelled from the academy and arrested for attempting to murder his former student. But no one understood how the guy managed to get rid of the incurable blocking disease. There were theories that he found a mysterious cure in the dragon's nest. These rumors reached the House of Weil, in particular its head, who suffered from the same affliction. The rights to excavate the dragon's nest were transferred to the Nemester family, who supported the young duke, and this made headlines all over the newspapers. While enjoying a short rest in the hospital, Elric made his friend Sean read him every newspaper, which greatly irritated him. At this time, crowds of journalists were on duty outside the hospital, wanting to get at least some kind of comment from Melvinger. Even though he understood that the reporters wanted the truth about the dean, the guy was in no hurry to tell anything, but talked with his friend about what had happened to him over the past months. Elric smugly told how he had not been idle during his absence, but had actually saved the Lady of the Blue Lion family in Lacenta. When he realized that he had told too much, he suddenly pulled himself together and fell silent, because this information was confidential. Curious, Sean looked closely at his friend, but he said that he could not tell him anything more. Nemester did not argue, but only asked if his comrade was planning to create new problems, and he replied that this was not part of his plans for now. Rolling his eyes, Sean said that whatever his interlocutor was planning would have to be left for later, because his father wanted to meet him. Gaius Nemester was one of the great sages of the 9th Circle. He was the most powerful magician of their era. There were very few like him. He also ran a magic tower, and even Elric's grandfather wanted to make Guy his apprentice. This man was a living legend, a genius among geniuses, about whom legends were composed. So young Melvinger had no reason not to want to meet such a great man. Finding himself in the abode of the Nemesters, Elric was speechless. He knew that his friend lived very well, but he did not even imagine that he was so rich. The family's castle, called Misty Hill, was more like a small town. This family held the title of the strongest in the magic tower, which made them very influential people. But no matter how much Elric loved his friend, his plans were unchanged. He wanted to take this title for himself. If a guy wanted to get something that wasn't his, he had to pay a high price. On the way to the castle entrance, Sean said that Hayes would also be coming to the meeting. A friend advised Melvinger to contact his sister as soon as possible, as there was so much fuss about him that she was obviously very worried. Taking the note from Sean's hands, the boy read that his sister had found out that he had been invited to the Nemesters' house and had decided to visit there too. The girl asked not to disturb the owners of the castle once again, and if he tried to avoid meeting her, she would kill him with her own hands. Oh, such sweet messages were just like Hayes. Every time they made the fearless boy feel goosebumps run down his skin. Looking at all this, Mephisto decided that the Melvingers had their own demon king that he didn't know about. It seemed that this man was worse than Satan, since he literally made him tremble with fear. As if answering the demon's question, Sean said that the girl was an angel in the flesh. If her brother didn't create problems, she would make every effort to ensure that he entered the academy. Of course, Elric was very grateful to her, but if his friend had seen the true nature of his sister, he would not have thrown around such words. Laughing, Sean said that Hayes was much better than Tasha, because his little sister was not called the witch for nothing. He was unlucky because the girl was walking straight towards him. But he didn't notice her approach, so he continued to say that since she was proclaimed a genius, she had become simply disgusting. Coming close, Tasha laughed maliciously and said that she had long promised her little brother a good spanking. Sean froze, especially when he realized that instant karma existed and he could answer for his words right now. Enjoying the spectacle, Elric took the opportunity to thank Tasha for her help during the elections, and she said that he could have managed without her. Her brother joined the conversation, wondering why a stubborn woman like her would do something like that, and if she was really interested in Elric. The girl again hinted to her brother about using violence, and he fell silent as quickly as he opened his mouth. It was a lot of fun to watch these family dramas, but now Melvinger was interested in his sister, who could also throw a fit. As they walked through the long corridors, Sean explained that they would only be able to enter their father's residence after passing the True Blue Mist Palace, which contained traps. Tasha, in turn, said that we need to be vigilant, because even a sixth circle mage would have a hard time escaping from this place. But when the red-haired family turned around, it became clear that there was no one to tell this to, because Elric had disappeared without a trace. The guy stood completely alone in some incomprehensible space that was filled with black smoke. He called his friend and his sister a couple of times, but of course he received no answer. Even Mephistopheles had disappeared somewhere, so there was no help or advice to be expected from anywhere. Suddenly, the black fog cleared, and in front of the guy there appeared some kind of glowing circle, vaguely reminiscent of an eye, which seemed to attract him like a magnet. Elric had no idea that the Nemesters were so powerful, because all the magical elements had gathered in this space. These components were so different but coexisted in harmony thanks to the element of wind. The boy had no idea what this place was, but he felt he could make it his own as he explored. He was looking at something very interesting, and it began to creep into his head that he was being followed. An unfamiliar male voice asked him whether he knew what was in front of him or whether he had no idea. Elric knew only one thing, that no matter how unclaimed this magic seemed, it was forbidden to steal it, and if someone was able to control such a space, then he was dealing with an archmage. When he didn't answer, an unfamiliar voice began to laugh and ask if no one could hear him. Without answering this question, the boy thought that it was the fault of the Nemesters that he ended up here. There was no point in interrogating him, because he could always pretend that he didn't know anything. So all that remains is to wait for the opportunity to get out of this trap. The voice seemed to realize that Elric was ignoring him, hoping to escape, and he assumed that young Melvinger was planning his escape right now. The guy got tired of someone watching him all the time, so he used a skill called Mist. Now the mysterious man was left with nothing, literally lost his eyes in that space and saw nothing. It was very wise to use the fog to hide, because now the stranger did not know what was happening in that labyrinth. These thoughts caused the mysterious man to rise from his seat, realizing that Uzden had left behind quite an interesting legacy. A slight alarm began to rise inside the guy, because he understood that if he didn't start doing something, then everything could turn out very sadly. Suddenly, the space around him began to shake, and an angry voice asked if the guest had really decided to leave these possessions so quickly. At this time, Tasha and her brother were trying to understand what had happened because they didn't even know what exactly to tell their father. A voice came from behind them, announcing that the True Blue Mist Palace had been closed. It was the head of the family, Guy Nemester, who asked seriously what was going on. Sean had no idea how to explain to his father what had happened because he himself didn't understand anything. But he still squeezed out the words that he and Elric didn't even have time to go in before he simply disappeared. Looking at the glowing magic circle, Guy guessed that his grandfather had a hand in all of this. Tasha and Sean didn't understand why their great-grandfather would do this, but their father said that his illness had worsened again. But this explanation did nothing to help extricate young Melvinger from the trap he had fallen into. If something happened to Elric, Sean would never forgive himself for leading him into this trap. Looking at this, Tasha laughed, saying that her brother was very sweet because usually he is quite indifferent to everyone around him, but here he is so worried. The girl was very interested in how the Duke of Shining Stars would cope with this difficulty because he had quite good potential. Similar words were said by Guy, who was also very curious about how this story would end. To be honest, everyone without exception was interested in how strong the new head of the Melvinger family really was. The true Palace of Blue Mist was the result of long research by one of the Nemester line. That is why its creator was so surprised when Elric managed not only to decipher it, but also to destroy the magic circle and then use it again. Now all that remained was to find out what this new Melvinger was capable of. Trying to figure out all the nightmare that was happening around him, Elric suddenly realized that his power was attracting only old people to him, both Otto and Mephisto. All of them were far from young. Trying to calm his inner anxiety, the boy told himself that he needed to figure everything out. He understood that the local mana had more than one element, but Nemesterov was characterized only by the element of wind. In other words, the mysterious enemy used the wind to shape the other components. The hot wind, full of the fire element, turned the water into steam so that a light breeze would collect it in one place and form fog. And when the wind, full of the element of ice, increased the density of this fog, its movements sealed the strong gust. This suggested that if the old man was so strong, it would not be a problem for him to create a typhoon. And even if it was just a provocation by someone from the Nemester family, Elric was determined to decipher everything he couldn't before. Even in Lacenta, the young man felt that all his magic, except for ice, was extremely weak. So he decided to use the method of converting mana and wind and apply it to his ice. And if you go further and change the circulation of mana that connects the soul and the seal, you can reduce the level of its consumption. Elric himself wanted to know if he could use other elements along with ice magic. It seems that he succeeded in something similar, but it took so much effort that the guy did not feel anything except the relic on his neck. Melvinger's head suddenly became so empty, and his limbs became so light that they simply could not support him, and he fell. A glowing dome formed around him from which waves of energy emanated. The tattoo that was the symbol of the seals flared brightly, as if all the forces were concentrated in it. And then Elric stood up, feeling stronger than he had ever felt before, as if he owned this place and all the magic that was present here. The dark fog cleared so quickly that one might have thought it had never been there. The tattoo burned more intensely than ever before, and slightly burned the owner's hand. After this, the guy began to feel that his body seemed to dissipate and move in space without his effort. After a few seconds, Elric began to feel his limbs as always, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the stunned faces of Sean and Tasha. Sean muttered that even a 6th Circle Mage would need at least a day to get out. Even Tasha had spent over 4 hours on it, but 46 minutes was enough for Melvinger. Mephistopheles also appeared and noted with a gloomily look that the seal of cruelty had increased to 5 stars. All that high-level magic impressed even the Demon King, but the guy managed to not only destroy it, but also steal some of the power, increasing his own performance. The head of Nemestorov reminded everyone of his presence, saying that he should have gone to the director's elections after all. Then he would have gotten to know better the one who had defeated the blocking disease, and was now a 6th circle mage. Hearing this, Tasha screamed with displeasure that her record had been broken by some friend of her brother. Coming to his senses, Elric realized that he still hadn't introduced himself, so he hurried to do so and shake Lord Guy Nemester's hand. The man offered his sincere apologies for the fact that the guy had to face such unexpected inconveniences. But the young man said there was no need to apologize because it was an interesting experience for him. Smiling like a father, Guy pointed to the castle and said that he was glad to welcome his son's friend and the head of a noble family. Sean added that his mother and the rest of the family have been waiting for them all for a long time. These words caused the boy to feel nostalgia and sadness. Once upon a time, his family also received guests and joyfully greeted those whom they considered their friends. But the Blue Lion family's castle was empty. Guests had not been invited there since Mr. Weil fell ill. When Isabel returned home after her long journey, she spent a few seconds just looking at her father, enjoying the fact that he was so close. Then she threw herself into his arms, causing the man to burst into laughter and make a mocking remark that the grown-up Lady Weil was behaving like a child. Herman was very interested in how his daughter managed to wake him up, because even the best doctors could not do this. Wiping away her tears, Isabel barely found the strength to say that Sir Elric had helped her with this. This name caused genuine surprise on the Blue Lion's face. He clearly expected to hear something else. But then he remembered that the Melvingers had always been the light that illuminated the darkness. Isabel was extremely unhappy when she saw that her father hadn't even had time to have a proper rest before he suddenly got ready to go somewhere. Of course, Herman no longer thought about his recent illness. He wanted to find this talented guy as soon as possible and thank him properly. Moreover, in their world, it was difficult to find a person who was ready to help selflessly, and this Elric acted like a real hero. So it was quite understandable why the Blue Lion decided to find the young man as soon as he could stand steadily on his feet. But in the Blue Wolf's palace, everything was not so joyful, because the surviving warrior reported to his master about the death of many of his comrades and the escape of Isabel. Paul Weil found it extremely difficult to believe that all this was done by the hands of one single magician. The man was so angry that he wanted to wipe his incompetent soldiers off the face of the earth, but he was in no hurry to vent his anger. His worthless servant suggested that the magician had put a curse on his body to be so strong, but Paul didn't care. His brother's condition was more important. He was informed that Herman had left with the Blue Hawks, and if rumors were to be believed, he was trying to contact Elric Melvinger, who was with the Nemesters. It was strange to the man that the Blue Lion's first decision was not to attack him, but to call upon his sworn brothers. Now Paul had further confirmation that his brother had weakened and no longer had such fearsome strength. The Lord ordered Hilton to prevent Elric and Herman from meeting. The Blue Lion must be dead as soon as he leaves his estate. Of course, he did not forget to remind his servant that he was still alive only because he had the mark. Hearing this, Hilton clenched his fist, which had an image of fiery red wings on it, even tighter. The Nemester Palace was especially beautiful when the sun's rays fell on it. Sean and Elric walked slowly along the path. The mistress of this estate and the rest of the family had been waiting for them for a long time. The boy's attention was drawn to the displeased hiss of Mephistopheles, who was interested in whether Guy Nemester was really a man. The blonde didn't quite understand what this wicked man meant, so he asked if he meant that Sean's father was a demon. It wasn't true, but Mephisto couldn't understand how a mere human, who wasn't even a Melvinger, could reach such a level. This was almost impossible without the help of a being that did not belong to a particularly strong race. Exhaling, the guy said that his demonic interlocutor had scared him a lot, and reminded him that people had not been suffering for nothing all the time he had been in prison. He listed that there were the heads of the Magic Tower, the members of the Great Lion House, the Imperial Inspection Bureau, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen, the Protestant Alliance. And all these structures fought with monsters and all the dark creatures and matters that exist. Mephisto nervously asked if, besides the Golden Lion, who was the most powerful on the continent, there were other people equal to him in strength. The demon chuckled and thought that there was definitely a reason why he had awakened in this era. After all, life was now in full swing, with countless monsters fighting for the chance to become king. All this gave rise to chaos and hatred, which were so dear to the king of demonic creatures. Mephistopheles literally felt the pleasure that comes from the knowledge of victory, from the crunch of bones under his feet. He felt that he should hurry the guy up and get his powers back as soon as possible, but he was in a hurry to do something completely different, so he didn't listen to his plans to enslave the whole world. The head of the Nemester family led his children and guests into a spacious, cozy dining room where the others were already waiting for them at the table. Sean's younger brother and sister began arguing and calling each other names, causing groans from the family. The mother cast a sweet glance at the children, which promised to cease to be so if the children did not shut up, and reminded them that in the presence of a guest they should behave more politely. Elric watched with affection as the children quickly calmed down and tried to behave in a way that would not upset their parents. He immediately remembered his childhood fights with Hayes. They used roughly the same curse words and always wanted to hit each other, and his mother pulled them back. She was stricter than her father because he believed that such behavior could be forgiven because children should be children, and not small, serious adults. They had the same dining table at home, and he could imagine that he was sitting not at the Nemesters, but at his own home, where his mother and father were about to join him for the meal. The boy's chest was squeezed with pain. He realized that his parents were no longer there, which meant that he would never feel like a child again. He was so absorbed in his own thoughts that he did not notice at all how Mrs. Nemester spoke to him, asking if he did not like such food. Returning to reality, Elric smiled and said that he was momentarily stunned by the wonderful smell. The woman sighed in relief and said that she was worried about the guest's dejected face. Enjoying the aromatic paste, the guy insisted that the hostess was imagining things, and he felt wonderful in their company. And it really was so because a joint family dinner is so wonderful he had already forgotten what it was like. Time passed very quickly, so that the sun was already beginning to set behind the horizon. This meant it was time to turn to hot tea to relieve tension after a hard day. The head of the family said that he had heard a rumor about the transfer of rights to excavate the nest. Elric nodded affirmatively, saying that he was indebted to Sean. It was noticeable that Guy was thinking hard about something, but he hadn't voiced any thoughts yet. The young man watched this man closely, because he was very powerful, and therefore, by nature, he was a predator. But the man really surprised the guy when he asked him if he was upset with him because of what happened earlier. Even his children were surprised that Guy was asking about something like this. Tasha looked questioningly at her father. Elric didn't immediately find an answer. He thought about the fate of his family. It couldn't be that the Melvingers, with their 1,000-year history, had sunk so low overnight. The ruling family had turned their backs on them, the nobility had played political games, and the people they trusted had turned out to be traitors. And now this man was asking if Elric was offended. He said no, and added that everyone had their own circumstances, but these words did not seem very sincere. Although the Nemesters did not contribute to his family's downfall, they could not help for political reasons. Mephisto didn't like the fact that Elric was groveling before these Nemesters, who 1,000 years ago were just small fry compared to his ancestors. The guy reminded that the Melvingers had long since lost their former glory, and all he does is try to bring back their former glory. Even though it was his friend's house, Elric planned to surpass their family, so he needed to know their circle of mages and get to know the Lord. While drinking tea, Guy Nemester firmly said that if the boy needed anything, he could always turn to him. These words infuriated Melvinger, because help was offered at the wrong time when it was most needed. Despite Elric's slightly unfriendly look, Guy once again said that the Nemesters would provide him with all-round support if he asked for it. The guy was extremely surprised, but the head of the family said that it was his gratitude for the excavation rights and a gift from him, as the father of his friend. But Mephisto felt that they were facing a real schemer. It was unclear whether he was trying to improve relations or wanted to support a family that had lost its power. In any case, Melvinger understood that the support of the Nemesters would strengthen his position, but other noble families could put a spoke in the wheel. It was unclear what this strange man was thinking. His motives were also a secret, because there must be reasons for such a disposition. The pleasant conversation did not contribute to vigilance, so no one noticed the danger that was approaching them at a furious speed. A blow, broken glass, and the evening ceased to be as languid as it had been before. No one at the table even moved, only Elric's jaw dropped slightly in surprise. Glass continued to fall from the huge panoramic window. Looking at all this, young Melvinger could not believe that some madman dared to do something like this in the Nemester estate. When the mysterious man who had done all this entered the room, the boy immediately felt a familiar energy from him. This realization came too suddenly for Elric, and he didn't even know how to act. This feeling became especially acute when the strange stranger began to point at him with his decrepit hands. Melvinger finally realized who was standing in front of him, and this realization was much more disconcerting than one might have imagined. This powerful magician has already chosen his target. All that remains is to make her become his disciple. One day, Sean told his friend that his father was so greedy for talented individuals that he gathered more than a dozen so-called guests in the estate who were left to live there. So the true power of the Nemesters lay in the Senate, which consisted of these incredibly powerful people. It was the senator who burst into the Lord's office, ignoring the people's disapproving cries. Before Elric stood the great master who personally trained all the mages of the Nemester family. The old man who caused all this commotion was called Augustin Nemester. He was nicknamed White Knight. There was such a powerful energy coming from him that one could assume that he was stronger than Guy. Looking around, Augustin apologized for all this commotion. The Lord smiled nervously and said that it was all nonsense. He was much more interested in the reasons that brought the senator here. Augustine pointed his finger at Elric again and said that he wanted to take this child, whose shamelessness knew no bounds, as his apprentice. Guy started to say that there might be problems with this, since this was not just a guy, but the head of the Melvinger family. But when he turned around, he witnessed that the situation had been resolved without his intervention. The boy, without hesitation, went to meet the old man and, bowing, greeted Master Augustine. If Melvinger smiled, then the demon tied to him was not at all amused, because he recognized the one who stood in front of him. Elric's actions greatly surprised both Sean and his sister, who could only watch what was happening with their mouths open. Augustine was extremely surprised that the young man recognized him. He smiled and said that he could not help but understand that the great elder of the Nemester family stood before him. The guy shared that his late father tirelessly talked about the one called White Knight. The deceased believed that if the Melvingers had such a support, they would not have been broken so easily. Frowning, the old man asked if they had known the late lord, but Elric shook his head and explained that he had only known him by hearsay. The non-mesters watched in amazement as their friend found common ground with this old man. He was their great-grandfather, but even they rarely got along with him. It was unclear how the head of the Melvinger family could become a disciple of the great Nemester family, so the young man asked the old man to take his words back. Augustine's tone became extremely threatening when he asked if the boy hadn't had enough of the blue mist labyrinth, and he wisely pointed out that he had simply been lucky to escape. The elderly senator reminded him that Elric had taken his magic without permission, but the boy retorted that he had suffered first. These words made the old man angrily stamp his foot and shout for his interlocutor to shut up. This was followed by a burst of power that filled the room with a powerful energy that you would never expect to feel from such a decrepit-looking old man. This behavior surprised even Guy, who was not used to seeing the senator so emotional and active. But Elric was most shocked, firstly because he was told that he was talking too much, and secondly because he saw such pure and powerful magic in front of him. Everyone in the room could see the beautiful night sky, but it was too bright now, so it was clearly created by the hands of a magician. A magician who had set his sights on Elric as his apprentice and was not going to give up on the idea of teaching him. Noticing the man's rapid movement, Melvinger realized that he had clearly used something similar to teleportation. Augustine moved as if his body was not subject to gravity. He was lighter than the wind, faster than a bullet. While everyone was in a daze, he managed to grab his future student and drag him towards himself. No one dared or could interfere with the old senator's plans because he would easily suppress each of them. So Augustine easily jumped out of the broken window and dragged Elric with him. As the magic began to dissipate little by little, everyone present began to realize what had happened and were, to put it mildly, shocked. Tasha was the first to come to her senses, and she yelled at Sean, asking why he was standing there when his friend had just been kidnapped. Sean rolled his eyes and asked if his dear little sister still didn't understand what kind of person Elric was. Nothing happened to him that he wouldn't allow. Mephisto was pleased with how thoughtful his eternal companion had been, for now they might have another victim in their hands to satiate him. But to use this creepy old man as a teacher, or even more so as prey, was the height of fearlessness. When Elric was finally able to open his heavy eyelids, he saw someone's silhouette behind the blindingly bright light. The guy couldn't explain to himself where he was and how he got there. His head hurt, and his body didn't want to obey. The return to consciousness did not go unnoticed. Augustine immediately leaned over his guest, and his appearance was not very friendly. As memories slowly returned to Elric's head, he immediately jumped to his feet, asking what the hell was going on. But when he wanted to fully stand on his feet, he couldn't, because he found himself on the edge of some kind of abyss and could easily end up in free flight. It's good that the old man managed to grab him by the collar and prevent him from falling down, because then only a wet spot would have remained of Melvinger. It was absurd to realize that your life was literally in the hands of a crazy man who stole you, but the guy tried not to panic ahead of time. The old man's face softened as he said that the boy needed to be more careful, because for the first time in his 90 years of life, he had almost lost his student. Elric played a dangerous game when he decided to force the great master of the Nemester family to come up with a good reason why he would want to become his apprentice. The thought that Augustine would kidnap him and take him to some mountain never even entered the young man's head. He knew he needed to pull himself together and regain control of his mana circulation. But when he tried to do so, Elric found that his mana was not moving. It felt as if the blocking disease had returned. Augustine realized that the boy had noticed this change and realized that his future student had a very sensitive consciousness. Melvinger's legs twitched nervously over the abyss as he tried to find out what was happening to him. His interlocutor asked him not to rush him and ordered him to look at what was below. Elric blurted out that he couldn't see anything and didn't even have time to turn his head when suddenly the master unclenched his hands and released his collar, allowing him to fall into the abyss. After this, the old man smiled and said that if you don't see something, then you need to look closer. At that moment, the guy realized that in front of him stood a real psychopath who could commit the most unexpected actions. The feeling of free fall was not the most pleasant, and Mephisto decided to mock, saying that Melvinger and this old man were worth each other. The demon gloated and said that it would cost him nothing to find 100 people just like his companion. The young man reminded him that if he did not help in any way, they would both die. He wanted the king of the wicked to teach him how to use the seal of original sin as soon as possible, because it could help him get out. This did not convince Mephistopheles. The spirit reminded that although Elric did not have access to his own mana, he could draw it from the atmosphere, because there was plenty of it there. The advice was quite good. Melvinger decided to focus on the space around him and feel the magical power that surrounded him. A stream of energy swirled around him, bubbling over and literally asking to be used. At first it was hard to believe, but then the young man took advantage of the resource that was coming into his hands. This action helped to fly up and get out of the abyss, however. Elric almost died because of the sealed mana. He again returned to the time when he was weak due to the blocking disease. The whole situation made the guy so angry that he rudely asked where he was, because this place did not look like any part of the continent he knew, but rather resembled the true palace of blue mist. A voice came from above his head, explaining that he was in the blue mist labyrinth and that the true palace was just a version of that place. The owner of the voice was extremely surprised that despite the sealed mana, the boy was able to pull it out of the atmosphere and use it. These words greatly outraged Elric. He asked what the old man was doing because he himself said that he wanted to take him as an apprentice, but nevertheless he was not afraid to harm him. Augustine laughed and said that he still wanted to teach Melvinger, but he couldn't just go and reveal all the secrets of the Nemester family. Besides being a senator of his own kind, the old man also headed the grassland school. The knowledge he possessed could only be passed on to one heir, and it had nothing to do with the Nemesters, so Elric should have no problem learning it. The name Grassland was completely unfamiliar to the boy. It seemed he had never come across it even in history books. But Mephisto's face changed as if he understood what was being discussed. The demon grimaced and said that he was surprised that the school still existed. It seemed that the students were very tenacious. He said that it was in the East and had irritated him even when he was king, because they taught magical martial arts there instead of regular magic. This type of martial art helped strengthen the body through the circulation of magic. Mephisto concluded by saying that such an experience was simply necessary for Elric, since the school specialized in harmonizing various forms of magic. This meant that she could very well help the guy normalize the mana interweaving, which he had been having problems with until now. The young man was at a dead end because the different types of energy inside him refused to mix and work harmoniously. Now there was a chance to fix this. Elric had the opportunity to gain invaluable knowledge that he needed right now, and it would not connect him with the Nemesters in any way. When the boy saw some dangerous animal coming towards him, he asked if he would really be taught magical martial arts, which surprised Augustine. All information about the school was hidden, so the old man didn't think that the boy had heard anything about the teaching methods. But now it didn't matter, because he wanted to see what Melvinger was capable of. Now the guy was in the territory of the severe wolves, who were more than 3 times stronger than normal ones. The mocking voice emphasized that in Grassland, training was based on practice, so now he could try out this format on himself and try to survive. This was not a very easy task, considering that more than one monster was approaching. Not only were these wolves incredibly huge, but they also moved at such a speed that it was extremely difficult to track their movements. The main problem was that Elric couldn't do anything because his mana was still sealed. Old Psycho Augustine was very interested in watching all this from a safe distance. His companion wondered if it was okay to just stand and watch as an unprepared newbie engaged in combat with powerful monsters. But the teacher replied that the boy really had no experience, but that did not mean that he did not have the skills that would allow him to cope. The interlocutor was less enthusiastic and reminded that if wolves get to know the taste of human flesh, there could be serious problems. While this conversation was going on, Elric had already started bleeding. He was clearly in trouble, but no one was going to help him. At this rate, he could very well die, but Augustine didn't even think about intervening. He simply watched as another wolf sneaked up on the guy. When Melvinger noticed the monster, he was overcome with such anger, such despair, that he screamed from the helplessness, injustice, and absurdity of what was happening. These emotions became the trigger that awakened his magic and activated the seals that were previously sealed. That's when the wolves finally got what they deserved. Elric attacked so suddenly and strongly that the animal flew back several meters and was left without teeth. Looking at this unpleasant picture, Augustine said with a grin that, as he said, Elric was not an ordinary student. He was not like everyone else, and the master was confident that the young man would cope with the task and fulfill the wish that the school had cherished for more than 1,000 years. But still, he was still lacking something, but this could be corrected during training. Turning to a man named Giliti, who led the Revolutionary Army, Augustine said that he would have to act. The Revolutionary Army was so secret that even the members of the Inspectorate Bureau did not know all of its members, and its leaders stood on the same level as the Masters of the Magic Tower and the Lions. The main goal of these warriors was to free the continent from the tyranny of the Emperor. It was the most famous terrorist group and had enormous influence. And now, before Augustine was its leader, who agreed to fulfill the old man's request. The one called the King of Monsters was extremely surprised at how excited the old master was about having a new disciple. But Gility Tens understood the full responsibility of the moment, because the new ward appeared after a very long time. So now the head of the Revolutionary Army was even more interested in whether Augustine would be upset if the boy died. Elric had a difficult task ahead of him. He had to kill all the direwolves he saw. According to Mephistopheles, the guy dealt with some monsters thanks to his luck, but he was not capable of more in his current weakened state. Moreover, it was now much more difficult to fight because the wolves knew that he wanted to finish them off, so luck was the last thing to hope for. Elric himself knew that he could draw mana from the atmosphere 1 or 2 more times, so he didn't really understand how to defeat the huge wolf that was getting closer and closer to him. The guy realized that he had never needed the weapon he used in the Ice Mountains so much. If he had known that he would get into such a situation, he would have at least trained. This thought led him to believe that there was some training, the art of body development that he had studied, that could help. Now it was Elric's turn to grin evilly, as he realized that he could have simply imitated what he had done before. He wanted to try to use the skills that were supposedly passed down from generation to generation by the Tiger King's lineage. It was a combat technique that gave bones the strength of steel and increased strength sevenfold, while also explaining how to use it. If we are to believe the words of the tigers, the kings of beasts, then the body was a small copy of the world created by God. Just as mana circulated in nature, air passed through a person's lungs, the body changed depending on how he breathed and what he focused on. The awakening of countless instincts depended on this choice. And at that moment, when one of them is unconsciously chosen by the mind, the changed body begins to move by inertia. But looking at the jumping monster who bared his teeth, the guy's inner voice screamed that he needed to stop building illusions and look at the world soberly. Instincts and intuition are not capable of saving your life when a monster is running towards you, but combat technology created by shifting these facets could very well do so. What made things more difficult was that Elric had no plan and no time to create one. But he knew that his choice was always the most correct and led him only to a successful resolution of problems. And at this point, the choice fell on the tiger's combat equipment, which was the only chance for salvation. Mephistopheles couldn't even move from the spot. He was so curious and at the same time afraid of how the massacre would end. In his opinion, the guy was clearly sick in the head since he decided to take such a risk, using such skills that he had not yet tested in combat. As unpleasant as it was to realize, the demon could not deny that this little man fought very well. Elric concentrated and was able to fill his body with such powerful energy that the enemy simply did not have a chance. The fatal blow was dealt, and the wolf fell. Mephisto could not understand how an ordinary guy could deal with a creature of such a high level. When the animal fell, there was complete silence. The guy was coming to his senses, and everyone else was trying to wrap their heads around what they had seen. Much to Elric's annoyance, Augustine's voice was heard, happily saying that, as expected, his student had managed to send 2 wolves to the next world. The battered and bloodied boy listened as the master made the task more difficult, but gave him a hint. Now he had to find the moss growing on the shady side of the cliff and use it. Tying what was left of his cape around his waist, Melvinger remembered that he needed to kill absolutely every creature. It seemed impossible, but the guy was already used to the fact that he had to jump above his head all the time. The wolves were not going to give him victory just like that. They moved very quickly and got closer and closer. In this way, 10 whole days passed, which seemed to the young man both infinitely long and short at the same time. This continued until Elric was able to find red moss, which contained magical energy that could be used against the wolves. But then the fanged opponents arrived. There was not much time, so the guy had to find out if he could replenish his mana reserves if he ate this moss. For ordinary people, the flower was just a medicinal plant, but in theory it should help with the problem of the magical seal. And given Elric's abilities, there was a high probability that this could not only remove the blockage, but also increase the seal level. Even Mephistopheles was sure that the old man didn't just send the guy for this particular plant. He definitely saw some kind of opportunity in it. Of course, Elric was still angry at Augustine for literally throwing him off a cliff, but if it helped him level up the seal, then his anger might turn to mercy. With these thoughts, the boy walked away from the corpses of the huge wolves and went on, waiting to see what his next adventure would be. Having found his next victim, Melvinger knew it was time to end this whole farce. In front of him was the last wolf that needed to be defeated, and then he would finally be able to talk to the master. But this wolf was not alone. After a couple of seconds, Elric noticed the leg of the man who was riding this animal. An unfamiliar voice addressed the guy and said that he never ceased to amaze him. Then, out of nowhere, a white tiger appeared and began to circle around the boy. The mysterious voice continued to talk about what he heard from the boss, that the best in Uston Academy was standing in front of him. Even knowing this, the stranger was still very surprised by the level of battle he saw. Elric did not answer, but looked closely at the one who had jumped off the wolf's back and was now approaching him. When the stranger said that he had made a decision, the guy tensed up. The man smiled broadly and declared that if Melvinger could defeat this creature, he would gladly take him on as an apprentice. After these words, Augustine appeared from somewhere and began to scold Giliti and say that he had been looking for Elric for too long to just give him over to someone else for training. But Giliti did not back down, but instead reminded him that it would be very difficult for him to raise new wolves, which, by the way, were killed due to the old man's fault. Seeing this argument, Mephisto turned to the guy and asked ironically if he still thought that the Demon King was the worst option for a teacher. Elric really doubted it. The boy wanted to say that he should decide the question of training, but Giliti interrupted him, asking if he wanted to become a student of the one the entire continent was looking for, the one who was called the King of Monsters. To the man's surprise, young Melvinger said a firm no and did not even consider the prospect of cooperation. After all, he already had a teacher, yes, a little eccentric, but so effective. Mr. August was the best option of all. Elric decided to clarify once again that he would not learn from Giliti, but he interrupted him, offering to teach him Mirage Eyes. With the help of this art, one could freely control the beasts, and it was thanks to it that the man received the title of King of the Monsters. This made the boy think that the rule that there should be only one teacher was invented by a narrow-minded person, and he wanted to learn such skills. The Melvingers had always been straightforward, but Augustine had never thought it would hurt him so much. Elric wanted to demand to be trained right now, but Giliti stopped him and said that there was no need to rush into it. After all, to begin with, he really wanted to see how the young man would deal with the last severe wolf. Only by defeating him would he be given the opportunity to gain new knowledge. The head of the Revolutionary Army also clarified that without the ability to control magic, Mirage Eyes cannot be mastered, because the circulation of mana must be in perfect order. Giliti believed that for the final test, it was not enough to recover using the resurrection flowers, but to win using only magical martial arts. The wolf jumped up and ran towards the guy, causing the man to burst into loud laughter. After all, he understood that this creature could create such chaos that even the strongest warriors would be unable to survive. But Elric managed to surprise everyone again, because he hit so hard and accurately that the wolf flew away as if he weighed nothing at all. The monster did not have time to offer any resistance. Giliti was speechless, and Augustine waved his hands in joy, saying that he expected something like this from the grandson of Udin Melvinger himself. Mephistopheles was already tired of watching this guy deal with all the enemies without much effort. Even the formidable white tiger seemed to have begun to have tender feelings for him. Looking at the men's eyes wide with shock, Elric didn't know what to say to them. He simply spread his hands, as if asking what else they expected. But admiring the work done was less interesting than finally getting answers to all my questions. After all, finally someone appeared who enjoyed all the boy's suffering and sent him on this dangerous test. Approaching Augustine, Elric menacingly asked if the old man was pleased that he had almost killed his future student. There was a real storm inside the guy because not only was he thrown into the abyss, but his powers were also blocked, not allowing him to fight the wolves normally. The elderly senator understood all this indignation perfectly well, but his actions were necessary in order to reveal the boy's potential. To justify or explain the motivation for these actions, so Augustine simply patted the boy on the shoulder and said that he had done a good job. The old man's hand began to glow, and Elric felt his mana return to its usual flow and move freely within him. All the anger and aggression instantly subsided. The guy felt that this experience was necessary for him. Now the master will be able to teach him the evil of the Chronicle of the Night, which was taught in Grassland. Augustine and his companions set out on their journey, and after some time they came to a cave that was entwined with flowers. This was the sanctuary of the Chronicle of the Night. Elric couldn't even imagine that he would be in such a legendary place. All his sacrifices were worth this moment. Grassland emitted a gloomy and dark aura. It seemed like it was demonic energy. This thought was confirmed by Mephisto, who asked why there was a demonic domain here that only the King of the Wicked could create. Now the spirit began to understand why they found the resurrection flowers here, and who owned this energy and territory. Augustine was the first to speak, asking if Elric felt anything strange. In his opinion, the heir of the Melvinger family was able to sense it, The guy really sensed a strange aura, so he asked why there was a demonic domain in the sanctuary. When the hand of the elderly master touched the stone, strange inscriptions appeared on it. He said that the young man must know that the Chronicle of the Night came from the Far East. This was indicated by the architecture and painting typical of the East, which could be seen inside the sanctuary. Augustine claimed that the founder of the Chronicle of the Night and the Grassland School itself was an alchemist who searched for herbs in those parts. One day, the Demon King deprived this man of his wife and daughter, driven by a thirst for revenge. The founder pursued this villain from the very east. But he was too strong, so the victim had to change his plan. He not only combined the knowledge of the east and west about magic, but also managed to absorb the power of the demon and become stronger. But he never managed to take revenge, so he had to wait almost 1,000 years to achieve his goal. And since Elric had chosen Augustine as his teacher, the old man was confident that justice had already been served. The guy's head was full of questions. He didn't understand these strange hints, and they didn't tell him anything else. Melvinger felt like a pawn in someone else's game. All these thoughts evaporated as soon as he realized what was waiting for him ahead, and there was nothing good there. They came to a large hall, the atmosphere in which was so heavy that for a moment Elric's breathing became labored. What can I say about him? Even Mephistopheles was quite surprised when he realized who the old man had sealed within these walls. This made the master a true professional in his field. A chill ran down the boy's spine, because even a demon of that level recognized the strength of the one who was imprisoned here. The teacher was even more powerful than he thought. The old man said that he would not boast of his achievements to his student, because there were too many variables in that battle to name a true winner. But as a founder, Augustine wanted to achieve his goal and bring what he started to the end. And now the time has come when it will be possible to find out the final winner in this long-standing battle. And the student who will one day follow in the footsteps of the master should help in this. It was obvious that they were talking about Elric, and that great hopes were pinned on him. Augustine himself wanted to find out who was stronger, the ancient evil or the young man to whom he had managed to pass on some knowledge. Looking at the demon in front of him, the boy couldn't believe that the master actually wanted him to fight him. It was absurd. The elderly Nemester clarified that it was not the monster itself that needed to be dealt with, but only its seal. Turning to Elric, he said that the boy was an ordinary man, but he could do it. For some reason, these words filled the boy with some strange charge of energy. He decided that if he was destined to enter into a fight with this creature, then it would be best to do it immediately. Despite his outward bravado, Elric was certainly nervous inside, so his mentor told him to put his worries aside. Instead of snapping, the young man tried to do exactly what the old man said, clear his mind and focus on the goal. Mephistopheles tensed up. It seemed that his dear companion was growing in strength of spirit not by the day, but by the hour. Augustine's next action surprised everyone, including Guilhem. The senator decided that there should be complete trust between the student and the teacher, so he began to remove the bandages from his palms. Baring his hands, which were all covered in some ancient magical writings, the man said that everyone has their own secret technique, and he was no exception. Augustine had something truly unique, something that made his power especially powerful, and added a slight hint of dark energy to it. This phenomenon was called the Hand of the Dark Elf. It gave the old man's skin a rather creepy shade, on which glowing inscriptions were visible. Elves were divided into light and dark. The former lived in picturesque forests filled with sunlight. The second representatives of this species hid in the darkness of the dungeons and were followers of demons, which was the reason why they were wiped off the face of the earth. Showing his hand, the old man asked if his student was aware that transplanting body parts from other races was forbidden dark magic, and the boy nodded affirmatively. It turned out that no one but Gilead knew about this secret, not even Lord Nemester. So now that teacher and student knew each other's weaknesses, things should become calmer. The old man added that everything that happened was only for the sake of Elric's training, and also apologized for seeing too much when the boy was unconscious. The news that this man knew of his ability to absorb and use demons shocked and angered Melvinger. It was Augustine's inherent curiosity and greed for secrets that now the young man was completely free in his actions. From that moment on, everyone, including Gilem and his beautiful tiger, were curious about what the young heir of the demon-fighting clan would do next. This interest was shared by Mephistopheles, who was very concerned about how capable the person he was attached to would be. While Elric was in no hurry to do anything, he thought about how the greed of one old man could influence the course of events. And he also didn't know how his own thirst for power might affect what he wanted to achieve. And there was no way to give up on this whole idea because the guy had chosen his teacher, and now he couldn't let him down. So Elric decided to do what Augustin told him to do. He would fight the demon. But before that, the head of the Melvinger family expressed his deep respect to the old man. The guy's face and behavior indicated that the grievances had sunk into oblivion, and he was ready to start working with what the mentor was offering. These words brought a sincere smile to Augustine's face. He was grateful for such an attitude. Before getting down to business, the young man decided to find out the name of the Demon King, because this information is simply necessary if he wants to absorb his seal. But the old man did not know the exact name, because during the journey to the Empire from the east, the demon was called by different nicknames. The students and servants of Grassland came up with their own name for the monster. The creature was called the Cruel Beast, or Hull, in their opinion. The name reflected its essence. Having taken the first step, Melvinger realized that there was no turning back. He had to either emerge victorious or die. He had no plans to die at all, so he firmly stated that he was beginning his attempt to complete his master's task. Hull was a demon king that even Mephistopheles recognized. The boy understood that if he could absorb his seal, he would gain unimaginable power. All that remained was to find the answer to the question of how exactly to defeat this enemy. He decided to turn to Mephistopheles for help, because he could tell him how to absorb this creature, but he snorted and said that his interlocutor had gone crazy. The guy was ashamed of his own ignorance, so he decided to find out how demons managed to become stronger by taking away other people's seals. The spirit asked with displeasure if Elric had thought about this when he first absorbed the seal. For beings like him, it was like accepting a thing, something that could not be taught. This news was not the most pleasant, especially since the magic pendant did not react in any way, although with the Queen of the Ice Mountains this happened naturally due to the task. These thoughts gave the young man an idea, which he decided to try. As Melvinger approached Hull, he commanded the family heirloom to absorb his energy. At that moment, really strange things started to happen. Something inside the guy seemed to shrink, and the ancient evil screamed and glowed blue. Augustine and Giliti, who were watching this, were simply amazed, because they had never seen anyone approach this creature with such boldness and decide to use force. Dark energy swirled around Elric, approaching him and ready to engulf him, making it difficult for him to stand still. But at that moment he realized that everything he had been concentrating on during the week of training was not magical arts or body hardening, but the harmonization of the different forms of mana within him. And now he managed to use it, linking the seals and the speech of the soul, so now this power simply could not fail to work. Then he felt how this force was drawing him in and carrying him through space and time. Opening his eyes, Elric realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. He guessed that perhaps he needed to pass the test again, as it was in the case of the Yeti. But it didn't seem like there was anything living in this jungle at all. He saw only dense thickets in which there were no insects or birds. It didn't seem to be because the place was unreal, but rather because someone was too hungry. All the boy heard was a barely perceptible gust of wind and the sound of bubbles bursting in the swamp. Even in the rustling of the leaves, there was something wrong, dark, and fierce, alien to this place. Most likely a predator appeared in these places, which destroyed all living things that previously lived peacefully among the beautiful nature. A sharp sound caught Elric's attention, a branch snapped nearby, and in the absolute silence it seemed too loud. An inner voice told me that something ominous was approaching, but nothing was visible yet. So the guy pulled himself together, pushed his fear as far away as possible, and went further, deeper into the jungle. But still, he couldn't shake the thought that he had seen someone move. Perhaps it was a gust of wind or a push of the earth, but something was wrong here. Then Elric stopped and began to listen to everything he heard. His disappointment knew no bounds when he realized that there was no one nearby. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a huge monster suddenly appeared behind him, capable of moving incredibly quietly. While Elric was trying to survive in some unknown magical wilds, new problems were approaching him in the real world. These problems had a name, Hayes Melvinger, who was going to visit her little brother because she had not seen him for so long. She stood at the portal and was indignant about the fact that her good-for-nothing younger brother was so busy that he couldn't even answer his sister. Yes, to be honest, he was a little busy trying to deal with the giant creature that cast a huge shadow that blocked out the rare rays of sun and plunged the world into endless darkness. The guy was a little confused as to whether he should fight this creature in the same way as he did with the Queen of the Icy Mountains. It was completely unclear how to absorb the seal of the monster, so Elric decided to first understand the situation, and then find a way to defeat the enemy. To the boy's surprise, the demon spoke up, saying that usually the Melvingers would win first and ask questions later, but it seemed like this was a unique case. These words made the young man very angry, because he didn't like the fact that his opponent had so quickly figured out who was standing in front of him. But the monster found out not only this. Looking at the seal that was on the guy's hand, it asked if it really belonged to Mephistopheles. As the monster pondered his abilities, Elric realized that his opponent was a beast targeting its prey, for even his voice carried hunger. He had no choice. Even if that was the case, he had to make every effort to survive this battle. So now it was necessary to gather all his strength into a fist and attack before it was too late. This idea didn't just come to the guy's head. It seemed like the monster was thinking similarly, because he also decided to attack. From the creature's mouth came very unexpected words, which ordered the Melvinger heir to be insatiable and strive for more, to satisfy his greed and ambition. When he wanted to dodge his opponent's blow, he realized that his body did not obey him at all and could not move. The monster's teeth were clicking very close to his face, and a vile voice was saying that if he followed its advice, they would be able to meet again. When the creature's mouth was ready to devour the guy and drag him into eternal darkness, then suddenly everything stopped, and when Melvinger opened his eyes, he realized that his sanctuary was standing. The hand on which the seal was displayed pulsed strangely, as if an electric charge had passed through it. While the young man stood there in bewilderment, his companions looked at each other and also could not understand whether he had finished his task or not. Noticing the new curl on his hand, Elric could not believe that the seal could be obtained so easily. Mephistopheles cursed the fact that his relative so easily abandoned his true name. But on the other hand, the demon understood that he had no choice, because Hul maintained the seal while dead, and this was the limit of his capabilities. So he decided to do this in order to be reborn. As he replayed what had happened in his head, the boy remembered that the demon had said that they could meet if he strived for more. It seemed like the spirit was hinting that he should reveal the power of the seal. Elric chuckled and turned to Mephisto, saying that they had a new family member, one called the Evil God. Guessing what had happened, Augustine said that perhaps the demon's status had fallen after he had lost to him. The old man was incredibly irritating to Mephistopheles, who really didn't like the fact that he knew too much about their hierarchy. To be honest, the young man himself did not fully understand why the teacher was so easily revealing important information about demons. But this man never ceased to amaze, especially when he told me that the seal of ancient evil was fury. Augustine explained that Hul was originally known as an evil spirit, a class of lesser demons that feared their own death, but their survival abilities would make anyone envious. Hearing that after receiving this seal, he would be able to sense danger, recognize the enemy's weaknesses more quickly, and act accordingly, Elric was surprised. And also, if the old man's words are to be believed, he will be able to awaken the sixth sense by circulating mana. The Grassland School tried to imitate this in their own techniques. Therefore, the guy was able to find out that by using this skill, there can be a feeling of tingling in the heart and a feeling of trembling. The mentor called these internal processes the sense of evil. Now his school had finally received the seal of Hul, so now the boy was expected to increase the level of the seal and fight the Demon King. Information about the seal's levels and its use could not be found in ordinary magic textbooks, so one could only guess how much of the ancestors' suffering had been put into the annals. It was difficult to even imagine the path Augustine had taken to acquire all this knowledge, which he had accumulated for one reason. It was all done for the sake of the Seal of Fury, which was now displayed on the hand of the Melvinger heir. The power of ancient evil filled the boy. His blue glowing mana now had an admixture of coal-black shadow, which had an eerie, powerful energy. He felt like it was his time to lead the way. It all felt like an explosion of energy. Elric asked Augustin if it was supposed to feel that way. His heart was pounding and his body was shaking non-stop. Instead of an answer, he heard an all-too-familiar voice calling his name. It was Sean, who had gotten to this place in an incomprehensible way. He had no time to explain. He only managed to say that they had big problems. Augustine and Gelidi tensed when they heard that something disturbing was happening outside this little world. And Elric himself did not really want to believe that in addition to his own difficulties, he would have to face something else unpleasant. The epicenter of events was, of course, the palace of the Nemester family. Mrs. Tasha's assistant Hanabi came to her and asked her to personally look at some papers. The girl clearly didn't want to do this, so she sarcastically asked if the Duke of the Shining Star had already finished his training. What she read in the letter did not please her at all, because it indicated that serious trouble was approaching. An uninvited guest was approaching them who should not have been allowed into the castle grounds just yet. Tasha wanted to take charge of the matter herself and meet Elric Melvinger's sister, Mrs. Hayes. Her little brother was extremely outraged that his friend had not stopped Tasha, and now, knowing Hayes, everything could turn into a real disaster. Sean shouted that it would be difficult to deal with his witch sister, but in general he blamed Elric for everything, who was in no hurry to return. After all these events led to the awakening of a spirit of rivalry between the girls. There was a need to hurry because two evil women in one territory could cause a real nightmare. The boys could only hope that nothing bad would happen, but most likely their hopes were in vain. Tasha heard from her brother that Elric's older sister had made sacrifices for him all her life, but her talent for magic was inferior to her brother's abilities, despite the fact that he suffered from a blocking disease. The girl also knew that Hayes was the one the young Duke feared the most, which meant that there was definitely something special about the blonde. Therefore, Tasha was very interested to find out what kind of person this lady was who came to their house. When Hayes approached the entrance to the castle, she immediately asked if her brother was there. The guards answered in the affirmative, but added that she could not enter. These words upset the girl, so she asked to call the third son of the family and Elric's friend Sean so that he would know about her arrival. But the guards said that they could not help in any way, because they had received orders from the young lady that they should not let anyone in. Hayes was indignant because she couldn't understand why Tasha gave the order, but she received the answer as soon as she heard the voice of the red-haired beast behind her. Elric's sister turned around and wanted to find out why she was being refused admission. Tasha was in a menacing but not angry mood as long as everything was going well, and she didn't want to burn the blonde on the spot. Mrs. Melvinger decided to curb her wild temper, so she bowed and greeted the Firebird Witch, saying that she had heard a lot about her. The blonde said that her interlocutor was full of grace and like a blinding flame, so that even words could not describe her perfection. But Hayes couldn't find an answer to why she wasn't allowed inside and wasn't allowed to see her brother. Tasha sternly said that in front of the guest was the house of the influential Nemester family, and they couldn't let just anyone into it. In her opinion, although the blonde hair and green eyes were a distinctive feature of the Melvingers, it could only be a disguise, so it was worth doing some procedures. Trying to contain her irritation, the girl asked how she could prove her identity. Now it was time for the real game, because in order to prove her belonging to a noble family, Hayes had to defeat the Fire Witch in a duel. To Tashi's surprise, the girl replied that magic was beyond her control, but there was something else that could be experienced. It was possible to demonstrate it, and by the way, it came off Hayes in quite strong waves. A weak smile played across the blonde's face when she asked if it was a fight to first blood. Tasha nodded in agreement. After this, the Firebird Witch decided to light the first spark. There was an explosion, and then a cheerful voice was heard, which said that all this was done exclusively as part of the identity verification procedure. The guard standing nearby didn't even move to stop the incipient madness. Watching the refined Hayes, Tasha thought with a smirk, how would she use such a tool with her delicate hands? After all, in the hands of the young lady was a huge hammer, which was mainly used by brutal warriors. Seeing her opponent's surprise, the blonde decided to ask her if she played with a ball as a child. since she planned to arrange something similar for her, only instead of balls there were huge boulders that could kill the red-haired beast on the spot. But this only inflamed the girl. She dodged obstacles with a smile and fought back with fire, saying that she played similar games in her distant childhood with her brother. The fire in her hands grew stronger and stronger, and Tasha also created small magic circles that increased the flame. Deciding that it was time to counterattack, the Fire Witch emphasized that she had never lost in such games. Oh, Hayes was also one of those people who never experienced the bitterness of defeat. Inside her, there always lived an irresistible desire to win. So she swung her hammer and threw it straight at Tasha. Despite its decent weight, the weapon moved at high speed and carried a huge danger. Tasha was shocked to hear that this pretty blonde would occasionally crack Elric's skull when they got too carried away with such games. Mrs. Nemister was surprised that a member of a prestigious magical family and a master of martial arts could also wield a sledgehammer weighing about 100 kilos, and even without using aura. The Melvingers never ceased to amaze, especially when Tasha noticed some kind of design on the handle of the sledgehammer. There was a black skull depicted there, indicating that the sister of the Duke of the Shining Star was a member of the strongest mercenary unit. Hayes's punch sent her opponent flying back, giving her a definite advantage in the fight. When she approached Tasha, she asked in an angelic voice if she agreed that while she was leading the fight, the young Nemester wanted to say that she would no longer hold back, but she was interrupted. A strong push pushed the two ladies away from each other, and they began to look around in bewilderment, wanting to understand who did it. Both girls looked around in confusion and saw no one, which confused them. From the outside, it might have seemed like something funny, but Hayes began to guess who might be behind the fact that their battle was interrupted. Yes, she was not mistaken. The one who ruined everything again was her beloved little brother, whose neck she squeezed ever tighter with her fragile hand. Even Sean didn't have time to prevent this and help his friend. Now he could only watch the family squabbles from the sidelines. The Melvinger reunion was a strange one, with the sister clutching her brother's throat and him smilingly asking how his dear Hayes was doing. Elric tried to ease the tension by asking if his sister had enjoyed her time with Mistress Tasha, but she still didn't want to let go of his neck. Her voice was incredibly stern as she addressed the boy, calling him by name. When the young man heard this tone, and then his relative added that she wanted to chat, he felt goosebumps run through his body. While the Melvinger family was busy with their internal affairs, Tasha decided to get down to business. She asked her aides to ask for all the information they could get on Hayes, but in the end, she was left with a blank slate. Hanabi said in a trembling voice that, according to the agent, all information about this person was strictly classified. This was not surprising because the Black Skull was the strongest guild that knew how to clean up information about its wards, because the number of their enemies was equal to the number of completed tasks. In all this, Tasha saw a great opportunity to acquire strong allies. Black Skull did not cooperate or meet with anyone outside of the House of the Great Lion. It was surprising that the Melvinger's daughter was a member of this organization. But if this was true, then the girl understood perfectly well that she needed to maintain good relations with this family, because the Nemesters would only benefit from such a friendship. While important matters were being decided in the offices, the two Melvingers could not stop playing. Elric literally begged his sister to stop and discuss everything like adults. Hayes had just gotten into the swing of things, and she was very upset that she was learning such important information from strangers, like the fact that her brother had learned to use magic, and she intended to teach him a lesson. It was so funny to watch her little brother now confront her on equal terms. She couldn't deny herself the pleasure of tormenting him. But Elric, on the contrary, wanted to calm Hayes down as quickly as possible and tell her some details of his life. The guy understood perfectly well that he would already be in the next world if not for his new skills. The girl was so angry that she wanted to smear him against the wall. His sister hadn't changed at all, even in childhood. If he made one mistake, she would try to break her brother's legs so that he wouldn't make the same mistakes. Mephistopheles saw Elric so frightened for the first time. He doubted that it was Melvinger in front of him, because everything indicated that the girl was some kind of demoness. The only thing that was very strange was that there was no mana felt from her at all, only an aura. Mephisto had never seen anything like this before, so he watched what was happening with pleasure. There was so much anger inside Hayes towards her brother that her only desire at the moment was to see how much he could endure. Elric didn't want to wait until he was finished off, so he decided to use a blocking spell in advance. So when the girl struck with the sledgehammer, her weapon collided with a strong defense that did not let her get close to the young man. But it was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand the attack, since the shield was not omnipotent, and Hayes had amazing persistence. It seemed that just a little bit more, and Elric's strength would run out, which would lead to him simply breaking from this colossal pressure. A moment later, everything stopped. His sister stopped in place, but did not put away the sledgehammer, as if warning her brother that one wrong word, and he would be dead. She said that when she heard that the boy was going to the dragon's nest, she felt relieved. She didn't need proof that her brother was suffering from a blocking disease. Seeing that he was doing everything he could to overcome the illness, she wanted to help. But what she ended up seeing was her little brother getting into an accident, losing consciousness for a few days, and then disappearing for months without even warning where he was going. Wanting to arouse a sense of guilt within Elric, she asked when he had last contacted her, and when there was no answer, she said it was 6 months ago. Looking at his sister's tears, the boy felt truly ashamed for making her worry so much. Hayes always looked after him, constantly reproached him for his dangerous behavior because she was worried, but every time without hesitation she took his side. He had hated it before, but now he understood perfectly well that she could not behave differently, especially after the death of her parents. They were the only Melvingers who had to stick together no matter what. Moreover, Hayes raised her brother without anyone's help, and for this she herself had to grow up too early. Elric had become so accustomed to her care that he often forgot that she herself had been a child when her parents left this world. So he threw all his grievances aside and told the girl that he had found a way to revive their glorious family, and added that he had carried out special tasks in the dragon's nest and during his travels. Hayes also calmed down a little, especially when she heard that her brother had almost given up, because he saw no point in reviving their home, which had fallen many years ago. But one thought came into his head that made him reconsider his opinion. In the back of his mind, there was a question about what would happen if the demons returned. Understanding what her brother was getting at, she listened to him talk about how if the Melvingers went into hiding in that case, it would be disrespectful to their late parents and to their ancestors in general. So now Elric was going to the north, where one task was waiting in the wings. It hurt her to hear her brother say that he didn't care how difficult it would be. He didn't care what fate had in store for him, because he thought he could overcome everything. Elric wanted to do the same as their grandfather, to find the strength within himself and fight the evil that remained on this continent. He wanted to make their entire family, the entire world, and every place where he set foot, shine. After all, they were Melvingers, which meant they carried within them the ancient light of the stars. These words made the girl smile. She completely forgot that her little brother had grown up and could choose his own path, and so far, he was on the right path. But still, Hayes didn't forget to remind him that if he left without warning again, she would happily chop his head off with her sledgehammer. Mephistopheles almost rolled his eyes when he heard that this girl had also succumbed to the blonde's charms. He hoped that she would hit his companion with her sledgehammer again, and he would be a guest at his funeral. People became sentimental over a few sweet words. Night was the time when the darkest deeds were carried out, so the unpleasant characters decided to show up and get down to business. In the hands of a strange creature in a black cloak was a small box with a glowing symbol. Inside there was a small figure that was clearly connected with some kind of occult activities. A hoarse voice muffled by the mask said that all this was done in the name of the resurrection of Lord Azazel. The silence was broken by the loud sound of a hawk flying in the sky. 3 months ago, while Elric was meditating among the mountains, he noticed the approach of this huge bird. The bird began to scream louder and louder and began to dive down, extending its sharp claws. The guy continued his meditation, not even suspecting that very soon his peace would be disturbed. She had already identified her target and was determined to fly to Elric as quickly as possible. When the hawk was almost at the young man's face, he suddenly raised his hand, inviting his feathered friend to sit on it. Melvinger chuckled and said that the bird was very capable and learned quite quickly. Jalidi couldn't even imagine that the young man could achieve perfection so quickly. Daily training paid off. Melvinger became stronger and more resilient. He was personally trained by Augustin, which produced results. Even the old man noticed this, so he assumed that his student had already completely mastered the sense of evil. Augustine announced that the young man's path here was over, and that it was now better for him to gain experience in real battles. Removing the annoying blindfold, Elric grinned and asked if his training was over, and he would never have to see Senator Nemester again. The mentor sternly replied that once a teacher, always a teacher, and Gillidy added that the boy had been trying to become a student himself. Needless to say, Melvinger himself was well aware that he had learned a lot from his mentors. The old man's brows furrowed as he asked if he was being flattered, and Gillidy laughed and asked to bring him souvenirs from the north. Rolling his eyes, the blonde jokingly asked the man to spare him from future encounters. Flying after his hawk, the boy asked those who gave him knowledge not to die prematurely. The moment plunged Augustine and Gillidy into nostalgia for the times when they, too, traveled across the continent in search of adventure. They were still young and full of strength then, but now all that was left for them was to spend the rest of their time hiding in a place like this. The leader of the Revolutionary Army asked if the old man would be better off if Elric returned, and he shook his head and said that children under 100 years old did not understand why he lived so long and did not die. He had been asked so many times whether he was waiting for the right moment to die that he had lost count. But before setting off on the road, Elric decided to visit Tasha because he wanted to transfer to her the rights to excavate the nest. The girl was beside herself with joy. She made sure that the boy was provided with a carriage and everything necessary for the trip, and he also didn't have to worry about the academy, since the issue of his attendance was resolved. Since Sean's sister was so fond of dragons, Melvinger decided to leave all the excavations to her, but he had no idea that it would excite her so much. He hoped that after all the events, he had a friendly enough relationship with the Nemesters. Looking at the sky, the boy remembered Isabel Weil, who never sent him a message. Things were going in a very interesting way for the Wiles, because as soon as one of them left the castle, they had to accept the fight. The Blue Lion was even a little disappointed that his brother, Paul Weil, did not use more serious resources to arrange his murder. Herman's escorts informed him that he was in too much of a hurry, as Paul was already weakened after losing so many blue wolves. The unfortunate brother also knew that if the head of the house united with the Melvingers, he would immediately fall. The men walking next to Isabel praised her for such reasonable conclusions, but they still thought that it would be much better if the three of them showed up at Paul's and beat him up. Herman was happy to remind them that they had no right to decide such matters. All they should do was protect Isabel. And then there was the matter of going to the Duke of the Shining Star and personally thanking him. Everyone understood perfectly well how important it was to do this, because establishing contact with young Melvinger, who helped Isabel, was the right decision. Only after these matters are dealt with will it be possible to resolve the issue with Paul. Having finished with his dark deeds, the man in the black cloak asked his companion why Paul had not yet become the Blue Lion. It turns out that an unexpected obstacle had arisen. Previously, the mysterious man believed that getting rid of Herman would not be difficult, but who would have thought that the broken Melvinger family would stand in their way? The masked man asked Hilton, the captain of the Blue Wolves, if he agreed that Paul should be put in charge of the house first, and then the rest of the problems could be solved. He remained silent, because he knew that if the master accepted this position, his body and powers would be used in the name of Azazel. And after that, real chaos will begin, which will be created by the awakened demons. Until this happened, it was possible to move freely across the continents. Although Elric clearly did not feel that same calm, because he was all on edge because he was not allowed to go to the north alone. He was, of course, terribly glad that he was provided with a whole carriage, but the coachman was clearly superfluous. The man who was driving the cart reminded him that his name was Carl. Sean also stuck his neck out with him, noticing Elric's displeased face. He said that he wouldn't have gone anywhere if it weren't for his father's order. But the main problem was Hayes, who was sitting next to him and wanted to spend more time with her brother. To put it mildly, he was not very happy with this crazy company. These weren't all of the guy's companions. The men sitting opposite him definitely didn't fit in even with that company. Augustine and Gillidy were talking about how Elric needed to be taught some basic principles of good manners. since he had no qualms about abandoning his mentors. Mephistopheles was simply delighted. Not only was he already irritated by his eternal companion, but now all these people were riding with them. Shaking with nervous laughter, the boy realized that 7 was just the perfect number for the number of team members on this journey. It all looked more like a family trip than the serious expedition that was originally planned. Augustine and Hayes quickly found common ground and chatted pleasantly about how Elric was quite incompetent and needed to be trained as harshly as possible. Sean's face wasn't much happier than his friends because he had his own plans, and he was forced to go on this trip and listen to the old people's nonsense. The animals were having a great time on the trip. The hawk and white tiger were lazily walking around, and Hayes was just thrilled to be able to pet them. Gilead was happy that his beloved kitten was receiving so much attention and affection, and the old man simply enjoyed all this company and the fact that he had finally left the confines of the Nemester's castle. In turn, Elric was thinking about how to pull off everything he had planned with such a large company that would poke its nose into other people's business. One could only guess what the outcome of this fun trip would be. At this time, Guy Nemester was sitting in his office, drinking tea in complete silence. He was informed that some individuals had arrived from the north and could now cause a new headache. Seeing that the patriarch was quietly chuckling, his assistant decided to clarify whether something good had really happened. He replied that very interesting events were taking place, which would be quite interesting to watch. Elric's carriage continued moving in the direction the boy had indicated. Every now and then, Hayes reminded her little brother that he had to behave decently in front of his elders, and it would be nice if he hid his displeased look. She held up Sean as an example to him, who could hardly contain his laughter when he heard that he was behaving much more nobly. Such words made young Melvinger incredibly angry, and every minute he thought that Mephistopheles, although a demon, was much more pleasant company. And when Hayes began to promise Augustine that she would teach him manners, and he began to nod approvingly, the guy almost threw up right on the expensive upholstery of the sofa. The whole situation was incredibly amusing to Gilead, who added fuel to the fire by saying that discipline should come first. The girl blossomed and smelled from all this approval that she received, and of course, she really enjoyed annoying her brother. So when he said that no one would teach him anything, Hayes grabbed his shoulder and squeezed it tightly. Her face was as sinister as ever. She smiled predatorily and suggested that Elric take a little walk. Now the guy didn't find it funny at all. He asked if his sister wanted to go for a walk. Then why was she dragging this huge sledgehammer with her? Oh, that was a very good question, to which he never received an answer because instead of words, the girl only squeezed the handle tighter. After that, without further ado, she grabbed her beloved brother by the ear and began to drag him towards the exit of the carriage. Mephistopheles, who was watching this, could not even imagine that the heir of the legendary family would be dragged by the ear like this. He literally felt like a breath of fresh air when his companion was being tormented like this by his own sister. Suddenly, the carriage slowed down a little and Carl began to peer into the distance. Noticing this, Elric stuck his head out to ask why they had suddenly stopped moving at their previous speed. The reason for the stop was 3 unknown men who came out onto the road and with knives drawn began to advance towards the travelers. They began to smile belligerently and ask if the passengers in the carriage really thought they could cross their territory so easily. The bandits began waving knives very close to the horse and demanded that the travelers give them everything they had. Elric looked at all this and understood that the bandits did not even guess who they had to face. When the leader realized that no one was in a hurry to fulfill his demands, he didn't even know how else to scare these people, because usually his victims started screaming as soon as they saw a knife. He saw no other way but to raise a cry and threaten even more, asking if the travelers really wanted to shed blood. The screams were so loud that they began to seriously irritate Elric, who finally decided to get out of the carriage and deal with these bandits. However, as soon as his foot touched the steps, someone's heavy hand stopped him. It was Gilead, who was very eager to deal with the scoundrels who blocked their path on his own. The man understood that now he had a wonderful opportunity to show Elric how good a teacher he was. Seeing the huge white tiger, the robbers were confused and could not even move, let alone run away. The beast's huge mouth inspired genuine horror in them, and they wanted to get away from there as quickly as possible. Gilead turned to Melvinger, saying that now the boy would finally be able to understand why he was called the King of the Beasts. However, the young man was not going to just stand aside either. It was not difficult for him to summon his ice magic and direct it at his opponents. The huge block of ice landed successfully just a few centimeters away from the men, causing them to fly back and scream helplessly. The attackers could not believe that they were unlucky enough to attack such powerful magicians who also had a white tiger. The boy's interference greatly upset Galidi and his kitten. The man wanted to know why he was interrupted. Elric replied that there was no need to turn this place into a bloodbath. Moreover, Melvinger immediately realized that in front of them were not bandits, but hungry residents of a neighboring village. This was confirmed by the pitiful cries of the men, who asked to be left alive, because otherwise their families would continue to starve, left without breadwinners. The boy looked seriously at the villagers and asked if they were defenseless and begged for mercy in the same way. Would they have mercy on them or not? Looking at each other, the attackers realized that an honest answer to this question could very well lead to their death. Those silent glances told Elric more than any words could have. Realizing that their lives were hanging by a thread, the leader bowed his head and said that the magician was right in everything and all his guesses were correct. He sincerely repented and said that only he should be punished because he forced his accomplices to do this. His companions became indignant and began to say that they all did such things for the sake of the village and no one forced them to commit a crime. The villagers began to beg for not only the old man to be punished, but them as well. Elric asked them to stop the farce until he could figure out if they were telling the truth. So, to find out if the village was really that poor, Melvinger and some of his companions set out to follow the locals. Looking around, the boy believed the old man's story that they had been plagued by hunger and drought for the past few years, so they decided that since death was just around the corner, they could become bandits. Mephistopheles sensed a strange energy in this place, while his companion listened to how it took 5 days to get to other villages by horse, and that the cattle could not withstand such a difficult journey. Tears rolled from the old man's eyes as he said that it was all his fault, because he could not prevent it. After thinking, Augustine said that the administration of their country does not reach such a remote region, and this time the villagers can be released, because they had reasons to commit a crime. The guy agreed, but didn't say anything yet, because he was thinking about whether there was some way to improve the situation in the village. His mentor reminded him that the true duty of the nobility was to help suffering people, so their choice was obvious. The elderly villager was very surprised when the young man said that he also thought that the blame did not lie entirely on the shoulders of the bandits. The man began to bow and thank them for the fact that their lives would not end today. He even gave his word that from that day on they would never again engage in such things and rob people. But now Elric was more worried about Mephistopheles, who was behaving very strangely and seemed to be trying to see something. The spirit explained that he sensed demonic energy in these lands, although it was quite weak. It came from the earth itself, from its darkest depths, and poisoned this place. Now Melvinger too felt this heavy energy that was in the very depths of the earth. Now the guy was interested in figuring out what kind of wasteland was in front of them, and whether it was the cause of the difficult situation in the village. Looking at the dry, lifeless land, the conclusion was obvious. Something was wrong with this place, and perhaps this was the explanation for all the troubles. Augustine came closer to his disciple and asked if there was really something there, since he did not feel anything strange. Mephistopheles circled around restlessly and chattered about how he was sure that something very dark was buried somewhere here. In exchange for his kind help, the demon demanded that the boy give the magic potion to this king once he found him. Having activated his magic, the young man asked everyone to move away, explaining that it was necessary to dig up the earth. Using the breakthrough skill, he decided to see what was hidden beneath this place. The local resident was amazed by such powerful magic. In his worldview, it was simply impossible to dig such a huge hole in such a short time. But this guy did a great job with this task, and it seemed like it was a small thing for him. He descended right into the center of the huge crater he had created with his own power and began to look around carefully. In one of the cracks, one could see something that resembled an ancient chest. Augustine noticed that his student was looking at something intently, so he went down to see everything with his own eyes. When the lid opened, everyone standing nearby felt a powerful and black as night magic. There was such power hidden in this small chest that even the Demon King looked at it in amazement. Now the mentor also felt the demonic energy that his student had been talking about. When the dark haze cleared, Elric was able to see a figure that was clearly connected to something occult. Frowning, Mephisto kept trying to figure out where such a powerful magical attribute came from. There were a total of 4 demon kings who were descendants of the great demon god that ruled their race. Mephistopheles personified original sin and had amazing powers to tempt people. The Lord of Chaos and the one who could destroy everything in his path and start a real apocalypse was Satan. The mistress of revolutions and other murderous events that guaranteed bloodshed was Lilith. And the tyrant who had the largest army among the demon kings was the demon of madness, whose name was Azazel. It was he who was especially greedy for the human world. During the invasion, this creature loved to amuse itself by destroying villages. Elric knew that the figure he held in his hands was created by Azazel's followers and was made for the purpose of human sacrifice. Mephistopheles was extremely surprised that the man had such knowledge about demons. The guy explained that he read about it in Otto's library. The puzzle in Melvinger's head came together, and he guessed that since the figurine was made for a ritual, it turns out that all the villagers would be sacrificed in the name of summoning Azazel. The spirit clicked his tongue in displeasure and made an obvious conclusion, because looking at the state of the village, this was most likely the case. Elric assumed that the demons hiding in the human world were plotting something, while Mephisto called on the satellite to absorb this energy and give it to the king. The guy was distracted from this silent dialogue by Augustine, who said that finding traces of demons that had been exterminated 30 years ago was very dangerous. When Mephistopheles heard the phrase that this box should be sent to the authorities, he clenched his jaw angrily. And when Elric said that it was a great idea, he became seriously nervous that such power would not fall into his hands. The guy said that he couldn't absorb this energy because the authorities might suspect something was wrong. But if Mephistopheles shared information on how to use his seal, then perhaps Elric could come up with something. Of course, the demon didn't agree, so he was doomed to watch as the old man ordered Sean to send the box to the authorities. Enjoying the demon's screams, Melvinger listened to the fact that he could ask for absolutely anything except the revelation of the secret of the seal. What happened next was a surprise to the guy himself, because dark energy began to concentrate near his tattoo and penetrate under the skin. A sharp pain shot through his arm, and Melvinger felt something dark and powerful begin to flow through his veins. Augustine tried to grasp this power in order to understand its nature, but it slipped away like sand through his fingers. Mephistopheles screamed when he realized that the magical energy that was meant for him did not reach its true owner. Everyone looked at Elric in confusion, hoping that he would at least hint at what was going on. To be honest, he himself did not fully understand what had happened. One thing was clear: he had been deceived, and the proof he was looking for had now disappeared. The demon was simply beside himself with anger. If he could, he would have destroyed this entire village because the vile Melvinger took what belonged to him. Despite all this, the young man doubted that the entire village was suffering because of one totem, so he decided to look for something else just in case. It was necessary to look not there, but in more secluded and hidden places. After all, it was there, around the huge statue of Azazel, that his followers gathered to plot their evil deeds. Some of them were so fanatical about all this that they were ready to kiss the ground on which the statue stood. While performing a standard ritual of worship, one of the priests noticed that something was wrong. His fellow thinkers asked what had happened, and he said that he had felt as if some heretics had dared to disturb the consciousness of a great being. Everyone was alarmed, asking each other what kind of power someone must have to be able to do something like this. Addressing the stone statue, the priest promised to get rid of these scoundrels who disturbed his peace. In exchange, he asked not to turn his anger against them. The man repeated like a mantra that they would undoubtedly resurrect him on this earth. When the prayer was complete, the priest ordered his assistant to convey his order to Yoda. After all, before they go to the north, they need to meet with Kaya and continue the resurrection ceremony. It was nearing sunset, and Elric and his companions still stood in the once-cursed place and watched as the dry land filled with underwater waters. The guy sadly asked why no one noticed what the demons were doing all this time, because there were quite obvious signs of their work. The villagers were simply happy, because the water level was rising inexorably, which meant that they would be able to engage in agriculture. But Azazel's followers managed to sacrifice too many innocent lives to him, who died of hunger and disease. Noticing Elric's sadness, Augustin patted him on the shoulder and reminded him that they had handed over all the evidence to the authorities and that investigations would begin soon, so that those responsible would be punished. The old man also really wanted to deal with the villains right now, but now it was no longer their concern. Melvinger knew the teacher was right. When power came into play, these occultists would stop acting so brazenly. Now he needed to find the Flower Temple and end the winter. And only then, being at the peak of your powers, will you be able to begin destroying the followers of the demonic kings. The elderly resident of the village did not even know how to thank the people who, instead of calling them to account for their atrocities, helped the village. Elric explained that the drought would soon end and then it would be necessary to take care of the local residents and the future of this village. When the young gentleman was about to leave, he was asked to stay a little longer. The grateful old man wanted to know at least the name of the person who helped them cope with the problem that had taken the lives of many residents and would have continued to do so if not for timely help. Smiling, the boy revealed these details and gave his name so that everyone would know that the family of demon fighters continued their work. The villagers who were standing nearby began to chatter with admiration about the fact that the rising star and hero of Lacenta was standing before them. Realizing that they were dealing with a true legend, the old man said warmly that the stars of the Empire were shining again. Having finished their business in the village, the team got into the carriage and set off on their journey. For the first few minutes of the ride, everyone silently tried to process what had happened. The silence was broken by Carl, who asked Elric to stick his head out. He, perplexed, fulfilled the request and realized that the problems were not over, but rather, it seemed, were only gaining momentum. This time, the path was not blocked by local bandits, but by people from the Inspection Bureau of the Imperial family, who approached the cart with a threatening look. They all wore creepy black masks that completely hid their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. One of the men stepped forward and asked if it was indeed Elric Melvinger standing before him. Placing a cheeky grin on his face, the boy decided that he would act just as arrogant as the pompous man in front of him. The Inspection Bureau was an intelligence agency that served exclusively the Emperor and the Imperial family. They were known as monsters, capable of doing anything for the sake of a mission, from kidnapping and murder to bribery and theft. And their strength was equal to the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family, so these warriors had a huge influence. Therefore, Elric was not at all surprised by the quick appearance of these people, especially since they sent the totem and a report to the authorities. But even if the Emperor supported them, communicating in such an impudent tone was, at the very least, unethical. That's why he also decided to act frivolously, and with a smile and silly jokes said that in front of them was indeed the head of the Melvinger family. Now it was the turn of the leader of this group to be surprised. He did not expect that a representative of the nobility would behave like a spoiled child. All these masked men were extremely outraged and could not believe that someone had the courage to talk to them like that. Their anger was literally palpable in the air when the leader among them reminded them that they were agents of the Inspection Bureau and that they needed to be treated with respect. But Elric wasn't going to back down either, so he demonstrated his strong mana and told the boys not to forget that there was a duke standing in front of them. The vibration of power was so sudden and strong that the agents backed away, trying to figure out what had caused the slight earthquake. But Melvinger's status and position in society did not give him the right to insult anyone. But he didn't care, because the arrogant behavior of the unexpected guests made the dragon inside him raise its head and show its teeth. When the agents wanted to teach the boy a lesson, they suddenly discovered that his strength did not even allow them to get to their feet, let alone resist. The head of the team working for the Emperor assumed that the person standing before them was on par with the strongest magicians. Similar thoughts were wandering through the heads of his colleagues because they were exchanging very eloquent glances. Realizing that there was no other way out, the Emperor's agents decided to swallow their pride and take off their masks in order to avoid conflict. The one who was the most important bowed and apologized for such rude behavior. Seeing this, Mephistopheles laughed and told Elric that he knew how to act like a boss. He was sure that he achieved success because he was initially taken for a fool. The guy decided to continue this line of behavior, so he threatened the agent that if he saw such behavior again, he would talk to more respectable families. Of course, The man nodded his head and said that he would take this into account in the future, but in his head he was cursing at the little bastard who was hiding behind his title. Then Augustin came up to him and said that if he had been in Elric's place, the agent's head would already be lying at his feet. He could not believe that the one who was nicknamed White Knight was standing in front of him. Senator Nemester himself stood up for this little Melvinger. It was hard to believe that such a young duke was a disciple of the strongest of the Magic Tower. Gritting his teeth, the man decided that as soon as he returned, he would immediately change all his agents. Sitting down at the so-called negotiating table, the Inspection Bureau employee said that they needed to get to know each other again. The blonde introduced himself by giving his name as Patron and saying that he was an employee of the 4th Inspection Bureau. Elric dug into his memory and remembered that when there was a war for succession in the palace, they were on the prince's side. It seems that the heir to the throne became interested in the situation. Fighting his irritation, Patron shared information that they had been collecting the remains of demons for a long time and had recently found a nameless group. The guy immediately guessed that they were talking about Grigori. The man was surprised that his interlocutor was aware of this. This surprise really irritated the young man, so he asked if the Bureau had forgotten what family he came from. Gritting his teeth, Patron said that of course he remembered that the heir of the Melvingers was sitting before him. Elric added that his family had always fought demons and did it better than anyone else. Not wanting to listen to these smug speeches, the man said that out of the 8 totems listed, they received only 1. A logical question arose: where are the rest of the attributes? Looking at his long aristocratic fingers, the guy openly declared that he had all the missing items. Patron stated that this was illegal and cited imperial law, which stated that such things were to be kept by the imperial family. His opponent countered by saying that such items could be held by private individuals for research purposes. Moreover, he had already received permission from the Inspection Bureau, but it seems that the employee was not notified about this. But this didn't really interest Patron. The pressing question for him was how his interlocutor was able to discover the location of the totems. The guy repeated once again that he was Melvinger and thought that was enough. But such a vague answer did not satisfy the agent. He demanded more and behaved quite rudely. This all made Elric very angry, and he asked in a threatening tone if he was really being asked to reveal family secrets to the Inspection Bureau. All these blatant manipulations of the family name and noble lineage incredibly infuriated the agent, who really wanted to put the boy in his place. Until Melvinger put him in his place, impatiently saying that it was time to end this pointless conversation. The fact that this young man imagined himself to be a commander made Patron clench his fists tightly and restrain his urge to hit the impudent man. As a result, the conversation was finished, and the carriage of the Inspection Bureau representatives drove away. The way his friend dealt with these annoying agents so deftly impressed Sean, who openly expressed his admiration. Then Hayes came forward and also praised her brother, but since they were 2 peas in a pod, she added that if he hadn't managed it, she would have smashed the heads of those impudent fellows. But Giletti was worried. He was really worried that once the Bureau got hold of something, it would not let go, so he doubted whether it was possible to leave everything as it was. In response to this, Elric smiled predatorily and said that he did not like to leave everything as it was. At that moment, Sean realized that his crazy friend was up to something again. Melvinger said that he would never just let go of people who were hostile to him without reason. A dark night had fallen, and as we know, at such a time even the most terrible secrets could be hidden. In the very depths of the forest, Patron was sitting on his knees, asking for forgiveness from some important person. He rudely ordered the agent to raise his head and stop playing the victim. This man's ring shone when he said that it was not his subordinate who had disgraced himself, but himself. The mysterious interlocutor was the crown prince of the empire, who for some reason was too far from his castle. This meeting seemed confidential, but as we know, there are ears and eyes everywhere, even if they are not visible. So don't think that all night conversations were swallowed up by darkness. Some had their own methods of obtaining secrets. The prince admitted that it was he who had disgraced himself because he had wanted so much to meet Melvinger, and he had been blinded by envy, which prevented him from properly appreciating his opponent. But still Patron tried to convince His Highness that it was his fault. His incompetence had thwarted their plan. With a wave of his hand, the prince hinted that this conversation was over. It was all personal, and their real priority was destroying the demons. The nobleman asked if Viscount Garreau was someone worthy of their attention. Patron explained that the entire family were demons, as indicated by the totems, so if they wanted to gain an advantage in the war for succession, they had to be destroyed. After thinking about these words for a while, the prince clearly said that there should be no mistakes this time. His subordinate looked down and muttered that everything would go as it should. After these words, the prince went to his carriage to leave this place hidden in darkness. It was this same heir to the throne who took Lady Isabel as his wife, and after the divorce he was never able to forget her, but he had to put politics above her. He was among the agents at the meeting with Elric, but he hid his identity. He wanted to see with his own eyes the one who saved his ex-wife. All this led to the fact that His Highness was humiliated, and the agents allowed this to happen, although they could have crushed the guy like a bug. His subordinates firmly believed that this monarch was a real son who would lead the empire and make it prosperous. So they saw no point in getting involved with the likes of Melvinger. It would have been far preferable to destroy the bastard. The little bat listened attentively to every word that was said. One might think that it was just a sleeping animal, but whether this is really the case, we will never know. Having reached the location of the inspection bureau, the head began to give them orders regarding the demonic territory, which was inhabited by various creatures. Patron ordered that every corner be checked and every stone be lifted. Territory was now all on fire because all that evil had to be burned out. Elric and his team were also there, dressed in the style of bureau agents, and seeing that the fun had begun, the guy said that it was time for them to get down to business too. So without hesitation, they rushed into the hottest corner of the Viscount's domain. Sending a familiar to spy on the inspection bureau had been a wise move, as Elric now had far more information than he had thought. Although it was interesting that the Crown Prince was hiding under the guise of an agent, the real jackpot was getting information about the demon's secret hideout. While the monarch's warriors were fighting, Melvinger could simply loot the burning house. After all, while chaos reigned around, it was possible to find and take the totem without unnecessary witnesses. And while they are engaged in not very legal activities, his teachers will open the way for them to retreat. It's time to get to work because this nightmare won't last too long. They needed to get to the mansion as quickly as possible because their dear agent friends could become a hindrance if they didn't hurry. Sean felt a little uneasy about what they were doing, and he kept turning around, afraid that someone would realize who they really were. But despite his anxiety, he did everything his friend asked him to do because he trusted him completely. The first obstacle on the way was a wall, which Melvinger decided to simply demolish. No one would pay attention to it because of the fire. Activating his power, he directed it to the right place, and a huge number of arrows covered the fortification like a wave. No matter how strong this stone was, it could not withstand such an onslaught. Everyone who was in the Viscount's estate was scared, because this was the first bell that announced the arrival of the inspection bureau. Before they had time to do anything or even squeak, they were suddenly hit by a new wave of arrows that pierced their fragile human bodies. But somehow, miraculously, these lucky ones managed to escape death. There was a simple explanation for this. These were not people, but demons hiding behind the mask of mere mortals. The wound weakened them and brought out their true nature, which now horrified everyone who saw this picture. That was the truth. Sometimes what you see is only part of the truth, and the person standing in front of you may turn out to be the spawn of hell. Sean tried to contain his emotions and kept the thought in his mind that the teachers would help them. However, it is difficult to be calm when a real demon is rushing at you and screaming that he will take your life. The guys managed to successfully repel the attacks of the monsters, but they felt all their strength and power. The demons screamed and flew like crazy, trying to stop the people. Hayes, of all people, felt like she was in her element, enjoying the battle and the fact that she could at least beat someone to death with her hammer. She chopped down demons like a true Melvinger, and at that moment she felt her connection to her ancestors like never before. The guys noticed this too. They understood that probably what was in the blood of the demon fighters could not just go out over the years. Noticing the looks on her, Hayes chuckled and told her brother that he could leave this place to them and go look for the totems. He could definitely trust his sister with such a showdown, so without hesitation he rushed away from the battlefield. The demons that remained inside the building evacuated the most valuable thing, the figure of their king. They tried to move the totem in the form of Azazel as carefully as possible. These cunning creatures knew that even the Inspection Bureau would not be able to find this place so easily. While their enemies are looking for the totem, they will be able to carry it to safety through a secret tunnel. But the plans were disrupted when everyone present felt the cold of ice magic. The dissatisfied inhabitants of the underworld began to look for the source of magic, but when they found it, it was already too late. This became clear when one of the monsters was crushed by an ice block. Seeing such power, even the demons crowded together like a flock of frightened sheep. Elric was not bad at all in his attempts to hunt these creatures. They clutched the totem tighter and asked each other how the enemies could have found this carefully hidden place. The vile creatures trembled before the one they called the Rising Star, his light frightening them and making them nervous. Finally, the Viscount was informed that the Bureau's agents had already found the dungeon, and the servant urged his master to get out of here as quickly as possible. Garrett was going crazy with anger. Only his close associates knew about this place. He couldn't believe that he was so easily found out. It was hard to admit, but it seemed there really was a spy among his employees. Thoughts about this faded into the background when another powerful explosion thundered. Among the charred debris lay the Viscount, showing no signs of life. But the Bureau agents knew that not all the dead were actually dead. Some were masters at pretending to be. And this time Patron was right. He was very curious to see who ruled this unholy place. Due to the injury, Gareth began to take on his true form, and his wings and elongated ears could now be seen. Finally, the lead agent had cornered the fleeing rat and could finish her off once and for all. Gritting his teeth in anger, the demon Viscount said that he was not the rat here at all, because it was his opponent who sent a spy into his domain and plundered the dungeon. However, the Patron had no idea what kind of dungeon was being discussed, since he knew nothing about its existence. The demon really didn't like that they didn't want to tell him the truth. But no matter. He knew that when he started cutting off his enemy's limbs, he would quickly talk. Clutching his sword tightly, the agent decided that he would accept this fight and hold out to the last, because he had promised the prince that this matter would go smoothly. Neither of these two intended to give the enemy victory. One wanted to take revenge for the plundered and destroyed house. The other wanted to please the heir to the throne. So chaos was inevitable, and a new battle would bring new destruction. Sean and Hayes were watching what was happening closely, but they were calm about Elric because they knew that this guy would get out of even the most dangerous situation. When the door of one of the dungeons opened and they saw a blue, magical haze, they realized that their dear Melvinger had arrived. Looking at the guy's satisfied face, Sean asked irritably how his friend could laugh at such a time. Hayes alone thought about the task. Twirling the sledgehammer in her hands, she began to examine the area, trying to find still living creatures from the underworld. Noticing some strange movement to the side, she immediately threw her weapon there, leaving the demons no chance. The impact caused the mansion to begin to collapse and fall right on the heads of the monsters, who were rushing to get out from under the rubble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the guys decided that they needed to get to the teacher, while Hayes distracted the enemies. They were worried that something might have happened to the old man, but they soon found that Augustine and Gillety were safe and sound. Both men grumbled that no student had ever asked them to participate in something like this before. Despite his feigned displeasure, Augustine reported that all residents had been evacuated and was interested in the next plan of action. Without even looking back at the explosion, Elric declared that it was now time to get out of here because their job was done. When morning came, the Inspection Bureau staff walked among the rubble of the mansion and tried to assess the losses. They were quite significant, and Patron could not even imagine that the crazy Viscount would want to take them all with him to the next world. The man had no idea that his enemy had acquired allies outside the walls of his estate, which now consisted of a pile of stones. The staff reported to their vice commander that they had finally been able to find the very dungeon that the Viscount had spoken of. Although the mission went awry due to the collapse and destruction, Patron's original goal was to find traces of the demons and present them to His Highness. Then he will be able to help the Crown Prince take the throne, and this in turn will contribute to his ascent up the career ladder. And if, among other things, he can find false evidence that Elric is connected to this incident, then the Melvinger family will be finished. He was prevented from making evil plans because he was called to look at something that greatly alarmed the employees. The dungeon was found, yes, but it was completely empty, indicating that someone had cleared it out earlier. It was hard to believe that the demons had organized their escape so thoughtfully and managed to take all their belongings with them. The conclusion was that the Viscount did not know about the attack, since he mentioned that he suspected everyone of being a spy. Putting all the components of this riddle together in his head, the vice commander realized that everything was now becoming clearer. There was a demon spy in the bureau. However, he had no idea how wrong he was. Melvinger was a real pain in the ass, but he wasn't a demon, except perhaps in a figurative sense. Elric had a lot of fun imagining the theories the Inspection Bureau would come up with. But the elderly teacher was smiling for another reason. He was pleased that his student could work so effectively, although he did not expect anything else. The only thing that spoiled the overall picture was the dissatisfied face of Mephistopheles, who was still upset about losing his potential power. This irritated Elric quite a bit, as he had already allowed the demon to absorb some of his power, but he was so petty that of course it wasn't enough for him. The former king of the underworld could barely contain his anger when he heard that everything would have been much easier if he had simply told about his seal. When the guy was able to defeat the demons, he discovered a huge number of dark artifacts that were filled with extremely sinister energy. There was nothing easier than taking away the occult attributes from the frozen monsters. Now they were all in Elric's hands and were practically asking to give him their power. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the power itself began to be absorbed by his body and penetrate under the skin. Mephistopheles was happy because he finally received at least a grain of real demonic energy, which seemed incredibly tasty to him. However, as soon as he had time to taste it, his companion immediately took everything else for himself, saying that they were working together and had parity. The resourceful boy was willing to give up his remaining demonic energy only if Mephisto told him about the key to the seal of original sin. Of course, the true owner of the seal did not like this condition, so he did not even say anything. Elric was also adamant because he believed that he had offered his companion an excellent deal. He knew that in order to use the seal, one must have certain qualities, and to do this, one must at least understand the essence of the desired power. To understand the original sin, one had to obtain a seal of this type, but the problem was that Mephisto didn't know who was below him, because he didn't care. The only clue was the image of a wolf on his hand, so it was worth starting from that. These thoughts faded into the background when the guy felt a flash of dark magic somewhere nearby. Something very sinister was approaching, a creature that possessed demonic energy. It looked at the carriage and understood that that was where its target was. A Viscount, thought Dead, found those who stole his precious relics and was about to kill them. Gritting his teeth, the bastard promised himself that he would stop at nothing to get revenge. The relic he had so painstakingly sought had a scent that only he could smell. All he had to do was absorb the totem and strengthen his scent seal, and he would be able to tear everyone to shreds. Augustine was extremely outraged that the times had come when demons walked freely in broad daylight. It was not difficult to guess what exactly made him very angry. Getting up from her seat, Hayes wanted to go and sort things out, but the teacher stopped her and told her not to interfere. The girl did not understand why she was not allowed to intervene in the showdown. Augustine explained that the one who sent the invitation should go. Then Elric spoke up, showing off the Azazel figurine and saying that he had summoned the demon, since they had not taken everything they could have. These words surprised the blonde very much, because she guessed that her brother was hinting that he wanted to take the seal away from the Viscount. The guy chuckled and said that it would be very impolite of him to refuse the already set table. The Viscount was surprised by the stupidity of his enemies, because they left the carriage without any protection, as if he was inviting them to attack it, and he could not refuse it. But he was already met. Elric came out onto the road and waving the figurine of Azazel on the right. Was this the object the demon was looking for? Seeing a completely unfamiliar guy, the Viscount was surprised. Because he had no idea who was standing in front of him, he expected to see someone from Patron's people. To reveal the secret of his identity, Melvinger decided to remove his mask and show his face. He flashed his teeth and smiled dazzlingly, enjoying his opponent's bewilderment. The demon noticed that the mask in the guy's hands was hastily made, indicating that he was not a member of the Bureau staff. At that moment, he realized that some boy had managed to deceive everyone and summon him with the help of a figure. The Viscount's anger knew no bounds. He had always believed that it was not easy to fool him, but some young man had managed to do it. He was ready to tear the impudent fellow to pieces and leave nothing of him but ashes. Mephistopheles found it amusing to watch this, and he wondered if the boy regretted provoking such a powerful opponent so much. After all, now the demon Viscount, who had been deprived of everything, was ready to do anything for the sake of revenge. Looking at the enemy's enthusiasm, Elric himself began to wonder whether he had made a mistake with his tactics. But he just wanted to test how much stronger he had become, so now was just the perfect opportunity. Moreover, during his last encounter with the demon, he decided that he would destroy all those like him, because that was his calling. The blood of the Melvingers flowed through his veins, which meant that as long as he lived, the demons would tremble in fear. Activating his magical power, Elric directed it at his enemy and ordered it to pierce him through and through. The demon didn't plan to die today, so he called upon his dark magic to defend himself and counterattack. He successfully repelled the attack, shouting that such a pitiful force was unable to stop him. He also called the guy a worthless mage for allowing the enemy to get so close to him. The Viscount did not even suspect that this was not an accident, but a cunning plan by Melvinger, who was luring his rival into a trap. The two forces clashed, and one could only guess which of them would prevail. The flash of energy caused an explosion that could be heard several miles away. Having flown away to a safe distance, the monster tried to understand why this ordinary-looking boy was so strong. All this explosion and chaos did not affect him in any way or weaken him, but on the contrary, forced him to move forward. It only seemed that way from the outside, but in reality, Elric understood perfectly well that right now he was playing with death. He found that the poison of this demonic energy was absorbed through the pores and contributed to the weakening. It seemed that this was the power of the demon seal, until Melvinger decided to freeze his hand to slow the spread of this nastiness. The Viscount was very curious to see how resourceful the boy was. However, he could also surprise, so he allowed more dark energy to spill out. His plans were to give the guy a real test of strength. The demon was terribly curious about whether his young opponent would be able to cope with such a phenomenon as poisonous wind. Realizing that real trouble was approaching him, Elric covered himself and began to think about how to get out of this situation. The vile poison was seeping into his body, and the guy was unable to freeze the wind and stop it. However, there was something he could do, and it would work. Using ice magic, Melvinger tried to force the wind to change its direction to the opposite. He wanted to return the flow of poisonous air to the one who created it. The Viscount hissed, asking the boy if he had really been so stupid as to think that his own powers would harm him. But what happened next managed to surprise the demon. He witnessed his opponent simply disappear from the battlefield, simply vanishing as if he had never been there. The guy used something that resembled teleportation and was now standing right behind the enemy. He felt too late that there was someone else's energy next to him. Therefore, it was not difficult for Elric to take advantage of the situation and bind the Viscount with magical chains. The chained monster couldn't believe that he had been beaten so easily and was now under control. Elric had no intention of stopping and ruining his fun, and moreover, he wanted to try out some of the new techniques, especially those related to the Ice Mountain Queen, since he was still learning how to use her seal. When the demon felt the power of the Queen and Hool, he could not believe that a human could possess them. Instead of answering, Melvinger touched the Viscount's head and allowed him to feel his power even more expressively. While he was cringing from the tension, the guy said that the demon didn't even know who was standing in front of him. After these words, he began the process of absorbing the seal of the creature, which began to scream and thrash in pain. When he finished, Elric roughly pushed the monster's body away from him, as if he had touched something extremely vile. Mephistopheles was upset that his companion began to talk in his presence about how he would destroy all the inhabitants of the underworld. Thanks to this, the demon realized that the boy's goal was to remind him that they were enemies who would one day fight. After the boy began absorbing the seal, he felt a strange weakness. When he finished, this feeling intensified and made him double over from the sharp pain. Looking at how his friends were running towards him with such concern, the boy realized that he had not noticed how too much poison had accumulated in his body. His infected body was touched by Augustin, who was able to pull out the poison with his healing power. Now Elric felt a little better. Melvinger still had a black mark on his palm, and he decided to check if demons had always been that strong. The teacher said that it had always been like this, and this representative was not at the peak of his strength, although he had great strength. From this, it could be concluded that if the Viscount's body had not been damaged before this battle, Elric would likely have been defeated. However, the guy did not agree with this statement and said that he could still win. The mentor did not comment on anything, but he thought that his protege's self-confidence knew no bounds. Augustine believed that if the boy tried hard enough, he could achieve anything, but he reminded him that such vanity could lead to his grave. But these words did not at all correspond to the expression on the old man's face, who was trying in vain to hide how proud he was of young Melvinger. When night fell, those who did not want to be known came out of hiding. The Inspection Bureau employees, on orders from their commander, arrived at the site of the former Viscount's mansion and tried to find traces of the presence of a third person there. They had been searching there for several days now, but still hadn't found anything. Suddenly, the men's conversation was interrupted by an unexpected attack. They didn't even have time to squeak before they became victims of an unknown villain. A strange man with bright red glowing eyes dealt with them without blinking an eye. The one who was still alive could not understand what had happened at all, and this confusion became the cause of his death. After all, the enemy was very vigilant and fast, so he immediately took advantage of this weakness. Using his magical power, the stranger quickly found out who was in front of him and why these people came here. When he used magic, some strange symbol shone brightly on his hand. Breathing in the cool evening air, the man suddenly realized that the Viscount had lost, and everything he had planned had been destroyed. He also realized that there was a third party involved in all of this, someone who was in no way connected to either the Bureau or the demons. It was an unexpected surprise for him, which only made the mystery more interesting. And he was also very amused by the fact that the Crown Prince was somehow involved in all this. More and more employees gathered in the Viscount's ruined house, wanting to figure out what the demon had done here and where the main relics had gone. They stood in the center of the courtyard and waited to hear what the prince, who had decided to hold a kind of trial, would say. The heir to the throne said that the man kneeling before him must forever remember the wounds he received today, so as not to repeat his mistakes in the future. Having hit his head hard on the stone tile, the man said that he would definitely remember the pain from his broken forehead. Looking at his subordinate, the prince asked what he would do next, since the plan that had been in preparation for years. Looking at his subordinate, ignoring the blood flowing from the wound, Patran said that Viscount Garreau was not the only follower of the Demon King. He reported that information had been obtained about an entire headquarters of criminals. The nobleman chuckled approvingly and said that in that case the plan had not failed completely. Pointing to the pool of blood, the prince ordered Patran to clean it up, after which he would have to go do the rest of the work. A sudden scream stopped the young man. He froze in place, listening to the sounds. The soldiers reported that they had been attacked. Despite his poor health, Patran stood up and quickly ordered everyone to line up to protect the future ruler. The subordinates began to carry out the order, but it was more difficult than they thought because the demons swept down sharply and attacked their blind spots. Seeing the demons growing in number, Patran shouted louder, calling on the warriors to protect the Crown Prince. He himself did not relax, but fought off enemy attacks with all his might, which came from different sides. They had to face the stranger who had killed several of their comrades the day before. Patran managed to repel the attack of this vile demon who so wanted to profit from the flesh of the heir. He was extremely amused that these little people thought they could deal with his army, and him. The heir to the throne himself stood before him, but he didn't lift a finger to defend himself, leaving it in the hands of his servants. When the other demons realized who was standing in front of them, they started a real mess, trying to get to the cherished goal. Realizing that the matter was taking a very dangerous turn, Patran ordered his subordinates to take the heir to a safe place. He wanted to deal with the main demon himself. He simply needed to clear his name after the failed deal and kill the traitor who dared to attack the future king of the empire. This fervor further inflamed the demon, who openly mocked his opponents. Then he activated his mana and attacked the pathetic little man who was ready to bravely take the blow. The two forces collided and a huge release of energy occurred. At this time, the other demons also became active and attacked the people with even greater enthusiasm, who barely had time to fight back. They all wanted to get the prince's head, which they would send to the messenger, after which they would be able to obtain the seal. But the warriors planned to stop them because they did not intend to let these creatures anywhere near the future of the empire. The creatures were serious and did not stop demanding that they be given an heir. They needed to get the coveted seal, and they were ready to do anything. But no one should even think about getting in Leo's way. And those who dared to do this were burned by a blue flame which left nothing of their body but ashes. The blue lion does its job well and protects the one to whom it has sworn an oath of allegiance. Watching the smaller demons burn, their leader noted that the lions were indeed lucky. The head of the house and his retinue approached the battle site in silence. They were not going to comment on the words of this monster. The reinforcements arrived just in time, so Hermann ordered his soldiers to help protect the prince. The battle took a completely different turn because now the humans had a significant advantage. While everyone was rejoicing that they had a chance to be saved, the heir to the throne could not take his eyes off the beautiful Lady Isabel. She was as incredibly beautiful as she had been when they first met, but now there was strength and independence in her eyes. The prince was distracted from these thoughts by Patron, who reported that although almost all the demons had been destroyed thanks to the blue lions, their leader had not been eliminated. The prince was starting to get tired of all this talking, so he simply nodded his head. Stepping forward, Hermann said that he was very glad that the heir was okay, but since he had an inspector's office with him and there was no need for an escort, the man wanted to take his leave. Realizing that the head of the Blue Lion House had his own business, the young master allowed him to leave. However, to Hermann's surprise, the crown prince wanted to know where exactly he was going. Smiling mysteriously at Isabel, the man said that they were looking for Elric Melvinger, who had once helped the heiress. This news did not surprise the gentleman too much, because he himself wanted to see the one who saved his ex-wife. But he didn't like the way the girl smiled when she heard the boy's name. Turning away in irritation, the prince could barely utter the words of farewell. Something inside him was painfully scratching. He didn't even want to imagine that this Elric would see his Isabel again, even though he had voluntarily given up life with her. At this time, young Melvinger continued his journey to the north. The weather changed dramatically, and now they could admire the beautiful snowflakes outside the window. But they were far from the most beautiful thing we encountered along the way. Looking out the window, the guy saw the Great Wall. He could not even imagine that it was so huge and impressive. A sense of foreboding began to form within Elric, for the flower temple was somewhere beyond this wall. Upon entering, the carriage was stopped by armed soldiers who wanted to inspect it. Carl immediately realized that they were facing border guards, and he clarified that they intended to cross the border. The soldier listened carefully and then said emotionlessly that it was impossible. Hearing this, Melvinger frowned because he had not heard the news that the border was closed. Not wanting to be delayed, Elric decided to talk to the guard and find out if something had happened behind the wall that was causing problems with the pass. The man said that the monsters there suddenly went berserk, as a result of which inexplicable anomalies began to appear. This is why the entire border zone was on alert. Elric himself had already felt the ominous and rather heavy energy behind the walls, but this didn't make the guy back down at all. On the contrary, difficulties attracted him much more than simple challenges. Winking at Carl, Melvinger asked the representative of the Niemister family to show the Master Guard their permit. Without thinking twice, the man fulfilled this request, got off the carriage, and handed the package to the employee. After carefully examining and reading it, the soldier realized that he had an official document in his hands. And when he read it more carefully, he was simply shocked that such important persons were standing in front of him. The employee began to apologize for daring to detain members of such influential families. Usually, the ban applied to everyone, but for the sake of such guests, an exception could be made. The only thing he asked was that in case of danger, he would immediately go to the highest watchtower. Elric decided to clarify whether they would send them help if anything happened, but in response he heard a firm no. The soldier said that this would make it much easier for them to find their bodies. Such pessimism, to put it mildly, made Melvinger nervous, who allowed the thought that everything could be much worse than he had assumed. He might encounter monsters he's never even heard of before. But strength was gained in battle. He knew this and was not at all afraid to act decisively. When he entered into a fight with such a creature, he was able to use his ice magic against it, which helped to put the enemy on the ground. There was no end to the monsters called sandworms. No matter how much the guy chopped them down, they appeared one after another. Their huge mouths with countless teeth were just itching to swallow him up. Elric was very vigilant and carefully considered every step he took. All his actions were clear and balanced. However, after the previous fight with the demon, the guy realized that he could not use the received power fully. He realized that if he acquired more seals, his mana would become a limiting factor, and it would be impossible to use his power to its full extent. But despite all the difficulties, the young wizard was still alive and fought the terrible creatures quite successfully. As Elric's eyes scanned the fallen victim, the thought came to his mind that he needed to create a new type of magic, where all the power belonged only to him. Then no one will dare to even think about looking down on him. These thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice, which asked with displeasure if Melvinger had finished bragging about his strength. Sean was very angry because of the wild cold that reigned in these lands. Even the fact that he enveloped his entire body in mana did not help to warm up. This cold was not natural because in this place it should be hot. Like in the desert, Elric assumed that all this could be connected with the previously mentioned anomalies. The border guard mentioned it, but it was extremely creepy to see the Blackland in such a state. The name of the area was not just a metaphor. The local land was black all year round because it was rotten from poison and looked like a field covered in black snow. In addition, there were so many monsters here that even the Empire abandoned its futile attempts to conquer these lands. It was a very dangerous and forbidden zone. Sean also doubted that the Flower Temple could really be located in this forgotten place. After all, in fairy tales, the temple was always described as a peaceful garden where the gods of flowers and people lived together, but the reality they saw was significantly different. But Elric knew perfectly well that the temple existed. He was convinced of this when he read the manuscripts handed down by the imperial family, which were in the archive. The exact location of this mysterious place was unknown, but Melvinger knew that they needed to find the beastmen who guarded the building, and they would tell them everything. Augustin was not very happy with this idea, so he asked his student if he was sure about his idea. The guy said that they would find a way to deal with everything. These words indicated that the young man had hidden several trump cards, and the old man was eager to find out about them. It was just unclear how Melvinger was going to find anything in such a vast area. This question was also asked by Mephistopheles, who asked if there were any maps or signs to find the temple, or at least its servants. Suddenly the demon fell silent and began to peer at his companion, after which he said tensely that the ice crystal had begun to shine. To make sure of this, the guy took it out of his inside pocket. The stone really did sparkle brightly, but it was unclear why. Then something unexpected happened. The crystal flew up and began to quickly spin around its axis. At first, Elric did not understand what was going on. Then a guess flashed through his mind that the stone could show them the way. Smiling, Melvinger confidently declared to his companions that from now on, he knew where they should go. There was no argument, and the carriage set off on another journey along a dark and dangerous road. After several hours of driving in tense silence, the boy asked Carl to stop the carriage, because he felt something. The guy started asking what happened. Elric replied that the crystal stopped shining as soon as they entered this forest. In his opinion, it was necessary to examine the surroundings. This idea was approved by all members of the team, so now they wandered through the thicket and peered into every suspicious bush. Sean was in a very grumpy mood today, so he asked with displeasure if anyone really expected to find anything here. Galiti was less pessimistic, but even he said that there was no one in the forest, because he looked at it from above, with the help of his familiar. Now sadness overcame Elric himself, who decided that his guess about the crystal was wrong and that it did not show the way at all. Clutching the useless stone tightly in his hands, he suggested that they return to the carriage. Perhaps the item in his hand would work properly again. Everyone followed him silently, but the silence was broken by a sharp cry that came from the forest. Without further ado, the boys immediately rushed to look for the source of the sound, because it could give them answers to all their questions. Hiding behind the trees, they watched as several monsters surrounded the beastman, who was letting out a shrill scream. The unfortunate girl was now silent and afraid to make even the slightest squeak. because the monsters were so close that she could smell their foul breath. Mephisto chuckled and stated that this cat girl was very unlucky to meet these creatures on her way. In this, he was completely right. Such creatures were very strong, and getting rid of them was extremely difficult. Especially if they decided to attack in a pack, as in this case, then their victim had very little chance of escape. The cat girl screamed in despair for help. She did not want to die at all, especially from the paws of such disgusting creatures. When she had already decided that only a miracle could help her, that is exactly what happened, because someone's strong magical energy began to be felt. Her enemies were frozen and could no longer move a finger, and the Beastman representative could not find the words to describe it all. Turning her head, she noticed a stranger approaching her, who asked with concern if she was okay. To ease the tension and distract the girl a little, Elric decided to use all his charm and playfully ask if she was surprised that she was saved by such a handsome man like him. This caused Mephistopheles to burst into uncontrollable laughter, thinking that the boy should practice his acting skills. Making a displeased face at the demon, Elric approached the victim and said that he would heal her if there was a need. This kind of treatment outraged the girl. She hated being treated like a weakling. So she rejected the offered helping hand and declared that she could manage without human help. At that moment, the rest of the beastmen began to jump down from the trees, holding their bows at the ready. Everyone, including the supposedly injured girl, held out their spears and looked menacingly at the strangers. The cute cat turned out to be a predator who ordered people to surrender, because they risked dying as soon as she counted to 3. When the countdown began, the warriors drew their bows and prepared. The number 2 was called, and Sean noticed that the beastmen holding spears began to come closer. Everyone was extremely tense. Even Hayes, who hid her anxiety behind a smile, could not guess what her brother had planned. He smiled radiantly and raised his hands in a conciliatory manner, saying that they were surrendering. He hoped that this would help reduce the level of general hostility. His team breathed a sigh of relief, since the advantage was clearly not on their side given the number of enemies, so engaging in battle was foolish. Even Mephisto approved of his companion's actions, which turned out to be full of surprises. It wasn't that simple. Elric was quite far-sighted and resourceful, so he immediately exposed the beastman's scam. As soon as he saw the all-too-defenseless girl, he immediately guessed that there was obvious bait in front of them. His intuition told him that there were beastmen warriors nearby. Augustine thought so too, and he was extremely interested in what his student would do. The guy chuckled and said that his plan was pretty simple. He just had to play the game by their rules. This will help the opponents feel superior and capture them, allowing them to get right into the beastman's lair. The kingdom of the beastmen was called Anthromorphos, and it was along its streets that the carriage carrying Elric's team was now moving. Of course, no one let them in there without an escort, although it would be more correct to say a convoy that was leading the prisoners. Inside the wagon, everyone looked at young Melvinger with displeasure, because no one understood what was on his mind. Even Mephisto couldn't figure him out and understand his intentions. Looking at the shackled guy, the demon asked whether it was necessary to bring things to such an outcome. Melvinger chuckled evilly and said that to pull off the perfect deception, one had to be prepared to do anything. The locals began to pay attention to the strangers who were being transported in a cart that resembled a cage. They were outraged and did not understand why they were brought here. Elric expected something like this, but still such strong anger was able to surprise him. The demon understood these creatures because their land was taken away from them, and they were forced here. The same cat girl stepped forward. Her name was Irina, and she was the head of the guard of the Beastman Kingdom. She advised the captives to observe decency, if they valued their lives, of course. After all, it won't be just anyone who interrogates them, but the king himself. And it was Irina who was given the honor of accompanying the captives to the palace. Mephisto was sure that Elric had something planned. Otherwise, there was no point in showing up in the very heart of an enemy country. For some reason, Melvinger was absolutely sure that the beastmen would not refuse his request. He believed this because he was the lucky owner of a power they had coveted for centuries, namely the combat technique of the Tiger King, one of the past monarchs of the beastmen. It was the art of developing the body that Augustin Nemester taught him. The Tiger clan ruled for generations, but then fell, so it will be important for their descendants to learn the long-lost martial art. Irina curtsied before the king as a sign of respect and announced that she had brought malicious disturbers of the peace into the castle. The monarch sat on the throne, his face hidden in shadows, but his voice made everyone shudder. He praised the head of the guard for the work done. His animal paws began to scratch the throne as he asked what was the reason for the appearance of people on his lands. His sharp fangs flashed as he hurled threats at the violators. But now Elric's head couldn't get one fact straight. The one standing in front of him was not at all who he imagined. The ruler of the Beastmen, the Tiger King, was just a child, a boy who was unfortunate enough to gain power at such a young age. Hayes stared at this cute little boy and didn't know how she could fight or wage war with someone like that. Mephistopheles chuckled and said that it seemed that Melvinger's plans had been ruined, since the age of the heir to the throne was no more than 10 years old. The young man himself doubted his plan, but still decided to try to negotiate, and in case of failure he could always escape. When the boy asked if it was really the king standing before him, the courtiers were extremely outraged by such insolence. However, Elric put on the guise of an arrogant nobleman and began to order that the old man, who was speaking too loudly, be thrown out of the hall. This behavior greatly angered the young king, who asked threateningly whether his order had been ignored. After this, the men fell silent, and Melvinger walked in front of them with the smile of a satisfied cat. When silence returned to the throne room, the little king asked if there was anything he could say to the stranger. At first, Elric thought that he was looking at a weak-willed child, but now he realized that he really did have tiger blood in him, so it was possible to come to an agreement with him. So the first thing he asked was whether the ruler had ever heard of the art of developing the body. The boy's ears turned towards the prisoner with interest. It was clear that he knew nothing about this technique. The guy began to stir up interest by asking how much the king would be willing to pay if he suddenly decided to sell such knowledge. The courtiers raised a ruckus again, saying that an ordinary person should not even pronounce the name of this technique. They shouted that the madman should have his head cut off. But their king shouted again, ordering them all to be quiet and let the guest finish his speech. Deciding it was time to start the show, Melvinger said he was surrounded by too many noisy individuals, after which he easily broke his shackles. The king's defenders were seriously frightened when they saw that the criminal had managed to free himself, and they immediately prepared to defend their king. And once again, Elric's team was surrounded by armed beastmen, only this time they were ready to kill them. Looking at the boy, the teacher noted that it would not be easy with these opponents, so he offered his help, but he convinced him that he was capable of something similar. Stepping forward, the young man smiled and enveloped himself in shining mana, making him look even more imposing and dangerous. A crowd of men rushed at Elric, and he was developing a plan of action in his head. His sister said that she would kill him if he touched the cute Tiger King with a finger. Ignoring this comment, he began to prepare to repel the attack of the first beast man. Standing and waiting for the enemy to attack was not in Melvinger's nature, so he began to run towards the danger. The defender clearly did not expect their captive to be so brave and determined, so it was clear that he doubted his own strength. The guy took advantage of this momentary vulnerability, found the right angle for the blow, and immediately took aim to deliver it. He used exactly the technique he wanted to teach the king, in his opinion, demonstrating the skills could help in negotiations. Everyone who saw the use of the tiger technique was simply shocked, because they could not even imagine that a person could master it. But this did not stop one of the main guards from ordering everyone else to immediately take on animal forms. The next second, a loud growl was heard, and the room was filled with the sound of torn clothes that were ruined due to the transformation. Now Elric looked not at the aristocratic courtiers, but at the dangerous wild beasts that were ready to tear him to shreds. Now Melvinger will find out what it's like to invade the beastmen and try to play dangerous games with them. However, the guy was not going to run away from the throne room in fear. On the contrary, he became even more excited and used the art of developing the body tiger strike. When the first wolf-turned guard fell unconscious from the blow, everyone else began to realize that this was more than just a boastful man standing before them. They saw a mighty warrior, and it made them tremble with fear. The martial art called black tiger hunting was something that could not help but inspire awe. Melvinger knew this very well, so he used this skill. Besides this, it helped to neutralize enemies perfectly, so the demonstration turned out to be very good and visual. Irina was horrified by what she saw. She could not even imagine that some little man could deal with her best warriors so easily. She was filled with such anger that she wanted to personally bring the head of this scoundrel to her king. When her blade was about to touch the smooth skin on the boy's neck, the king's cry was heard, ordering an immediate stop. The little ruler rose from his throne and demanded that this whole farce be stopped immediately. Elric dared to put a cheeky edge to his voice and ask the king if his demonstration had been clear enough. These words made everyone present in the throne room open their mouths in surprise. Everyone, without exception, was interested in why a man possessed something that even they did not have, a legendary martial art that had long been lost. Elric then activated his mana and filled the hall with it, saying that all of this was possible thanks to magic. The king began to think he could not have imagined before that the revival of this technique was possible by such a method. Now, before him stood the one who claimed that magic passes through everything that exists in this world and reveals the secrets of nature, harmoniously merging with its principles. The young tiger decided to check if magic had really managed to restore what they had lost many years ago. Chuckling, Elric said that this was indeed the case, and that there were no limits or restrictions on what magic could create or renew. The king's face froze in a grimace of genuine surprise. It was difficult to comprehend all of this. Mephisto said with displeasure that his companion was pulling the wool over his eyes again, and he replied that the beastmen didn't really understand the matter anyway, so they could have fallen for a beautiful story. The proof of his words was that not only the young monarch, but also the experienced courtiers believed everything he said. It seemed that the beastmen were too naive a people. Melvinger agreed with this completely, and managing naive people was as easy as pie. Deciding it was time to end all this clowning, the boy bowed to the king and walked closer to his throne. He said that the art of body development was a precious secret of the royal family, and even if it was obtained through magic, the true power of the technique should be with the one to whom it rightfully belongs. Although the monarch tried to hide his emotions, these words were pleasant to him, and flattery, as is well known, was one of the keys to gaining the favor of a high-ranking person. Continuing his speech, Elric said that if the beastmen made a deal with him, they could regain their former power. However, this passionate speech was interrupted as soon as a serious voice was heard in the hall, ordering silence. The Prime Minister of Antromopha Norris entered the hall and asked with a smart look if they wanted to sell what already belonged to his people at too high a price. Elric immediately realized that he had to be careful with this old man because he understood his motives. So he decided to be honest and said that this was exactly how it was. In exchange for training, he wanted to get information. The old minister frowned when he heard that the boy wanted to know the way to the flower temple. The representatives of the nobility began to whisper, hoping to understand why this temple was suddenly needed by a person. Stepping over the wounded beastmen, Norris said that he understood the conditions, but they should discuss all this in private. The man turned to Irina and ordered her to escort the guests to Anthromophos's palace. Suppressing the anger inside him, Elric thought that he had everything under control until this Norris appeared. It was clear that even Mephistopheles, who was usually very difficult to surprise and confuse, was not jealous. This was all explained by the fact that in front of them was not a beastman at all, but a real demon that had infiltrated their ranks. While the nobility was engaged in heated debate, the monarch was thinking about how to convey to them the idea that he knew perfectly well what he wanted without them. The nobles shouted that there was nothing to think about, because agreeing to the deal would help them return the former greatness of the Tiger clan. Moreover, the Furies were now more dangerous opponents than humans, and this ability would help them keep their enemies in fear. They were confident that this technique would unite them into a single nation, so they could get rid of the Farias and the non-recognition of the Tiger King. After listening to all these arguments, everything became clear to the king, especially since he himself knew perfectly well what he wanted. But then Norris's voice was heard, insisting that under no circumstances should they agree to the proposal put forward. They began to resist his words, saying that this was the only chance to regain their history and power. However, the man looked at the nobility with such a terrible gaze that they lost the ability to object to him. Of course, he understood the importance of the art of body development, but there was one thing. Norris asked if his fellow tribesmen had forgotten the reasons why the beastmen were on these lands and were constantly subjected to much suffering. The nobility listened in silence to the reminder that people had fed them empty promises for years and taken advantage of them, and then meanly stabbed them in the back. The prime minister approached the king, saying that if he agreed to the deal, they would become the playthings of men again, and the nightmares would begin again with renewed vigor. This was the main reason why it was worth refusing the offer and driving the people away. These words contained the challenge that Norris was throwing down to the monarch, and the young tiger understood this too, and thought about what would be the best course of action. A great burden of responsibility fell on the boy's shoulders, so he wanted to retire and think everything over, and he was followed by a courtier who asked him not to miss this opportunity. He silently looked at the statue of his ancestor as if asking for advice and support. In his head, he heard his father's order, which said that he should become the one who would revive the royal line. The king said that in order to fulfill the last will of the previous monarch, they would need this martial art. However, they couldn't do it because of Norris, as he certainly had good reasons for such a refusal. But still, even though the minister was wise, his age could influence decisions. These words angered the king, because he would not allow anyone to question Norris, who had dedicated himself entirely to serving the country after the death of the previous monarch. The courtier apologized and left, offended, because he understood that his words did not carry sufficient weight in the eyes of the ruler. The young tiger could only believe that the prime minister was not mistaken. In the palace of Antramopha, they waited tensely for the king's decision. So when there was a knock at the door, Carl immediately opened it. Everyone was worried except Elric, who was amused that such a high-ranking official had condescended to come to these chambers. Norris looked at this arrogant guy and wanted to crush him like an annoying bug, but instead he forced a polite smile. The man said he came there to make a deal. The guy offered the man to sit down and discuss everything because he was terribly interested in how they were going to pay him for his knowledge. Norris responded without hesitation that he would give Melvinger what he asked for and tell him how to get to the flower temple. This was what the young man liked, but it turned out a little differently than he expected. After all, the prime minister said that in return, he demanded that the art be sold to him, not to the king. But it would have been stupid to make such a decision right away, especially since later other representatives of the nobility began to come with similar proposals. Elric couldn't believe that these fools thought that once they acquired technology, they could take the throne. Augustin asked with interest what choice his student would make. He raised his head and said that at the moment, the minister was offering much more than everyone else. However, there was already a whole line of people wanting this skill, and the price was constantly rising. It remained to be seen what the royal family would offer. And so, after some time, the current ruler of the Beastmen finally arrived. Mephisto noted that this boy's power was below the baseboard, since his close associates allowed themselves such behavior. The young tiger learned that Norris had been plotting behind his back and could not believe that someone he trusted could do this to him. Coming closer, Elric said that the training would be extremely interesting and useful if the monarch offered something worthwhile in return. The boy's tone did not please Hayes, who placed her palms on the upset boy's shoulders and asked him to be gentler with him. But Melvinger himself learned too early what it meant to bear the weight of responsibility for his legacy, and so he sternly said that politics is not a game. He believed that without the right approach and the ability to negotiate, you won't get far. The guy reminded his sister that they were also called a great magical family, bowed to them at balls and tried to please them. But when their status was destroyed and their heritage was lost, everyone stopped being so friendly. Once they lost power, the vassals, nobles, the imperial family, and even the magic tower all turned their backs on them. They had no pity at all for the little children who were abandoned to their fate. And everyone became friendly again only when the Melvinger heir was spoken of as a hero of Lacenta and a powerful magician. Everyone who had previously despised him and spoken unflatteringly about his family began to look at the guy with admiration and became friends. Looking at the young king, Elric said that power rules everything because only power is understood and no one will respect you for no reason. So he advised the monarch, who was still just a child, to start growing claws and sharp teeth now. It would be nice to gain strength in secret so that the enemies do not know about it, and when they attack, It is worth using your strength to get what you want in one fell swoop. Melvinger felt a strange warmth towards this boy. Perhaps he saw a little version of himself in him and wanted to help, because no one came to his aid. This sincere offer pleasantly surprised the boy, who was confused because his close circle was too unfaithful. The boy understood that the child was touched by his speech. Mephistopheles thought so too, but he didn't know if it would all lead to something good. With a wicked grin, the demon asked if Elric realized that he was goading the little king into battle. However, it was clear that even if they helped the boy solve his problems, he would ultimately have to do everything on his own. The boy adapted a little to Melvinger's society and asked him if he had heard of Yule, the Tiger King. The young man thoughtfully asked if he was talking about the same Yule who had led the Beastmen to the pinnacle of their prosperity. Yes, it was precisely about this great and wise ruler, who was also an excellent warrior. So his descendant offered the treasures of his ancestor as payment, and he also shared the results of the research that was carried out in an attempt to restore the ancient technology. Elric listened to all this with his mouth open, and the king also clarified that the gates of the Flower Temple were closed because of the Eastern General. Extending his clawed paw to the guy, the boy said that if his interlocutor wanted to get there, he would need his help, and he was ready to personally accompany the travelers there. In return, he demanded a complete transfer of the art of body development. The offer was one that couldn't be refused, so Elric shook his partner's paw and declared the deal done. Now all that was left for them to do was discuss the details and set off on their way to the temple. Walking behind Elric, the boy wondered if his choice had been the right one. But then he reminded himself that he was a king, and that meant that he really should grow claws. His thoughts consumed him so much that he didn't notice how he stumbled, getting tangled up in his own feet from his worries. His body didn't have time to hit the floor because he was caught by Hayes, who was smiling sweetly at the child. The boy shook himself off and began to awkwardly thank for the help, because he was very uncomfortable that someone saw his weakness. But instead of a simple please, the girl leaned over and hugged him tightly. It was so strange and unusual that he didn't know how to react, because such insolence towards the king was unacceptable. Realizing that the young king was now extremely confused and even scared, Hayes gently stroked his head and told him that he didn't need to keep everything to himself. These words almost made the monarch cry. At such moments, he remembered that he was a small child and not a formidable ruler. He remembered how his mother hugged him and tenderly told him that he should laugh when he wanted and cry if he felt the need. She affectionately called him by the name of Valence and said that he should be who he was and not pretend to be someone else. Emotions overwhelmed the boy, and he couldn't take it anymore. His lips began to tremble and his body began to shake in an attempt to hold back his sobs. Looking at this, Elric told Mephisto that not long ago there was a king in front of them, and now there was just a crying child. The demon grumbled that the weight of the crown was too heavy for such a youth. Sitting at the negotiating table, the boy reminded them that the Tiger King had promised to personally take them to the Flowering Temple. However, there was no response, as the ruler was too busy enjoying the gentle strokes on his head that Hayes was giving him. The guy began to speak more insistently, emphasizing that it was necessary to run now, since it was unclear what the Prime Minister would do. Finally, the boy deigned to answer, saying that the guard should not have been involved in this matter. He explained this by saying that Irina, the head of the royal guard, was Norris's adopted daughter, and he had specifically assigned her to spy on him. Elric grumbled discontentedly. What did this mean? The minister already knew where the king was. After thinking for a moment, Valence said that he left the palace without anyone seeing, but most likely his close associates had already guessed everything. Sean burst into the room, worriedly reporting that extremely hostile beastmen were gathering outside. There were a lot of opponents, which meant that in such a situation it would not be possible to leave unnoticed. Although, on the other hand, why do they need to leave secretly? The team members were skeptical of Melvinger's suggestion to neutralize all opponents and exit through the main gate. Before the boys had time to make a decision, an alarm suddenly sounded, which greatly alarmed the young king. The boy said that this sound meant the threat of the Furies' invasion. None of the people had any idea what it meant. Looking out the window, the monarch explained that the Furies were also a tribe of beastmen, but they had very bad relations with each other. Elric knew that if this was truly an invasion, the little king would not want to go anywhere and abandon his fellow tribesmen. They looked out the window and witnessed a huge tragedy. The whole city was on fire, and screams were heard from all sides. Some silhouettes were moving through the fire. It seemed like the enemies were approaching faster than one might think. Everything indicated that it was necessary to urgently prepare for the battle, which, in all likelihood, was inevitable. However, someone was approaching whose voice was very familiar to the guy. When he realized who was coming towards them, he immediately ordered everyone to stop and not take any action. As he began to emerge from the safety of his hiding place, Sean wanted to scream that his friend was an idiot. But there was nothing to fear because Isabel Weil and her father, the Blue Lion, were approaching them. Looking at the beautiful girl, Elric could not understand why she came here and how she managed to get into the kingdom of the Beastmen. Mephistopheles hovered over Herman Weil with interest and studied him because the man clearly had a strong energy. Why the demon asked the guy what kind of monster was standing in front of them, then looked at Isabel's father with bewilderment. Then he realized that he still hadn't said hello, so he bowed to the man and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the Blue Lion. Herman also bowed and said that there was no need for this formality, since he was an ordinary warrior who had been granted the title of Count. Smiling, the guy invited the guests to come inside instead of standing in the doorway. Elric noticed that Isabel was very attentive to her father and was afraid that he would take an extra step. Melvinger's first question was how the Lion family found him and what their purpose was. Stroking his daughter's hand, Mr. Weil said he wanted to personally thank the person who saved his daughter and helped cure the illness that had plagued him for many years. These desires forced the man to go to the capital, but there he learned that the one he was looking for had already left it. Elric scratched his head and realized that he should have warned Isabel where he could be found, since it turned out that they had missed each other. Herman, in turn, said that they should have sent a letter warning about the visit, but he wanted to make it a surprise, so he didn't send the message. But now the long journey was compensated by the fact that he saw a lot of familiar faces, only they looked at him with a hint of hostility. He said he never expected to see the gray lion hunting dog here. Hayes snapped back, making it clear she was not who she said she was. Elric asked with a threatening voice if the lion really knew his sister, and he asked if they really were related. The man shared that he had one very bad acquaintance, and when he happened to meet him, Hayes was always nearby. He could not even imagine that she was Melvinger. But what was even more curious was that among this company, there was an old eccentric of the Nemester family, who was rarely seen. Augustine recalled that he had asked the stubborn lion not to call him such words, and asked how else he could call the old monster if not a weirdo. Looking at the speed with which the tension in the room was growing, Elric realized that very soon this could all escalate into a general fight. But then Herman smiled, shook Augustine's hand, and said seriously that the squad consisted of truly incredible individuals. After all, here you could find anyone from recent students of the Euston Academy to the former head of the Revolutionary Army and a beastman. Melvinger united them all, wanting everyone to calm down and not have any conflict situations arise. That's why Herman wanted to get this guy, because whoever gathers so many talented individuals around him will always reach the heights. Isabel was extremely pleased with this visit. She realized that ignoring the hated crown prince and going here was a great idea. Deciding to tell how they got there, the girl shared that as soon as they heard Melvinger's group had crossed the wall, she went after them. They sent a knight into the forest to scout out the situation, who reported that the boys had been taken prisoner, so they rushed to help. After that, their people made a ruckus to distract the beastmen, so if the team was planning to go somewhere, now was the best time. She was right. The city was in chaos and destruction, so no one would pay attention to the fugitives. There might not be another chance like this, so it was necessary to hope that the young king would decide to escape. Not wanting to wait another second, Melvinger asked the king if he still wished to leave this place. The boy said that he was not against it, but if he left the kingdom, his subjects would call him a traitor, and the country would plunge into chaos. Elric patted the boy on the shoulder and said that he didn't have to worry about that, because a brilliant solution had just popped into his head. While the entire city was on fire, Irina found nothing better to do than to pursue the little prince on Norris's orders. Even her charges found it strange that instead of saving the city, they were hanging around the palace, but the girl said that their priority was the safety of the king. She emphasized that their young monarch was in the hands of vile people who could take advantage of his naivety. Once the king was safe, the head of the guard planned to kill absolutely every person who was in Anthromoth. As Elric's team began to leave the castle, all the guards shouted a war cry. However, Irina did not allow the warriors to approach the unwanted guests and stopped them with a gesture. All because she did not see His Majesty among them and wanted to know where they had put the boy. Sean decided to tease the warlike cat, so he didn't rush to answer. He managed to bring her to an extremely unpleasant state, when she was ready to destroy everything in her path. The girl ordered the warriors to immediately assume their animal forms, and they obeyed unconditionally. This turn of events made Nemister nervous. He didn't want to experience the sharpness of these beastmen's claws on himself. Irina didn't know what these people wanted to do, but if they didn't return the king, she was ready to do anything. Suddenly, a scream made everyone stop. It was Elric who held King Valence in his arms, who said that if anyone moved, the precious monarch would go to the next world. The courtiers began to shout that this guy was completely crazy and did not know what he was doing, since he decided to threaten their ruler. Valence was unsure if Elric's plan would work, but he said that when a man who possessed secret techniques kidnapped a king, no one would act rashly. He was right because no one, including Norris, moved from their place. To further frighten the people, Melvinger activated his dark mana and shouted that if they did not move aside, the monarch would die. Irina hissed with anger, but Norris stopped her because he didn't want to risk the boy. He had another plan, which he shared with his subordinate. After hearing this, she made a difficult decision and ordered the beastmen to step aside to let the worthless humans through. Sean didn't trust such gestures of goodwill, but they didn't have much choice. As they walked along the corridor that had formed, their enemies hissed at them and made it clear that if they were given the go-ahead, they would scratch people's eyes out. As Team Elric crossed the street, Irina screamed for the king to be released, since the conditions had been met. Laughing, Melvinger said he would not trust those who wanted him dead so much, so he would let the boy go outside the city when it was safe. No one could do anything to the one in whose hands the monarch was, so the warriors could only watch as their enemy retreated. But they had something to do while the king was away. The whole city was engulfed in a fire that needed to be put out immediately. Meanwhile, Elric began to put his plan into action. Looking at the sad king, he decided at his own risk to ask if he wanted to return. The boy protested, saying that he would fulfill his promise and take the guy to the flower temple, but that was not what he was asked about. Melvinger wondered if the monarch wanted to return to the kingdom after what had happened. This question stunned the boy. The mere mention of the palace made his throat constrict and his breath catch. But his people were a different matter. They were good beastmen who always encouraged him. Valence understood that if he abandoned them, the country would plunge into chaos, especially if the Fury invasion really happened. These conversations began to irritate Mephisto, who believed that now was not the time for empty talk. There was real chaos ahead of them, but the guy was determined to overcome it. A black sandstorm was approaching them, which could destroy everything in its path. Seeing this, Valence felt a very strong fear of the elements inside himself. Of course, because before them there was a phenomenon that was called the Eastern General. It was the same catastrophe that had already destroyed the North. Elric knew perfectly well that if he poked his nose in there, all that would remain of him would be a wet spot. However, these were not all the problems, because Mephisto reported that something else ominous was approaching along with the wind. Oh, the young man himself felt it, but because of anxiety he preferred not to talk about it. The natural disaster was controlled by creatures that accompanied it and walked in an even formation ahead of the storm. Through the raised dust, one could only make out the flags on which a fox with 9 tails was emblazoned. It was a tribe of Furies, whose leader ordered them to run as fast as they could to catch up with those whom they really wanted to take prisoner. The Tiger King, who leads the Anthromophos, had an ancient enemy, namely the Beastmen, who went against the ruling family, who had lost the art of developing the body. These creatures began to call themselves Furies, and although they dreamed of ruling Anthromophos, everything was not so simple. Until now, there have only been minor skirmishes between the two forces, and it has never come to a full-fledged war. The little king didn't see these creatures often. He grew up on scary stories about them, and now he was simply terrified. He also didn't believe that the spies from the palace had already managed to transmit information about the returned art of body development. Elric believed that this was the only explanation for the Furies being here now. This news was too much for Valence. Now Melvinger was even more eager to know the answer to the question he had asked a minute earlier, whether the boy wanted to return to the palace after all this. Now the monarch had no idea what to answer because he did not want to live among deceivers and traitors. But he still loved the ordinary local people who needed their ruler. So after some thought, the boy firmly replied that he would return and protect his people. The guy chuckled and said approvingly that he knew he would hear that answer. But Valence understood perfectly well that he was in a weak position and could offer nothing to his interlocutor, so he could not even dream of more help. The tiger cub's talk sometimes irritated Melvinger so much that he saw the need to knock some sense into his head. He wanted to convey to the little king that between friends, it is not customary to talk about benefits or what the other party can get. Valence is not used to the fact that he can count on someone or just ask for a favor or help. Elric said that for friends, the phrase "help me" was enough to appear at the right moment and not leave them alone with difficulties. This was proven by Sean, who appeared at the most necessary moment. This story touched the little tiger so much that he also wanted to become Elric's friend. The guys laughed and said that it was very easy to become one. For friendship, it was enough that you were happy to be around another person. It was all so simple that Valence laughed, and for the first time in a long time, he felt like a happy child. Looking at everything that was happening around him, Melvinger said he couldn't turn a blind eye to the problems of his newfound comrade. So he asked Sean to tell everyone else that they had had a sudden change of plans. The Furies, led by Gora, the captain of the Wild Beast Squad, were getting closer with every second. They could already see the outlines of Antomopha, the treasured city they had dreamed of capturing for many years. Hugo, the lieutenant of the Wild Beast Squad, asked the captain if their enemies really possessed ancient combat equipment. He knew that some human had recreated it. The lieutenant, like his fellows, did not like the fact that this low-grade race would possess such power. The Furies understood that even if it was all a lie, they could not miss the opportunity to attack Anthromophos. But if the information was true, then they should have prevented the descendants of the Tiger King from regaining their lost power. In order for the plan to be realized, the Furies gathered a huge army, which was now heading for the capital of the kingdom. The one who ruled all this madness reflected on the fact that if 40 years ago the golden-haired magician with green eyes had not stood in their way, then everything would have turned out completely differently. However, if he could obtain the secret knowledge of the ancient technique this time, he would finally be able to regain his 9th tail. And then no one will stop him, because no one will dare to stand in his way. The leader of the Furies ordered his warriors to obtain the art of developing the body. He told them that this was the only way they could regain their former glory. And then thousands of opportunities will open up before them, and the whole world will fall into their clutches. Now the warriors were encouraged by Gora, who kept saying that the only one who inherited the will of the heavens was their bloody king. And the protection granted by the master, the so-called patronage of the tail, will protect them all. So the captain ordered to act boldly, to deprive the Tiger King of his head and devour his body. In the name of their king, they were ready to drink the blood of their enemies. But things didn't go as the Furies expected, as the attack was held back by an ice wall that appeared out of nowhere. The beastmen howled as their limbs became coated in ice. But despite this, they moved forward until they were ordered to stop. They did not listen and found themselves in a real massacre that spared no one. Gora was driving behind and trying to figure out what had caused the sudden traffic delay. The reason was that Melvinger decided to repeat the deed of his ancestor and prevent the vile creatures from capturing Anthromophos. The three boys walked forward, preparing to fight the not-so-friendly little animals. The city continued to be engulfed in fire and chaos and was not at all prepared for defense. That's why Augustine and Geliti stood at the gate, planning to greet the uninvited guests as warmly as possible. Seeing the number of approaching warriors, they ironically said to each other that there were not so many enemies. Only Elric asked the teachers not to interfere, so they watched the approaching enemies with stoic calm and waited to see what young Melvinger would do. And he was preparing a large-scale entertainment that would definitely please the former soldiers. The Furies walked among the ice blocks and could not understand what had happened, whether the heavens had abandoned them. Hugo ordered everyone to immediately shut up and stop talking about heaven because they had just encountered a magician. The crowd became animated, saying that there were rumors that the inhabitants of this city had collaborated with the little people because of whom they were exiled. So it was obvious that the people were no less enemies than those who remained under the rule of the Tiger King. The excessive self-confidence of the enemies greatly amused Elric, because he understood that the Furies were now making the main mistake, namely, underestimating their opponents. This did not stop the Beastmen from confidently moving forward and trying to attack. But when they saw the magician with golden hair and green eyes, they realized who was standing in front of them. One of the warriors clearly remembered a similar scoundrel who 40 years ago had thwarted all their plans to capture the city. Before them was a monster that could single-handedly deal with an entire army. However, the old warrior understood that it was not that same warrior who stood before them, but someone else, but with similar strength and appearance. He was different, but at the same time, he was like two peas in a pod, similar to the one who stopped them many years ago. It was confusing, but the solution was simple. Bring the boy's head, and then there would be nothing to worry about. Hugo ordered his winged brethren to take off and show the pitiful humans the power of the Beastmen. Watching as the winged warriors covered the sky with their wings, Elric realized that this battle would definitely not be easy. However, he was no slouch either, so his abilities in battle should not be underestimated. The first skill the boys used was Storm Wind, which was supposed to knock down these birds and land them on the ground. And so it happened. One after another, they fell and beat their wings painfully, injuring them, and in some cases even breaking them. The birds were terrified and tried to figure out how to deal with such strong magic. Sean successfully completed his task and did not forget to remind his friend that he was no slouch either. Having assessed the strength of the attack, Mephisto said that he finally understood why his companion had been dragging this red-haired slacker around with him all the time. The Nemester's element was wind, so it was no problem for Sean to shoot down these birds. As the battle continued, the boy decided to let out all the stress, so he screamed and asked if the bad birds knew what it was like to be someone's extra. The question was rhetorical, but Sean put his heart into it. Because he really was annoyed by being a shadow, he wanted to prove himself, and that was exactly what he was doing now. Hugo realized that his birds might not survive in this meat grinder, so he ordered his fellow tribesmen to fly away. However, Nemester had no intention of letting his dear feathered friends go anywhere. He used the so-called wind cutter, but while he was focused on the matter, he did not notice at all that a huge hammer was flying at him. It was launched by one of those on the ground, which is why the wind did not knock the weapon off course. The huge creature said that even a slight breeze was no obstacle for them, the tribe of the demonic bull. While he was calling on the rest of his tribe to tear off the heads of the enemies, he did not notice how Hayes crept up behind him, saying that it was the first time she had seen a cow with a hammer. She offered the giant demonic creature to play a little, since they had similar weapons. The bull grinned at the courage of such a fragile-looking girl and considered this proposal very funny. But while he was thinking about what kind of daring phrase would be best to say, Hayes had already attacked and her enemy began to spit blood. The creature landed painfully and hit its head on a rock. It looked like it wouldn't be able to be cheeky to its opponent anymore. The other bulls began to look at each other because they realized that they had encountered a real horror wrapped in a beautiful lady. Hayes laughed loudly and said that the blow was not as strong as she expected because her hand shook. These words angered the bulls, who were ready to tear the girl to shreds. When they started throwing their hammers at her, she easily dodged each one. The right moment had arrived and the blonde did not miss it. She began to beat the enemies, turning their bodies into a bloody mess. Elric watched this action. His sister really knew how to surprise, but he was not as shocked as Mephistopheles, who could not put together a couple of words. Now the demon understood why the guy was shaking so much at the sight of his sister, because no one wanted to turn into a cutlet. Meanwhile, the remaining Furies decided to try to crush the ice and break through to the entrance to the city. They succeeded, but Melvinger had long been ready to give them a warm welcome. Having activated his magic, the guy realized that it was time to bring real order here. Seeing that there were only 3 opponents, the Furies decided that they could crush them by force. However, it was much more difficult than they thought, because a cold wind was already waiting for them, knocking them off their feet. Gradually, it turned into a blizzard, which did not allow the scoundrels to take a single step. These were not all the surprises, because the next moment, Elric brought down sharp ice floes on their heads. They pierced their opponents as if with spears, and the attack on the city did not yet seem so far away to the Furies. Despite the thorough attack, the boy was extremely upset when he noticed that many of the creatures survived his attack. In that case, it's time to apply the magic that was obtained through hard work. He wanted to try mixing the seals of cruelty and rage, and then surround himself with the power of the dragon's heart. This action will cause everything Elric touches to instantly freeze and turn into ice shards. Of course, the Furies wanted to stop him, but in the end they realized that they would only have time to defend themselves, so they raised their shields. In addition, the boy also used the body development art Fierce Tiger Phenomenon, which helped him strengthen his physical attacks. Melvinger had never felt his body so well. Everything about him screamed that he was a dangerous predator to be avoided. However, a worthy opponent appeared before him, who had a very powerful aura. This beastman was clearly a high-class master. This creature was also curious to fight with such an interesting human offspring. Coming closer, the creature began to wave its sword and ask if the one standing before it was the one who had caused all this chaos. Elric knew that if he was being sensible, this was not an opponent he would easily defeat, so he decided not to waste his precious time on him. The enemy immediately realized that the guy was planning to escape, but he could not and did not want to allow this to happen. He came so fast that Melvinger barely had time to jump back to avoid the blow. Whether the guy wanted it or not, their forces still clashed in a battle that did not promise to be easy at all. At first he thought that the enemy would not be able to penetrate his defense, but the Fury managed to impress him, because that is exactly what he did. The monster's strength and speed were simply incredible. If this fight continued, the guy could be seriously injured. Gora understood this too, and he laughed maliciously and slowly approached closer and closer. While he was waving his sword in front of Elric's face, the boy managed to notice a small crack on the enemy's sword. The monster was getting closer and closer, and now it was obvious that it would be problematic to get away from the battlefield using the summer. The day before, Gora ordered Hugo to lead the army and go to Anthromophos. He promised to join his brothers as soon as he cut off the head of the main bastard who was getting in their way. And while the young man had to deal with a whole crowd of enemies, the rest of the army of Furies had to storm the city. Because of this disgusting bear, the situation became more complicated, and it became more problematic to fight. There were times when even demons gave the beastmen a wide berth, but it seemed Elric had underestimated his opponents. Although the Furies were weakened, there were very strong representatives among them, which is why Anthromoth was surrounded by a wall, and the inhabitants of the kingdom were afraid of invasion. It was clear that he would have to give it his all if the guy wanted not only to win, but also to survive. Ever since Goru was stopped by a mage like this 40 years ago, he had not stopped training and was now ready to tear his current opponent to shreds. Elric realized that they wanted to take revenge on him for what his ancestor had once done. Well, the bear should have trained a little more. He began to shout angrily, saying that no one dared to mock him, and whoever dared would die a martyr's death. As the bear jumped on its prey, a stranger suddenly appeared in front of it and began to hold back its attack. Gora asked who was standing before him. Hermann answered without hesitation that he was facing the Blue Lion of the Empire. The man shouted to Elric that he could leave this nasty bear to him and go stop the storming of the city. This was what Elric needed. He thanked for the help and rushed towards the city gates. The mountain growled angrily, saying that some pathetic lion could never defeat a warrior like him. Words meant nothing to Hermann Weil. Everything had to be decided by battle. Only then could he acknowledge the strength of his enemy. Mephistopheles carefully watched the actions of the one to whom he was attached and wondered when someone would be able to harm him in any way. The guy was thinking about the Blue Lion. Yes, he was not at the peak of his strength now, but he clearly would not become easy prey. He also really hoped that everything was okay with Sean and Hayes, because there was no way to check that now. Oh, everything was just great with the guys. One was asserting himself and demonstrating his strength, and the other was enjoying every moment of the battle. Flying over the battlefield, Elric still managed to catch a glimpse of his friend and sister working together so well. However, such a number of opponents could not be stopped by just 2 people, so he thought about helping them. But soon the Knights of the Blue Lion appeared, and then Melvinger realized that they could manage here without him. Seeing their strength, the boy remembered that these soldiers were an example to follow. Now he had no doubt about it. Now it's time to make sure that the enemy cannot get into the city. But they have already managed to get so close that it will be extremely difficult to prevent this. But what was most surprising was that the castle walls were empty. There was not a single warrior or archer with arrows there. All the nobility locked themselves in the fortress and sat, deciding what to do next. But there would be no next step for them unless they started fighting for the city. They all tried to come up with a plan of action, but it wouldn't help when the Furies stormed the city. Some officials offered to go out and fight for their home, but others shouted that they would die in the first seconds of the battle. One of them even suggested laying down their arms and simply surrendering to the enemy. Almost all officials condemned the finance minister who proposed such a humiliating idea. Some agreed that the kingdom needed to be defended at the cost of their lives, some did not, and they could not come to a unified decision for hours. The more conscientious members of the nobility were extremely surprised when their colleagues said that they did not want to part with their lives for the sake of their house. During the heated debate, Norris arrived and asked if anyone present thought that the Furies would spare them. He ordered everyone to be silent, because to enter the battle meant to become fresh meat, which the opponents would devour like a favorite delicacy. The man had heard enough proposals, but it was time to make a decision. Hoping for an adequate decision from the demon was a foolish idea, because he said that he agreed with the Minister of Finance and his proposal to lay down arms. Therefore, he called upon all those who agreed to stand behind him and line up in even columns. One of the ministers could not believe that Norris was really going to just take and hand over the country to the enemies. Of course, this man became the first target of the Prime Minister, who was ready to remove any dissenter from his path. Now the brave nobleman clearly realized with horror that Norris was not simply surrendering the country, but betraying it and his king. His eyes shone brightly with a blood-red light. He was no longer going to hide his true nature. Finally, he would be able to get his fill of blood. He became the leader of the same traitors as himself and ordered all dissenters to be locked in the dungeon. The city resembled an illustration from stories about ancient bloody wars that ended in numerous deaths. The Furies moved at such a furious speed that even magic could not stop them with the snap of a finger. The ice helped slow down the enemy's advance, but it was not able to stop it completely. The creatures were irritated by temporary interference, but nothing more. There were no numerous victims among them. They were as tenacious as demons. But Elric was not upset, and as soon as the enemies froze, he took advantage of the opportunity and destroyed them. They were still conscious when the guy came closer and closer to them and chose who to kill first. He was a little upset that he couldn't fight that bear, so he wanted to have some fun with his fellow tribesmen. The Furies could not understand how a man could get so close to them unnoticed, since they had a phenomenal sense of smell. A lieutenant of the wild beasts named Barasan claimed that before them stood a common coward who had managed to escape from their commander. It was a target worth killing, in his opinion, not worth attaching too much importance to. But Elric wasn't a midge that could be easily smeared across the wall. No, he was a predator who went out to hunt. He hadn't used the art of body development for several minutes, so it was time to change that. So the tiger that had been dormant inside Melvinger all this time was now released into the wild. This energy inspired such fear in his enemies that those poor fellows decided that the Tiger King himself was standing before them. Mephistopheles was very interested in how the guy planned to deal with this whole horde of Furies. He himself understood that the art of developing the body alone was not enough for victory. So he activated the rest of his abilities and began to boldly approach his frightened opponents. Elric used a skill he had never used before. It was called Cold-Blooded Freeze, and it froze so much that it was impossible to survive after it. This suited the guy because he realized that he needed to stop standing on ceremony with the Furies. To win, he needed a scale that couldn't be achieved with weak tricks. The closer Melvinger came, the more his enemies trembled, although they tried to hide it by clutching their spears tighter. This really amused and entertained the guy. He got excited and wanted to scare these scoundrels so much that they couldn't utter a word. Meanwhile, Herman Weil continued to fight the Fury commander named Mountain. The bear was a very serious opponent who did not give the man a second of rest. The Blue Lion noticed that his movements were no longer as light as before. His body seemed to not belong to him. Perhaps this was because he had not yet recovered from his illness. Gora couldn't believe what he was hearing. If his opponent was not in his prime now, he couldn't imagine how he fought at his peak. The bear thought they were trying to fool him, but no. The man said he had ruined his health while trying to get to the next level. But thanks to his future son-in-law, who did not yet know that he was one, he remained alive and was able to achieve enlightenment. So now the demon really hoped that his opponent would be happy to watch the demonstration of his successes. The mountain said that a warrior from the Fury tribe would never refuse a fight. This was exactly the answer that the Blue Lion wanted to hear. It had been a long time since he had competed with someone so strong. He wanted to enjoy this battle 100%. Smiling, Herman advised his enemy to beware of the lion's sharp claws. Two wild animals meet in battle, and only their tenacity and luck will decide who will emerge victorious. Their battle was so intense that the waves of energy created a crater in the ground. The fight continued and showed no signs of ending. The mountain had already started coughing up blood, but still was not going to give up. Realizing that it was easy to kill a kneeling enemy, Herman thanked him for a good fight and raised his sword. At that moment, Gora realized that humans truly were incredible creatures, fragile in appearance, but incredibly strong inside. Feeling that the end was near, the commander raised his eyes to the sky and asked his bloody king for forgiveness for his defeat. Even before death, this creature did not betray its aspirations and hoped that the king would achieve his goal and lead the Furies to prosperity. As soon as Herman wanted to finish off the enemy, he raised a bright light, which resembled some kind of explosive substance. It flew up and exploded into a fireworks display, and Gora fell dead and could no longer help his ruler in any way. Looking at the sky, which was cut by a bright light, the man realized that he had taken too long to gather his courage and did not have time to end the life of this creature. Elric looked up when he noticed a bright flash in the sky. It looked like a signal fire, and he hoped he was wrong. But he was not mistaken. The Furies understood that their captain was dead, and the fireworks were a sign that the mountain had given his last order. The creature's eyes glowed red and became completely insane. The Furies screamed that death was inevitable, and they were ready to make this sacrifice for the sake of their king. Looking at this madness, Melvinger suddenly realized that before this the battle had been child's play, but now a real nightmare had begun. By activating his power, the boy hoped that the ice would cool their ardor a little and stop them. But he was wrong. The Furies crossed the line of fear, and now they were not afraid even when their fellow tribesmen were pierced by ice shards. They were led into battle by Barrison, who urged the warriors to focus on breaking through the ice wall that the mage had hastily erected. They planned to clear the way for the main forces, which were supposed to arrive any minute, and then the Tiger King could say goodbye to his head. Barrison ordered the city to be destroyed, everything to be plundered, and no one to be left alive. He was waiting for a signal because the city officials decided to surrender, and it didn't matter that a magician stood in their way, because the outcome of the battle was already predetermined. The lieutenant noticed a flag on the wall and took it as a sign that they had won. However, this was not the case, and when the scoundrel realized this, goosebumps ran across his thick skin. These were not flags, but the heads of Furies impaled on spears. The lieutenant could not believe that this had happened because they had previously been informed that the city would be surrendered to them without any problems. When the other warriors saw this picture, it frightened them very much and demotivated them, so no one wanted to move deeper into Antramoth. The Prime Minister climbed the tower and ordered the warriors to hold all the traitors accountable for all the horrors they had committed. Norris changed his position and now ordered the warriors of the Tiger King to defend his home from these villains. The archers drew their bowstrings and were ready to teach a lesson to the Furies who decided that they could invade their lands. Arrows flew, and the corpses of enemies began to cover the ground, never reaching the desired city. The young king, accompanied by Irina, approached Elric. He could not understand why the one he considered an enemy was now fighting for the kingdom. The guy answered laconically that there was only one reason for all this. He made a deal with him. On the eve of all this chaos, a very interesting conversation took place within the walls of the palace. Elric couldn't believe then that even the Prime Minister was plotting behind the back of a child who was unfortunate enough to be a monarch. Rising from his chair, Norris asked the boy to come with him, as he wanted to show him something. But Elric's allegiance had already been given to Valence, who happened to be in the room at the time of this conversation, so he learned of the betrayal himself. The minister led the boy to a large statue of the previous monarch, which stood right in one of the halls of the palace. Melvinger asked with displeasure if he had been brought here to see a simple statue, a tribute to a dead ruler. This barb went unanswered. Instead, Norris said that there were too many hyenas in the castle. So he asked the young man to help him protect the little king from them, who was too young for palace intrigues. It was all very strange, and Mephisto could not understand the minister's motives, since not long ago he wanted to betray his monarch for secret knowledge. But the man seemed quite sincere when he said that he was ready to pay any price, even to betray all the riches and secrets of the body development technique. At that moment, Elric was almost speechless. He could not even imagine that Norris possessed secret knowledge and skills. Looking down, the gentleman said that he only partially possessed such abilities, because their people had lost some of their strength. Melvinger listened carefully to every word that at the moment the man was not able to complete the development of the body to the end, but having received the secret technique, he could bring everything to the ideal. This kind of frankness made Elric nervous, and he wondered why they were suddenly sharing such secrets with him. Norris knew that his interlocutor guessed that he had less than pleasant feelings for him, but that was not entirely true. The boy realized this when the man told him that he looked like his grandfather, like 2 peas in a pod. Coming closer to the statue, he said that when they first saw that look in the emerald eyes, they immediately called it precious. After these words, he pressed on the statue, and one could see how one of the slabs sank deeper than the others. After the secret door opened, Norris said that those born with such eyes made this world shine. Elric tried to wrap his head around what he had heard, and to realize that the wall had disappeared somewhere, and now he was standing in front of something mysterious and unknown. When he went inside, the boy saw a huge stained glass window with an image of his grandfather, who looked exactly like him. No comments came into the guy's head. He just tried to believe that all this was not a strange dream or vision. Trying to fill the pause, Norris told that when his ancestor first came here, he had exactly the same thing hanging around his neck that Elric had. Touching the family heirloom, the boy listened attentively to how his relative had come here alone, helped the beastman, and asked for nothing in return. Looking fondly at the fresco, the minister said that if it were not for Ustin, neither the Tiger King nor this kingdom would exist now. And when Elric's ancestor was asked why he extended a helping hand to them, he answered with the most surprising phrase of all. All he said was that he considered the beastmen his friends, whom he could not leave alone with their misfortune. And when he was asked why he considered them friends, he replied that the Melvingers had always been friends with the beastmen. Judging by Elric's thoughtful look, Norris realized that this was nothing new for him. The boy had actually read something in the family records. Norris's meeting with Ustin took place more than 3 centuries ago, and he was very surprised that it was not another enemy that came to them, but help. In addition, Ustin Melvinger's behavior after the enemies began to retreat greatly surprised everyone. The moment when that man apologized for coming too late remained forever in Norris's memory. So when a man appeared who looked exactly like his old friend, the minister immediately understood everything. He greatly regretted that the information about the Melvingers' troubles reached him too late, and that he was not there during such a difficult period. But Elric understood everything, because at that time the beastmen had a very hard time, and they had no time for other people's problems. Norris did not want to call for help a second time, but there was no choice, so he asked the descendant of the Melvingers to help them again. Elric told this whole story to Valence, so while the minister dealt with the traitors inside, he protected the boy outside. The result was visible to all. The heads of those who were ready to betray their king were now displayed on sharp peaks. Hearing all this, the little king wanted to hug the one who was next to him and protected him even when he considered him a traitor. The boy was very ashamed. This conversation was interrupted by Sean's joyful shouts, who announced that the eastern general sandstorm had also changed its direction. The boy was delighted and laughed with relief. Elric felt sorry that the child had to go through such adult trials. Well, now the time had come to put an end to this war, and young Melvinger, of course, wanted to become a peacemaker. The peacekeepers certainly didn't blow up everything around them, but who are we to go into details? The Furies finally realized that they had to retreat because their defeat was simply obvious, and all those who did not want to run away with their tails between their legs were neutralized by just 2 warriors. Elric and the animal-turned Norris, who possessed impressive combat skills. When the enemies were dealt with, the young king decided to come closer and talk to his dear heroes. But the conversation could take place at any time, and after the bloody battle it was necessary to turn to his people right now. So Valence stood right in front of the city gates and decided to demonstrate that he was a real ruler who was with his people in all situations. Raising his hand up, he shouted at the top of his lungs that they had won. The inspired warriors took up the cry, and the night exploded with loud, happy cries. After this, the ruler decided to approach Elric, because it was thanks to him that the victory became real, and not something distant. He extended his hand to Melvinger and shook it firmly, warmly expressing his gratitude for saving the city, the people, and his life. Valence added that he said all these words not as a king, but as a friend whom he considers a guy. The castle stood firm and the city did not fall, so it was possible to return to the usual palace routine. The boys stood before the king, waiting to hear what the young ruler would tell them. The first thing the king did was to apologize to the prime minister for expressing his lack of confidence in him. But Norris was not at all offended by this. He himself had confused the child and knew that he should have warned him in advance. Kneeling before the ruler, the man said with a smile that he always forgets that children are growing up, and Valence has already managed to become a great king and peacemaker. And also the boy made wonderful friends who will help him cope with any difficulties that arise along the way. Letting go of the king's hand, Norris said that he had, in fact, betrayed the crown and now believed that he could not hold the post of minister. However, the boy grabbed his hand and said with anxiety that he still needed such a friend and mentor, and he could not let him go. He asked the wise and faithful minister to remain in his post as long as possible. Norris didn't even try to hide the way his lips trembled from what he heard. He also wanted to stay close to the little king. He couldn't wait to see this boy grow up and become a young man who could give his people only the best future. Norris wanted to be by his king's side when His Majesty would revive the royal family that had lost respect. The only thing that was worrying inside the man was that he was afraid that by that time he would no longer be in this world. After all, he understood perfectly well that his body had already reached its limit and would no longer be able to hold out for a long time. But for now he kept this information a secret from the little king, who had already lost too many loved ones in his short life. Norris was about to leave the throne room, but he stopped when he heard Elric ask the king why he had gotten involved with the demon. Looking at his new friend with confusion, Valence asked him to explain what he meant and what the demon had to do with it. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock when he heard that the dark entity would soon take over the prime minister. The guy said that this was the very reason why the man could not stay close to the monarch. This information was shared with him by Mephistopheles, who only needed one look at Norris to understand everything. He said clearly and confidently that the heart of this beastman was enveloped by a demon. Time was running out and everything was approaching its logical conclusion. Just a little more and the minister would no longer be himself. It was time to talk about pressing issues, so Elric asked Norris how he met the demon. The man said that when the previous Tiger King passed away, dark times came for Anthromophos. There was not even a drop of hope. Clenching his fists, he emphasized that he only wanted to gain the power that would help him protect the kingdom. It was then that Norris found the demonic tree, which at that time seemed to him to be a way out of this situation. Hearing this, even Mephistopheles was shocked, and Elric even thought that all the trees that spawned demons were destroyed by his family. But apparently the Melvingers never got to what grew in the lands covered with black snow, so it turns out that Norris ate the fruit of the demonic tree to gain power. He did not taste just one fruit, but ate them all, in the hope of gaining power that would help the kingdom survive in difficult times. However, what settled in the man's heart after what was done began to grow and devour his vital energy. He understood perfectly well that very soon this demon that sat inside him would take over his mind completely. Then the complete conversion of the man into a demon will occur, and this process can no longer be stopped, so he wanted to leave and die, so that the vile creature would perish with him. The Tiger King jumped up from his throne and began shouting that some other solution had to be found, but Norris believed that this was the only way out. However, Elric thought differently, so he asked the minister what he would do if he found out that a cure was possible. Valence came to his senses and immediately began asking if this was really possible. He was ready to give anything just to save the man's life. But if the guy was going to do something risky, then according to Norris, they could forget about it, because they would have problems if the demon suddenly sensed danger. But Mephisto was sure that now the soul was connected with the demon and magic, but if he could achieve control over the mana, he would be able to separate the soul from the attached parasite. Elric knew it was possible, but the problem was time, since Norris's body might not last long. In that case, there was another way that could help in this difficult matter. Turning to Augustine, the boy asked if he could ask him for one favor. After all, only the great master Nemester, who possessed incredible power, could do something like this. Norris became worried, because he was not satisfied with the solution to the problem, in which the others would have to take risks, but Melvinger assured that there was definitely no need to worry. After all, the young man believed that even his grandfather could not compare with the mentor who taught him. These words were not empty words. Norris remembered very well what power Ustin possessed, and if this man surpassed him, then one could only guess about the limits of his power. Elric explained that if the old man could sever the connection between his soul and his heart, he could handle the rest on his own. Augustine understood the train of thought of his disciple, and now it was possible to begin the exorcism of the demon. The mana of the elderly Nemester filled the hall. It was felt so strongly that it was difficult to stay on your feet. Feeling the influence of this force, Norris realized that the body was being consumed by the same White Knight, whose power was legendary. It was hard to believe that one person, and not a crowd of specially trained magicians, could perform such miracles. When the man gradually began to get used to the influence of the force, an old man appeared out of nowhere, stretching his hands towards him. By capturing Norris, Augustine planned to do what Elric had asked, which was to separate the soul from the heart. When he started doing this, the very same demon that fed on his energy began to crawl out of their minister. The creature screamed and struggled, trying to stay in place. The demon had almost taken over this body and refused to believe that anyone was interfering. It was the demon fighter's turn to prove himself and enter this battle, which promised to be interesting. Elric began the absorption process and was ready to face this demonic creature. He wanted to do two things at once: help Norris and Anthromoff and replenish his own energy reserves by feeding the power that was absorbing the demons. Mephistopheles, who had not enjoyed such a delicacy for a long time, was not left without some food either. After the absorption was complete, the boy felt a burning sensation where whole seal was. It was noticeable that it had evolved. An inner voice told him that she had turned from fierce to malicious. A moment later, his consciousness was transported somewhere again, showing the blood-red skies, against the backdrop of which stood Mephistopheles. He stood on numerous bones and skulls as he addressed the army of demons, saying that everything unknown and irrational in the world was created by him. The guy guessed that it seemed like he had been transported into Mephisto's memories, to the time when he led his subjects into war with humans. But he didn't understand why he was seeing all this, because the day before he would only absorb the energy of an unknown demon. And now he stood before a horde of the underworld's inhabitants and listened to the motivational speeches of their king. When the king of original sin finished his speech, he and his subordinates rushed into the attack. The winged monsters chopped down their opponents and did what they were born and trained for centuries to do. Mephisto asked his enemies if they really thought they could defeat the king so easily. Watching all this, Elric felt fear. He knew that a powerful demon was attached to him, but seeing his abilities in real life was much more impressive. He had already managed to forget what Mephistopheles originally looked like, because he had become too accustomed to the fact that a disembodied spirit was hovering next to him. The greatest and noblest of the demon kings stood before the boy. He should not forget about it from now on. Another strange thing was that Melvinger could feel everything that the demon felt. All the experiences and hopes felt like his own. All the aspirations and confidence in victory were the same as the demon king's. But now the demon repeated to himself that he would not like to find himself in such a situation again, because then he simply had to follow the path that was prepared by fate. He was a sinner for whom everything that his soul lived for was sin. That is why the lonely demon king was nicknamed the Original Sin. And when Elric realized this, the true form of Mephistopheles was revealed to his gaze, from which he wanted to hide as far as possible. In a state that could be described as suspended between worlds, the boy could barely hear someone's voice asking where he was looking. It was this that helped him return to reality, where he stood with his hand outstretched and looked closely at the tattoos. When they and the teacher finished exorcising the demon, their consciousness returned to the throne room, and they watched as Velent sat restlessly next to Norris. However, it was noticeable that it wasn't just the minister who was feeling unwell. Elric was standing there looking as if he had seen something very scary. All his friends noticed this, as well as his teachers, but he said that everything was fine with him. The guy realized that in reality not much time had passed, but where his consciousness was, it seemed like a whole day had passed. There was just one unpleasant moment that greatly embarrassed Melvinger. It seemed that the demon saw his memories in the same way that he saw them. It was completely unclear why this happened, because previously absorbing demons did not provoke such situations. Especially since the demon from the minister was absorbed by Hul's seal, and then suddenly sucked into Mephisto's seal, perhaps all because their souls are now connected. It seemed that his companion was no less surprised than he was. Mephi also wanted to understand how such a connection could have formed between him and a person. The demon also assumed that the boy could see something extra only because such a low-ranking seal once belonged to him. Well, that explained why the monster that lived inside Norris had the appearance of a she-wolf, but it was a mystery why Mephisto didn't recognize her right away. The Demon King explained this by saying that he had always lived only at the top and was not very familiar with those of lower rank. Hearing this, Elric joked that no one wanted to hang out with Mephi because he had a bad character. Since the conversation had gone in this direction, the guy decided to find out what exactly his horned friend had seen in his memories. But he decided to simply ignore this question and pretend that he didn't hear anything. After some time, Norris was transferred to the chambers, and now everyone was waiting for him to come to his senses, because they wanted to know if he was really free from evil spirits. Finally, the man woke up, and the first thing he did was take Elric's hand. With tears in his eyes, he began to thank his savior, because thanks to him, he would be able to live for a long time. Smiling warmly, the guy said that now the patient should focus on his recovery. Norris said that he would try his best to recover quickly and gain strength to once again serve His Highness and Anthromophos. This was exactly what young Melvinger wanted to hear. He was pleased that now on the faces of Valence and Irina there was not worry and fear, but happiness. Mephisto couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment, saying that his companion was so correct in public, but in his head he was all calculations. Turning around, the guy muttered instructively that digging into other people's thoughts was the height of bad manners. As a reward for all Melvinger had done, the Tiger King presented him with a map of the treasures of the monarch Yule and the results of his research into the art of body development. The guy was extremely surprised that he was actually entrusted with the Tiger King's thing. While he was carefully examining the objects, Valence suggested that he look under the fabric. When he did, as the boy said, he saw something that could seriously surprise him. Under the cloth was a rare plant of the East, and it was unclear why they were giving him something so valuable. The king said that one of the legends of the Beastmen said some very interesting words. When this world is about to fall, the hero king with the art of the body will lead everyone to prosperity, appearing at the right moment. A harsh winter will come and the lands and hearts will freeze, but a hero will appear and all this will thaw and a warm spring will come. So Valence was sure that the very hero from the ancient legend stood before him. Elric began to think about these words about winter, because he had long ago realized that fairy tales were not always about fiction. There was also a grain of truth in them. Moreover, he remembered the words of Otto Melvinger, who called on his descendant to end the winter. Winter was clearly not mentioned by chance, especially since grandfather told Norris that he came to Antromoff too late. Perhaps he came on the orders of the family. He was distracted from these thoughts by the king, who believed that the hero of the prophecy deserved to receive such a precious gift. The time for talking was over, and now the monarch said that he wanted to personally escort Elric and his team to the Flower Temple. But not everyone was so happy on this day. Some had to face serious difficulties. All shades of fear were now experienced by Hugo, who was kneeling before the bloody king and hoping that he would not lose his head. But the ruler was not particularly merciful, so his subordinate was blown to the other end of the hall by the force of his anger. The king slammed his strong paw on the armrest of the throne and said that since he had been let down, he would have to return the tail himself. Just as Hugo thought he had managed to save his life, the Lord suddenly deprived him of his head. This cruel creature was extremely angry because the Melvingers had ruined everything for him again, just like 40 years ago. He called the next servant, who reported that the enemies were heading to the Flower Temple. The team followed the same path that the Blood King's ancestor had once taken. Now, he wanted that road to be engulfed in such a great flame that it would burn up this Melvinger and his whole team. The self-proclaimed monarch, whose reign was built on bloody reprisals, wanted his enemies to burn along with the Flower Temple. Elric's carriage entered the lands that were covered in black snow. Inside the carriage, everyone was busy with their own business. Some were making plans and discussing where to go after visiting the temple. Others were resting. Valence decided to train the white tiger Giliti, but he dared to show insolence and did not respond to the Tiger King's orders. Sean watched with laughter as the boy ran after the tiger, who just wanted to lie down on a soft bed. It was all very funny, but Nemester was much more interested in what his friend was talking about with the Weil family. The conversation wasn't all that exciting. Herman was only interested in whether the boy wanted to study the art of fencing. The man believed that he had a real talent in front of him, because Elric managed to learn quite quickly, which made him an ideal student. Until this moment, Melvinger had not really thought about it, because he believed that it was enough for him to possess magic. But now he found meaning in Blue Lion's words that it was possible to combine this skill with the art of body development. As soon as Herman offered himself as a teacher, Augustin entered the conversation and said that there was no need to rush. He activated his energy and approached his student with a threatening look. Weil's relatives became tense because they felt a direct threat from the old man. Perhaps they were not mistaken, for Augustin said that everyone should remain in their places. After all, if they make even one wrong move, they will deeply regret it. Giliti personally ensured that the red beacons on the men's necks would be triggered by movement and explode. Moreover, fierce winds were blowing outside the carriage, so burying the bodies would be a piece of cake. These threats seriously frightened Valence, who was hugged by Hayes, who tried to calm the poor child. Herman stood in such a way as to cover Isabel with his body. He asked the men to think better of it, because there were children here. But apparently, this did not bother Giliti and Augustin at all, and did not restrain them in the least. It didn't hold them back because they weren't up to no good and the beacon was just a ladybug. The Blue Lion guessed that Augustine was worried about his student being lured away, but he said that was not the case. The guy just fought differently than other mages, so he thought that Elric would become even stronger if he learned fencing. This sounded quite convincing, but the elderly Nemester claimed that he knew perfectly well what was on the Blue Lion's mind. The threats and accusations were extremely unpleasant for Herman, so he, like Augustine, filled the carriage with his energy and asked if the old man was really so afraid of the theft of his student. The lands they entered were so black that even the sun was dark in color. Carl was already terrified by this whole picture, but then the cart shook from the inside and the horse jumped up in fright because of this strange jolt. The reason for everything was the fight between Augustin and Herman, who could not divide Elric. The Blue Lion was very irritated and angry that the simple offer to teach the boy fencing had caused such a violent reaction from this old man. Respect for elders was there, but Herman simply could not stand the fact that he was being subjected to unfounded attacks. Mr. Weil and his brothers were about to be attacked by Giliti, who was sitting on his white tiger and fully supporting Augustin. He, like his colleague, really wanted to teach Herman and his minions a lesson so that he would never again try to lure away students. Herman's warriors attacked first and aimed at the tiger since their specialty was hunting animals. Fortunately, this war had moved from the carriage to the street, and now Carl did not worry that their transport would be destroyed. Looking at all this, Mephisto tried to understand why a real war had started for Elric. The guy wasn't going to think about it seriously, so he simply replied that his talent was too great, so everyone wanted to be involved with it. Hearing a voice in his head, the demon said that Melvinger should not use this ability, but he was only amused by this reaction. But the king of the underworld was not going to make another scandal. Instead, he asked if the young man was going to stop this fight between his teacher and the Blue Lion. Having watched the concert to his heart's content, Elric used the weakening skill and made everyone who was fighting for his favor freeze in place. He ordered everyone to calm down and reminded them that the choice was his, and no one could influence it, after which he expressed a desire to master fencing. When the decision was announced, everyone moved together into the carriage to discuss the details. Gilady and Augustine shouted in unison that the boy had not yet learned enough from them to leave school. But Elric replied that he simply wanted to become stronger because without knowledge of martial arts, one day he might hit a wall. The teachers listened attentively and could find meaning in these words. The guy also added that he was not going to give up training with them. Fencing would only be support. Herman joined the conversation and shared that he never had any intention of dragging Elric into the world of martial arts. He was just extending a helping hand. However, Melvinger was very concerned about the opinions of his mentors, so if they were against it, he was ready to give up on this idea. These words touched the men deeply, and now they began to think more soberly and adequately. Now they realized that there was no point in objecting, especially considering the fact that first and foremost, it was the head of the Melvinger clan who stood before them, and only then their apprentice. So now the two proud gentlemen could reconcile. Augustine even asked the Blue Lion to take care of the boy. He promised to teach him tirelessly. Despite all these sweet words, the young man knew perfectly well that he could not miss his chance to learn from the best swordsmen of our time. He planned to get from Herman all the knowledge he could give. This attitude was commendable, but it lasted only until the first training session, after which the guy could barely crawl because walking was too painful. Elric had no idea that everything would be so tiring because right now he was ready to die from overexertion. Chuckling, the Blue Lion said that he had no idea that the hero of Lacenta would run out of steam so quickly. After catching his breath, the young man asked what the point was in waving a stick 10,000 times without using mana. He didn't hear a logical explanation, although it was obvious that there was one. Herman only said that in his family they do this from an early age. The lack of normal argumentation really irritated the guy, but his companion, on the contrary, found it very amusing. He even said that when he descends into this world, he will be very kind to the Blue Lions, and even allow them to rule at his right hand. For these words, Mephistopheles paid by being forced to dance at Melvinger's command. After some time, the carriage finally stopped, and Karl announced that they had arrived. As he walked out into the street, Elric thought only of finally getting to the flower temple that Otto Melvinger had told him so much about. However, what he saw in front of him left him in real shock. The flower temple looked completely different from what the young man had imagined. Instead of blooming gardens, he was met with destruction and complete desolation. But Valence was not at all embarrassed. He said with a smile that this place was now closed because of the General of the East, that same strong storm, but he reported his arrival, and they would soon be met. Mephisto said with a grin that so much had been said about this temple that he himself began to wonder if everything was still the same here. The guy didn't understand what the demon meant, and he said that this place was created in case of the destruction of the world, like Noah's Ark. According to him, the people, dragons, and giants who were frightened by the demon god's great army planned to be reborn in this place after the world fell. However, the Melvingers then managed to stop the Great War, and the temple was of no use. Clutching the family heirloom, the boy realized that it all sounded too familiar and strange. He couldn't help but wonder if everything he saw in Mephisto's head was connected to what he had heard earlier and was hearing now. But these thoughts were pushed to the background when Valence shouted and told Elric to look at the temple again. Now, the gloomy passage had changed dramatically. Light and powerful energy were streaming from it, which beckoned you to go inside. The guy, as if under a spell, went there without saying a word to his companions. Looking at this thoughtless courage, Mephisto grinned, because he hoped that he would meet someone familiar in this place. A small shadow began to appear from the passage, and from its outline it was clear that it belonged to a fragile girl. Coming closer, the girl, who was surrounded by a halo of light, said that she was the one who looked after the temple, and her name was Juniette Rockweeks. But she preferred to be called the gardener, because it indicated that she cared for the well-being of the place. The winds outside were very cold, so the young miss suggested that the travelers go through the passage. Of course, Elric felt a slight mistrust, but he had been tasked with visiting the flower temple, and he intended to do so. So he allowed the gardener to lead him and the team into the unknown. When the bright light allowed them to open their eyes, they saw a picturesque area. Against its background, a beautiful building was visible. This was the temple which, with the arrival of winter, stopped accepting visitors. However, this time an exception was made, because the Tiger King sincerely asked for a visit. They could not refuse a long-time ally. The gardener asked everyone to respect their rules and watch their behavior because their god had gone into hibernation and they were not in a strong position. These important instructions were interrupted by the joyful squeal of a real fairy who joyfully shouted that she had not seen so many people for 40 years. Although her appearance suggested that she belonged to the fairies, Nar was the goddess of daffodils. Nar flew up to Hayes and began to shower her with compliments. She became embarrassed but said that she was very pleased to hear this from such a beautiful goddess. But she called Augustine an old and gloomy monster. He grinned and said that someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years could not call him that. Flying up to Isabel, she said that she smelled better than anyone in the world, but there was a hint of unrequited love in her aura. Such a noisy goddess had already managed to tire Elric, especially since she could say too much by looking at a person with just one glance. When Nar flew towards him, she coughed and twisted her nose in disgust, saying that the guy was too dark and smelled terrible. However, these words could have referred to the Mephi she saw, because the demon snapped and said that it looked like an ugly pumpkin flower fairy was in front of them. This phrase greatly offended the goddess of daffodils, who considered herself a beauty. Watching the two quarrel, Elric realized that he never thought that anyone other than him would be able to see Mephisto. The men watching this could not understand why Nar was behaving so strangely. A little more, and they would suspect the presence of a demon. But the situation was saved by the gardener, who told them not to pay attention to the goddess's behavior, because she had few friends and she felt lonely. This phrase angered Nar even more, but the girl did not pay attention to her whims and asked for what purpose the guests had come to the temple. Elric realized that it was finally time to tell the purpose of his visit, so he began to dig through his pockets and look for what brought him to this place. Taking out a small glowing stone, the boy said that he had come here to give this item to the goddess Camellia. The temple guardian said nothing, but merely gestured for Elric to follow her. Looking around, the guy realized that the general of the East had caused a lot of damage to the temple, because he had imagined this place completely differently. Mephi grumbled discontentedly that the temple was damaged only because of the winter. His companion asked why the general of the East had become so fierce. After thinking for a moment, the demon said that perhaps it was all an accident, as the beastmen had said, or perhaps the reason was an agreement with the Melvingers. Even the King of Hell found too many coincidences in all this. Elric felt uneasy at the words, as if everything had been planned in advance and set in motion after his appearance in the north. Now Melvinger wondered if this had all been part of the deal he had made with Otto. But these reflections were interrupted when the gardener opened the massive doors with a bang and announced that they had arrived. She escorted them into the hall where 5 fairy goddesses, reminiscent of Nar, sat in a circle. The girls looked with interest at the one who had disturbed their peace. Not wanting to stand on ceremony for long, the goddesses asked who was standing before them and for what purpose the stranger had come here. The other goddesses joined the conversation, interested in why the traveler was looking for Camellia and why he wanted to give her the ice crystal. It was unpleasant news for Elric that among these misses was not the one for whom he came here. Adhering to all the rules of etiquette, the guy gave his first and last name. Hearing the name Melvinger, the goddesses joyfully flew up to him and began to say that they immediately recognized the golden hair and green eyes, although they had not seen Usden for more than 40 years. The boy awkwardly cleared his throat and asked if his grandfather had managed to visit here, and the fairies replied that Usden was their good friend. After hearing this, he said that his ancestors asked him to give this crystal to the goddess Camellia, so he wanted to know where she was. The goddesses suddenly fell silent, and it seemed that all the colors left their faces, as if something terrible had happened that they really didn't want to talk about. They silently led Elric into the hall where many small coffins lay on the floor, and then the boy understood everything. His suspicions were confirmed when one of the fairies decided to speak and said that the camellia had withered. The girls explained that all this happened because the winter was too long, spring never came, as a result of which everything withered, the winter flowers fell asleep. As Melvinger sank down beside Camelia's coffin, he realized he had come too late. He knew that if he did not give the crystal to the goddess, he would not be able to complete the task. This meant that the Melvingers would never return to their former glory, but Mephi did not believe that a goddess could die because of the weak cold of winter. Mephistopheles told the fairies, who were looking at him with malice, that they were pathetic, vulnerable weaklings. Suddenly a thought came into Elric's head. Everyone was saying that the goddess did not die, but rather withered. In a desire to test his theory, he lifted the lid of the coffin. There was no body inside but a single seed, and by placing an ice crystal next to it, the guy hoped that it would work. After that, he activated his magical energy and began to redirect mana from the crystal into what was left of Camellia. The fairies watched this with surprise, but did not dare to interfere or say that this was not allowed. After some time of these manipulations, the seed became covered with numerous cracks. And then a sprout appeared, which spoke of a new beginning for Camellia. As soon as he grew to medium size, a force covered the room, throwing the goddesses and Elric back. The magic grew stronger, and soon she, Camellia, began to appear from the light. The beautiful goddess declared that the Melvinger heir had come as promised many years ago. After recovering from the initial shock, Elric immediately asked the reborn woman what the agreement was between her and his grandfather. However, no one gave her a chance to answer this question, because her joyful sisters were circling around and talking about how they missed her and were happy to see her back. Camellia was clearly the leader among them, because in a commanding tone she ordered the girls to shut up and let her continue the important conversation. The fairies quickly calmed down and stopped wailing so loudly. Now the guy clearly saw that this goddess was different from all the others. She was more mature and sensible, both in appearance and behavior. Turning to Mephisto, the girl said that he had not changed at all. His vile face was still twisted with anger. Only his body had changed. It had disappeared. The demon reminded the girl that a king stood before her, but when she asked what he was ruling now, he could not find an answer. Camellia continued to mock, saying that the so-called king had no subordinates, and the only one who called him that was himself. Watching this altercation, Melvinger realized that he liked the reborn goddess more and more. When Camellia asked how the boy managed to wake her up, he replied that he felt demonic energy hidden behind the cold in the seed where she rested. Therefore, he absorbed both energies, and as a result, it helped. The goddess coquettishly said that in front of her stood a handsome man who had an extraordinary mind. Then she looked at him strangely, after which she asked if Elric would like to become his concubine. The guy was ready to hear anything, but not this, so he froze with his mouth open and didn't even know what to answer. Fortunately, this pause was broken by Mephi, who noted that the goddess, as before, lusted after handsome men. She retorted by saying that the demon still had the same inferiority complex. Camellia said that such an offer could only be received once in a lifetime, so the guy should think carefully. The situation was extremely awkward because if it had been someone else in front of the guy, he could have responded with insolence, but his family had a contract with the goddess, so he had to be more delicate. So Elric apologized as gently as he could and said that he was the head of the family and could not have acted so thoughtlessly. The goddess said coquettishly that she was very sorry, and she noted to herself that she had not been refused for a very long time. The time for empty talk came to an end, and the girl said that she would tell what she and Usden had promised each other. 40 years ago, Melvinger said his grandson would come here, and so it happened. Then the boy's ancestor said that his heir would steal the winter that covered the field with black snow and bring spring with him. Clutching the family heirloom, young Melvinger wondered how his grandfather knew all this. Camellia also wondered if the young man standing before her would be able to stop the long cold and bring the warmth they had all been waiting for so long. Elric didn't know if he could do it. He only knew one thing. His ancestor had ordered him to give them the stone and the words that he had come to end the winter. Smiling, the lady said that this phrase was in the style of the old grumbler Otto Hahn. She also suggested that all these events and predictions could be interconnected. If the words of the goddess were to be believed, young Melvinger's path now lay elsewhere. As usual, no explanation followed. Instead, she blew towards the guy and a pleasant, warm breeze rose in the hall. His body began to react strangely to this impulse. It froze, and a strange warmth began to spread inside. The family heirloom became unnaturally hot and glowing, and Camellia ordered him to go to a place that would tell him how to stop the cold. Opening his eyes, Elric realized that he was no longer in the temple. He was in the middle of a flowering field. He had never felt so strange before. Looking around, he tried to figure out if he was still in the flower temple. This is roughly how he imagined the temple, but the building itself was nowhere to be seen. Then he discovered that he was sitting right on the border between the sunny, warm place that represented spring and the cold, gloomy chill that was that very winter. When he wondered what had happened here, for the first time in a long time, he received a clear answer. In front of him was a field of black snow. Elric turned around in surprise and saw a familiar ancestor who said that they were at the location of the second task. Otto smiled amiably and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He also added that the current head of the clan had grown a lot since their last meeting, and Otto couldn't help but notice that the seal of cruelty had found its place on the boy's hand. Elric was glad to see his ancestor. He was curious how he got here. The question made Otto smile, and he joked that he planned to follow the boy and constantly nag him in his ear until he finished the winter. Oh, Elric could feel a new psychological trauma growing inside him because of all these trials. Otto ignored the joke, saying that they had to get started because they had a lot of work to do. Pointing to the ground that was covered with snow, the man said that once this place was sacred, life was born here, but soon everything was swallowed up by death. But it was General East who destroyed all of this. He was the one left behind by the demon god, so all of these disasters were a curse. So from this moment on, Elric had a new task. He would have to absorb the General of the East. After this, he had to curb the great disaster and restore life to these lands. At first, the boy was horrified by this news, but then he realized that by absorbing the power of this creature, he would be able to become much stronger. He asked his ancestor if he should send the demon into his seal the same way he did on the first mission, and he nodded his head in agreement. Since this was only the second task, Elric was confident that the opponent would not be much stronger than the Queen of the Mountains. Having plucked up his courage, the guy said that he was ready to fight the ancient evil. But instead of taking him to the battlefield, Otto handed his descendant a camellia seed. He said that the task of the young head of the family was to grow it in 100 days. The test would be completed when the tree grown from the seed blossomed. Elric listened attentively to all this and could not believe that his task was that he, like a gardener, had to grow a tree. Seeing the guy's face, which expressed complete bewilderment, Otto asked if the task really seemed impossible to him. Growing something on dead soil seemed difficult, but not impossible. The only thing that was unclear was what the Eastern general had to do with it. He, of course, did not hear the explanation and did not even know what to do with the insignificant amount of information that he was given. But the man cheerfully said that he had no reason to worry, because he would have a mentor with him. The wheel of fate turned, and Melvinger stood waiting for something that would help him in this task. When he saw the creature that was sent to him as an assistant, he was extremely surprised. In front of him hovered the goddess Camellia, grumbling that she had asked Otto not to wake her up over trifles. She looked exactly the same as the one he had revived, but there was still a slight difference. Even though the goddess was small in stature, the guy had the feeling that he was looking at a tree, and it was so huge that its crown blocked out the sky. Otto presented his descendant to the real deity, who had to complete a difficult task. The girl sighed and said that she was sorry that Melvinger was standing in front of her, but he was handsome, and she could turn a blind eye to this unfortunate fact. After blowing Elric a kiss, this version of the goddess also offered to let him become her concubine. The beautiful Camelia's eyes lit up as the memory of how young Melvinger had once refused her flashed through her mind. The guy's face began to sweat from the tension. It seemed that the goddess had contacted Camellia outside and was now not very happy that he had not agreed to the offer. But fortunately, the girl did not concentrate her attention on this, but asked if Elric was sure that he could cope with such a difficult task. He replied that he was ready for anything. Then Camellia said that he would receive advice from her, but he would grow the tree entirely on his own. Looking at the seed in his hand, the guy understood that any, even minimal help would be useful, so he said that advice would be enough. That was not all. Otto came up to him and presented him with some kind of stone slab. According to him, this messenger will allow the guy to see the state of the tree in real time. but as the young man's abilities unfold, he will be able to learn other abilities of this object. Having channeled the ancient power into his descendant, Otto decided it was time for him to get to work. The man's power transported Elric and Camellia to the lands that were cursed by the Demon King about 4 centuries ago. The goddess said that ingredients and things would need to be found here. Looking at all this, the guy became interested in whether the nature in this time was better than in the world outside. When the young man asked where he should start, he learned that the first thing he needed to do was find a fertile place where he could plant a seed. Looking down on this wasteland from above, Elric thought that it would be much quicker to clear the land than to search the entire field of black snow. To the boy's surprise, Camellia told him that they were in the realm of reason, which meant that the nature here was exactly the same as in reality. While he was listening to this speech, he managed to notice that some terrible creature was approaching them, which clearly did not come to say hello. Camellia decided that now was the best time to tell the boy that he shouldn't forget about the monsters that lived in these places. Thank you, of course, to the goddess for such obvious advice, but Elric himself had already managed to understand this. Activating his magic, Melvinger decided that since this place was almost no different from reality, then the local creatures were not much more difficult to kill. So he decided to create a real whirlwind of power that swallowed up the approaching creatures. This man-made natural phenomenon was not simple, but with the addition of ice magic, so now the vile creatures were frozen, and the ice bushes were so easy to destroy with sharp ice arrows. When the monsters were dealt with, the guy even managed to feed his seal with dark magic. The mini-test of young Melvinger's powers was over, and Camellia said that he was as skilled as all his relatives. Now it was time to see if he could find the right land in this vast, snowy field. It was clear that finding an open space where the rest of the trees grew and where there was water nearby was quite difficult, and it was made even more difficult by the fact that the place had to be easily defensible. The young man had an idea, he asked the goddess. If they were transported 400 years into the past, then Anthromophos should be somewhere here. She replied that the construction of the city was just finishing, but the local places were very different from those he knew, and it would not be easy to find it. However, Elric did not worry about this. Because the gorges and hills should not change, this will help him find the right place. So he immediately set out to find Anthromophos, a city that had existed for several centuries. It was difficult to find anything in the Dark Lands because the landscapes were almost the same. But still, the guy remembered the location of the required city well, because despite the difficulties he was able to find it, even Camellia appreciated his intelligence and resourcefulness. Elric chuckled and said it was time to prepare the ground before activating his magic. The goddess herself was quite interested in where all these aspirations of her ward would lead. To protect the place from monsters, Melvinger decided to fence it with a huge ice wall, through which it would be difficult to get through. Camellia was already convinced that the boy was very talented, but for the first time in her long life, she saw a person so fluent in the dragon language. She looked at the guy and realized that she was starting to really like him. As Elric walked around the ice barrier to check for cracks, the space around him suddenly began to glow. This was the reaction of the stone tablet that Otto had given, and the young man assumed that this meant that they had successfully completed this stage. But everything turned out to be wrong. On the stone slab, it was written that the task had failed, and Melvinger was returning to the very beginning of the test. The wheel of fate changed its course, and by the will of Otto Hahn, the boy was transported back to where he started. During the first test, this happened as soon as he was killed. Now it was unclear what caused the failure. Perhaps he was missing something. Camellia was no help either. She only said that there was a field of black snow in front of them, so there were many reasons for failure. After that, she dumped the guy, saying that she had given him enough instructions and that now it was time for her to sleep and look after the outside world. Looking at Melvinger's surprised face, she said that he should think only about completing the task, and she needed to stay in a safe place. Without giving any clues, the goddess disappeared, leaving Elric alone in the snowy mountains. Left alone, he realized that he had to find the reasons for the failure without anyone's help. As he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what he was missing. Some small detail was slipping through his fingers like sand. He didn't have any time at all, so it was worth concentrating on the problem. This is exactly what he did. The guy used magic and tried to understand the earth itself, its energy and nature. Eventually, he realized that there was something underground, something dark and dangerous. After he realized this, he felt a weak earthquake, but with each passing second it became more noticeable. Some powerful creature broke through the earth and jumped out from its depths, forcing Elric to fly up. It was a death worm. These creatures were so huge that they were able to swallow even the largest monsters. They were one of the most dangerous creatures. The guy read that in order to defeat such a monster, the help of at least 3 strong magicians was needed. It was almost impossible to stand alone. So now he realized that his previous attempt to grow a tree had failed because of this underground crawler. It was obvious that in order to defeat the monster, one had to get under its skin, which seemed almost impossible. After all, the surface of the worm was so strong that even sharp ice spears could not penetrate it. Then Elric realized that if magic was not his assistant in this matter, then it was time to use other methods, namely martial arts. However, the task was complicated by the fact that the death worm, it turns out, can spew out some kind of liquid that resembles poison. To avoid being hurt by such an unexpected attack, Elric barely managed to put up a shield in front of himself. But the saliva of this worm was so poisonous that it destroyed the barrier. So it was worth acting thoughtfully, because ineffective attacks could lead to a quick end to this fight and the life of young Melvinger. Despite the degree of danger, Elric was not going to let this worm go, because only the death of the monster could guarantee the safety of the tree. So if he doesn't kill this creature, the task will fail again. Catching the worm turned out to be very difficult, because despite its size, it was very fast and agile, and also used a variety of deceptive maneuvers. Yes, this time the guy was really unlucky, because he came across a cunning monster. Sometimes he was so close to failure that he thought he would go back to the very beginning. Often he had to run along the edge and dodge the most unexpected attacks. Everything was much more complicated than last time because of this nasty poison, from which one could die in a matter of seconds. He needed to kill the enemy quickly, and there was only one chance to do it, so he needed to have time to use the trick he learned from the Blue Lion. It was necessary to concentrate all your strength in one point. This allowed you to increase the force of the blow many times over. At first, he thought that the body-strengthening art called White Tiger Hammer would not help, but it turned out differently. The worm's power was unable to repel the attack, and the guy barely managed to cover himself with a shield when he fell to the ground. He realized with relief that everything had gone well. Elric knew that if he hadn't put all his mana into this attack, he would have been turned into mincemeat. But he did not plan to perform such a feat a second time. The stone slab lit up again, and now it said that the condition had been successfully met, and the restrictions had been lifted. However, it was not stated there what kind of restrictions were being discussed. As he stood there thinking about all this, his tattoo suddenly began to hurt and glow blue. Elric realized that the 4th seal was being obtained, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. As far as he understood, the new seal was supposed to absorb the Eastern General, but how to do it remained a mystery, because the guy didn't know his name. The thought flashed through his mind that if Mephisto were here, he would not stop laughing at him. Now was not the time to indulge in foolish thoughts, so Elric pushed those thoughts away. Since the cleaning was finished, it was time to start working on the garden beds. However, there was no need to rush, because a warning came that under favorable conditions, worms are capable of gathering in groups. And one of these groups was right in front of Elric. He wanted to close his eyes and pretend that he didn't see anything. The creatures surrounded him from all sides and did not give him any hope of taking a more advantageous position for attack. Out of anger and injustice, he began to shout that this task could not be completed at all. Realizing that there was nowhere to go, the guy got to work, thinking along the way about how the Tiger King's generation was able to build anything at all in this city. He understood that only his teachers could deal with a group of monsters like the one in front of him, and even then, not without problems. However, the presence of such a number of worms indicated that the soil here was truly fertile. A hysterical smile played across the guy's face as he told himself that all he needed to do was destroy a couple of the most powerful monsters that existed. His enthusiasm was commendable, but it did not help in completing the task. Elric had already been killed 3 times, and he tried to pass this test again and again. He did not stop, just like the worms that killed him time after time, each time with an increasingly sophisticated method. Killing all the worms alone seemed simply unrealistic, In desperation, Elric even looked for another place to plant the seed. But this idea also did not succeed because it dried up in that soil. So it was back to the expensive worms and hoping that this wouldn't last until Melvinger's old age. There was no Mephi or goddess Camellia in this place, only the faint presence of Otto, who was laughing at his descendant, was faintly felt. He decided that there was no help to be expected from anywhere, when suddenly one thought arose in his head that if there were those who could assist in this matter. Indeed, no one told him that he could not ask someone for help. He thought that if he could find the family of the Tiger King of this era, things might take a different turn. At this time, the goddess Camellia slept peacefully in her world, where there were no worries or concerns. However, her sleep was disturbed by an uninvited guest in the person of Otto Hahn, who smiled radiantly at the girl. The irritated goddess asked how the man had gotten there, since it was impossible to enter her sanctuary without her permission. Smiling, Otto reminded that she herself had once begged him to come to this place. An indignant Camellia began to deny that she had said such phrases, but her interlocutor was ready to remind her of that day. Yes, once the girl was the queen of the Winter Palace, and now they were so rude to her, she asked for what purpose the impudent fellow had come here. Otto's playful voice was filled with concern as he asked how Camellia was feeling, since the curse she had blocked 40 years ago could not have passed without a trace. The goddess's anger subsided a little. She said that she was gradually recovering, but asked that no one break into her domain so brazenly again. When she asked how their hero was doing, the man created a huge screen next to her and suggested that she watch it for herself. At that time, Elric was running away from a crowd of beastmen who wanted to kill their sworn human enemy. Frightened, Camellia began to ask anxiously what was happening and why these barbarians were chasing the young man. In response to this, Otto laughed loudly and asked if she wasn't interested in watching all this from the sidelines. The goddess was not laughing. She demanded that her interlocutor immediately help his descendant. However, Otto understood that Elric didn't need help because the guy liked to create chaos. The Tiger King's family was nowhere to be seen. Melvinger was already quite tired of running from these beastmen because it was incredibly tiring. But if he wanted to complete the task, he would need the help of those who would be able to build an entire kingdom in the future in a place full of death worms. The beastmen gradually drove him into a corner and were already anticipating how they would tear him apart with their sharp claws. Elric knew that finding the beastman he needed was quite difficult, because the size of the field of black snow was astounding. So he decided that the secret technique Black Tiger Hunt should speed up this process significantly. When his opponents saw the skill he used, they almost went crazy from the realization that a person could use the art of body development. The guy understood perfectly well that by demonstrating this skill, he brought trouble upon himself, because he became the one who uses someone else's technology, and this means that they will hunt him. But this did not stop him, so everyone who was close enough to Elric was able to feel his powerful energy on themselves. As a result, the young man caused such a stir in 6 settlements. Now all that was left was to wait for the results, because they would not leave him alone. True, while everything was quiet, Melvinger even thought that he had not tried hard enough. He soon found himself the #1 target for some predators who wanted to teach him a lesson. The danger was very close, but Elric could not yet see who was attacking him. The only thing that saved him from death was that, thanks to demonic energy, he could sense the approach of evil. Coming out of the shadows, the enemy said threateningly that he had not expected a common man to be so attentive. At that moment, the guy realized that he had been found by the one he was interested in. Before him stood the being who had been able to unite the beastmen on the Black Field, the one who was remembered as the great ruler of the North, making the Empire tremble with fear. Yes, this was the progenitor of the Tiger Kings, the one with whom their great history began. The first leader of the Beastmen Union, Yule, asked who stood before him and how the man had learned to master their martial art. He was getting closer and closer, wanting to deal with the one who dared to use what did not belong to him. Everything would not have been so bad if it weren't for the crowd of the king's subjects who were ready to attack the guy at the first order of Yule. Elric realized that this historical figure had indeed managed to tame all the tribes. However, not all of them were on the same page. Yule had not yet united them. At the moment, he had not even reached the 5th link of power. But if he wasn't at the peak of his strength yet, then why did he have such an overwhelming aura? Turning to his fellow tribesmen, he said that if they were not going to fight, they should leave. They began to run away in fear, saying that the Tiger King would pay for taking the side of their human enemy. Sighing, the tired Yule said that he finally felt at least a little peace. It was extremely strange to Elric that the king had just defended him, but it was unlikely that it was done out of the kindness of his heart. The boy realized that he had not made a mistake when he visited the tribe that was at odds with Yule, because now the king was here and he thanked him for saving him. Yule had no intention of saving Melvinger. He grabbed him by the throat and showed that he was pursuing his own goals. He was interested in how the boy knew about the art of body development and who taught him to use the technique that belonged to the beastmen. Trying to reach the ground with his feet so as not to suffocate in the king's arms, Elric barely managed to wheeze out that his teacher had taught him the technique. Yule demanded to know more about this, but Melvinger in turn asked to be allowed to breathe. The Tiger King unclenched his hand and threatened to wring the boy's neck if he even tried to lie to him. Using his imagination, the boy began to talk about how he was a refugee. His family couldn't stand the tyranny of the Empire, so they came here. Continuing his tale, he said that along the way his parents were killed, and he, a complete orphan, was saved by a beastman. With tears in his eyes, the young man said that his savior taught him how to defend himself so that he could survive. The king was very interested in the name of this virtuous man who was engaged in saving innocent souls. Elric said that his teacher repeated every time that he had lived so long that he had managed to forget his name. Calling on all his acting skills, the boy said that he did not want to make the teacher relive unpleasant memories, so he called him Mentor. Yule looked closely at this strange man and tried to understand whether he was lying or not. But during all the time of communication with monarchs, the young man learned to hide the truth so well that it was simply impossible not to believe him. The boy knew that the Tiger King had heightened senses and could therefore determine the truth of words by his heartbeat and muscle tension. But these feelings could be easily deceived if one could control the flow of blood in one's body. After a long silence, which spoke of his interlocutor's analysis, Yule said that his brother was standing in front of him. Brothers were the name given to those who practiced the same art. Elric breathed a sigh of relief, because this phrase meant that he was recognized. Putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, the king asked if he had a place to spend the night. Of course, Melvinger made a miserable face and said no, so now he rode on the wolf after Yule. Suddenly, a bright pink light shone above his head, indicating the opening of an interdimensional portal. Camellia came to him, now sitting on the guy's shoulder and wondering what kind of mess he had made here. Eric was afraid that the king might hear them, but the goddess reassured him, saying that she had made it so that no one but him could feel her presence. But that wasn't the most important thing. Camellia was much more interested in whether the young man really thought that Yule would accept him as one of her own. The boy shook his head and said that although he would not be one of his own, the king would prefer to keep him close to him. He was sure of this because now was the time when the tribes fought among themselves, so every warrior who could kill opponents was valued. When they arrived at the village, the residents immediately began to greet the future king. However, Camellia doubted that the tribe would agree with Yulia's decision because now was the time when the beastmen hated people the most. The initial reaction was exactly as the goddess had predicted. The inhabitants became alarmed and angrily asked what the man was doing there. The king ordered that Elric not be touched, calling him his brother. This further angered the inhabitants and confused them, because by their standards a person cannot be anyone but an enemy. At that time, tyranny reached its peak. And that is why the beastmen hated the human species. They had seen too much grief. The plan could fail if Elric failed to lure these beastmen to his side. However, he did not expect it all that literally in a minute. They would hug him, call him teacher, and ask why he left them. Both Elric and Camellia began to glance at the king, hoping that he would at least clarify something. But he remained silent. He remained silent and smiled, pretending that everything was as it should be and that nothing strange was happening. Just a second ago, these people were ready to tear the stranger to shreds, and now they fell at his feet. The whole change in mood was clearly due to Eula. When the Tiger King told his fellow tribesmen about Elric's fictitious wanderings, he used all his acting skills and charisma. He played out all the lines of the guy's non-existent mentor in such a way. conveyed emotions in such a way that people looked at him with their mouths open and caught every word. Those who listened to this concert were so moved by the story that they could not hold back their tears. They cried out that fate had been too cruel to Elric, and now he needed their help and shelter. The guy was shocked by this approach. He didn't even remember saying some of the phrases. But the Tiger King asked him to play along, saying that his foolish fellow tribesmen would believe any nonsense that came out of his mouth. Smiling warmly at Yuli, Elric realized that this man was reliable and could soon be turned to for help. However, the rest of the settlement's residents arrived and declared that they did not trust the man and were against him living with them. With a surprised chuckle, Camellia explained that in front of them stood the Black Wolf tribe, which was loyal to the king. They were the ancestors of Prime Minister Norris. Yule asked tensely if Ralph had dared to challenge his order. He said that he did not want to do this, however. He could not allow them to accept a representative of an inferior race. Ralph tried to remind the king of the principles they stood for. The Tiger King was well aware of this, so he used his overwhelming aura that could put the rebel in his place. After this, Yule said that they were all abandoned and persecuted, regardless of race, and if his fellow tribesmen forgot about this, then he would break his neck this very minute. All those who dared to rebel listened to this with their heads bowed. The king's words had great meaning for them. Elric intervened in the conversation, saying that he had heard that Anthromophos's goal was to unite all beastmen, regardless of race. When asked how he knew this, Melvinger said he found out while wandering around a snowy field. He also added that although many tribes considered the Tiger King's tribe to be enemies, most shared similar views. Elric emphasized that people rejected him, but his mentor gave him warmth, and his new beastmen friends called him brother. He believed that such an act could be seen as progress in the Tiger King's beliefs. However, the guy believed that he had to prove not by words, but by deeds that he was ready to join them. He wanted to justify the expectations of his new allies. Ralph frowned and asked what the stranger was getting at, and he said that he had heard that the hierarchy of the beastmen was based on strength. It was all very simple. The young man hinted to his interlocutor about a battle. If he wins, he will become part of the tribe. If he loses, he will leave this place forever. The indignant man shouted that a pathetic little human did not dare challenge him, a warrior of the great Black Wolf clan. Chuckling, Elric asked if his words had really affected such a big boy, who growled angrily. Now Ralph was ready not just to fight this impudent fellow, but to kill him, leaving nothing of the enemy. These threats amused Melvinger, who challenged him to ask if his opponent could carry out his threats. However, this conversation was interrupted by the Tiger King, whose force sent those who were so dashingly throwing barbs flying. This marked the beginning of the battle and the end of the chatter. Before the fight began, Yule asked the fighters whether they would accept the results of the fight when their lives were at stake. Ralph confidently said that if a man could truly defeat him in combat, he would recognize him as one of them. In turn, Elric swore on the honor of a non-existent teacher that he would accept any outcome of the duel. After these words, the duel began. Ralph turned into a huge wolf, attacked first, which was expected given his fiery nature. Elric understood perfectly well that the legend he had invented would soon be exposed, so it was worthwhile to show himself as best as possible in front of Yule. Watching his opponent's every move, Melvinger tried to come up with the best strategy that would lead him to victory. It wasn't easy, considering the strength of the opponent, but the guy was no slouch either. So Ralph also had a hard time, because he did not expect that a person could cause him even the slightest harm. But when Elric used the art of body development called Fierce Tiger Phenomenon, the enemy was in great pain after just one blow. The beastman's blood dripped onto the ground, but he felt almost no pain, his foggy consciousness only revolving around how a human could do such things. The beastmen who watched this action could not believe that their strongest warrior was being beaten like a puppy by some weak little man. Ralph was quite exhausted. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and it was clear to everyone that he would not last long, and the fight would end earlier than everyone thought. And so it happened. When Black Wolf fell to his knees, the Tiger King stopped the fight and said that this was enough to accept the man into the tribe. These words made the wolf so angry that he simply became insane. Terrible screams burst from his throat, from which goosebumps ran down the skin. The guy realized that now a berserker stood in front of him. This happened when the anger of a beast man became uncontrollable. It increased the strength several times. However, there was a huge downside to this state. The beast could no longer think rationally, so fighting such a creature alone was extremely dangerous. But in this case, Melvinger had a perfect solution. Activating ice magic, he froze his enemy. The trick worked, and now, while the berserker was confused, it was necessary to act further. The guy decided to tie up the mad beast, who could no longer control his impulses. Ice chains squeezed Ralph's body, who lost control of his own mind, and the animal part suppressed the human one. To stop the berserker from trying to kick, Elric decided to knock him out. Now the enemy was finally defeated and lay in a complete knockout, and his opponent's victory was unconditional. The villagers began to understand that they had been deceived because before them stood a magician, and not an ordinary person who had gotten into trouble. Elric knew perfectly well that using his magical powers was the only way to stop the beast without killing it, and besides, his abilities would still be known. Looking at the gloomy Tiger King, the young man tensely recalled what story he had prepared for this occasion. But Yule surprised everyone with his reaction when, instead of screaming and being expelled from the village, he laughed loudly. The head of the village finally realized that before him was a truly curious character who not only mastered the most complex martial art, but also magic. Elric frowned and regretted using magic when he should have only used his physical abilities, but it was the only way to keep Ralph alive. The Tiger King said that it didn't matter what methods he used, because on the battlefield, the strongest wins. Such are the ruthless rules of the battle world. The ruler asked the name of the one who was able to defeat his best warrior so easily. The guy gave his name. Turning to his fellow tribesmen, Yule asked if anyone had any objections to Elric becoming part of their tribe. They answered without hesitation that they did not. So from that moment on, young Melvinger became part of the Tiger King's tribe. A pleasant glow spread around the boy, and he realized that it was the stone slab that Otto had given him. It was written there that another condition for completing the task had been fulfilled, and the second restriction had been lifted, and now he could find out the true name of another seal. It contained the sharpest wind, barren land, and fields of black snow, and it was called the North Wind. The seal was of a rare rank, and was similar to the seal of cruelty that was inherited from the Queen of the Mountains, but Elric could not use it yet, because he did not know how to awaken it. And the goddess Camellia disappeared again, leaving no clues for the future. There was nowhere to go, so it was worth concentrating on completing the second ancestral building. In the village of Beastmen, a ritual of accepting a new member into the family was taking place. Elric Melvinger was dressed in traditional attire as he entered the main tent. The Tiger King announced that the time had come to formally introduce the one who would now fight alongside them. Today, the boy has become one of the warriors of the royal guard of Andromatha and the king's protector. All the villagers watched all this closely, and some of them really didn't like what was happening. The Tiger King asked Elric to use the knowledge he had gained wandering around the field of black snow and find them a place to build a city. The boy didn't even expect to hear such a request, but when the ruler said it, he realized that fate itself was on his side. Pretending that he was deep in thought and did not yet know where he would lead the beastmen, Elric said that he had noticed an interesting place. He said that the land was located among mountain valleys and rocks and was surrounded by hills, which would make it easier to defend against strangers. There was a source of water nearby, and the place itself was less cursed than others. But he didn't forget to tell about the problem that was there, huge worms that were full underground. The Tiger King heard the boy's opinion that this place was the best solution, however. He wanted to hear what he proposed to do with the worms. Whatever Elric's proposal, Yule was full of enthusiasm to occupy the very land that the boy had told him about. Melvinger couldn't believe he had gotten himself into all this, and now he would have to find a solution to the problem together with the most annoying residents of the village. Well, even though the Black Wolves didn't have the best character, they were the best warriors, so it was understandable why they were assigned to this task. Yor, the third captain of the Royal Guard, reported that they had a difficult task ahead, since the worms mostly hunted in groups. The Black Wolves ridiculed Elric's proposal, saying that a land where such monsters lived could not be good. So all these attempts seemed like a way to attract the chieftain's attention. Barely containing his anger, Elric decided that these warriors had become extremely insolent. Continuing to mock the guy, one of the wolves said that they had to work with a pathetic, insignificant person. For this, the warrior was hit in the face so hard that blood splattered all over the impudent man's face. The blow was carried out by Captain Yor, who could not allow his subordinates to bully one of the team members. He ordered his charges not to mix personal and work matters, and if they did so again, he threatened to personally rip their heads off. His team immediately said that they understood everything and would not make such mistakes again. It seems that Yule assigned this particular squad to Elric because he trusts Yor, who seems to be able to handle any internal disagreements. The boy liked that this black wolf did what he had to do, despite internal disagreements. Elric asked the third captain of the guard how best to lure the worms out, since they wouldn't budge if they sensed a threat. After some thought, Yor said that they needed a plant called the death flower. The worms were very fond of its aroma, so if they found it, they would be able to summon monsters. Hearing this, the young man was so happy that for the first time in a long time, he received a direct answer to his question. When the captain said that there was no reason to rejoice yet, because the flower was difficult to find, the guy announced that he had already found what they needed. After hearing this, Yor realized that he liked the guy's confidence, but he doubted that the stranger had actually found and correctly picked the right plant. But when Elric demonstrated it, there was no longer any doubt. The rest of the team were stunned, but the guy told them to relax and get to work, because the flowers would not assemble themselves. Elric had seen many death flowers in the maze of blue fog that Augustine had created, and since he could clearly see their demonic energy, he would be able to find them even with his eyes closed. And if he is lucky and manages to absorb this dark energy, he will be able to very quickly strengthen his new seal. So the guy asked his faithful dogs to finish collecting plants as soon as possible. And when the wolves heard this, they almost went crazy with indignation. When they complained to Yor, he called them even more rude names and slapped them on the back of the head for adult predators behaving like primitive victims. Still, Melvinger noticed a special warmth in the communication of these beastmen. There was something brotherly in it, like between him and Sean. Night fell, and finally the collection of death flowers came to an end. Many boxes were filled with red inflorescences. The Tiger King was surprised that the task was completed in such a short time, so he praised everyone who took part in it. But those who worked were not very happy, because they could barely take a breath due to extreme fatigue. Talking is good, but the worms won't crawl out unless they are summoned, so throwing a torch onto the boxes, Yule ordered to prepare to meet the monsters. As soon as the sweet smell of burnt flowers filled the air, the earth began to tremble, and after some time, cracks appeared on the ground. The worms did not keep them waiting long. A group of monsters broke through the ground and were ready to devour those who disturbed their peace. The sight of these huge monsters was very frightening, but the brave beastmen were not going to retreat. Instead, they prepared to attack. However, the worms were not the only problems. One of the captains reported to the king that a tribe of furies was approaching them. Yor assumed that the enemy had somehow figured out that they were hunting death worms and were now heading here, hoping to set up an ambush. Trying to curb his anger, Yule said that the Furies had always been vile creatures, and now they were not against stooping to such cowardly tricks. Now the king had no idea how they would manage to fight on two fronts with huge monsters and smaller ones, but their ferocity was the same. The great warriors of the Fury tribe were led by the second general, named Navod. Today he and his warriors planned to kill the Tiger King and destroy what was called the Anthromophos. At that time, the battle with the worms had already begun. Yule tried his best to finish them off as quickly as possible and move on to the battle with the Furies. Scene watched carefully as the king fought successfully, which was exactly what he expected from the one who was called the strongest. But no matter how strong this man was, no one could fight worms and defend themselves from guns at the same time. The second Fury general was going to throw this tiger cub at the feet of his people and become the king of the beastmen. An unexpectedly strong gust of icy wind almost knocked Navod's army off its feet. They all smelled a sweetish aroma that vaguely resembled the smell of blood, and they realized that these were the flowers of death. Getting through the chaos of battle to the Tiger King proved to be very difficult, especially considering that the worms were wriggling quickly and trying to attack their enemies. However, Yule seemed to enjoy all this chaos, because it was thanks to it that he was able to easily kill the huge creature. The day before, the king asked Elric to use magic to transfer the scent of flowers towards the tribe. As a result, the Furies and Death Worms will kill each other, and they will have less work. Melvinger was very surprised that his ally was so smart. He agreed to put this plan into action without hesitation. Laughing, Yule said that great minds think alike, which is why they got along. But talk should be put aside, because now it's time to collect trophies. At this time, the Fury tribe desperately fought against a horde of monsters that attacked them and tore them to pieces. When the Tiger King appeared, they were more frightened than when another worm crawled out of the ground. The Furies were right to be afraid, because while it was possible to somehow escape from the monsters, even a miracle could not save them from Yule. Sane was beside himself with anger. He smeared his huge axe and said that no matter what, he would finish off the Tiger King. However, this wish will never come true, because the king gave orders to his guards to take the Fury tribe captive. Those who resisted were ordered to be killed without further ado. The Furies did not want to retreat. They preferred to be killed in battle rather than be prisoners of these sub-warriors. A heated battle began. The beastmen fought so skillfully that their opponents did not have the slightest chance. Elric also decided to join the battle, realizing that now was the time to use the art of developing the Tiger King's body. By watching Yule and how he fought, the guy could understand where there were mistakes in his techniques and how they could be corrected. While Melvinger stared at the king without taking his eyes off him, they couldn't take their eyes off him either, only they were looking at him with far from good intentions. It was Ralph, who decided that it was a good idea to attack the one who had humiliated him in front of all his fellow tribesmen. But the attack never took place because the enemy jumped on the Black Wolf's back and knocked him to the ground. The wolf managed to survive, but the ideal moment to attack Elric was ruined. He was very sorry that he had not been able to deal with the boy. Smiling slyly, Elric asked the wolf if he was okay. The boy knew perfectly well what this bastard was planning to do. Ralph had no strength left, so all he could do was roll over silently and close his eyes. Elric decided that the wolf's energy should not be wasted, so he used the destruction and absorption skill. Feeling extremely weak, Ralph closed his eyes and continued to lie there, exhausted. Elric told his tribesmen that there was no need to worry as the man had simply passed out, and they needed to carry him back to camp and give him a good rest. The king approached the boy and said that they needed to start implementing the rest of the plan before the rest of the Fury tribe caught up with them. But before he started doing it, Yule decided to thank Melvinger for saving his brother. Each of the Beastmen tribe was grateful to him for this, and it seemed that after this he was finally accepted into the family. When they had dealt with the rest of the enemy, they began to take prisoners and take them to the settlement. At that moment, a pink flash appeared in front of Elric's face, and Camellia grumbled that before she had even left, her ward had already become one of the Beastmen. The appearance of the goddess greatly irritated the young man because he realized that she had been watching him all this time but chose not to interfere. Stepping aside, the boy realized that he was overflowing with demonic energy that Ron had recently absorbed. There was more of it than he had expected. His seal absorbed all the dark energy, leaving no trace of the worms. Melvinger took out the seed and placed it on the ground. Now that the monsters were gone, it should sprout. Considering that there were no reports of failure, Elric decided that he had done everything correctly. While the boy sat and looked at Otto's stone slab, the seed managed to turn into a small sprout. The stove lit up with a blue light, although even without this sign, it was quite obvious that the guy had completed the task. When this stage was completed, the young man was suddenly transported to a place where there was a beautiful temple. It seemed to be a temple of flowers. Having gone inside, he looked closely. The building seemed to be the same as he remembered, only now it was completely covered in ice. In the pitch darkness, it was possible to see someone sitting on the throne. Elric assumed it was the goddess Camellia. At first glance, it was her, but a little different. A very dark and heavy energy emanated from the beautiful woman, reminiscent of the Demon King. The puzzle came together in his head, but the young man couldn't accept that Camellia was the Demon Queen. Considering her powerful energy, she was probably very strong. But how could a deity and a demonic queen who possessed such indescribable power exist at the same time? Thoughts were spinning at a furious speed, but I couldn't catch any of them. In an instant, the boy was again near the goddess Camellia, who wielded a softer power than her evil twin. She was wondering if everything was okay because the boy had suddenly gone silent and she had gotten scared. Elric answered the question with a question. He asked if the wind seal had previously belonged to her. The smiling face suddenly became gloomy and gloomy. The girl asked why Melvinger decided so. He told her that he saw it thanks to Otto's stone slab. The goddess asked him to explain in a little more detail. But instead of the stove's operating principle, the guy said that he saw her sitting alone in an empty room and looking extremely lonely and bored. He also added that the energy that the evil version of the girl emitted was very similar to the wind seal. Camellia looked away and said that this whole story was a distant past that no longer mattered. After thinking about these words, the boy realized that the cold that spread across the field of black snow was caused by the power of the goddess. The woman demonstrated her soft and gentle power and said that that power no longer belonged to her. Now Elric had a hunch that the whole point of this test was to clear away traces of Camelia's past. And again, the goddess did not give any clear answer, saying that she could only give advice on how to properly grow the seed. The only thing she said directly was that the guy should remember Otto's words about absorbing the general of the East. It was now clear that the general was the result of Camelia's past mistakes. So the young man had a hunch that in order to grow a tree, he would most likely have to take all the cold on himself. After all, another clue that the goddess gave was that the general of the East was the biggest obstacle that needed to be overcome. After some time, Antromov turned from a small village into a fairly large city. It was already the 91st day since the beginning of the test. The tree was growing not by the day, but by the hour and was becoming more and more beautiful. Elric was distracted from contemplating the beauty of the camellias by Yor, who announced that the chieftain was looking for him. The boy followed the captain, who led him to a very dark place. There was a sudden attack that the young man was unable to fight off. When he realized that this was the work of Yule, he angrily asked how it was possible to mock so much the one who helped build the city. Laughing, the chief said that he was fulfilling his promise because he had given his word to train with Melvinger for saving Ralph. Trying to get up from his knees, the guy thought that he just wanted to practice the art of the body, but he couldn't even imagine that he would be simply beaten. Smiling, Yule said that his brother shouldn't give up so easily, but that was okay. He planned to work on both his skills and his fortitude. He was right. The young man understood this because he felt the effect of the training, so he did not suffer from nonsense here. Now Yule wanted to move on to improving the technique called fierce body phenomenon. However, the leader heard some strange noise and said that it looked like the training would have to be postponed. Before Elric could blink, the king was already flying towards an unknown danger. More and more people came to Antromov's castle, hoping to find a safe haven and home. People who went there knew firsthand what war, hunger, and wandering were. The Tiger King watched their entry into the city closely, already thinking about how he could help these unfortunate and disadvantaged people. Elric asked the goddess if such a large flow of refugees was really because of the Eastern General. She answered in the affirmative, saying that it was at this time that they began to learn about him. She didn't remember the time when he had reached such power because after eons he had weakened considerably, but now he was a merciless disaster. At one time, Yulia managed to contain the chaos among the residents, but he was also powerless against the general. The king ordered Ralph to immediately gather the chiefs in his tent. He asked Elric to go there too, but specified that the guy should be dressed in a combat suit. After these words, he deftly jumped off the roof and rushed into the city to deal with all the injured people. Watching the king, the boy did not notice at all that Ralph had crept up behind him. He had already thought that he wanted to settle scores again. But this wolf was able to surprise, because this time he had no evil intentions. On the contrary, he handed Melvinger some kind of jar. At first, Elric thought that there was some kind of poison in it, but looking at Ralph's awkward face, he discarded this thought and accepted the gift. After that, he quickly left, as if he was afraid that he would regret what he had done. Camellia explained that the young man had in his hands a rather valuable medicine, which was made only in small doses and was made exclusively by black wolves. She laughed and said that Melvinger was incredibly lucky that Ralph had such a rare item lying around and decided to share it. Yes, Elric did not expect this at all from the wolf, who had recently turned into a berserker because he really wanted to kill him. The most important members of the settlement gathered in the chief's tent to resolve pressing issues. Those present at the meeting said that the tribe had suffered enormous damage. In addition to this, they had lost quite a lot of family members. Melvinger arrived after the discussions had already begun and was politely asked to join the discussion. The king immediately said that he wanted to ask the boy for a favor. He guessed that it concerned the disaster that struck terror into the hearts of the refugees. These suspicions were confirmed as soon as Yult said that they were going to find the Eastern general. Everyone was waiting to see what young Melvinger would say about this idea, because his battle experience was clearly quite good. After thinking for a bit, and of course building up the intrigue, he replied that he could fulfill the leader's request. The Tiger King happily slapped his hands on the table and said that in that case, it was time to prepare for the campaign. He ordered the leaders to gather their elite units and best warriors because they were leaving tomorrow. Everyone happily ran to carry out this order. The anticipation of battle was already in the air. It was encouraging to see how well all the leaders worked together, which meant that finding the Tiger King to help grow the seed was the right decision. It was also absolutely clear that fighting together against the general was part of Otto's mission. In that case, the real test was just beginning. And of course, young Melvinger was ready to take on the challenge. The march was not pleasant. A strong wind blew in their faces, and the blizzard that began as soon as the warriors left the palace did not give them any peace. In order to at least see something, Elric used magic to create a flashlight, which Yule admired the whole way. The guy even offered to teach him magic, but he said that he didn't see the point in it because he always had a wizard like Melvinger at hand. Yule never stopped joking, and Elric never stopped being surprised that the strongest king behaved like a child, of course. This peculiarity of his will not pass on to his descendants. After some time, Yule said seriously that his companion had become a guiding star for his people, and for this, he wanted to give him a small gift. When Melvinger heard that, as a token of gratitude, the king wanted to teach him the final part of the art of body development, he did not know what to say. The king's expression became menacing, and he asked if the boy really thought he wouldn't guess that he had gotten close to him for a reason. Elric, shaking off his nervousness, asked how long ago his intentions had ceased to be a secret, and he replied that the original story had seemed strange to him. However, the ruler was interested in watching how the stranger would use his magic and combine it with martial arts. Yule also guessed that it was the guy who provoked the tribes hostile to them in order to meet him and study the art of body development. Now Elric really didn't understand why the ruler accepted him into his clan if he knew about all the machinations. The threat disappeared from Yulia's face, and he said that everyone has their own benefit and it was normal, so he accepted it for his own personal benefit. Chuckling, Camellia whispered to the boy that he had been dancing to the Tiger King's tune all this time, and not the other way around, as he had thought all this time. Be that as it may, but Yulia had no reason to teach him the final stage of martial arts. In response to this, the ruler stroked the boy on the head. After this, the king said that the young man must survive, because he had put in a lot of effort to stay here, and it would be a shame if such a warrior died defending a foreign people. This ruler was truly unique, because he wanted to teach the stranger a secret technique just so that he could survive. Elric had no words to describe the amazing beast-man that stood before him, so he could only squeeze out a sincere thank you. Camellia didn't want to ruin such a sweet moment, but now was not the time to exchange pleasantries. Now Melvinger felt it too, the energy that the goddess of camellias had exuded in his vision, the enormous malice that had eaten away at his soul, was heading here. And this malice could only be described as that which belongs to a demon. The force was so overwhelming that the boys began to suffocate from lack of oxygen. It became immediately clear that they should leave the territory of the General of the East. The very next moment, everyone disappeared and Elric was left alone with the void. He felt neither the goddess nor the reconnaissance squad. The demonic energy managed to cut off all mana flows. The boy knew that if they fell into the trap, the Tiger King and his comrades would die, so he had to get rid of the darkness before that happened. Looking at his hand, Melvinger remembered that the Icewind seal was related to the goddess, just like the General of the East, so he could try to open a new path with it. But to do this, it was necessary to awaken the seal, and the guy did not know how to do this, and he had no other options. A memory flashed through his mind, Otto telling him that this enemy needed to be consumed, not defeated or defeated. The demon had to be stuffed into the seal just like in the very first test. It all sounded much simpler than it actually was, but Elric decided to give it a try, so he focused on the energy inside himself and the power he felt from his opponent. He wanted to believe that he could take away the general's coldness with the help of the Seal of Cruelty. And he directed demonic energy into the Seal of Hul. Some processes were launched, because the tattoo began to burn unbearably. The reason for the pain was that the magical power flowing from the Seal of Cruelty was connected with the Seal of Wind. But be that as it may, all this brought Elric unbearable torment. It seemed as if a red-hot blade was being drawn across his hand. The young man was transported back in time again, and now he was standing in a large hall that was filled with people. While he was trying to figure out what place was being shown in the vision, the little boy ran to give a bouquet of flowers to his queen. He presented her with a beautiful bouquet with a smile. In his opinion, the lady looked very much like these flowers. Camellia asked without any emotion how exactly she was similar to these flowers. It seemed like those were the times when she was not yet a demon. The men standing nearby began to say that their queen was so beautiful that only the most beautiful of plants could compare to her appearance. The rest began to shout that not a single flower would be able to stand in the same line as the charming ruler. All these conversations upset the girl very much, because she had the impression that everyone saw in her only a pretty face, nothing more. The queen remained silent and did not accept the bouquet. Then in an instant these people began to disappear. In the end, only Elric and Camellia, who looked at him with her cold eyes, remained in the hall. The guy felt like he partly understood her feelings, because they really only saw a picture in her. And he also felt from her the loneliness that filled the soul after those you loved deeply left. The guy was well acquainted with these feelings. Camellia felt alive because of the people who followed her in the past, but now, when she opened and closed her eyes, she saw only emptiness and loneliness in front of her. She was a queen, she had vassals and people, but all that was left for the ruler in the end was a huge empty palace and land where not even a sprout could grow. And there was snow, lots of snow, falling on the lifeless wasteland. Camellia wondered if it wouldn't be better for her to just go to sleep. But then she noticed something, and for the first time in a long time, a smile touched the queen's cold face. The woman realized that boredom would not threaten her any time soon. In her world, which had not changed for centuries, a glimmer of hope finally appeared. Lightly touching the petal, Camellia said that usually she didn't care about such trifles, but for some reason, this sprout was special. She assumed that appearing here was his decision, albeit a stupid one since there was devastation all around, but the choice had already been made. But whether this plant will remain here or not, it will be up to her, the queen who rules these barren lands, to decide. Time passed, and the girl kept admiring how her little sprout was growing. One day, when she came to check on his condition, she noticed that flowers had blossomed, which were so beautiful that it was impossible to take her eyes off him. Touching the delicate petals with her cold fingers, she realized that this would not work. Then she took the pot with the plant and began to carry it to another place, more suitable for such beauty. Camellia transplanted the plant into more fertile soil, choosing a place near the window so that more light would fall on the beautiful petals. The lady could not stop admiring them because they were so different from all the grayness that surrounded her. Although the outside world was an icy desert with nothing but snow, over time flowers began to appear in different corners of the palace. And after quite a long time, this place turned into a beautiful blooming garden. Now the queen who ruled over ice and snow spent her time surrounded by flowers, and it seemed she even began to look more alive. But then, the one who was destined to live in the embrace of winter gradually began to die because of the warmth of spring. However, the garden she grew larger and more beautiful until the very end. This place became more beautiful because her memories lived in it. But soon the life of the Queen of Winter, who loved this world so much, came to an end. And yet her dreams gave birth to a new life, because the flowers that she grew with such love now turned into little fairies. The flower gods Elric had encountered in the present were exactly the same as the ones he saw now. There was only one question in the guy's head. What happened next? How did such a beautiful place become a wasteland? There was only one answer. The god of demons was to blame for everything. He hated life and eradicated it wherever he set foot. Although its appearance was different now, it was definitely the same monster that Elric saw in his dream. This dark being directed its power at Camellia, saying that the lifeless winter should remain that way. Thus, from the queen who loved life, light, and flowers, came a demonic mistress ready to destroy everything in her path. The dark creature said that from now on spring would never come to these lands again. At that moment, a huge amount of energy began to emerge from the demonic entity, from which the Eastern General was later formed. But even though it was the general's power, Elric still felt that there was cold and warmth there, as well as the loneliness of the queen herself. As a result, the entire garden was destroyed, and a cruel wind fell upon the inhabitants of these lands. Returning to reality, the guy realized that she now had an idea of how to use the wind seal. He decided to test his theory immediately, and activated magic that was supposed to reveal new facets of his power. Releasing all his loneliness, Elric commanded this power to manifest itself so that he would no longer feel like he was alone. After some time of fighting the magical element of wind, Melvinger found himself in a quiet place where Camellia was waiting for him, who announced that he had completed the task. She didn't know what he saw, but it definitely helped him figure out what he needed to do. To the goddess's great surprise, Elric declared with absolute certainty that he would return everything to the way it was before. Camellia listened with tears in her eyes and great hope that Melvinger would be able to return the spring stolen by the demon god. When the girl asked if she could ask him for such a big favor, Elric said that there was no need to ask him, because there was another relationship between the friends. After that, he left Camellia alone, but she did not feel lonely because now she had a friend. She had been through many trials and had built a protective wall around herself, but this boy had easily overcome it. Finally, Elric returned to the beastmen, who were just about to fight the general of the East. While the boy was unconscious, his comrades were confronted by a new enemy, a huge monster whose body was so strong that it seemed to be made of stone. The warriors were already at their limit and had no idea how to defeat such a strong enemy. Looking at the monster, the Tiger King thought that if Elric were here, he would definitely come up with something. But things got even worse because soon a whole crowd of the same monsters appeared, and it was precisely these that the refugees were talking about. Yule tried to somehow raise the fighting spirit of his warriors, saying that if they were so afraid of a piece of stone, then upon their return they would be in for intensive training. Having conquered his fear, the king boldly ran towards the monsters, shouting that his men must kill every one of them. However, before they had time to reach the stone monsters, they began to crumble right before their eyes. At first they stood there in complete bewilderment, but then they realized that this was all the work of their good friend. Elric, who had upgraded his seal quite well, was ready to tear and throw just to protect the beastmen. Landing gracefully next to the king, the young man apologized for almost missing all the fun. The ruler chuckled approvingly when Melvinger said that he simply could not miss such an interesting fight. Yule pointed at the stone monster and said that all his attacks were completely useless in front of this monster. Then, in the guy's opinion, it was necessary to find a special solution. His improved vision showed that there was a pool of energy near his left leg, so hitting anywhere other than that was pointless. The king planned to destroy the stone idol with his body development art, but since Elric was there, they could do it together, and he generously allowed his human friend to copy the trick. The guy grinned and asked if the nobleman was really going to personally teach him the basics of this ingenious trick. And so it was, so now both boys were rushing towards the huge monster and hoping that their perfect plan would work. Along the way, Yule said that some might say that this fighting style was focused solely on feelings and instincts, but that was not the case. This art required knowledge of the basics and the use of certain movements at the right moment, which would allow the release of destructive force. In addition, according to the king, the power will differ depending on the order in which it is used. It will differ even if you use the same movements. It all depends on the message with which you release it from yourself. Having demonstrated this technique by attacking a stone idol, one could see how large cracks appeared across the monster's body. Pleased with his work, Yule turned to his friend and said that he should watch very carefully, because such techniques were quite difficult to learn. But Elric was no slouch either, so to prove it, he decided to try using this technique. When the guy hit, even the earth shook, and the monster was not only covered in cracks, but stones literally started falling off him. The spectacle was simply mesmerizing, because such a demonstration of power could not fail to impress. Yule was simply delighted. He also noticed that the guy not only repeated his blow, but also combined it with his technique. At that moment, the Tiger King realized that in front of him was the same predator as himself. As the disparate martial arts techniques began to form a system as he followed the king's lead, Melvinger's three seals began to connect as well. This helped to attack with such force that the monster's body could not withstand it and fell apart into several pieces. Both boys felt the energy leaving their opponent, which meant that they could now attack any part of his stone body. Now Yule was truly pleased, because the time had finally come to teach Elric the final part of the art of body development. According to him, this was the basis of the basics if the guy wanted to create his own fighting techniques. It was known that the first part of the body's development was the gait of an animal. It helped to feel like a predator and made movements smoother and more deadly. The second part taught the predators to use their claws and use them in battle. This was followed by fangs, which turned a person into a real tiger. With such amazing strength, you could boldly go into battle and not be afraid that the enemy could harm you. Before attacking, the Tiger King told Elric that he had to bite as deeply as possible to break through the enemy's stone armor. And when the fangs finally grabbed the prey, they did not let go and tore it to the very end. So the stone monster had a very hard time, because he had to face not one, but two predators. The guy's plans were not just to tear this creature to pieces, they also wanted to absorb its dark energy. Melvinger planned to become a real disaster for his opponent, and with the help of his new abilities, he should succeed. The Tiger King also added that having learned this martial art, you can forever forget about who is capable of harming you. Now the boys were kings who ruled the battlefield and decided the outcome of the battle. At that moment, Elric noticed that his consciousness had expanded and his sixth sense had opened up. It seemed that he had entered a world where the limits of his mind and feelings were united. Yule understood perfectly well what the guy was seeing right now, and he was interested in what he thought about it. The sight was so beautiful that Melvinger could not utter a word. The king laughed and said that before him stood a real madman, who was smiling in a place where he was threatened with death. Elric noticed that the ruler himself was smiling, but he asked who said that he was normal. Before he could answer Yulia, the guy suddenly felt the wheel of fate spinning again. He felt that he had become stronger, and this could not but please him. Thanks to the help and guidance of the king, he was able to overcome the wall he had been running into for a long time, and now the seventh magic circle was reached. It was even strange why the ruler was so favorable to an ordinary stranger. They were not of the same blood, so he had no reason to teach Elric. This is exactly what the boy asked the king about, and he replied that if he called someone his brother, he would believe in him until the very end and help him become stronger. And even though Yule understood perfectly well that I was hiding something very important from him, he had no reason not to help his brother. Brother? That word meant so much to Elric, especially considering the fact that he trusted no one but his sister, knowing firsthand how people could betray. But if he was planning on leading other people, perhaps he should reconsider his views and try to be as open as Yule. The boys were distracted from their thoughts by a strong gust of wind, which pierced them to the bone with its cold. Although it was expected, the team was still disappointed when they saw that their opponent was still standing. But then the guys realized that they had a great opportunity to hone their skills, so they began to prepare for another round. At this time, in the real world, everyone was extremely excited about what was happening. Isabel Weil was beside herself with worry. Her father was also worried, but tried to calm his daughter down by saying that the lack of peace would not help in the current situation. Of course, Herman was right, but the girl could not think about anything else except the fact that Elric had been gone for 4 whole days. The Blue Lion's brothers were also worried about their future son-in-law's disappearance, and they asked if there was nothing they could do. But when they asked Hayes about it, she was evasive, saying that the details of the family's affairs were not public. All they could do was wait and hope that the White Knight and the King of Monsters would help the boy if necessary. Their calm conversation was destroyed in an instant. A loud sound was heard outside the window, followed by a sharp smell of burning. Isabel immediately ran to the window and opened the shutters to see what was happening. The courtyard of the estate was engulfed in flames, which were everywhere and made it impossible to see how much damage had been done. The one who created this nightmare stood and looked with satisfaction at the result of his work. One of the villains reported to his captain that all of the Blood Wolf King's breath had been used up. But the leader had another one in his hands, and he was going to use it immediately. He wanted to burn this place down as quickly as possible, so that only ashes remained of it. The time had come to carry out their wicked plan, so a small army of Furies set out to where the flames were raging. The attempted attack was discovered by Hermann, who could not believe that someone dared to attack the sacred temple. For these monsters, nothing was sacred. They wanted to kill people right in this legendary place where peace and quiet had previously reigned. However, the warriors of the Blue Lion, led by himself, were not going to allow new victims, so they had to defend the entrance to the temple. But that was not all the troubles that awaited the Furies. Giliti, riding on a white tiger, successfully destroyed his opponents. Isabel, who was watching all this chaos, understood that there was something wrong with this attack, because the enemies knew how strong they were. The opponents acted too recklessly, and this gave rise to disturbing thoughts. Henry's brothers hoped to have some fun fighting these creatures, and they wanted to finish them off quickly so as not to suffer losses. Their ardor was cooled a little by Isabel, who said with alarm that they could get into serious trouble. Her uncles began to say that no one could harm warriors like them, so there was no reason to worry. However, she was not worried about them, but about Elric, who was at risk of never returning to the real world. Isabel guessed that the attack on them was just a diversionary tactic, because the Furies' real target was Elric. She turned out to be right, because while the Blue Lion and his retinue were fighting with the pawns, the main figures were making their way inside the temple and destroying everything in their path. The villains were quite surprised when they saw the angry little fairies, who were also threatening him. To calm the children down and look around a little, the warrior feigned apology for interrupting the goddess's rest and said that he was ready to be punished for the sin he had committed. This helped him buy a little time and understand which door was behind which the one they were most interested in was. Noticing a sly glance towards the passage, one of the goddesses shouted that no one would dare to enter there. The lion growled so that the little girl would not interfere with him. After all, if they don't step aside and stop getting underfoot, then they will learn what disrespect means. Nar understood that despite all these threats, they simply could not let these villains in. After all, if the mental world was destroyed, the Melvinger descendant would be stuck there forever, so no outside interference could be allowed. The small but very brave goddess decided that they had to stop the enemies at all costs, so she prepared for battle. Leo realized that he couldn't capture the target peacefully, so he took out his sword and decided to take action rather than negotiate. The little goddesses understood that their chances of standing up to such a monster were extremely small, and he did not hide the fact that any resistance was simply useless. Nar closed her eyes so as not to see the sword that could easily cut her body in half. But after a few seconds of tense anticipation, she still didn't feel the cold blade. The thing is that help arrived, so now Elric had a better chance of returning to the real world. The lion knew who stood before him, the very warrior who had defeated Captain Gora, the best warrior among the Furies. Looking at Nar, Hermann made it clear to her that they should move to a safer place where they would not suffer from the clutches of monsters. After the goddesses had flown to a safer distance, the Blue Lion said that no one would pass through those doors. At this time, Elric was having his own battle. He and Yule had already destroyed their opponent many times, but he was constantly recovering. Moreover, the monster not only did not weaken, but on the contrary, it became stronger with each new revival. Now the thought that they couldn't cope was stuck in the guys' heads, and it couldn't be said that it wasn't true. It was absolutely clear that they would suffer serious losses if they continued to fight against someone who was constantly recovering and becoming even stronger. Now that they had discovered the location of the Ice General, their goal could be said to have been accomplished, but it was unlikely that this golem would let them go just like that. Elric immediately understood the Tiger King's train of thought and flatly refused to follow his plan, even though he hadn't even heard it yet. It was clear to him, even without words, that Yule wanted him to escape with the remaining detachment, while the ruler would stall for time, drawing the attention of the enemies to himself. Sighing, Yule said that now this was the only way out, but the guy flatly refused to do this. He preferred that the king lead the squad. Of course, Elric didn't want to start this battle from the very beginning, but he also couldn't allow Yule to fall so senselessly. The chieftain really didn't like the fact that Melvinger asked to throw him to the amusement of the stone monsters. So he said seriously that it was time to pay for his lessons. Elric looked at the ruler silently, not knowing what to answer to convince him to do as he proposed. The king smiled and reminded him that failure to follow orders could result in a severe punishment, and the young man agreed to his terms. Elric glared at him and asked him to stay alive until he returned, and before leaving, the boy promised to return as soon as possible. Melvinger had a responsible task ahead of him. He had to return the squad to Antrimov and return to help Yule deal with the monsters. The chief felt much calmer when he saw that his people were heading to a safe place. Having taken the form of a tiger, the man decided that he would not give the evil creatures any chance to catch up with his charges, whom he was ready to protect at the cost of his own life. The first warriors began to arrive at the entrance to Anthromophos. Its walls had never seemed so gloomy as they did now. However, despite this, the men were sincerely glad that they were able to return home alive. When Ralph saw Elric, he immediately told him that he intended to return to the chieftain with him, but the boy did not answer. He was focused on the tree. Even if he had wanted to, he would not have been able to utter a word because he was completely captivated by the sight of the beautiful camellia, which had finally blossomed. A stone slab materialized in his hands, which notified him that the agreement had been fulfilled and now all restrictions were lifted. Finally, the test was completed, and the tree he had spent so long growing was covered with beautiful flowers. But he was in no hurry to return to the real world, because he had not yet managed to help his friend, and after that to properly say goodbye to him. Camellia appeared next to him, asking in surprise where he was going in such a hurry, and asking if he had forgotten that he could already return to reality. When the guy said that he didn't say goodbye to Yule, the goddess asked why he needed to do that, since they were in the mental world. For Elric it was personal. He remembered the face of every person who betrayed his family, so he did not intend to become like those traitors. He remembered everything, how their former allies turned their backs on them after the fall of their home. The way some people drove his sister away with evil mockery when she desperately begged for help, because 2 children were left without any support. These hyenas and vultures were only interested in how best to plunder the remains of the Melvinger property. Among the traitors were countless numbers of those whom Elric had considered friends and close acquaintances, people he had trusted and had been rash enough to rely on. After going through all this, young Melvinger became closed and cold-blooded because there were many who would have come for his wealth if he had not pulled himself together. However, on his way, he met good, worthy people who opened his heart and slowly began to melt the ice in which it was enclosed. And there was also someone who trusted him completely, someone who called him brother and revealed hidden truths and secret knowledge. Even though it was a mental world that even he might not remember, the guy couldn't allow himself to do that here either. There was a feeling inside him that he needed to say goodbye to someone who trusted him 100% because he could not betray that trust. Camellia was not surprised by this behavior, since all the Melvingers she knew were prone to such sentimentality. When the guy finally came to the place where the battle took place, the field looked like it had been burned with fire, and then, on top of that, the land had been dug up. Walking a little further, he finally found his friend, who was sitting in absolute calm and waiting for Elric to arrive. The boy asked what happened to the Ice General, although he was much more interested in whether Yule was okay. But the young man knew the chief well enough to know that it would be best to ask him about what he himself was most eager to tell and most proud of. Smiling cheekily, Yule asked if it wasn't obvious what had happened here. Of course, he had defeated those unkillable monsters. Elric never ceased to be amazed at how confident this man was. Some might have considered him arrogant and unbearable, but this was all a mask that Yule put on himself over and over again. But Melvinger liked the Tiger King's temperament. He even caught himself thinking that he wanted to be like him. Listening to the story of how the leader drove away the enemies, Elric felt incredibly sorry that he had not witnessed his battle with the Ice General. When Yule asked if the young man had really come here to say goodbye, the boy stared at him in surprise, not understanding how he could have hit the nail on the head. The chieftain explained that when he was wondering why his friend was studying the art of body enhancement, a sudden realization came to him, and he could only hope that Elric would tell him the details himself. Having passed through the shining wall of magical power, Yule began to see and understand many different things, including who was actually standing in front of him. Now Melvinger understood why the ruler was so beaming, despite having emerged from a brutal and grueling battle. The king was able to overcome his limit of strength and became a fifth-chain superior. Achieving superhuman understanding, he realized that everything around him was unreal. Elric wanted to clarify some things for the man, but he interrupted him, saying that none of that mattered. The main thing was who he remained. According to Yulia, the best solution for them was to focus on the present moment. The king had only one question. What was his friend's full name? He gave his first and last name, not wanting to hide anything. Saying this last name to himself, Yule began to remember something, and then he laughed loudly and said that now everything became clear to him. Without explaining his strange reaction, the chief again thanked his friend for saving his family, and as a token of gratitude, promised to show him something interesting. He wanted to give a parting gift by showing the skill he learned in the battle with the Ice General. The tiger rabbit slowly showed Elric every step and every movement so that he would remember even the smallest details. In order not to miss anything, the guy even used his special vision. It was the best parting gift anyone could have ever dreamed of. After the demonstration was over, Yule looked at his friend with a smile and said that if fate allowed, he would very much like to meet again. After these words, the guy's eyes began to close and the world became increasingly cloudy. Opening his eyes, Elric found himself lying on soft grass, with the sun shining into his eyes, and of course the presence of his annoying ancestor was not without its presence. Otto and Camellia stood over him and talked about how their protege had gotten even more than they expected, so he should be incredibly proud of himself. But Elric was not very happy. He asked to be given another chance to pass the test because he wanted to defeat the Ice General, but the ancestor said that he would not succeed. After all, even the Tiger King in his later years, using all his strength and skills, was only able to drive away the enemy, so the young man should not count on success. Camellia added sadly that the reason for creating the Flower Temple was precisely because the Ice General could not be defeated. The boy listened with horror to the fact that the curse of the demon god was so terrible that it was impossible to emerge victorious from it. Also, Ottohan shared that the reason he left the trial and why Uzden helped him was to help Elric. These words caused a wave of surprise inside the young man. It was hard to believe that his grandfather had created this test in order to help him. The ancestor added that their goal was to push the youth to understand how to absorb the Ice General and therefore how to fight him. According to the man's words, in the real world, Elric will be able to solve the problems that he could not cope with in the real world. Consciousness began to return to the real body of young Melvinger, which had been in the Temple of Flowers all this time. While he was in the mental world, he could not even imagine that the danger was much closer than he could imagine. The Furies were slowly but surely approaching him, wanting to leave his consciousness forever where it hovered. Taking out his weapon, the scoundrel wanted to kill the one who dared to stand in the way of the bloody Wolf King. The knife was already very close to the throat of the guy who still had not opened his eyes. But at the very last moment, he abruptly returned from the mental world to reality and realized that he was critically close to death. He was really lucky to wake up in time, because one of the Fury warriors was literally a couple of centimeters away from him, but he managed to use his power. The enemy was frozen but not dead, and could now only watch as Elric smiled and told him he had screwed up. After all, luck was now on the guy's side, and he wasn't going to let anyone destroy everything he was in the mental world for. Activating his demonic energy, the boy ordered Hull to absorb his still-living opponent. He realized in horror that there was no salvation to be expected, and that he was doomed to die right then and there. Once the enemy was dealt with, Elric realized that after passing the test, Hull's seal had become much stronger and easier to control. Finally, Mephistopheles showed up and announced that after the ice, he could also use the cold winds and create some snow and clouds to create winter. It was even strange for Melvinger that he was glad to see this grumbling demon, who would now again give him no peace. Camellia flew up to Mephi and said that it was time to finally admit that the one he was attached to possessed impeccable strength. The boy was very amused to watch the bickering of the deities, but he was distracted by a tingling sensation in the place where something was in his pocket. Having taken out the blue crystal, the young man looked at it and could not understand why its form suddenly transformed and became similar to a snowflake. A loud roar distracted him from these thoughts and made the guy and his interlocutors turn around in search of the source of the noise. They realized that something was running along the corridors of the temple and approaching them. When they left the room where the immersion into the mental world took place, they saw Herman Weil sitting on the floor, who clearly did not expect such an outcome of the battle. Raising his tired eyes, the man saw Elric and said with a smile that he was glad that the boy was okay. Melvinger ran up to the Blue Lion and began to ask what had happened. He could barely get to his feet. He was extremely tired, but he didn't seem to be injured. When he was asked if everything was okay with him, he attributed his condition to overexertion. To divert attention from himself, he joked that the blonde looked much fresher than he did. The man also said that something very good had come out of their meeting with Elric, because something had happened that had not happened since he had fallen ill with the clogging disease. Herman shared that he took a step towards what he had been striving for so long. After these words, he pointed to the defeated enemy, who lay in a lifeless heap on a mountain of rubble. The guy was happy with these achievements, but he wanted to help the gentleman recover a little and offered to transfer some of his mana. He was afraid that this could lead to internal injuries. But Elric knew full well that his power would not harm this man, so he directed the flow of mana into the Blue Lion's body. Seeing the guy's mana, Herman was simply amazed at the changes that had happened in just 3 days. The power was of astonishing volume and quality. Now, thanks to Elric's help, the man felt much better and was confident that he could now handle a few more monsters. As the boy tried to lead the head of the Weil family to a safer place, a loud explosion was heard over their heads. It was very noisy outside, and Melvinger realized that there was not another minute to lose, so he had to leave his friend and go outside. There was complete chaos there. The entire courtyard was engulfed in flames, all the work of the vile furies who were trying to reach their goal. When they saw that Melvinger was still alive, they were shocked that their commanders had failed in their mission. Elric realized that these bastards had to be stopped immediately because they could create even more problems, so he used his ice magic. He combined it with wind magic, which helped freeze his opponents even faster, who were so hoping that they would be able to escape. Those who were lucky enough to survive began to shout in horror that they should retreat, but it was too late. They made an unforgivable mistake when they decided to attack the young man, and now he will make them pay for it in full. The Furies may have come here of their own free will, but it was far from their place to decide when they would be able to get out. The enemies were very fast, so when they moved away and began to feel safe, Elric released some of his power so that she had time to achieve her goals. A wall of ice appeared in front of the Furies, which prevented them from running further. They decided that it was worth trying to break it, but would they have enough strength and time for this? The answer was simple. Elric would not let them escape. They finally realized this, so in fear they began to call out for their bloody Wolf King. No matter who they called, it wouldn't save them from Melvinger's power, which he planned to direct straight at them and end this battle. Prayers did not help the Furies to protect themselves from the merciless cold wind that covered them at the boy's command. Everyone who witnessed this event was amazed by the power they saw. The enemies were finished, and now everyone noticed that the black wasteland was now covered with white snow. Joyful flower goddesses flew out into the street to see what beauty was around. They couldn't be happier that for the first time in a very long time they were able to see snowflowers. Elric couldn't hide his smile as he looked at these happy faces. When everyone finally got together after the battle, Melvinger announced that he planned to use the ice crystal to absorb the cold energy and infuse them with the powers of the flower goddesses. Camellia thought this was a good idea since it was on this principle that she had been awakened. Everyone listened with bated breath as they heard that if they gathered the power of flowers and grew winter plants, they might be able to plant an ice general there and call for spring. The boy remembered that even Mephi had told him that in order to end the winter, it would take different elements, not just the harsh cold and winter wind. So without further ado, the boy focused his energy around the crystal and began the absorption process. He did this near the place where the power of Camellia and the elements that created the queen that sleeps in the flower garden of the distant past lay. After all, if you place everything that the queen scattered across the field of black snow, you could ensure that winter would come, and then the long-awaited spring would return. The goddesses cried out with joy when they heard that this would happen in the place where the winter flower had withered. Now there was hope that a warm spring wind and the scent of blossoming flowers would appear there. Only his friends were interested in how exactly he planned to achieve this. Elric answered absolutely clearly. All that was needed was to kill the Ice General. Sean was not against dealing with this monster, however. He considered it unwise to get involved in a fight without information. His friend reassured him, saying that he knew where the enemy was. And he was in the tribe of Furies, which so desperately tried to kill them all. Sean wasn't happy to hear this, to say the least. And the others weren't thrilled either. But since they'd come this far, they'd help their friend deal with all of this. Having unanimously decided to set out, Elric led the expedition and looked forward to a grand battle. At this time, the Blood Wolf finally received information that the burning of the temple had not gone according to plan and that his subordinates had failed the mission. But the ruler didn't care about the temple itself, because it had been destroyed long ago, and he was irritated by this boy, whom he couldn't kill. A strange creature with very dark energy appeared in the hall, who said that he understood the wolf perfectly, because they were both tired of hearing the name Melvinger. The wolf growled that they could grow their strength and get rid of this kind. All that was left was to summon the Ice General and take advantage of the situation by uniting the Black Snowfield. But suddenly the ruler caught his breath and felt himself beginning to weaken. The wolf growled, not wanting to admit that he was now in a weak position, since this Melvinger was causing his tails to disappear. Laughing evilly, the creature, which only vaguely resembled a human, said that it seemed that his interlocutor really needed help. The Furies had controlled the city of Dolfkin for several centuries. Now he was in danger, because the Tail's blessing had disappeared, and due to the arrival of the Ice General, the fort was falling apart. Elric, who was so good at destruction, watched this whole pleasant spectacle with pleasure. He believed that if these scoundrels dared to turn the Temple of Flowers into a sea of fire, they should be ready to get what they deserved. Camellia was also extremely pleased with what she saw. In his hands, the guy held a magic sphere that helped him maintain contact with the rest of the team. The Blue Lion brothers enthusiastically asked what else they should do to help the common cause. Seeing the enthusiasm with which these guys worked, Mephistopheles said that they were all sick in the head. But Elric reminded him that he himself was not very healthy either. But thanks to the help of these men, everything went very well, especially after the destruction of the Guardstone, because then the Furies lost the blessing of the Tail. Now they were all doomed to fall at the hands of the Ice General unless their Blood Wolf King saved them. Camellia decided to remind the young man that the Fury tribe was an alliance that included many cities in the Black Snowfield, so it would not be easy to destroy them all. Yes, Elric understood that over time they would begin to act in response, but his plans were not only about destroying the Warding Stone. The cities bowed to the Fury tribe for two reasons, one being the overwhelming power of the Wolf King and the protection from the Ice General. If the cities realize that the General still threatens them, they will sink into despair and disbelief that will turn to anger, and when the Furies falter, the Anthromophos will consume them. Then they will be able to take what they so desire. There was a real commotion in the castle of the ruler Dolfgan. Neter, the second in command of the Furies, could not understand why Antramoth suddenly attacked the protective stone. Looking at the map, he tried to understand what goals the opponents were pursuing and what they were planning to do. One guess flashed through his head, but then it seemed unlikely to him. But he still decided to make notes on the map so as not to lose his train of thought. The city under attack was part of a border that had been formed to protect the Night Domain, but it was questionable how the enemy had found out about it. The situation was extremely serious, because it was in that place that the body of the real Ice General was hidden. It was obvious that if the city dwellers found out that they had been intimidated all this time to make it easier to control them, they would rebel against the current government. So Neter gathered his best warriors and ordered them to mobilize an army of Furies. Walking through the dark snow, Elric said that thanks to the test, he learned that there is a certain night domain on the territory of the Fury tribe. It remains to find its exact location. That was why the boy was so sure that if he started causing trouble near the night domain, the surprised tribe would move out to protect the Ice General. That's exactly what happened, so now these scoundrels themselves will lead Elric where he needed to go. Camellia and Mephi exchanged glances, their thoughts coinciding, because the Melvingers' cunning tricks only seemed funny when you were on the same side with them. Taking the sphere in his hands, the boy reported to the Blue Lion that the Fury tribe had advanced as they expected. The man asked the young man if he needed his help, and he replied that it would be better if he acted alone. After wishing each other good luck, they said goodbye because it was time to get down to business. At this time, in the military camp of the Furies, they were not sitting idle either. The commander of the fourth group, named Temple, announced that the monarch of Neter had entrusted them with an important task. While he was speaking, he noticed one warrior who was at the very end of the group. Temple called him closer, saying that he had not seen him among his warriors before. After a slight hesitation, he replied that his name was Rick L., and that he had received orders to come here immediately. Temple decided that he was dealing with a new guy, but that was not entirely true. This information angered Temple because he had not received any orders, which meant that someone had screwed up again. Deciding to deal with it later, he told the new guy that he would not tolerate any mistakes in his squad. He promised to explain the essence of the task on the way, so everyone immediately set off. Mephisto couldn't believe that the Furies were convinced by such a false game. Camellia was sure that the opponents simply couldn't even imagine that the enemy could so easily infiltrate their ranks. Elric said that he had always been good at pretending, and now he was using the seventh circle transformation magic, so no one would recognize the deception. When the Furies arrived at the right place, Temple announced that from now on their duties included guarding the perimeter. But it was necessary to protect not from some distant enemies, but from those who were very close. Having activated his power, Elric, in the form of a lion, began to act, because it was necessary to quickly pull off such a scam. Magic helped the guy see the collected magic. This place was the very burial place of the Ice General. So all that was left was to hope for luck, and that the Furies would not be able to expose his true intentions too quickly. Upon reaching his destination, Eric was surprised to see a huge number of chains driven directly into the ground. They were holding something that inspired fear even from a distance. The one who created all the problems on this earth was captured. Her arms and legs were tightly tied, giving her no chance to escape. The Ice General turned out to be a woman, and she had been held captive for so long that her chains had become rusty. This picture made Mephistopheles laugh heartily. It was strange that the curse left by the god of demons was now in such a deplorable state. The demon suggested that this was due to Camellia suddenly falling asleep for 40 years, and she said that this was exactly how it happened. So it was no surprise that these chains emitted a subtle floral scent since they were created by divine power. The goddess said that 40 years ago, Ustin and she were connected in the same way. The seal was not strong, but considering how long it lasted, someone had to renew it. Now Elric finally realized that the blessing of the tale was involved in all of this. This meant that the Bloody Wolf King was directly involved in this story, and he continued to chain this demoness. But if you look at it from the other side, the wolf did not let this evil get out of the trap, so the guy even felt a little gratitude to this scoundrel. Moreover, once the Ice General was bound, the task of encasing her in a crystal became even easier to complete. Feeling the approach of danger, the demoness screamed so piercingly that one wanted to cover one's ears, just so as not to hear this scream. Elric didn't pay any attention to it. He walked as close as he could and took out a snowflake-shaped crystal to absorb the Demon King's legacy. Suddenly, some unfamiliar dark energy appeared, which was so overwhelming that it made Melvinger jump back. The one with whom the Wolf King had spoken the day before came out of the portal. It was a demon who belonged to a very powerful caste. At first he wondered why a simple soldier was not afraid of his seal, but then he realized that in front of him stood more than just a warrior. Having assessed the energy emanating from the lion, the demon realized that it was not a beastman standing before him, but Melvinger himself. The guy didn't even think that someone would be able to see his true essence through the disguise. It was difficult even for a resident of the underworld. Now the demon knew what that same Melvinger looked like, who had been ruining the plans of the Fury tribe all this time. The organization sent him here to help the Wolf King unite the Black Snowfield, make it his ally, and then take away the Ice General. If it weren't for this boy, the task would have been completed long ago. Although, on the other hand, the monster understood that if he killed this Melvinger, he would receive the respect and gratitude of all those who had long had a grudge against his family. He activated his power with full confidence because he knew that the organization gave this guy a low level, so he thought that he was not his equal. Looking at his kinsman, Mephi said that cruel Gale stood before them, and it seemed that he even had a pedigree. Elric had a difficult opponent in a battle with whom he would have to try not to die, but in case of victory, a good boost awaited him. Seeing the confident smile on his opponent's face, Gale became very angry and was ready to finish off the self-confident boy right now. He already imagined how he would tear to shreds this proud bastard who was ruining all their plans. However, Elric wasn't going to stand by and just watch as he was killed. He had a couple of aces up his sleeve, too. So when the guy managed to parry the first blow, the demon was amazed by his strength, because he thought it was impossible that a simple man could defeat him, a high-ranking demon. Continuing to mock Gale, Melvinger said that meeting such a demon was a real stroke of luck, because he had the opportunity to take his power for himself. After these words, he sent a powerful discharge of energy straight at his opponent. He decided that he had to block this blow at all costs, so he built several stone barriers in front of him. However, Elric's power broke through each of these walls, leaving nothing of them. Gale looked at all this with his mouth open, because it was hard to believe that in front of him stood a person who possessed the abilities of an ice general. In the demon's mind, he simply couldn't wield the north wind and the winter blizzard, but that's exactly what Elric did. He controlled the wind that swallowed and crushed everything in its path and commanded the blizzard that froze everything in its path. The demons needed these powers to destroy the Empire and revive the ruler Azazel. That was why Gale was so desperate to get his hands on the Ice General. Even the inhabitants of the underworld had problems using such powers, but this Melvinger commanded the ice element without any difficulty. While the demon was deep in thought, Elric decided to attack and used Fierce Tiger Charge. This not only helped to discourage the enemy from using the art of body enhancement, but also to cut off his arm. Given these circumstances, Gale realized that the fight would be much more difficult for him than he had thought. It finally dawned on him that so little was known about this guy's level of power that they couldn't adequately assess it. After all, someone who was at a low level would never be able to control such a martial art so freely. So everything indicated that this was an archmage in front of him. So Gale will have to use his magic not to fight but to escape, to warn his superiors about Melvinger. In order to get to a safe place faster, the demon used a magic scroll, which was supposed to take him to the right place. However, nothing happened, so the escape also remained in question. Elric crept up so quietly that when he grabbed the demon by the head, the latter sighed in surprise. The guy made sure that his opponent could not escape. Now the only way for Gale was to the next world, and Melvinger graciously paved it with his ice magic. Once Gale was dealt with, Elric told Mephisto that he had been worried for nothing, because this demon looked stronger than the one he had fought before. His interlocutor did not answer. He was very interested in what happened during the test, and how in such a short time the guy was able to become even stronger. Elric would like to extract more information from Gale, but since he was dead, all he could do was absorb his demonic energy. When he saw the seal that was on the demon's hand, the thought flashed through his mind that he needed to be very careful. After that, the force that came from Gale's dead body hit Melvinger and threw him back. Having grouped himself, he managed to land safely, but he still did not understand what caused this outburst of energy. The guy was sure that his opponent was dead, but now the demon was standing in front of him, and he clearly didn't like that they wanted to send him to the next world. Gale had been transformed and now looked like the real fiend of hell that he really was. The guy could only guess who was standing in front of him, because the demonic energy was so strong that even just standing on his feet was quite difficult. Mephistopheles tensed up. He knew who this energy belonged to and could not believe that this creature had already awakened. Yes, the one they called Gale had the energy of that very supreme demon in him. The reason why humans defeated the demons in the war 40 years ago was because the underworld army lacked a supreme leader. But if the great demon king Azazel was reborn, then everything could change. It was a matter of life and death that the imperial family needed to deal with. Looking at his opponent, Elric knew that the best solution was to retreat, but Mephi believed that there was no need for that. After all, in front of them was just a copy that couldn't become Azazel, so he wasn't that invincible. Mephi said that all 4 great demon kings, including himself, were either sealed or dead, but as long as their true names existed, they continued to exist. After analyzing what he heard, Elric concluded that somewhere, Azazel's true name still existed. That was the case otherwise, the sect of this demon would not exist, because they were the ones who were engaged in various experiments to revive Azazel. This meant that this secret organization was behind all the disasters in the human world, just like the totem that stole the lives of the peasants. After this news, the guy realized that they were in a very difficult and unpleasant situation. After all, everything indicated that in the future he would definitely have to deal with this organization. But now he needed to deal with Gale. The demon activated his power and summoned a real hurricane, saying that Melvinger must die today. The violent storm was so powerful that Elric feared that the elements would simply swallow him up. But he had a similar move in his arsenal, so now Ice Storm was moving towards its dark counterpart. Two forces collided, and one could only guess which of them would survive. When Elric's power broke through the enemy's defense, he immediately took advantage of the opportunity and tried to bind the demon. However, this idea failed miserably because Gale was able to successfully fight off the chains and remained free. Realizing that he could only win if they collided head-on, Melvinger used his Tiger Bite technique and attacked. But Gale managed to stop the guy this time, too. He grabbed his fist and squeezed it tightly. Then the young man realized that he had to use one of his close combat skills to pull his hand out of that iron grip. All this proved useless against the demonic creature, which perfectly parried blow after blow. Gale, on the other hand, was filled with an enthusiasm that one could only dream of. It all seemed so dangerous that the boy was already doubting whether getting involved in this battle was a good idea. To protect himself, Elric activated a shield which helped push back the enemy. It was strange that in front of him was only a possessed person who possessed such power. One could only guess what kind of power Azazel's real body possessed. But over time, the body and soul merged more and more, which meant that he would become stronger and stronger. Mephi added that even though they had a copy of the Demon King in front of them, it was a shame for him to lose to someone like Melvinger. Although it was annoying, Mephistopheles was right. With his current strength, Elric could only end the fight in a draw. But the bigger problem was that the Furies had also begun to act and were now approaching the area. Realizing the situation the guy was in, Gale said that now he had definitely won, after which he opened many portals. Demons flew out of them one after another, ready to kill any living thing that they encountered on their way. These creatures had Elric completely surrounded, and now it was unclear how he should act in this situation. He knew he could escape if he used his mana, but the Fury tribe could make his escape much more difficult. There was only one thing left to do: accept this fight and emerge victorious. Gale was sure that all this was the meaningless fluttering of a victim who did not want to die too early. But Melvinger didn't think so. He remembered that his family had a good tradition that he wanted to keep. The guy decided that if the general didn't go to him, then she wouldn't belong to anyone else. So he directed his power at the demoness and struck the chains that had been held in that place for so many years. Gale didn't think things would turn out this way, because if the ice general died, his superiors wouldn't keep him alive. The plan Elric came up with was just crazy, which is why Mephisto liked it so much. When the magic hit the ice general, she screamed loudly, as if it was causing her unbearable pain. Camellia was horrified when she saw what the boy was doing. She knew the Melvingers were a little crazy, but she didn't think they were that crazy. While Mephisto laughed, the goddess tried to understand whether Elric was really going to free this demoness. The guy grinned and asked what else he could do. So, avoiding the demons, the young man headed away from where the demoness was imprisoned, because now was the time to run away. But Gale wasn't going to let his main enemy go that easily, so he sent a horde of demons after him. Yes, right now their priority was to tie up the Ice General because they had no idea where she would attack, but it was also stupid to let the guy go, because in the future, he would become a serious problem. Gale believed they needed to rip out this Melvinger seedling before it grew and became even stronger than it already was. But everything was not so simple. Because the demon staggered and grabbed his chest, he suddenly felt very ill. The monster realized that the reason was that the life force of this body had run out. So now he could not accomplish anything he had planned, neither catch the general nor destroy his sworn enemy. Mephi did not understand why the demoness was chasing Elric in particular. Camellia explained that he emitted a strong aroma of the Melvinger mana that she was bound with. But the demon still didn't understand, because the same could be said about the beastman who strengthened her seal. So the question of why she was chasing Elric was still open. Camelia's head ran out of arguments, so she didn't know what to say. She understood that something was wrong, because the demoness's rage seemed to be directed at all living things without exception. Her anger was not directed at any specific target. The goddess had never seen this evil creature so angry in her life. After thinking for a bit, Camelia decided to ask the guy if he had done anything to the general, but he hesitantly said no. But then he added that when he opened her seal, he flicked her with an ice arrow, which might have made her angry. Oh, now Camelia was 100% sure that a real madman stood before her. When the goddess asked why he did this, the boy said that he needed the general to follow him, because that was the only way to lure her where he wanted. Everyone who met the general ran away in terror, screaming that the ancient horror had been released. Demons circled the skies like vultures looking to devour Melvinger. In short, there was real chaos, which would be very, very difficult to stop. Elric planned to use this whole situation to his advantage. But for now, the guy decided to simply run away to a safe distance. Mephi was very interested in what his companion would do, and he replied that he wanted to create even more chaos. Laughing, the demon said that now, for the first time in a long time, he really liked the guy. All this chaos made Elric's team nervous. They contacted him with a magic sphere and asked if he was okay. When he revealed that he was the organizer of all this hype, the guys began to ask him to be careful. All questions about caution were thrown out the window as soon as the guy said that he had awakened the Ice General. To say that his team was surprised was to say nothing. But then the Blue Lion's brothers laughed and said that they knew the boy was even more crazy than they were. They wanted to know Melvinger's plan and guessed that he needed to get to some specific place. He said that he was heading towards the Fury tribe and wanted to destroy all the enemies in one fell swoop. There was a commotion in the Fury tribe's fortress. Everyone was constantly discussing the Ice General's latest movements. The commanders-in-chief wanted to know how they had allowed the demoness to run free, since the ruler was now bombarding them with questions. Everyone understood that the general was merely a tool with which they secured their power, so this secret could not be allowed to be revealed. In order not to jeopardize the control of the Fury tribe, Neter ordered the mobilization order to be sent out immediately. First, they needed to make sure that the other cities wouldn't rebel. Then they could suppress the general and regain control of her. The deputy commander-in-chief understood that all their problems were because of this nasty Melvinger. He wanted to personally rip his head off. He ordered the squad that worked with magical spheres to find the guy at all costs. The staff said that it was the one they suspected of being connected to Elric. According to them, this member of the Fury tribe was located right in front of the central gate. This information made Netere so angry that he was ready to scream. He was furious that the enemies were so close, and he didn't even suspect it. He was distracted from his fit of uncontrollable anger by the noise outside the window, and when he went up to the glass to see what was happening, he became even more amazed at the situation they had found themselves in. The much-hated Melvinger was approaching the castle, and running after him was the Ice General, whom they were trying to find. Well, she found them first. When the guy noticed the frightened faces of his enemies, he grinned, because their eyes, big with horror, indicated that his plan was quite successful. Nethere tried to understand what was going on, and why the demoness was burning with rage. Elric stopped and told Mephi that he was tired of these games of tag. The demon realized that for the umpteenth time he caught himself thinking that all the guy's acquaintances were very unlucky. But there was no time for idle chatter, for the young man announced that the moment had come when real fun could begin. Aiming the ice arrows at the city, Elric ordered them to shoot and pierce the armor. When Neter realized what the boy was up to, he ordered his men to stop him. But the rest of Melvinger's team won't let the Furies get even an inch closer to him. The enraged beasts were blinded by rage, so they did not care who they killed, so they rushed at the Blue Lion and his team. While his charges were running to attack, the deputy commander-in-chief noticed that the protective barrier that was above the city was beginning to collapse. And this happened at the moment when the Ice General was already very close. The guy couldn't wait to lure her to the very center of the city in order to strike it with the strongest blow. At that moment, a being awakened whose name was usually called quietly and with special fear and respect. The Bloody Wolf King has finally decided to appear to his people to help in the fight against such serious opponents. Before this monster, all subjects fell to their knees and did not even dare to speak, so as not to be killed. Finally, Elric saw the one he had heard so much about. He felt his energy, and it seemed very strange to him. It repelled the cold aura of the Ice General, but it was neither mana nor demonic energy. The Wolf King looked at the golden hair and green eyes, and immediately realized that Melvinger was standing in front of him. Recently, thanks to a demon, the wolf regained his 8th tail. To restore the last one, he will need the art of body enhancement. This boy had almost perfect command of it, so the king decided that luck had smiled on him today. However, it was also necessary to deal with the Ice General, who somehow ended up on the streets of his city. It seemed that the Wolf King even enjoyed this madness. He had not experienced anything like this for a long time. He wanted to deal with the pathetic monster who didn't even have a mind of his own, but decided to attack him. He planned to force the demoness to leave his land at any cost. The clash of forces resulted in a powerful explosion that could be heard even in the most remote corners of the city. Elric wondered why the Ice General suddenly attacked the Blood Wolf King after having been chasing him the whole time. Camellia had a hunch that the demoness had seen the king tightening the restraining chains, so she considered him her enemy. Now this led to Melvinger's 2 main enemies being ready to tear each other to shreds. In principle, this was to Elric's advantage, so he was not going to interfere yet and simply watched from the sidelines. But then he suddenly jumped up so that neither Camellia nor Mephistopheles could say exactly what caused his sudden movements. The goddess caught up with the guy and tried to find out from him what he had planned and where he was taking the crystal. The answer was obvious. He headed towards the general, mockingly saying that the Wolf King had done so much for him that he simply couldn't help but take advantage of this opportunity. Most likely, Elric decided to get closer to his opponent while she was busy and absorb him into the crystal. Mephi approved of this approach because his companion stole what he wanted, defeated enemies without lifting a finger. The boy was really good at such tricks. But if everything was clear with the Ice General, then the Wolf King was a most dangerous threat, whose actions were extremely difficult to predict. Therefore, not wanting to wait to be attacked, the boy attacked first. Such a bold move surprised the bloody Wolf King. He thought that the human offspring would behave more modestly. Smiling at his opponent, Melvinger asked if the wolf thought they were on the same side. This beast was simply furious, because it looked like an ordinary little man wanted to deal with 2 of the strongest opponents at once. The king thought sadly that if he had a 9th tail, he would not have to endure such humiliation. He didn't mourn for long for the 9th tail, because a couple of minutes later, he had to mourn another tail. Elric liked the fact that he could gradually wear down his opponent's strength, taking away 1 tail at a time. In order not to lose the rest of his strength, the king released some of his power. This helped him use a technique that allowed him to create his clones. Now the guy will definitely not be able to understand who among them is the real Wolf King. But these pathetic tricks seemed completely useless to Melvinger. All because he could freeze absolutely all of these pseudo-kings at once. That's what he did. With the help of this attack, it was also possible to see which of the wolves moved more organically, so it was possible to figure out which of them was real. Seeing that all these creatures were trying to dodge with equal skill, the guy said that there was no point in hiding. But Elric had no idea that the danger was closer than he thought, because alien energy began to break through into his body. The Wolf King said with a laugh that his enemy had been caught on the hook like a brainless fish. A whirlwind of power swirled around the boy, and he powerlessly succumbed to it, because it was impossible to resist such power. With the trap Melvinger fell into, the Blood Wolf King will be able to steal the body enhancement art from his memory, after which his 9th tail will be restored. When the ruler entered Elric's mental world, he found himself at the gates of his family estate. This greatly amused the Wolf King, for he thought that such a powerful magician would not confine his soul to such a shabby place. Grinning, he decided that he had a very simple task ahead of him. He just had to tear this boy's soul to shreds. But when his claws were very close to little Elric, an incredibly strong magical presence stopped the king, who coveted what belonged to Melvinger. Then the guy ordered his inner power to absorb the bastard who decided that he could invade his consciousness and soul. The Wolf King clutched his heart. It was so painful that it felt like his chest was being torn apart. When Melvinger's consciousness finally pushed the ruler out of itself, he wondered what lived inside this young man. The guy, in turn, did not remember at all what happened inside his head. His last memory was that he was attacked by the bloody king. When he wanted Mephi to explain to him, he turned away and did not want to talk. Elric understood only one thing. Something had happened that had angered his enemy so much that he could barely control himself. After all, he showered people with such terrible threats that an impressionable person could die on the spot just after hearing them. Even the subjects of the Wolf King fled, because they understood that the ruler was so furious that he could burn to ashes everything that came to hand. Even though the young man protected himself with a barrier from the surge of power, he still felt its power. But for the second time, luck turned against him, and the shield did not help against another attack. Fire filled everything around, and Elric felt that he was losing connection with this world. The satisfied ruler of the Furies could no longer remember the last time he had used so much power. Although he was upset that he couldn't get rid of the Ice General, he had other joys. For example, he was incredibly happy to realize that he had finally burned the hated Melvinger. But his joy did not last long. Somehow Elric managed to survive the blow, which left only ashes in its wake. So now he turned to his enemy with a request to show more strength, because the previous blow could have been done hotter. In Anthramoth, too, things were extremely unsettled, as everyone was worried about whether Elric Melvinger's plan would come to fruition. The young king was the most worried because he considered the guy his close friend and ally. His mentor Norris asked him not to worry about it because he was a tiger, the king of the mountains, who should show only dignity, not weakness. But it was easier said than done, especially since Valence was also worried about what to do with those subjects who had betrayed him and the kingdom. The boy did not believe that his words could guide them on the right path, especially since they had long been baring their teeth at him and looking down on him because of his young age. This conversation was interrupted by those who had been quiet listeners all this time. Hayes, standing next to Sean, reminded the king that he wanted to revive the imperial family and help all beastmen live a happy life. Smiling, the girl said that she believed that only a sincere and fair ruler like him could handle this task. Supporting this statement, Sean added that the young ruler need not worry because they will be by his side. Words like these strengthened Valence's faith in himself, and now he too clearly understood that he could do what he so desired. He not only could, he had to do it for the sake of those he loved, valued, and respected. Thinking of Elric, Valence thought that he would not have flinched before any gathering, but would have crushed anyone who dared to oppose him. Before entering the throne room, the Tiger King decided that he would be as brave as his friend, and then he would definitely succeed. When the ruler of Anthramophis entered, he was met with the haughty glances of the nobles, who seemed not only to distrust his decisions, but to despise them altogether. But when they felt the power that emanated from such a young boy, their contempt turned to genuine surprise and a little fear. After all, now before them was not a child, but a real Tiger King who possessed such overwhelming power. Elric was entertaining himself on the battlefield at this time, slowly but surely absorbing the energy of the wolf ruler. For Camellia, this approach was not very clear since such actions did not weaken the enemy much. She also suggested that the Ice General had been closely monitoring the progress of the battle, studying her opponent and becoming more effective in battle. The guy didn't fully agree with the goddess because his winter seal had become much stronger, and he also had a great idea on how to absorb the Ice General. Flying closer to the ruler of the Furies, Elric defiantly asked if he wanted to surrender, since his strength had clearly diminished. In response, he heard only an angry growl, which clearly meant a firm no. This whole situation made the ruler remember his past, about that moment when he was dying in a dark and cold place after the tribe rejected him. Then he was found by the one who used the mysterious power. The stranger did not leave the little fox to die in the dark cave. The Wolf Lord studied under this mentor for centuries and learned depths of power he could never have dreamed of. He was able to gain power that could not be compared to anything. All opponents were just bugs to him. Such power helped the fox to gather an army under his banner, and then he tried to become king. He wanted to go beyond the black, snowy field and bring the feathers to their knees, but a huge wall called Melvinger appeared in his path. Several decades ago, Uzdan asked him to curb his ambitions and return to where he came from. Only in that case no one would get hurt. But the wolf ruler did not listen to this man and ordered his warriors to advance to overcome this wall. Of course, he tried to get rid of this arrogant man, but it all ended with the Furies meeting a miserable end. Despite this failure, the ruler did not give up and gathered a new army, but this time, too, there was an obstacle in his path. Now the fox was stopped by someone who matched his ideals more than he did. It was Yule, the Tiger King. He still couldn't understand why he couldn't do anything, why he always lost to mere mortals. Then he realized that he needed more power, power that no one else could have but him. And then the wolf ruler threw away everything he had learned over the centuries and became fascinated with the forbidden power. He entered the territory of the demons that they were all so afraid of. Now he was sure that no one had stopped him, and yet these vile Melvingers still stood in his way. The ruler had already begun to feel paranoid about this, because it seemed to him all the time that this family was persecuting him from generation to generation. He will never forgive the Melvingers and will fight them until his last breath. The only thing the ruler dreamed of now was to shed the blood of the guy who had prevented him from fulfilling his plan. However, for now, the initiative in the battle was with Elric, who deftly cut off his enemies' tails. The fox was in so much pain, both physically and mentally, that he simply could not hold back his scream. Melvinger remembered that the Wolf King had had some unfortunate problems with his family, so he offered to end it right there. Concentrating his strength in his hands, the boy chose a convenient angle for attack and directed ice magic at the enemy. This caused another explosion that could be heard far beyond the city. The magic of the people worked as it should, because now Elric's opponent lay on the ground, frozen and completely motionless. He wasn't dead yet, and even curses were able to escape from his mouth, but he was still doomed. Before closing his eyes completely, the wolf ruler managed to say that this was not the end yet. Elric did not take these words seriously, taking them for the delirium of a proud, dying animal. But when he heard the Ice General's piercing cry, he realized that perhaps the fox's last sentence had made sense. However, Melvinger was not at all scared. On the contrary, he took it as another game and told his opponent that she was the driver. Hearing this phrase, Camellia thought that she was delirious, because a man in his right mind could not play with a demoness. But Mephistopheles reminded them that they were dealing with Melvinger, and there was never a whiff of common sense there. Although the demon explained the guy's behavior as what should be, he saw something in the opponent's head, because he could do this after absorbing the seal. Camellia remembered that the young man was able to see what lived in the depths of her soul, which meant that now he did the same with the Ice General. However, this creature was a mystery that was impossible to comprehend. No matter how much the goddess tried, she did not succeed. Whether the guy would succeed was still a question. At first, Elric thought that the Ice General was just Camelia's body filled with evil intentions. But the memories he saw in this monster's head were significantly different from what he imagined. The Ice General that the boy saw was just a lonely child with no one playing with him. This creature was not hostile to humans from the start. It was born this way because of the demon god and was full of curiosity like a newborn. But the beastmen were afraid of her appearance, and the cold that she carried with her mere presence. The general was driven away, stones were thrown at her, and she was told not to set foot on this land again. All she wanted was to just play with people. She had no evil intentions. She watched the children play, and all she wanted was to play with them, laugh, hunt monsters together, and that's it. Her desires were simple, but when she approached the beastmen, they immediately drew their weapons, defending themselves and their homes. Even the monsters ran away from her, frightened by the power of the Ice General. Her power grew, causing the trees to be devoured by darkness and the river to freeze and stop flowing. But she just wanted to have friends, but she unknowingly froze everything that surrounded her. The Ice General had no parents, no friends, and didn't know how to make friends with anyone. So little time had passed since her birth that she didn't know anything, and in the end, she destroyed everything. That is why she thought that the world itself was against her and wanted others to suffer with her. And so she became a monster that was full of hostility towards all living things. There was only one desire in her heart: to find someone who would treat her with warmth, play the game that the children she saw for the first time played, and that was it. She just wanted to play because, in fact, she was just a child who knew nothing about this world. Although it was not intentional, the way Elric had brought her to the Fury settlement reminded the general of a game of tag. Although she appeared to be furious, Melvinger knew that she was enjoying the chase, like a game children had played long ago. That's why Elric planned to continue playing with her. Only now he would be the one driving, since the general didn't catch him. She listened to him attentively and caught every word, and when she heard that she could start running, she hesitated a little. Especially after the words that if the guy's hand touches her, she will lose. So now she ran as fast as she could, making a terrible noise around her, and Elric followed her. Mephi and Camellia could not believe that this terrible monster, which terrified all living things, just wanted to play a primitive human game. The goddess was surprised that after saving the flowers and fields, she could not cope with some kind of game of tag. But maybe it was all obvious because she was born from Camelia's shortcomings. Most likely the general was lonely, just like her, and that is why there was eternal cold and frost inside her. As a result, Elric seemed to have managed to become her friend, thereby alleviating her loneliness. The guy played with her and didn't forget to praise her like a little child, saying that she was doing great. This is how she, who for centuries could not find peace, was able to find it, thanks to the simplest things that were present in everyone's life. This was the main value of this lesson, because if you learn to enjoy the simplest little things, your icy heart can thaw, as happened to the general. By the time Elric caught the fleeing monster, it had already transformed into something else. In front of him stood little Camellia, who was smiling contentedly and was very happy. After that, she began to disperse, saying at the end that she had had a lot of fun. The boy was pleased with the work he had done, but his heart still ached a little because the general was considered a monster, while she was just a lost child. He had dissipated the last of the general's energy, and now she was finished once and for all. The scent of flowers, collected in an ice crystal scattered everywhere, flew through the cities and reached the field of black snow. He drove away the darkness that filled the world and melted the frozen earth, awakening sleeping life. Although the wind was still cool, there was already a hint of spring in the air. It was these spring frosts that told the people that winter had gone and would soon be replaced by spring. The sun rose over the city, and the consequences of the fall of the Fury tribe could be seen. Velent spoke with Norris and reflected on how it was very strange to witness such historical events, especially considering the fact that the Ice General had been defeated. To the man, it all seemed simply unbelievable, because their long-awaited dream came true in just one night. However, what was more important was what would happen next. Even though the Fury tribe had fallen, restoring the Tiger King's family and uniting the snowy field would not be an easy task. The king understood that his advisor was right. Now he needed to be collected more than ever. Suddenly, flower goddesses flew up to him, unable to contain their joy, announcing the arrival of spring. Finally, Elric appeared on the horizon, who was the one who made all these miracles possible. The goddesses flew towards him with a squeal, asking how he did it. Elric explained that it was all because of the flower scents they gave him, as there was nothing better than them to drive away winter. The girls did not understand what the guy was talking about, but Camellia interrupted all their questions, saying that they were simply expressing gratitude. This information was enough for them to start dancing with joy, because they had contributed to the common victory. In turn, the young man asked if everything was all right for both the king and his subjects. Velent said with gratitude in his eyes that thanks to Elric they were able to convince everyone. But Melvinger did not agree. Even though he had organized that meeting with the nobles, it was the little king who handled everything else. Norris looked silently at the man who, in his opinion, possessed qualities worthy of a king. The Melvingers would definitely influence the future of their continent. He understood that they had to unite with them no matter what. The beastmen who were guarding the body of the dead Blood Wolf King still couldn't believe that he was dead. They also discussed the fact that Elric Melvinger not only killed the fox, but also defeated the Ice General. Out of nowhere, an enraged demon appeared, hissing that he knew it was all this good-for-nothing guy's fault. Gale, who was a likeness of Azazel, barely managed to preserve his physical body by stealing the life forces of his subordinates. But upon arriving here, he noticed that both the Wolf King and the General were dead. He and his commanders had put a decade of work into the Blood King to finally get to the Ice General. It was only a matter of time before he gained the power that was so necessary to revive Azazel. Now the demon understood that he should have gotten rid of this Melvinger back when he was sick with the clogging disease. But now it was too late. Now there was only one way to achieve what he wanted, namely to awaken the demon that was planted inside the Wolf King. Then he knelt down and began to offer prayers to the king and the god of demons. The process was launched, and some very dark force began to flow out of the body of the dead Wolf King. And then the creature's eyes opened, but now it was a completely new monster. At Antromofa, they had no idea that new troubles were already on the doorstep. When Elric was asked what he planned to do with the general's power, he laconically replied that he would end the winter. But when they asked him if he knew how to do it, he answered no with a grin, and asked Camellia if she could give him a hint. She had no idea how to help the guy, so as always she began to speak in riddles. All these conversations were interrupted as soon as a strange sound was heard, which announced the approach of something clearly unfriendly. At that moment, the young man wondered if the bloody Wolf King had really lied when he said before his death that this was not the end. It seemed that this was the case because something incredibly dark and powerful was approaching the city. It was a monster that only vaguely resembled the Wolf King, as it was now filled with demonic energy. Elric was told that someone had sacrificed themselves to use the power of the demon god to bring back the Blood Wolf King. Camellia added that if nothing is done, a new ice general will appear. It was not for nothing that the guy had a feeling inside that everything couldn't go so smoothly. Having retrieved the magic sphere, Melvin Guerra contacted Hayes and Sean and ordered them to gather all the beastmen and lead them out of the city. He asked not to worry about him because he can take care of himself. But the inhabitants of Anthromorphos needed to be urgently saved from this new version of the Bloody King. Mephi asked with disapproval whether the boy was really going to fight alone, since this was not an enemy he could defeat on his own. Camellia agreed with this, especially since the first time he was able to defeat the king thanks to the Ice General, and then he was much weaker. But Elric, as always, had an idea, although he wanted to study it a little before using it. Without explaining anything, he said that he would end the winter right now. The demon and the goddess were simply shocked by this statement, and unanimously asked him to stop. But it was too late. Melvinger had already begun an irreversible process that only he could stop. All Mephi and Camellia could do was watch in horror at all the chaos this guy was creating. Trying to hold on and not get caught in the whirlwind of power, Camellia thought about how she had to be extremely careful with the ice crystal, because it was incredibly dangerous. Elric was not stopped by this knowledge. He summoned an entity that brought winter into a field of black snow for a long time. Although the goddess was sure that the boy could handle it, doing it without preparation was almost impossible. She knew that either the boy's humanity would change, or his body would break down due to the mana going out of control. The young man himself already understood that he was filled with an immense amount of mana. The seals of cruel cold and winter wind quickly grew in strength, absorbing energy. His mana lines could no longer withstand such a large flow of energy, so the guy literally felt his body begin to tear apart. But he understood that he had to hold out no matter what, because too much depended on him. With this understanding, he delved into the depths of his power to find the necessary abilities that would help him cope. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a mental world where reality seemed distant and unimportant. Elric noticed Otto kneeling in front of little Camellia, asking if she would come with him. She nodded affirmatively, and the man laughed, asking how she could agree without knowing whether he would harm her. This made the little girl think. It was clear that he did not know what to do with her. Such naivety touched Otto, and he said that he did not understand how he could have previously perceived her as his enemy. Elric's ancestor promised that if she went with him, she would never be bored again. Hearing this, the girl jumped into his arms with a joyful squeal and seemed to be simply happy. However, when she saw Elric, she immediately rushed towards him. But then she stopped uncertainly and lowered her head, embarrassed to come closer. The guy realized that the little girl wanted to thank him, but he said that there was no need for that, because she should focus on how she would play on the other side. Stroking the child's head, Otto noted that the young man had done better than expected, since he had not trapped the Ice General in crystal. He was able to see who she really was. He was able to understand her and calm her wounded heart. Otto realized that if he had tried to understand the monster at the time, then perhaps this little girl would not have had to suffer for so long. When the man finished his speech, his descendant reminded him that the time had come to give winter into his hands. But he replied that in order to reach the season, It was necessary to advance further, continue training, and study the seasons gradually, one after another. Otto added that he was not refusing to give the boy winter. He would just get it at the right time, so all he had to do was wait. Elric was filled with anger, and he told the little camellia that the old man was a bad man, and she should come to him. Without further ado, she went to the one who saved her. The ancestor guessed that the young man wanted to do something by taking the girl with him, but he could not do it without his permission. Elric's only demand was that they give him the winter, then he would not try to take anyone. Otto explained that there was no point in giving him this power now, because for now it would not give anything. He advised the boy to build a solid foundation and then thirst for more. Melvinger himself would have liked to do this, but the situation outside the mental world was extremely unfavorable. In the real world, Camellia tried her best to wake up the guy. The monster was so close that it was already possible to lose hope of saving Melvinger's life. This is the information he tried to convey to his ancestor, because his head could literally be cut off. Otto sighed, not understanding why the current generation was so disrespectful to their elders. He decided that the boy could go for now, but asked him to come to his personal residence as soon as the situation outside returned to normal. After all the materials for creating a real winter were collected there. The goddess screamed and begged the guy to open his eyes because no one but himself could prevent this catastrophe. Finally, the monster took the young man in his fist and squeezed him tightly so that his bones crunched loudly. While the seal was being filled with energy, Elric heard words about how winter would find him in a terrible and heartless form. Finally, his tattoo was supplemented with another design, small snowflakes. The fist that the bloody king had clenched so tightly began to glow and burn unbearably. So he had no choice but to unclench it. Elric emerged from there. He was safe and sound, only somehow different, stronger. Even Mephisto was delighted to see him, the demon admiring the fact that his companion was able to absorb the general's seal so quickly. However, until this stopped the monster, he breathed hellish fire from his mouth and destroyed everything around him. Elric decided to take advantage of his new power, so he directed ice magic straight at the enemy. Seeing the magic that the boy possessed, Camellia could not believe that he actually received winter and now freely controls it. Apparently, the Bloody King also did not expect such a turn of events. After all, he didn't expect at all that such a powerful attack would be launched against him, which he wouldn't be able to fight off. Melvinger's magic was now on a whole new level, and he now understood what it was like when the elements that created winter came together. Now that he had the seal of winter, he was able to defeat the demonic monster without any problem. When the fox was thrown to the ground, he decided to chain its mouth because the monster was too noisy. When the long-awaited silence finally arrived, Elric smiled contentedly. The monster was bound hand and foot and could not make a single movement. Now it's time to deal with him once and for all, and not give him the opportunity to return to this world again. Feeling the end was approaching, the fox roared as loud as he could, hoping that his demonic masters would come to his aid. Realizing that the cornered beast was only getting stronger, Elric realized that he had to be prepared to defend himself, not just attack. After all, the monster used energy that even the seal of winter could not stop. It became clear that this creature was not finished yet, because it literally absorbed the demonic energy that was in the air and became even stronger. To kill such a creature, it was necessary to find and destroy its core itself, which was extremely difficult to reach due to the fire. But if things were left as they were, there was a huge chance that a new demon king would emerge. Clenching his fists, the boy realized that if the monster had opened up even a little, he would have been able to see a hint, but there was nothing like that. Here one of his seals came to the rescue, which really wanted to devour this powerful enemy and become stronger. Therefore, Elric did not refuse her a meal and offered to arrange a real banquet. Hull's jaws snapped shut, and now that the fox was immobilized, Elric had a chance. Half measures were not enough, so the boy realized that he had to use all his strength to finish off the demonic creature with one blow. Now he wanted to put into practice the last move that Tiger King Yule had taught him. So Elric activated the art of body development and dealt the enemy 1,000 tiger cuts. He roared in pain. He clearly did not expect that a person was capable of mastering such incredible techniques. Seeing the life force draining from the monster, Melvinger knew his trick had worked. But his heart could no longer withstand such a load. There was a pain inside him so bad that he thought he would pass out right there and then. The Dragonheart's mana was failing. Therefore, he could not stand it and lost control of his own body, which led to a free fall from a great height. Even in this state, he understood that if he missed the chance to defeat the creature, then in the future they would face more serious problems than now. So the guy pulled himself together and regained control over his body. He felt that the seal of Mephi was starting to behave very strangely. It did not react to the absorption of new energy. The demon himself suggested that the remnants of his life force were suppressed by this new low-ranking seal. Elric realized that if he could also obtain Mephisto's seal, the resulting power would be enough to finish off the monster. So he rushed into battle, fully prepared to crush the enemy. The explosion was so powerful that the wave could be felt several miles away from the scene. Valence and his subjects felt it and realized that something very bad had happened. Looking at the glow that was after the explosion, the little king immediately thought about his friend and whether he was still alive. His head was filled with nothing but disturbing thoughts that were very difficult to cope with. There was another problem. Spring had finally returned, but if that hot wind from the explosion spread to the snowfield, then a drought would strike and take away the newfound life. Norris turned into a wolf and ordered all the guards to protect His Majesty from all possible dangers. After all, some kind of clot of dark energy was rushing towards them with all its might, and this was clearly not a good sign. The Prime Minister realized that this was the very dry wind that they could not stop on their own. At times like these, the man regretted that it was impossible to use magic, because once upon a time the beastmen abandoned civilization because of their own arrogance. However, as long as their Tiger King lived, they had every chance that the beastmen would rise again. Norris ordered the guards to protect the monarch even if they had to burn alive. Suddenly a bright flash appeared in the sky, scattering the wind with its radiance. It was Augustin Nemester, who walked calmly towards the king and said that they could leave this work to him. Earlier, Elric told him that he did not want the old man to get involved in the battle and risk his life. But Augustin reminded him that he was not only the boy's teacher, but also the patriarch of his house, and no one would follow a man who avoided battle. Elric was stubborn, so he insisted that this battle was his responsibility, his destiny as the head of the Melvinger family. The old man frowned and asked if the young man was asking him to stand aside while he died. But Elric laughed and said that he would not allow such joy for his enemy, so he certainly did not intend to die. Finally, he asked his mentor to protect the little king because he himself would be a little busy. So now Augustin stood among the beastmen, curious as to whether Norris had actually met with Ustin. When he nodded his head in the affirmative, the old man told him that in that case he should look very carefully. After all, now he will have a unique opportunity to find out who is a greater magician, Nemester or the late Melvinger. The wolf watched everything that was happening carefully because he himself was curious about what would happen next. He felt an overwhelming power emanating from this seemingly decrepit old man. The White Knight returned. If the general's power was embodied in a blizzard that blocked out the light, then this magic simply sucked in the light. This magic devoured not only death, but existence itself, so everyone who felt it wanted to run away as quickly as possible. Norris felt that this power caused a catastrophic feeling of powerlessness. No one in the world could have thought that a person could possess such abilities. It all ended as suddenly as it had begun. The world was again the same as before, as if a second ago it had not been plunged into chaos. When the warriors began to look around in bewilderment, they realized that the fiery wind that was rushing straight at them had simply disappeared. The Prime Minister could not believe that Augustin alone could suppress such a catastrophe. Valence ran up to him. The boy was safe and sound, and this realization made Norris feel much better. The young king spoke of the need for them to return to the city as quickly as possible, as Sir Elric was obviously in danger. Augustine spoke up and asked if the little tiger really thought his student would fall because of something like that. The old man turned out to be right. A few minutes later, Elric and the rest of the team appeared on the horizon. They were tired, but alive and happy. Seeing them, Valence laughed joyfully. All his worries disappeared, and for the first time in a long time, he felt safe. He waved his hand at his friend, hoping to demonstrate with this gesture how happy he was that he was alive. Elric understood the boy's feelings perfectly, so he smiled warmly and waved back. After he did this, he felt a strong dizziness and loss of strength, causing his consciousness to slowly but surely slip away from reality. His friends were completely confused. They did not understand what had happened to the guy, but it looks like he just fell asleep because he spent too much energy. What this guy was good at was scaring his friends, especially Sean, half to death. Finally, the chaos in the black, snowy field was stopped and spring came to these lands. Elric woke up again in the mental world. He was in a picturesque clearing, and the rays of the sun gently touched his face. When he opened his eyes, at first he did not understand what had happened and where all his friends were. But then little Camellia ran up to him and he understood everything. The girl was clearly waiting for him to say goodbye. Her smile evoked the most pleasant emotions inside the guy. He was very happy that he was able to help this innocent child. He stroked her head and said that she should have a lot of fun in the new world, but the main thing was that she never do anything nasty again. Elric had no idea where the little girl would go, but he hoped that she would be safe there, that only happiness and joy awaited her there. Rising to her feet, Camellia asked if the guy would play with her again. At first, this question surprised and tensed Melvinger, because he remembered their last game, but in order not to offend the little girl, he nodded in agreement. The answer satisfied Camellia, and she laughed loudly. The real world greeted Elric with a warm spring breeze. The camellia petals that had flown into the room through the open window gently caressed his cheek. Finally, he opened his eyes and returned from the mental world. The first question that came to his mind was how long he had been out cold. Having come to his senses a little, the boy realized that the Tiger King was sitting next to his bed, patiently waiting for him to wake up. He had only been here for a short time after Camellia had announced that Elric would soon wake up. After a short conversation, Valance handed over a parchment with a picture on it that looked very familiar. The boy looked at the paper and asked incredulously what it was, since he had already received the research that the king was supposed to give him. Valance reported that in front of them was a diary left by King Jules. Elric knew full well how important this manuscript was to the royal family, so he asked why the boy was giving it away. The king hesitated a little, and then said that when he read it, he found information that would be interesting to the boy, and he left the leaflet as a bookmark. Opening the diary to the desired page, Melvinger began to carefully read what was written there, and what the diary told him shocked him. The entry for February 14th said that Yule had met an interesting man and brought him into the tribe. He had described exactly the story that Elric had made up for him. The king pointed out that he was not sure that the strange man would adapt among the beastmen, but after a short time, he was already one of them. The next entry told the story of how Elric offered Yule a place to build a city. The ruler then spoke about the young man's abilities and how they trained together and exchanged experiences. Then there was a mention that the ice general had caused a disaster that brought many refugees to Anthromophos. He described with delight that the man had volunteered to accompany them on a journey that was supposed to help deal with the ice monster. Now Elric realized that all this time he was not just passing tests, but interfering in history and changing the course of fate. There could be no mistake. The person mentioned in the diary was definitely him. Even the events surrounding the ice general and what happened afterwards were completely consistent with what he had experienced during the trial. The next chapter talked about Yule losing his brother Elric Melvinger, who disappeared as suddenly as he appeared. Taking the family heirloom in his hands, the guy began to think hard about what kind of trials he had been going through all this time and how they affected reality. After all, if you remember, they all seemed too realistic. However, if all this really happened, then it means that there was magic that allowed one to return to the past. Now he didn't know anything about it, but Otto told him to visit his residence where the guy would get the information he needed. As Elric rose from his bed, he decided that he needed to return to the Empire as soon as possible. Suddenly, Sean burst into his room looking extremely agitated. Seeing that his friend had come to his senses, he cooled down a little, saying that he was worried that Elric might not wake up. Melvinger chuckled and said that it was unlikely that Sean would have run here at full speed just for that reason, so he told him to tell him the real reason for his visit. Nemester was not at all cheerful. His face suddenly became gloomy and serious, which greatly tensed his friend. There really was no reason to be cheerful, since Sean announced that a war had begun in the Empire.